Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Where am I? Didn't I die? A dazed murmur escaped the lips of the teenager as his eyes fluttered open. Darkness engulfed everything, a void of swirling chaos without light, shape, or sound. In his last memory, he'd been hit by a speeding truck. There was no pain now, only this chilling emptiness. You are already dead. The sudden voice echoed like wind over still water, ethereal, detached. It jolted the boy into full alertness. Who's there? He asked, forcing calm into his tone despite the fear gnawing at him. Who I am, you'll find out in time. The voice paused, as if amused, then continued. You are not entirely gone though. A part of you still lingers, and to that part I offer a gift. Without warning, a brilliant light tore through the void. A radiant jade crystal hovered in front of him, its glow soft but piercing. Instinctively, the boy shielded his eyes. This is the sacred gear, Plunder. It allows you to steal any sacred gear artifact from others. Use it wisely, and pass it on when the time comes. Before he could ask what any of that meant, the crystal shot forward, piercing through him, not into his body, but into his very soul. He wanted to scream, but no voice came out. Panic gripped him as strange forces swirled within. Emotions tangled, confusion, fear, awe. An illusory figure loomed in the void, watching silently. Then, the space began to twist violently. The darkness turned into a vortex, and his soul was swallowed whole. When he opened his eyes again, he heard it first, a wailing cry.
His own.
Sir Phenex, it's a boy, this is our son.
Tamako, you're too weak.
Use the tears of Phenex, quickly. A beautiful woman lay weakly on a hospital bed, her expression filled with warmth and fatigue. A strong, noble-looking man held her close, concern etched into every line of his face. Despite the confusion, the newborn understood, it was his mother and father. Even though he couldn't remember everything clearly, the soul within this baby body recognized the truth. He had been reborn.
A new life. A new start.
A family, something he never had in his previous world.
And yet, Phenex.
The name echoed in his mind. It sounded familiar, uncomfortably so.
10 years later.
998, 999, 1000. In the courtyard, a young boy lowered his sword with a satisfied grin. Sweat ran down his forehead as he wiped it away, panting slightly. Despite only being 10, there was a distinct maturity in his dark eyes, a steadiness beyond his years. Black hair, black eyes, and a handsomely sharp face that still held a trace of boyish innocence. After all, he'd lived 2 lives. Returning to the house, he took a quick shower, grabbed some ingredients from the fridge, and stepped into the kitchen. The house was large, but he lived alone. Even so, he carried himself with practiced ease. Kamaya Tenraku. That was his name now. His mother, Tamako, had passed away 4 years ago. A human woman, kind and gentle. She had given him everything despite her illness, and even in death, she left him with a purpose. He had taken her surname, not his father's. The doctors once said her surviving childbirth was a miracle. He called it something else, maternal love. Her passing hit him hard, but he had made a promise, to live well, eat well, and grow strong. He kept that promise every single day. Someday, he'd have beautiful wives doting on him. He'd told her that with a laugh. It was silly then, but now it kept him going.
And his father? A devil.
Quite literally. His father was a noble from the Underworld, Lord Phenex, one of the legendary 72 Pillars. When Tenraku was young, he thought it might be a dream. But as the years passed, the truth solidified.
This wasn't Earth.
This was the world of high school DxD, the anime he'd once watched in his past life. A world of devils, angels, fallen angels, dragons, gods, and all the madness that came with it. The final confirmation came when he learned about a couple living nearby, the Hyudus. And their infant son, Hyudu Issei. There was no mistaking it now. He was a hybrid, human and devil, born of 2 worlds. He had hoped his bloodline would grant him incredible powers. But reality was cruel. He couldn't awaken any devil abilities.
No magic. No fire. No wings. Nothing.
His father's heritage might as well have been a myth. In the Underworld, rumors spread quickly. They called him the waste of House Phenex, and worse. Since he couldn't inherit the Phenex bloodline, he was denied the family name. Tomako had taken him away from the Underworld, choosing a quiet life in the human world. It was here she raised him, loved him, and here she died. After her passing, his father offered to bring him back, but Tenraku refused.
This was his home now. He was free here. No expectations, no judgment.
Just a quiet life, and a lot of training. As he set the table and clasped his hands together, he smiled softly. Ita de Kimasu. The food was simple but well made. His skills had improved. The path ahead was unclear, but Tenraku wasn't afraid.
He had a second chance.
And this time, he was going to forge his own destiny, wings or not. On the surface, this world appeared normal, peaceful, even. Cities thrived, schools bustled, and people went about their daily lives without fear. But beneath that calm exterior lay a hidden reality. Devils, angels, fallen angels, vampires, and even eldritch goblins, beings thought to exist only in myth, were real. Humanity, while vast in number, was not the true master of this world. Gods received blind worship, deals with devils were commonplace, and most people lived their entire lives blissfully unaware of the forces at play behind the scenes. But Tenraku was not one of them.
He knew the truth.
He had seen through the illusion. This world was dangerous. Inhumanly so. A single stray devil could wipe out an entire block without breaking a sweat. Angels and devils might wear human masks, but their conflicts raged in secret, carefully hidden from public memory by magic and manipulation. Only a few truly understood the reality they lived in. Since arriving in this world, Tenraku never considered living as an average mortal. Not because of pride, but because he knew the cost of weakness. One wrong place, one wrong time, and he could die without anyone ever knowing why. He was a hybrid, born of both devil and human. And that meant peace would never be his path. If he couldn't awaken magic, then he'd train his body. If he couldn't use devil powers, then he'd harness his spirit. Ever since his mother passed away, Tenraku had thrown himself into intense self-discipline. He didn't daydream about glory or future ideals. Those were distant. Right now, all that mattered was becoming stronger. While children his age spent carefree days at school, Tenraku filled every hour with rigorous training. He practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard of his home, pushing himself to the edge of collapse. Eating, sleeping, training, his life revolved around those three things. He had been ordinary in his past life, but this time, he had been given a chance. A dangerous, thrilling world awaited, and Tenraku would rise within it. To do that, he needed more than determination.
He needed power.
Slinging a long sword wrapped in cloth across his back, Tenraku stepped out of the house. He couldn't grow by training alone. He needed feedback, correction, guidance. "Mom, I'm going to the park." A voice called out behind him. A boy ran past, a slice of toast between his teeth, rushing in typical anime protagonist fashion. Tenraku's eyes narrowed slightly. "Hayudu Issei."
The very same.
There was nothing remarkable about him on the surface, just another energetic, clumsy teenager.
But Tenraku knew better.
This boy was the chosen protagonist of the world.
Loved by fate itself.
As Issei passed him, Tenraku felt it, that subtle pull in his soul.
A stirring.
Not his own power, but something within him. Sacred gear, Plunder. A gift from that mysterious being in the void. An artifact that allowed Tenraku to seize the sacred gears of others.
No rituals. No training. No awakening.
The power simply existed within him, ready to be used.
And it was terrifying.
It held no power on its own, but the potential it offered was limitless. A sacred gear that could steal other sacred gears. Even though he had no devil powers, no phoenix flames, this was his path. He had already tested its strength once, on Issei himself. 4 years ago, after his mother died, Tenraku had attempted to steal the boosted gear, the legendary Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, from Issei.
The Plunder had worked perfectly, up to a point.
The moment he absorbed the boosted gear, its overwhelming power nearly tore his soul apart. Even after releasing it, he had nearly died. If not for a vial of Tears of Phenex, he wouldn't have survived. It was a bitter lesson. Power meant nothing without the strength to wield it. Since then, he doubled down on his training. Swordsmanship, endurance, combat readiness, anything to make his body stronger. Because only the strong have the right to power. Despite being neighbors, Tenraku kept his distance from the Hyudas. He couldn't afford to grow attached. He still planned to claim the boosted gear one day, and sentiment would only cloud that path. Today's encounter was brief. Issei vanished into the distance, and Tenraku soon arrived at another home. Knock knock knock. The door opened, revealing a tall man in a priest's robes. Uncle Shidu, Tenraku greeted with a respectful nod. The man smiled gently, clearly familiar with the boy.
Tenraku, come in.
Without another word, he stepped aside. Tenraku followed him through the yard. Wham! Something small and fast collided with him, sending them both rolling across the ground.
Tenraku, you're here.
A cheerful voice rang out. Sitting on top of him now was a girl with short chestnut hair and wide sparkling purple eyes. Irinia Shidu. Though still young, she was strikingly pretty, her liveliness radiating through every movement. Irinia, girls shouldn't just sit on boys like that, Tenraku said dryly, staring up at her.
It's fine.
You're Tenraku. She jumped up and grinned. I trained a lot yesterday. Let's fight with swords again. I won't lose this time. Her enthusiasm was contagious, but Tenraku only smiled wryly. You said that yesterday. And the day before that. Well, this time is different. She drew her wooden sword with confidence, eyes blazing. Tenraku stood, brushing off his clothes.
All right then.
Let's see how much progress you've made, Irinia. Are you ready? And just like that, the training resumed. Blades would clash, and strength would be forged, day by day, inch by inch. Because for Tenraku, weakness was not an option.
Hey, ching ching. In the courtyard, Tenraku and Irinia come and go and attacked each other. Despite their young age, their swordsmanship is quite remarkable. Both of them looked veterans at first sight. And they did not use wooden swords used for training, but real steel swords. Ordinary parents would be frightened to death if they saw their children chopping at each other in the yard with real swords, but Irina's father, the man named Shidutoji and uncle to Tenraku, just stood there calmly and nodded and pointed out various instructions from time to time. The Shido family are devout church believers. Irina's father was a plain priest on the surface, but he is actually a powerful church fighter. Maybe he's a long way from the top, but he's strong enough to teach Tenraku and Irinia. Ting! Sparks flew as another collision of swords occurred. Irina's longsword was shaken out of her hand by Tenraku. At the end of the test, Irinia lost. That's 365th time. Irinia, you lost again. His long sword stopped in front of Irinia and Tenraku smiled slyly. Woo, hateful Tenraku, you even remembered how many times I lost? Sitting paralyzed on the ground, Irinia heaved up her face angrily, with an unwilling look on her face. Although she always said that she would never lose again, she never won against Tenraku. Fortunately, Irinia had a bright nature. If it was some other kids instead of Irinia, they would have been given up. Irinia, do you know why you always lose to Tenraku? In fact, Tenraku is not as talented as you, but he works hard, harder than you, harder than anyone else, Shidutoji said. I understand, father, I will definitely work harder in the future. Standing up, Irinia replied solemnly. In fact, Tenraku has already achieved a high level in Irina's eyes. She knew clearly about his hard work more than her father, and she recognized Tenraku's in her heart. She is just unwilling to accept her losses because she has never won against him. She looked at Tenraku's from the corner of her eyes and couldn't help but blush. Whether it is a young loli or a mature girl, as long as they are normal women, they will like handsome and hard-working boys. Looking at his daughter's appearance, Shishotoji is not clear on what to think and shook his head while laughing. Little Tenraku, Irinia, come and have a snack. With a gentle voice, Irina's mother came out of the room with 2 delicate plates of snacks and fruit in her hands. Mom, sorry for bothering you again, Aunt Shido. Irinia ran over with joy, and Tenraku's also greeted the woman with a good manner. Irina's mother is a very gentle woman and Tenraku has always been taken care of by her. Smiling and nodding, Irina's mother handed them snacks and fruit. Although it's just some ordinary snacks and fruits, it's delicious and delicate. Even Tenraku misses his mother's taste and can't help but take a few more bites. Looking at their daughter and Tenraku, the Shido couple looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces. It's not just Irinia, but even they are very interested in Tenraku's mature, courteous and hard-working nature. It's hard to imagine that Tenraku was only a 10-year-old child who lived a strong life after his mother's death. In the Hyudo family next door, the naughty boy is about the same age as Tenraku's and Irinia, but he only knows how to stack planes and play with mud in the park all day long. They heard that some time ago he often went to a perverted idiot to see Oppai comic. As a result, he learned all about Oppai comic. At a young age, he became a full-fledged pervert. The couple couldn't help but sigh. This really is the case where some people are just better than other people but the goodness in their life is gone. Tenraku, did you think about what I said to you before? With your talent, as long as you join the church, you will definitely get the focus. As if remembering something, Shidutoji suddenly said to Tenraku's. As a devout church believer, Tenraku's talent is so good that if he did not join the church, it would be a waste of talent in Toji's eyes. So he proposed this to Tenraku long ago and revealed some church secrets to him. Of course, these secrets are nothing more than how powerful the church is. The world is not as peaceful as it looks on the surface. In addition to the great gods and the angels, there are evils in the legends like the devil, Ikai, and so on. The church, led by God, is to protect humans from harm, how radiance is great, and so on. Although Tenraku also knows that Irina's father is saying it is for his own good, he naturally cannot promise to join the church. Now it is not yet in the era of peace and friendship between the major races of the original late period. The devils and fallen angel are evil heretics for the church, and there will be no mercy when they know his true heritage. If he joins the church and lets them know that there is still half of the devil's blood in his body, he's afraid that he will be purified. Sorry, Uncle Shadow, I am used to being alone, I really don't want to join any organization. Shaking his head, Tenraku's directly refused. Shidotoji's eyes flashed with a bit of disappointment and he was ready to say something else, but Irina's mother interrupted. Honey, just preach in church. Don't do that at home. Don't force little Tenraku to join the church if he doesn't want to. When he heard his wife's words, Shidotoji could only shake his head with a smile. Oh, forget it, everyone has their own destiny. Since you don't want to join the church, I won't ask more. Actually, because of some matter of the church, our family will move to the UK in a few days. If you join the church, we can take you with us, but unfortunately, Tenraku's heart was moved by the words of the other party. He remembers that the Shadow family moved abroad in the original book. Although he came to this world, the original fate is still following its trajectory. Now it is almost the time. Uncle Shadow, Aunt Shadow, no matter where you go, you will always be my beloved elder, and Irina will always be my best friend. Tenraku said sincerely. Apart from Shadow's family, he has almost no contact with other people. Although Tenraku's heart is also a bit sad to see them go, he can't really join the church and go abroad with them. HHH well said. Stay here for dinner tonight, let your aunt prepare some good food, don't refuse this time. Shidotoji laughed and patted Tenraku on the shoulder. Although it was a pity that Tenraku was not going to join the church, he became even more interested in Tenraku. Touching his nose, Tenraku naturally could not refuse, and he could only nod his head in agreement. Because of other things, Shidotoji left first, and Irina's mother, after instructing them to exercise carefully and be safe, returned to the house to prepare for dinner. Tenraku's, why don't you join the church? Don't you believe in God? I told you that God is really there, and not only God but there are also the powerful beautiful angels. After her parents left, Irina was quite excited about Tenraku's. Irina hopes that Tenraku will also join the church and leave with them so that she would not be separated from Tenraku, but even though she was a little cheerful and nervous, the girl's instinctive reserve still prevented her from saying that kind of direct and bold words. Ah, the god was there, but he is dead. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised and Tenraku replies in a deep voice. Hearing his words, Irina was shocked and quickly put her hand over Tenraku's lips. Tenraku, don't say that again. If your father hears it, he'll be angry even if it's you. Irina's face was white and solemn. For a devout believer, Tenraku's words just now are totally rebellious and can be considered heretical. Fortunately, Irina is still very young. Although she was taught to believe in God by her father when she was young, her faith is far less intense than that in the original book. So Tenraku's words did not make Irina angry but rather worried that her father would be angry when he heard them. Rest assured, I will only tell Irina this secret, because Irina is special, and I believe in Irina. What is special? Suddenly saying something like this, Tenraku's is really? I'm saying Irina is special, but I didn't realize that Irina has such a lovely side, hhhhhh. Woo darn Tenraku, you dare to laugh at me, I am going to kill you. 3 days later, Tenraku saw off Shadow and Irina's family at the airport. Tenraku, I will be back and I will beat you next time when we meet. With her little fist in her hand, Irina had a fierce face, but her eyes were full of intense reluctance. I'll wait for you, but I'll be stronger too. You'll never win against me. Tenraku's fingers were gently on the girl's forehead, but Tenraku's face returned expectantly without any expectations. Work hard, boy. Only by becoming a real strong man can we appreciate the wonders of the world. Little Tenraku, take good care of yourself in the future. If someone bullies you, call your uncle and aunt. Mr. and Mrs. Shadow told Tenraku's a lot, and Tenraku's listened carefully. They won't see each other anymore and they will meet years from now. Uncle Shadow, Aunt Shadow, Irina, have a good journey. Please take care of yourself. Though reluctant to part, the moment of departure finally arrived. Under Tenraku's eyes, the family waved goodbye and boarded the plane. Sighing a little, Tenraku's turned and left, but there was a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Although he is still very weak now, one day he will become a real powerhouse, and then he will realize his ambition and appreciate the wonderful world. Back home, Tenraku began to pack his luggage. Mr. and Mrs. Shadow and Irina have left, so he's about to start his own journey. Yeah, Tenraku's was ready long ago. He's going to walk around the corners of the world, hone his practice, and look for powerful sacred gears. However, before he can travel, he has to go back to the underworld. After sorting out his luggage, Tenraku took a piece of paper from the drawer. On the piece of paper is a complex magic square, and in the middle of the magic square there is a winged flame bird. After a little meditation, Tenraku mobilizes his poor magic power and enters it into the magic square. The next moment, with great light, the magic square flew out of the paper, and then, under Tenraku's gaze, a figure came out of the square. His Highness Tenraku, graceful and tall, a beautiful woman with magic staff in hand came out of the magic square. The woman has long purple hair and a beautiful face which is quite charming, but what is more interesting is the arrogance and pride on her face. Yubellina, take me back to the underworld. Quietly removing his eyes from her, Tenraku said. Yes. Nor did she say much. The woman named Yubellina put her hand on Tenraku's shoulder. At the same time, the magic staff in her hand suddenly spread out into a magic square. With a flash of light, the two disappeared. Underworld, where devil, corrupt angels, and many ghosts live, is the same size as human world Earth. In the jungles of the mountains and rivers, in addition to the purple sky, there is little difference between Underworld and human world. Phenex, as one of the 72 pillars of the Upper Devil Society, has a vast territory, even comparable to a small country of human world. At the center of the Phenex territory stands a magnificent castle, the main residence of the Phenex clan. At the same time, with the flash of brilliance, Tenraku and Yubellina appeared in the castle. Tenraku Unii-chan? Just after being transferred, a tiny figure fell on Tenraku. The girl of about 7 or 8 years old wearing a beautiful princess dress. Although young, she is very beautiful and cute. Especially the pair of blonde drills, which is even more cute. Ravel Phenex, the girl's name, is also Tenraku's younger half-sister, the noblest little princess in the Phenex family. Ravel, did you miss me? Holding Ravel up, Tenraku smiled. Well, I miss you very much, Tenraku Unii-chan. Gift, my gift, Unii-chan? She nodded her head forcefully and looked at Tenraku with big, watery eyes expectantly. Hi, the gift for my cutest younger sister Ravel. I will definitely never forget it. Tenraku took out various little gifts that have been prepared for a long time. Although they are not very precious things, they make the little princess in his arms filled with joy, and the big beautiful eyes bend into lovely crescents. In addition to Ravel, there are several other girls who have appeared together. A girl in armor, Cheongsam girls with sandbag heads, twin girls with lovely beastly ears, Kwangai girls with huge swords, maids in the combat department, kimono girls like Yamato Nades Hiko with half of their faces covered by masks. At first glance, many would think that they are a strange group of girls. Long time no see, Carlamine, Swollen, Isabella, and everyone. Smiling, nodding to the girls, Tenraku greeting. Long time no see, Your Highness Tenraku. With different looks, the girls also saluted back. Including Yubellina, they are all the girls collected by Phenex family from all over the world with excellent qualifications. They will work as both family ministers and chess pieces, in the future as peerage to serve the successor of the Phenex family. Although Tenraku lives in human world most of the time, he also returns to Underworld once in a while. He is familiar with these girls and has a good relationship with them. Well, the bastard son, the waste that humiliates the immortal birds, what are you doing back here? A sarcastic voice sounded, which made the original good atmosphere stagnant. Tenraku and all the girls looked in the direction where the voice came from and saw a handsome blonde teenager leaning against the wall not far away, just holding hands and looking cold with a look that said, I am powerful, don't provoke me. Riser Phenex, one of the 3 men of the Phenex family and brother to Tenraku and Ravel. Oh, Riser, I'm really sorry to have humiliated the immortal bird. You must have been laughed at by other nobles outside with junk like younger brother like me. For better or for worse, Tenraku's will naturally not be offended by such a little irony. Not only was there no anger, Tenraku even laughed. Looking at his half-brother, Tenraku was in a slightly delicate mood, because this brother was robbed of his engagement by Hayadu Issei in the original book, and lost a duel in front of the Devil King and various powerful men, which made him stagnant. He is one tragic and hard-pressed fellow. And after hearing Tenraku's teasing, Razor, who was a little unhappy, looked even worse. As Tenraku said, because of his waste of younger brother, he was laughed at outside by other nobles. Just as Riser was ready to sneer at Tenraku, it was Ravel's crying voice that rang out. Tenraku Unii-chan, Riser Unii-chan, don't quarrel. There was still some anger to break out, but Riser could not help feeling soft when he saw his younger sister pleading, but he still could not put his face on the concession, snorting coldly. Hump, I won't quarrel with a waste. Father summoned you, don't waste his time. Throwing a cold sentence, Riser turned around and left. Tenraku said nothing more. He comforted the little princess in his arms and walked into the castle with Ravel in his arms. The Phenex family castle is very grand and magnificent, which cannot be overstated by the splendor of the Golden Wall. As one of the 72 pillars that survived the ancient wars, coupled with the tears of Phenex, the holy medicine of revival, the Phenex family has amassed amazing wealth for countless years, even in the whole underworld. Many servants shuttled around the castle, busy with their work, but stopped to salute after seeing Tenraku's and Ravel. Ravel, as the most beloved little princess in the Phenex family, no one dares to disrespect her. As for Tenraku, although he is a mixed-race illegitimate son who can't awaken his blood and has a reputation as waste in the whole underworld, his father is their master and the servants cannot be disrespectful towards him in this hierarchical devil world. Passing through the corridors, it didn't take long for Tenraku, who was holding Ravel in his arms, to come to where his father, the Phenex contemporary family lord, lived. The blonde-looking middle-aged man looked the exact same as when Tenraku came to the world. He did not change. In addition, there is a woman in the room. She is beautiful and charming and has a noble temperament. She looks like grown Ravel. Mother, father, madam. Ravel climbed down from Tenraku's arms and threw herself into the woman's arms. Tenraku's dressed his jacket also paid his respects. You came back. Well, you know, you can call me mother as Ravel does. His father, the family lord, is still as dignified as ever, but Ravel's mother, who is the wife of the family lord, looks at Tenraku's with some bitterness. Tenraku feels embarrassed and he touches his nose. Although his stepmother is very good to him, it's weird to call her mother. His real mother is Tomoko, and it's awkward to call someone else's mother again. Since you have come back, stay for a few more days. Don't get too close to the priest's family in the future. Uncle Shido, they don't know my true identity. They have been taking care of me all the time and they have moved abroad now. Despite being in Underworld, the Phenex family lord was very clear about Tenraku's situation, and after hearing Tenraku, he nodded with satisfaction. After hesitating a little, Tenraku finally said, "Actually, I'm coming back to say goodbye this time. My swordsmanship has reached the bottleneck, so I'm going to go out and practice. It's estimated that I won't be able to come back for a few years." Tenraku's words make the room quiet. Ravel was the first to come back to her mind. When she heard that her Tenraku Unii-chan was leaving for several years, she could not help but rush to say, "Tenraku's Unii-chan, where are you going? Just stay at home." "Yeah, Tenraku's, the world outside is too dangerous, don't go out." Ravel's pleading voice made him feel pity, and the care of his stepmother made Tenraku's heart warm, but Tenraku still shook his head. Although, if he stayed in Phenex territory all his life, no one would dare to bully him even if he was called a waste outside. But that is not the life he wants. It was not easy for him to regain his new life and come to this world. He did not want to spend his life in mediocrity anymore. He wanted to find his own brilliance and go to the top of the world to have a look. Even if he loses his life, he won't regret it. "Have you already decided?" He took a deep look at Tenraku and eventually his father opened his mouth. "Yes." Nodded, Tenraku did not hesitate. "Now that you've decided to go, the Phenex men shouldn't be obscured." What surprised everyone was that his father, who was a family lord, actually agreed. Perhaps this man has already understood his determination, and Tenraku's heart cannot help but raise a strange touch of emotion. "I won't send anyone to protect you, but if you die, even by God's hands, I will avenge you." "Thank you, father. If you want to leave, don't rush for a while, stay here for a few days, and then go." "Yes." Including Tenraku's, Phenex family lord has 4 sons and daughter. The third one is Riser Phenex, fourth one is Kamiya Tenraku, and the fifth one is Ravel Phenex, and 2 older brothers are the eldest and second son. The eldest son and the second son have grown up, and the eldest son, Ravel Phenex, has been established as the family's next head. He represents the family's participation in the raiding game competition. It is said that he has already won a lot of prestige and the momentum of heading up. The second son did not seem to have much interest in inheriting the family and fighting. He left the family when he was an adult. He heard that he joined Underworld's press department and became a journalist. As the third son, Riser also awakened the blood of the immortal bird early, and he was also very talented. In the future, he seems to be planning to follow his eldest brother to participate in the raiding game competition. Without surprise, women such as Yubellina and Carlamine will conclude a contract with him in his adulthood. His peerage and peace. Ching ching. In the main residence of the Phenex family, Tenraku's and Carlamine of the Phenex family are fighting fiercely, while Ravel and Yubellina are watching. Carlamine is good with a long sword, also known as a fighting madman among the girls. Basically every time after returning, Tenraku will fight a few times with her, and she is happy to accompany. The two of them have been fighting for dozens of rounds already. They are eager to fight. Ravel and others are nervous on one side, but when they hit the highlights, they can't help shouting for the two of them. "HHH, not bad, Your Highness Tenraku? Undying holy bird, please give me the protection of the flame." Being pushed back by Tenraku's sword, Carlamine laughs, eyes full of imposing and powerful fires of war, then long sword in her hand burns a circle of flame and slashes fiercely at Tenraku's. "Stop, Carlamine!" Seeing that Carlamine unexpectedly excitedly used her magic power, Yubellina and Ravel on one side were stunned, but it was too late to stop her. With a loud thunder, Tenraku was cut off like a kite falling off the line. "Unii-chan, Unii-chan? His Highness Tenraku?" Ravel ran to Tenraku's with a cry, and Isabella and other girls followed in panic. Snapped. Yubellina, holding the magic staff, walked up to Carlamine and slapped it directly on the girl's face. "What the hell were you thinking? If something happens to His Highness Tenraku, your life would not even be enough for payment?" Yubellina's face is looking scary, and her entire body is emitting a cold and scary feeling. Carlamine also knew that she had brought a big disaster upon herself. Her face was white, and she squatted on the ground with one knee. "I was wrong, I'm willing to receive any punishment. If something really happens to His Highness Tenraku, let alone her, I am afraid that everyone present today, except for Princess Ravel, will receive the anger of the family lord." With a snort, Yubellina was not moved and a magic spell was launched to punish the girl. Cough cough cough. "Stop it, Yubellina." When Yubellina was about to launch her magic attack, Tenraku, who was supported by Ravel, stopped her. Despite some minor injuries, Tenraku was alright and Yubellina sighed in relief. She stopped the magic attack in her hand, but she still coldly looked at Carlamine. "Unii-chan, Carlamine dared to hurt you, I must punish her severely?" Fiercely staring at Carlamine, Ravel didn't want to let her go so easily. "Little girl, your fierce persona won't be liked by boys. Carlamine was just sparring with me. It is useless to blame her for my mistakes," Tenraku said while caressing the little girl's head. "That's not it. Tenraku Unii-chan is the most powerful. You are not useless, isn't it?" Ravel also panicked when she heard her Oniai-chan speak. She clearly wanted to find some reason to comfort Tenraku, but she found himself speechless. He can neither awaken the bloodline of the undead bird, nor has the ability to practice magic, and even his most basic magic power is pitiful and almost absent. To some extent, Tenraku is indeed a complete waste. Tenraku did know this. In fact, his swordsmanship was comparable to Carlamine, and even slightly better, but even so, Carlamine easily crushed him after using magic power in her attacks. If someone else encounters such a situation, they would have already become desperate, but Tenraku has not given up, because he still has his ambitions and his hopes. Your Highness Tenraku, what do you want to do with Carlamine? Looking at Carlamine, who was still kneeling on the ground, Yubellina asked. As I said, this was just a spar, injuries occur in spar and no one is at fault. Get up, Carlamine, you are not wrong. Shaking his head, Tenraku replied. Knowing that His Highness Tenraku didn't want to pursue the matter, Carlamine bit her lips and didn't get up. Sighing slightly, Tenraku stroked the girl's forehead and said, Carlamine, you are a real swordsman, and I have always liked you. I will leave for a few years and go out to practice. How about we make a deal? After hearing Tenraku's words, Carlamine finally raised her head, and even Yubellina and Isabella on the side were puzzled. Deal? Ah, promise. If all goes well, you will contract with Riser as soon as he comes of age, to be his peerage member and peace, but I will also come of age and fight him, and if I win him, you will be in my peerage and become my knight. Tenraku's tone is not low and all the women thought that he is having an auditory hallucination. Riser awoke the bloodline of Phenex in an early age and he is getting vigorously nurtured by Phenex family. Although he is not comparable to those top-level geniuses in the new generation of devils, he is still among the best. Someone like Tenraku who couldn't even awaken his family's bloodline and is called a pitiful waste with no magic power, for him to say that he would defeat Riser. How can it be? Ravel looked at Tenraku with tears in her eyes, as if she is feeling sorry for her loser Oniai-chan, and lamenting the injustice of his fate. Isabella also looked at Tenraku in a complicated way. In fact, they naturally prefer the amiable Tenraku to the proud Lord Riser. If Lord Tenraku can really win against Lord Riser, it would be quite good for them to be in his peerage. However, this is almost impossible. However, at this moment, Carlamine's voice sounded. If His Highness Tenraku can really win against Lord Riser, Carlamine vows to follow him? A strange light flashed in her eyes but Carlamine still firmly said this. Looking at such a girl, Tenraku's face also showed a big smile. Ah, that's a deal. Little Tenraku, this is Phenex tears, and you must carry it well and don't show it off. A few days later, everyone was sending off Tenraku and Ravel's mother handed a box to Tenraku, which contained 5 Phenex tears. Tears of Phenex are magical tears that only pure-blooded Phenex members can make. No matter how seriously they are injured, they can be restored quickly as long as they have not died. Not only in the underworld, but these tears are also famous all over the world, even giving a Phenex tear as a gift to Demon King is more than precious enough. Thank you, madam. Without pretending, Tenraku thanked her for the tears. You only have half of Devil's bloodline and it will make more people hate you. Angels, fallen angels, humans don't expose your identity and come back alive. His father did not say much and he just reminded him. Tenraku also nodded, keeping these words in mind. Ravel hugged Tenraku with tears in her eyes and refused to let go. That pitiful look was so lovely that Tenraku couldn't help but sigh. By the time he returns, this little girl who is attaching herself to him and crying should grow into a slim beautiful girl. I heard that someone made a deal to beat me at my coming-of-age ceremony. It was a really big talk. Riser, who is holding his hands proudly in front of him and leaning against the stone pillars, sneered coldly. Obviously he had also heard about the agreement between Tenraku and Carlamine. That's what I said. Father, madam, do you have any opinion on it? No denying anything, Tenraku smiled instead. If you can then do it. Little Tenraku, then you have to live well and come back to beat Riser. As the father and the family lord, he just said something lightly, while Madam had a smile on her lips and has a look of expectation on her face. Riser on one side was very angry. He didn't mind his father's words, but what is going on with his mother? She is treating this trash like he is her own son. Riser, you better work hard, or you'll lose badly. Father, Madam, Ravel, and everyone, goodbye. Not intending to stay anymore, Tenraku gestured to Yubellina next to him, and then a magic circle unfolded beneath his and Yubellina's feet, and under the eyes of everyone, they disappeared without a trace. Human world, Kamiya family's home. As a radiance flashed, Tenraku and Yubellina teleported from the magic square. Your Highness Tenraku has returned to human world. If there is nothing else important, I will go back now. After delivering Tenraku, Yubellina started to send out her magic again and was ready to go back. Yubellina, if I really won against Riser, would you like to be in my peerage? And become my queen? Holding her head high, she smiled while looking at Tenraku. Yubellina took a deep breath and quickly looked back and said, Then wait till you do it, Your Highness Tenraku, but be aware that I will only follow the real strong. Looking forward to your return, see you soon. After leaving an ambiguous answer, Yubellina's figure disappeared with a flash of light. Do you only follow the real strong? Tenraku mumbled and the corner of his mouth raised slightly and his eyes narrowed. The real powerhouse, he will become one. To be continued. In the jungle, a young girl was running desperately, turning her head from time to time to look behind her. It looked like she is escaping from someone. The girl looked only 10 years old, her delicate body was thin, her clothes were ragged, and her long black hair was randomly tied behind her. Sii. Suddenly a sharp sound of breaking the sky sounded, and a fireball shot out from a distance, and then fell beside the girl. With the roar, the fire bellowed and the young girl cried out in pain. You have no way to escape, just let us catch you. Several mages with thin sticks came out of the darkness and surrounded the girl. Why are you hurting me? I haven't done anything bad. The girl struggled to stand up, and despite her fear, there was stubbornness in her eyes. Maybe you are not at fault, but those dark wings behind you are your greatest sin. It's so sad that a young girl has the evil bloodline of a fallen angel. We must cleanse it. Forgive us, but you shouldn't exist in this world. The mages looked at the girl with sad and compassionate eyes, but they did not intend to let her go. Bloodline, bloodline, and that dirty bloodline again. The girl bit her lips tightly and a trace of blood oozed out. These people hated her dirty bloodline. If it were not for it, her mother would not. However, even if she hates this dirty bloodline, she still has to live, because as long as she is still alive, it would be the greatest proof of her mother's existence. Ghost. Raising his hand, a few ghosts flew out of the girl's coughs. The ghosts spread out to protect the girl in the middle, and then propped up their stomachs and sprayed a circle of flames against the wizards. HNG. A burst of thunder sounded, and the girl did not remain ideal. She quickly seized the opportunities created by the little ghosts for herself, and a pair of black wings quickly appeared behind her, and then the girl was ready to escape from the mage's siege. But, KCH? What? A flash of electricity struck the girl in the air and she was hit directly and fell to the ground with a cry. Not only the girl but the ghosts also quickly lost under the counterattacks of the wizards and fell one by one. Drive the evil spirits, and the dirty bloodline, go to hell and confess, you evil girl? Their faces were expressionless and their eyes were cold, and thunder and lightning were wrapped around the staff in their hands, and they were about to strike a final blow at the girl. Mother. The little girl closed her eyes gently, but there was a smile on the girl's face. Maybe this is not so bad, she would just die and be wiped out by these justice mages. As long as she dies, she can return to her mother's side. Just when the girl was ready to welcome her end, a change happened. Hiss. There was a sharp crack in the air, and then a flash of cold light shot through the air, forcing the mages, who were about to strike the final blow, to pause and retreat. The girl naturally heard the sound and could not help opening her eyes. She saw a sharp longsword being inserted in the tree next to her, trembling and buzzing. Who? Headed by a middle-aged mage, all the mage were staring at the direction where the longsword had come. With the sound of rustling, under the watch of the girl and all the wizards, the figure of a teenager came out of the darkness. It is Tenraku. Boy, who are you and why are you hindering us? Frowning, the middle-aged mage said. There are countless strange people in this world. For this young man to appear at such a time in such a place to prevent them from killing Angel's evil children. Naturally, they will not regard him as an ordinary teenager. It doesn't matter who I am, but can you let this girl go? Extracting his longsword from the tree, Tenraku appeared in front of the girl and spoke with a gentle tone. Boy, do you know who she is? She is a helpless person who needs help. That's just her hypocritical appearance. There is evil blood in her that came from a fallen angel. Well, even if she has the blood of a fallen angel in her, there is nothing wrong with it. The young girl stared at this young boy who suddenly appeared in front of her and argued with the mages. She couldn't understand why the other party will help someone unfamiliar to him, but the girl's heart that has become despondent and desperate to the world, a sudden warmth appeared in it. It turns out that there are still people who are willing to protect her and help her. It turns out that she has not been abandoned by this world. Endless bitterness and touch welled up in her heart, but the girl who had already learned to be strong did not let tears appear in her eyes. She just stared at the figure of the youth, to imprint him forever in her heart. Boy, get out of here. You are not our opponent. Don't stop us from destroying this evil demon. Tenraku argued with the mages and eventually, the leading middle-aged mage spoke with an air of finality. I also know that I'm no match for the wizards, but I won't let you do anything. Placing the longsword in front of him, Tenraku replied firmly. Do you think you can stop us? Already getting displeased, the tone of the middle-aged mage became cold. With a sigh in his heart, Tenraku also knew he couldn't stop them all. Although he has been practicing outside for almost a year and his swordsmanship has also broken through the bottleneck and he had made a lot of progress, but he still has no chance of winning against these wizards who use spells and magic. However, he could not give in. Although I cannot stop you, I can threaten you. Speaking these strange words, Tenraku lifted his longsword towards his neck under the stunned expression of the girl and the mages. Without any pretentiousness, the sharp blade even scratched a shallow blood mark on his neck. This scene deeply shocked the mages and the girl. Boy, why are you doing this? The girl on the side was covering her lips with her hands and the middle-aged mage who had come back to his senses exhaled deeply and asked. Because I want to protect her. The blood mark on his neck deepened a bit and Tenraku replied calmly. In spite of his unyielding gaze, Tenraku smiled helplessly and dryly. If he had the strength to do so, he would have already dispatched the mages. Only, he did not have the strength, so he could only use this threatening hand and gamble with his own life. How mournful is the cry of the incompetent. The whole scene was dreadfully quiet, and despite the cold sweat that was breaking out on his forehead, Tenraku continued to stare at the middle-aged wizard for a long time. Let's go. A faint voice came from the middle-aged mage's mouth, and he turned away. Sir Exalted? Although a group of mages was unwilling, they didn't dare to disobey the order of the middle-aged mage. They glared at Tenraku and the girl fiercely, and they all retreated after the middle-aged mage. Call. After a long exhaling breath, Tenraku's put down long sword and realized that his back had been soaked with cold sweat. It was a gamble that could have cost him his life, and it's not clear why the wizard finally gave up and walked away, but he won. My name is Tenraku, call me ya Tenraku, how about you? After calming down for a while, Tenraku turned around and asked the girl. Although he has already guessed the girl's name. Staring blankly at Tenraku, the girl opened her mouth and at last made a sound. Akeno, Haimjima Akeno is the girl's name. He inherited bloodline that came from a fallen angel and human, the future priestess of thunder and light, crimson-haired ruin princess, and Rias Gremory's queen. However, right now, she is just a wandering girl who has been taken away from her mother by people who hate fallen angels, thus resisting her father to run away from home and become a lonely and wandering girl. He did not expect that he would run into this situation on his way. Tenraku couldn't help but sigh, maybe this is not necessarily destiny. I am a martialist and I am traveling the world to hone my swordsmanship. What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? Although he had already guessed the girl's current situation, Tenraku still asked. I don't know, picking up the injured ghost-like imps. Akeno kept shaking her head. The death of her mother caused a huge trauma to her young heart. She did not know what her purpose was or where she wanted to go. She just wandered around aimlessly and lived an empty life. If you don't know, then join me, we can travel the world together. After thinking a little, Tenraku said. Don't you hate me? Akeno raised her head in disbelief. Hate? Why would I hate you? Tenraku asked with a chuckle. Because I am a child of a fallen angel and human, I have a dirty bloodline. She lowered her head again, and there was a trace of inferiority and hatred in the girl's voice. She hated her wings and her bloodline because all her misfortunes were brought by them. You are a child of a fallen angel and human, and I am a child of a devil and human. Now, Akeno, don't you think this is destiny? After hearing Tenraku's words, Akeno's face again showed an incredible look. Because of the relationship between her mother and that man, she naturally knows what a devil is, and they are also called evil existence similar to fallen angels? Unexpectedly, this boy who saved her named Tenraku turned out to be a child of devil and human. He is just like her. Evil, devil, you are devil. I am a hybrid of devil and human. Gently tapping the girl's forehead, Tenraku continued, I am neither devil nor a human, even if they all hate my existence, but I never feel that I have a dirty bloodline on me because I am me. How is it, Akeno, do you want to go with me and become my companion? Looking at Tenraku's pure and sincere eyes, Akeno suddenly found that the cold darkness didn't seem so desperate, because it shone with a radiance. Sir Exalted, why did you let go of that fallen angel's spawn? Yeah, Master Exalted, the young man wanted to protect that evil child. He must have been infected by darkness and he is also evil? Sir Exalted, we can't just let them go. In the jungle, the mages chased the pace of the middle-aged mage leader, but all of them were filled with indignation. They didn't understand why their Exalted, who had always hated evil, would let the child of a fallen angel and the teenager infected by darkness go. Shut up, hurry up and leave. With a cold voice, the middle-aged mage looked at the mages following him and hurried away, but he only got a few steps away and suddenly stopped. The mages following him were dazed as the situation was completely unclear to them, and they can only stop as the middle-aged mage did, but soon, they also found an anomaly. Feathers, dark feathers, fell down from the sky. A fallen angel fell. Let me tell you the reason why your Exalted Lord let go of that boy and girl. Because he found the aura I released. Good evening, my lords. A voice came from above them and all the mages looked up and saw a man with 12 black wings floating in the air, smiling and waving a greeting to them. Fallen angel? 12 wings? The middle-aged mage's eyes began to sink like water, while the other mage's face changes wildly. They have seen a lot of fallen angels, and they have even wiped out a lot, but this is the first time that they have seen a fallen angel with 12 wings. That is already the top-level fighting power in fallen angels, and they are absolutely unmatchable. Hi, I am a fallen angel. Moreover, I am the fallen angels Governor-General Azazel. Don't you know me? I was the one in the Holy Bible who fell from the sky because I grabbed a woman's breasts. It was obviously a frivolous sound, but it was as loud as a blast in the ear of the mages. Governor-General of the fallen angels, the legendary angel, Azazel? The young mages' faces were filled with fear and only the middle-aged mage could barely keep himself calm and said, Azazel, why is the Governor-General of fallen angels is here? Do you want to start another war? Faced with the question of the middle-aged mage, Azazel did not care much and replied, don't say such scary things, Master Mage, even I actually hate war. The reason why I appear here is, it's because you guys bullied my friend's daughter, so I can't help but come out and plan to bully you. Speaking of which, Azazel, who originally had a frivolous appearance also became sharper, and the corner of his mouth raised in a cold arc. Is that so? Laughing helplessly, the heart of the middle-aged mage was relieved, as long as it did not cause war. But the mage couldn't help but regret it. If he knew that the girl had something to do with the legendary fallen angel Azazel, he would have eliminated her as soon as possible without hesitation. The opportunity has been missed, and the middle-aged mage no longer thinks too much. Looking at Azazel above the sky, his eyes grew sharper. Although they have no chance of winning, they will never succumb to evil, thunder and lightning. His spirit power surged and the tin rod in his hand was held high. The middle-aged mage instantly cast a huge thunder and lightning ball to attack Azazel. Facing this attack, Azazel in the sky also condensed a long sphere of light and then threw it towards the thunder and lightning ball. Lily HNG. The thunder was splattering and the loud noise soared. What happened, Tenraku? Akeno, who wore a flushed face on Tenraku's back, saw Tenraku stop suddenly and could not help asking. Frowning slightly, he looked back into the distance, and Tenraku finally shook his head. Nothing, let's go quickly. Looking at the human mages lying in the ruins of his own making, Azazel smiled mischievously and then flew into the air with his wings. The girl born of a fallen angel and human being, the boy born of a devil combined with a human being. Fate is really interesting in an abandoned temple. Tenraku is sweating in the yard while practicing his swordsmanship. Not far away, Himejima Akeno was preparing food for the two of them, while a few ghost imps flew in the air around Akeno. High School DD is a magical world of higher plane, with a variety of legendary races and various magical powers. Devil uses magic power to gather wind and rain, thunder, and lightning. Angel uses power of light to purify all evils, and there are even divine powers that only the original protagonist Hyuda can use. As a hybrid of devil and human, Tenraku is able to practice both magic power and spirit chi. Magic power comes from spirit and imagination. The stronger the spirit is, the easier devil gets magic power, and the spirit is the expression of the soul. Perhaps because his soul does not belong to this world, Tenraku did not have the ability to practice magic, and the magic power that he can gather is also pitiful, so he gave up on the practice of magic power a long time ago and chose spirit chi. Spirit chi, also known as spirit power, internal chi, chakra, is an ancient fundamental force that flows between heaven and earth. If magic power comes from the spirit, spirit chi comes from the whole body. It is a mysterious and unknown power hidden in all animals, plants, and human bodies. Since the death of his mother, Tenraku has been practicing for almost 5 years now, but the amount of spirit chi he had gathered in his body is unsatisfactory. This is not to say that Tenraku has no ability to practice spirit chi. On the contrary, his ability in this area is quite good. However, spirit chi is different from magic power. Magic power can quickly accumulate as long as one has a strong spirit, but spirit chi can only be dug up from the body step by step and drawn from the world. At first, it may be a bit slow, and it is not as good as magic power users. However, this speed will gradually increase with the increase of spirit chi and the strength of the users. When it really grows, he will not be worse than any magic power users. And he would even have some special abilities. Tenraku, dinner is ready. Akeno came to Tenraku's side at some point and looked at Tenraku's with a smile on her face. It has been nearly half a year since the two met. Compared with the original girl, her body has developed a lot, and her face is not as empty as it was before and there is also a smile on her face. Okay, wait for me, Tenraku replied after stopping his practice. Putting his longsword away, Tenraku wiped his forehead and mobilized a trace of spirit chi to evaporate the sweat from his body, and saved the trouble of washing himself. Itad Akamesu? Looking at a table full of dishes, Tenraku and Akeno clapped their palms, and a few ghost imps cheered and enjoyed it. Akeno, your cooking skills have improved again. Tenraku couldn't help but praise after tasting the girl's cooking. That is, of course, and this is also because of my mother, and as a girl, I don't want to lose to Tenraku's in these respects. With a little pride, the girl looked at Tenraku's eyes. Although Tenraku is also very good at cooking, since the two have been together, these things have been done by Akeno. Watching Tenraku eating the food made by her and showing a happy expression, the girl's heart was also happy. Once she was wandering alone, hungry because she had no food, and hunted because she has the bloodline of a fallen angel in her. Although they were all very painful moments, she could bear them all. The only thing that made her afraid was the loneliness of being alone, as if she had been abandoned by the whole world, and she woke up alone in the middle of the night many times because of that. But since Tenraku appeared, a radiance finally lit up in her dark and desperate world. The two wandered together, explored together, and fought against their enemies together. It was obviously not different from their previous lives, but they were full, warm, and at ease. It was as if the whole world had become different. Looking at the involuntary smile on the girl's face, Tenraku said, Akeno, you have changed. After recovering, Akeno's face became red, but the smile on her face became more radiant and she spoke from the heart. It's because I met Tenraku. At night, Tenraku and Akeno lie tightly together in a temporary small nest. After traveling together, the two initially went to sleep separately, but one day, Akeno got into Tenraku's arms with a blushing face, and the two kept on tacit understanding. The scars have long disappeared, don't worry about it. Tenraku spoke helplessly as the girl leaning in his arms habitually caressed his neck. In my heart, it will always exist. It is the proof that Tenraku saved me, and the proof that I met Tenraku. With gentle movements, Akeno spoke with an innocent voice. Although the girl's eyes were gentle and sincere, Tenraku smiled bitterly. He saved her, but he didn't fall from the sky like Prince Charming in the legend, and then he wielded holy sword in his hand to kill everywhere, protecting the beautiful princess from the enemy. Instead, he put the sword on his neck and used that stupid and extreme way to stop the enemy's pace. Well, Tenraku's, why don't we stay here afterward? Aunt Harino in the town said she could take us in, and if we didn't want to live in her house, she could ask the villagers to build a house for us. As if she had thought of something, Akeno suddenly suggested, and her already somewhat charming face turned a shade of red. Slightly stunned, Tenraku shook his head and said, "Sorry, Akeno, I'm too weak now, I can't stop my pace." Why is Tenraku so obsessed with power? I already think that Tenraku is very powerful. Rejected by Tenraku, the girl's face instantly turned white, but she was still puzzled. She didn't understand why Tenraku is so persistent. Even if he has strong power, that kind of thing would not only hurt others but it would also hurt himself. She doesn't understand it at all. Looking at Akeno's excited and puzzled look, Tenraku gently stroked the girl's forehead, and then said, "Because without power, there is nothing to gain, nothing to protect. I want to protect the people I cherish, and I want to protect Akeno, so I need great strength." Upon hearing Tenraku's answer, Akeno remained in a daze for some time, and then she covered her lips with her hand, and tears rolled down her face. "Sorry, Tenraku-s, I. Feeling self-reproach and guilt, the young girl was choking with sobs. There are many similarities between the two of them. They are both half humans and half devil and angel, and their respective mothers died early in their lives. But there is one thing that is different. Tenraku did not inherit his father's ability, nor can he awaken the power of a devil, but she has inherited the abilities of her father and mother perfectly. As long as she wants, she will soon be able to master this ability and become strong. However, because she hated this power, she was unable to accept it for a long time. Akeno, I want to pursue great power, it's my choice, but you are different. Don't feel guilty and there is no need to blame yourself. You just have to live your life the way you want to live it." Tenraku comforted while gently rubbing the girl's forehead. As the silence subsided, the girl wiped the tears from her face and looked up. Tenraku is too cunning to say such things to others. Looking at the smile on the girl's face again, Tenraku could not help but scratch his head. At this time, when he said this kind of words, maybe he was really cunning. "We've been here for a long time. Let's continue our journey tomorrow." "Well, no matter where you go, I will follow Tenraku. However, before leaving, we have to thank Aunt Harino for taking care of us a lot these days. We will. Aunt Harino is a warm-hearted middle-aged woman, probably in her 30s. When she first came to the town, she took care of Tenraku and Akeno and gave them a lot of cooking ingredients on weekdays. Tenraku and Akeno usually don't stay in one place for too long. Since they have decided to set off again, they arrived at Harino's house after packing their clothes in the morning. They said goodbye to Aunt Harino and thanked her for taking care of them. Not expecting the two of them to leave so soon, Aunt Harino was also quite sorry. In her opinion, Tenraku and Akeno were both poor homeless children. Although she once again proposed that they could stay with her, the two children still declined politely. They had originally planned to leave, but they suddenly found something. Tenraku and Akeno glanced at each other, and there was a trace of suspicion in their eyes. "Aunt Harino, is there anyone else in your family beside you?" Akeno asked seriously. "Besides me, Ichiro is at home, what's wrong?" Not knowing why Akeno suddenly asked about this, but the simple Aunt Harino answered truthfully. "There is an ominous aura coming from Aunt's house, and if we read it correctly, it seems that someone in Aunt's family had been possessed by evil spirits or something." After thinking about it, Akeno finally surmised what she and Tenraku are thinking. After hearing Akeno's words, Aunt Harino couldn't help but panic. There are countless ikai and evil spirits in this world, and they often attached themselves to some ordinary people to absorb their essence, so even ordinary people believe in their existence. Aunt Harino didn't doubt Akeno's words, because she also found that Ichiro was acting unusual for the past few days. He is always in a state of lack of energy, and he slept all day yesterday, and didn't wake up this morning. What can I do? What can I do? In this remote town, there is no master who can exorcism evil spirits. Aunt Harino turned pale and was sweating anxiously. "Aunt Harino, Akeno, and I have some spells to get rid of evil spirits. If you believe us, let us try." After all, she has taken care of both of them, and Tenraku thought it was time to repay them, so he said this. "Can you really do it?" Although Tenraku's words made her feel a little emotional, Aunt Harino still hesitated. After all, Tenraku and Akeno are not much bigger than Ichiro. It is really hard to believe that they can destroy evil spirits like the powerful master. Looking at Aunt Harino's indecisive look, Tenraku and Akeno smiled at each other without explaining anything. Although they are still not masters at present, they are still able to deal with a few evil spirits, and they have done many similar things in the past 6 months of traveling together. In the end, Aunt Harino, who had no other choice, still chose to believe the two. After instructing them to be careful, she invited them into the house and took them to Ichiro's room upstairs. Ichiro is the only son of Aunt Harino. He is an ordinary teenager of 8 or 9 years old. He was sleeping peacefully when the three entered his room. Of course, this is just the scene in the eyes of Aunt Harino, and in the eyes of Tenraku and Akeno, the teenager named Ichiro is lying on the bed screaming for help as his life force is getting sucked by an evil spirit. "Aunt Harino, you should go outside and wait for a while, don't come in no matter what you hear." The young man named Ichiro could not hold on for long, and Tenraku's face became solemn. Although the evil spirits could not be seen, Aunt Harino could only trust the two at the moment, ensuring that she would not come in, and then exited the room and closed the door. "Akeno, be careful." "Yes, you too." After reminding each other to be careful, Tenraku pulled out the long sword from behind him and Akeno also released some of her own imps. These little imps are a group of little guys that Akeno once met while drifting alone. For some reason, Akeno became friends with them and she has been taking care of them. Although they are not very strong, they can also help her as an enabler. At Akeno's command, the few imps screamed and rushed towards the evil spirit. The evil spirit, who was already consuming the boy's life force, was disturbed by the imps and looked irritable. It opened its big mouth and was about to kill these annoying little people, but the imps were very clever and they flew away at the sight of the situation, and then returned to Akeno. The enraged evil spirit stopped there, it let go of Ichiro's soul and roared towards Tenraku and Akeno. Come here? With a sharp flash in his eyes, Tenraku rushed against the evil spirit while mobilizing spirit chi in his body to cover the sword body. Ordinary swords cannot harm evil spirits, but swords covered with spirit chi can do it. The sword in Tenraku's hand falls and with the cold light flashing, the evil spirit in the air was directly cut off by Tenraku's sword. The evil spirit, who had been cut to pieces, let out a shriek of pain, and the fierceness light grew in it. It was ready to bite Tenraku's in spite of everything. Thunder and lightning? At just the right moment, Akeno's voice rang from the side, and the girl's jade-like finger pointed towards the evil spirit and then a beam of electric light emitted from it, directly exploding the evil spirits in the air into flying ash. Wow, mom, I'm so scared, so scared. Oh my Ichiro, you scared your mother to death. In the living room of Harino's house, Tenraku and Akeno stood side by side while watching mother and son crying together. Although the two of them are just doing this to repay the favor, it feels good to help others occasionally like this. Ichiro, can you tell us what is going on? Why were you possessed by an evil spirit? Yeah, Ichiro, you tell your mother what happened. Tenraku asked when the mother and the child were crying, and Aunt Harino also eagerly asked. At first, Ichiro dodged their eyes, but he finally told the truth under the pressure from his mother. It turned out that he received a leaflet while playing outside a few days ago. The leaflet was painted with a peculiar magic square, and the person who gave him the leaflet also told him that he could summon the Devil Lord as long as he called to the magic formation in good faith. Devils can do anything he wants, so long as he pays the price. The little guy took the leaflet back to his house with a little doubt. Finally, he couldn't resist his curiosity and tried to summon the devil from this magic circle with a sincere heart. To his surprise, he actually summoned a devil. The devil was not as terrible as he heard in the legend, but it was rather kind, which relaxed the young Ichiro who was nervous and frightened at first. After asking the devil a lot of questions, Ichiro finally exchanged his most beloved toy with the devil for the ability to temporarily talk to ghosts. After gaining the ability, Ichiro found that he could see a lot of ghosts floating in the air. Not only could he talk to them, but he could also find them to play with. At first, everything was fine, but then he saw a black-spirited ghost. He did not agree to speak to him, but when he invited him to play with everyone, he threw himself over and grabbed his neck, and also sucked his own energy, and then what everyone knew later happened. After hearing Ichiro's statement, Aunt Harino was stunned, but Tenraku and Akeno were not surprised. Devils in this world would enter into contracts and trade with humans for various reasons. Tenraku also specifically asked the younger Ichiro if he knew the name of the devil who traded with him, but the little guy shook his head, and the other party only told him that he was a peerage member of some big devil in the underworld. But when the little guy said the name of the big devil, it made Tenraku look surprised, because that devil belonged to one of the legendary 72 pillars of the underworld, whose name was Gremory. With the Harino family's repeated gratitude, Tenraku and Akeno set off on their journey again. Tenraku, let's get out of here. Just out of Harino's house, Akeno looks anxious. Due to their identities, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they usually avoid the territories of devil and church during their travels. However, they did not expect that this time, they not only broke into the territory of a devil family, but they also saved someone in their territory from an evil spirit. Although Akeno didn't regret that they had saved Aunt Harino's child, there are also a few arrogant people in the devil families. If the other party knows that his contractor was rescued by the two of them, he will definitely not tolerable it. In order to scrub the stain, he might catch up with the two of them and finish them off. Looking at the girl's worried eagerness, Tenraku nodded his head in agreement, but he was also a little concerned. Gremory, this isn't just a coincidence. Tenraku, let's live here tonight. A few days later, the two stood in front of an abandoned temple and Akeno said with a happy face. Having been on the road, the two have become so good at finding abandoned temples and shrines that it has become a special skill. Akeno, you are responsible for cooking, and I'll be responsible for cleaning the temple. Well, let's see who can finish first. I think it would be me. No, it's definitely going to be me this time. Division of labor and collaboration, and companionship from time to time, even if their journey is hard, the two of them do not feel lonely at all. After a short time, Akeno prepared the delicious dishes, and Tenraku also cleaned the temple and built a temporary small nest for two. Eating the hot dishes, unparalleled happiness flooded the hearts of the two of them and it felt as if they had gotten what many people have been pursuing in their life. Well, Tenraku, it would be nice if we just kept on traveling like this. Unexpectedly, Akeno suddenly said this with genuine feelings. The two of them could just keep traveling all the time. They can walk around the corners of the world, see the scenery of the world, and occasionally help those who need help on the journey, until the end of the sky, the cape of the sea. There must be a very romantic and beautiful picture in the heart of the girl at this time. Tenraku smiled and did not speak, but it was clear in his heart. This is impossible. At night, the two were embracing each other as usual, lying in their temporary small nest. Although there were a few lonely crows outside, they did not feel the slightest chill as they warmed each other. However, at a certain moment, the eyes of the two people moved in their sleep and they both opened their eyes at the same time. Someone touched the trap. Yes, someone came in. Tenraku frowned, while Akeno seemed a little nervous. They don't know who touched the trap, maybe it was an ordinary beast or a passerby who happened to pass by, but it might be someone who is hunting them down. Glancing at each other, the two climbed up gently and took up their weapons and hid behind the pillars in the temple. No matter who comes in, they will wait and see for a while. After a while, under the gaze of the two figures walked in from outside the broken temple door. Despite the darkness in the temple, the two people with half-devil and fallen angel bloodline could see clearly everything. Entering the temple was a middle-aged man dressed as an elegant deacon, and a young girl walking in front of him. The girl was almost as old as the two, with a beautiful face and a nobility feeling. The bright red long hair is exceptionally conspicuous even in the dark night. This noble beautiful girl's presence demands to be admired. The two who entered the temple stopped in the middle of the courtyard. The girl's big shining eyes looked around and she said, "You guys come out, I know you are here. I want to talk to you about entering our territory, but don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you." Although the girl tried hard to make her voice express sincerity, the whole temple was quiet and no one answered. The deacon-looking middle-aged man looked at the direction of Tenraku and Akeno. He pushed his glasses but he just smiled without saying a word. It looked like he did not intend to interfere. After a long wait, seeing that the two did not respond to her in the dark, the girl sighed and could only speak out again. "In fact, there is a group who are looking for you, and they talked to us and asked, can you give us the little girl who has the fallen angel blood in her body? You have eliminated the evil spirit and saved the child and they have also heard about this matter. I think they will find you soon. Be assured, however, that we have no malice against you and will not pursue your efforts to destroy the evil spirit. If you will only come out and speak clearly, we will do our best to protect you." The girl's voice was very gentle, but after hearing the girl's words, Akeno's whole body trembled and her nervous face became pale. With a slight sigh, Tenraku soothingly stroked Akeno's forehead, and it was clear to both of them that the group of practitioners who were looking for them were probably those people. Knowing that there was no point in hiding any longer, Tenraku pulled Akeno out and they stood in front of the girl and the middle-aged man and said, "Hello, Princess of the Gremory house, Miss Rias." It is true that this was only the first time that they have met, but Tenraku was convinced of the identity of the girl because she was Rias Gremory? You know me? Rias seemed surprised as she looked at Tenraku who said her name, and even Akeno next to him looked at Tenraku with a puzzled expression on her face. "The young genius princess of the Gremory family, it would be quite an embarrassment for me to not know you. My name is Tenraku, Kami ya Tenraku," Tenraku said while touching his nose with a wry smile. Kami ya Tenraku frowning, Rias muttered his name. Since the other party knows her and knows her name, then he must be from Underworld or he must be related to some devil, but despite her memory, she could not remember any devil with this surname. Cough, maybe Miss Rias doesn't know my name, but you must be very familiar with my nickname. Underworld's useless trash, the waste child of House of the Phenex, that is me. Seeing the thoughtful looks of the girl, Tenraku coughed, and then reminded a little embarrassedly. "Woo, you are the useless of the Phenex family." With her eyes wide open, Rias immediately thought of it and pointed to Tenraku, and she almost said useless trash. However, after reacting, Rias quickly covered her lips with a reddish face. "You don't need to worry, Miss Rias. I'm a hybrid of human and devil, and I can't awaken the Phenex bloodline. I am indeed a useless waste. Sorry." Shrugging his shoulders, Tenraku looks relaxed. He's used to being called trash or something, but Rias still sincerely apologized. Looking back, she glanced at the middle-aged man behind her. After seeing the other person nodding insignificantly, Rias was also completely convinced of Tenraku's identity. Looking at Tenraku, who was calm while confessing his name as waste without showing any inferiority, Rias became curious for the first time. This boy, who is only as old as her, what has he experienced for him to have such a strong mindset? "Miss Rias, to make a long story short, you must have known the situation on our side. Her name is Akeno, and she is the one with the bloodline of a fallen angel and humans, which is exactly what the group of practitioners are looking for," Tenraku said while pulling Akeno in front of him. With a nod, Rias did not deny that, although Tenraku's identity surprised her a little, she had already investigated Akeno's case. "Miss Rias, I have a request, and I hope you can agree to it." Suddenly bending over, Tenraku surprised everyone. "Your Highness Tenraku, please speak." Rias spoke after she came back to her senses. No one knew what Tenraku is about to do. Under Rias, Akeno, and the middle-aged men's watch, Tenraku finally expressed his request. "Miss Rias, I want you to take Akeno with you." As soon as Tenraku had finished speaking, Akeno shouted, and then, ignoring Tenraku and Rias, she ran deeper into the temple. "My apologies, Miss Rias, I also know that such a sudden request is difficult, but I really hope that you can take Akeno with you. Let her be your peerage or your servant, and Akeno will never let you down." There was a flicker in his eyes, but Tenraku soon recovered and pleaded earnestly. "Why are you doing this? Is she not your valued and important companion?" Rias asked sharply while sighing slightly. Although she is still young, she is already an upper-class devil, and according to Tenraku's next answer, she will also make her choices and judgments. If the other party's reasons are okay, then there would be no problem, but if the other party just wants to throw away the girl simply because he hates her, it is because she's an important companion of mine, so, please? Agrippa, what do you think of the fourth child of the Phenex family? Walking out of the temple, Rias asks the male deacon behind her. Don't you already have your own judgment, Miss Rias? Pushing his glasses, the man smiled slightly, but continued. That kind of firm and pure look is not something that a coward and liar can have. Nodding resignedly, Rias agreed. Although she did not refuse Tenraku's request in the end, she did not agree easily. Actually, it is your benefit that you have agreed to that young master's request. The little girl has very good qualifications and she has fully inherited the ability of a fallen angel. Isn't young miss looking for her peerage member? If you take her back to Gremory's home and train her, she will definitely become an excellent peerage member in the future. No, she may even become a good queen for your peerage. Thinking of something, the deacon man named Agrippa said again. Rias couldn't help but gave him a surprised look. She didn't expect Agrippa to rate the girl named Akeno so high. As her father's peerage bishop, Rias will naturally not have any doubts about Agrippa's words. Although she is also a bit eager, she finally shook her head. We have agreed to come back here again in 3 days. As for the final result, it is up to her own choice. Akeno, are you still angry? Looking at the girl who was still crying in the corner, Tenraku couldn't help but feel hurt. Not long ago, she was still fantasizing about the two of them roaming the world together forever and always remain together forever. But now that Tenraku wanted to throw her away so quickly, she would be very angry. As expected, the girl's voice came from the corner. WWW Tenraku, are you going to abandon me too? Do you hate me? Do you hate my dirty bloodline? The girl's sad voice made Tenraku's eyes glow with pain, but it was soon replaced by a touch of determination. I started to hate Akeno too. I'm tired of you being stuck to me all day and all night. You can't even move every time and you still like to be brave. Finally, I still have to carry you on my back. I have to drag my legs every time. Your cooking is not good at all. I just took care of you and pretended to like it, but now I can't stand it anymore. And there was a sentence in his mouth that was too excessive and he felt like shit. When he saw the girl running out from behind the corner of the wall and rushing to himself, he closed his eyes without any resistance. That's right, like this, hit him, scold him, hate him, and then leave him. However, the violent slap or punch he had imagined did not come. When he opened his eyes, Tenraku found that the girl was watching him with tears in her eyes and she spoke. Cheater, swindler, Tenraku is a big swindler, don't think you can lie to me like this? Woo. Embracing Tenraku violently, the girl shouted hysterically and then burst into tears. With both hands involuntarily holding the girl's shoulder, he could not keep the camouflage on his face and Tenraku gently stroked the girl's back. Sorry, Akeno. Tenraku also wanted to say more apology words, but in the next moment, his lips were blocked by the girl who suddenly tipped on her toes. In their small nest, Tenraku and Akeno snuggled tightly together. Although their clothes were somewhat scattered, the two did not do anything. They are still small. However, the young girl and the boy did do their first with each other. The first kiss. I'm sorry, Akeno, I'm too weak, and now I can't protect you. I know, but I will become stronger than anyone. I know. Akeno, will you wait for me? Looking at the girl, Tenraku looked solemn as he asked this. I will. The girl's face was covered with tears again, but this time, it was tears of happiness. In the following days, Tenraku and Akeno lived in the small temple. The practitioners who have been looking for Akeno have found their whereabouts. It is only a matter of time before they catch up with them. Rather than fleeing indiscriminately, it is better to stay in Gremory's territory as that was the smartest and safest way. Both Tenraku and Akeno tacitly did not summarize their situation, as if everything were the same as before, and nothing had happened. But on a daily basis, the two become increasingly close, eating together, training together, and sleeping together. They were stuck to each other for every second. Moreover, every night, the two will tear and roll in their small nest frantically, plundering each other's sweetness. It can be said that except for the last step, the two are already familiar with each other's skin, and have done all the things that should not be done. All the women who are fallen angel are enchanting demoness. They seem to be born with the ability to seduce and conquer men. Although Akeno only has half of fallen angel bloodline, she has also inherited this ability very well. Many times, she let Tenraku wander between heaven and hell, and whenever she saw Tenraku's expression of grief and resignation, Akeno would laugh with delight. The happy days are always so short and the 3 days passed, and finally, the day when Rias agreed to meet them again arrived. However, what surprised Tenraku and Akeno was that Rias did not arrive, but some other people did found them first. Several practitioners wearing bamboo hats and holding swords in their hands were blocked in the temple courtyard. Under the vigilant watch of Tenraku and Akeno, the practitioners spread out on both sides, and then a male who had just entered the old age took off his bamboo hat and said, "Long time no see, Akeno." The man's voice was very majestic, but his eyes were sad when he looked at Akeno. "Uncle." With trembling voice, Akeno covered her lips as she looked at the appearing man in disbelief. Although she has long known that the Heimjima family has been pursuing her, what she did not expect was that it would be this person. The Heimjima family is a long-established Shinto family. Akeno's mother is also from the main family and she is a priestess of the shrine. The old man in front of them is the elder of Akeno's mother, her uncle, and he is also the contemporary family lord of Heimjima family. Of course, the other practitioners in the yard are also members of the Heimjima family. Walking towards Akeno, her uncle suddenly bent down. Sorry, my girl, I will not let you escape again. You are the stain that the Heimjima family, we must wash away this stain, do you understand? Her uncle's voice was painful and sad, and Akeno, who heard the sound became even paler and her figure was crumbling. She is just regarded as the stain of the Heimjima family. Akeno, you are not a stain. Holding up Akeno, Tenraku looked at the girl's eyes and spoke softly. Despite the simple movements and simple words, the originally confused and painful girl gradually calmed down, and the sadness on her face was replaced by a touch of firmness. Yeah, she is her, not anyone's stain. As if growing up a lot in a flash, the girl directly faced the man who was looking toward her, the family lord of Heimjima family, the so-called uncle, and then she shouted, I want to live. Don't you understand, even if you can live, your life will only be filled with misfortune and pain. Shaking his head, her uncle seemed very disappointed with Akeno's answer, but Akeno sneered and the last trace of blankness in her eyes disappeared, leaving only the complete coldness. For the sake of this family reputation, they not only killed her mother but they also wanted to wipe her out completely. This is her so-called clansman. However, the more they are like this, the more she wants to live just so that she could spite them. You have become stubborn. Seeing Akeno's reaction, her uncle sighed, and his eyes became fierce and cold. With a wave of his hand, the practitioners behind her uncle all pushed forward to surround Tenraku and Akeno. Young man, this is a matter for our clan, it has nothing to do with you. Leave if you want to remain alive. Looking at Tenraku holding his sword and standing in front of Akeno, her uncle said coldly. If you want to hurt Akeno, you have to go through me? With a cold smile, Tenraku did not give in and stood in front of him. Tenraku. Akeno looked at Tenraku's eyes with endless tenderness, but when he turned to her uncle, her face became cold and ironic again. Humph, let's get started? It seemed that Akeno's uncle has lost his patience. He no longer hesitated. He gave a command of attack to his subordinates with a snort. His spirit chi surged, and a group of practitioners immediately rushed towards the two. The little imps rushed out of Akeno's cuffs while spitting wind and fire and attacked the group of practitioners. The fight has become a mess right from the start. Looking at each other, Tenraku and Akeno also acted. Crack. Akeno condensed two beams of light in her hands, and then she threw them at the group of practitioners. With a dazzling light, the electric light rapidly expanded and continued to flow around, and suddenly the sound of screams rang out throughout the temple. Tenraku's eyes were as bright as electricity and determination filled his eyes. He seized the opportunity to rush forward and quickly knocked down a group of practitioners paralyzed by electricity and light. Your thunderlight is already so powerful? If I let you grow, I'm afraid you will surpass me one day sooner or later. Looking at the electric light in Akeno's hands, her uncle sighed, but in the next moment. However, you won't have the chance to grow? The sword in his hand slammed on the ground and a powerful spirit power was released from her uncle's body. Not only did the electric light become scattered, but Akeno and her few imps also flew out. Akeno? With a flash of red in his eyes, Tenraku rushed towards Akeno's uncle, desperately stirring up the little spirit chi inside him. Ching 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 chiong. In a few moments, the longsword in Tenraku's hand had collided with the sword in Akeno's uncle's hand for more than 100 times. Even Tenraku, with his final effort, could only push the other man back by several steps. Tenraku's hands were shaking as he gasped for air and Akeno's uncle looked at Tenraku with a little appreciation. You have amazing swordsmanship abilities. He is such a great swordsman even at this age. This is by no means a talent. It requires a tough will and unimaginable effort. Although he greatly appreciates Tenraku, the uncle will not let Tenraku go. The stains of Heimjima family must be wiped out. No one can stop it. Young man, take my one move. With a loud roar, the thin sword in Akeno's uncle's hand flashed and then pierced in Tenraku's direction. As the attack came, Tenraku could only resist this attack by his sword, but the next moment, Tenraku felt a great force pushing him and the longsword in his hand broke off, and the whole person flew out towards the rear. Tenraku? After just easing up and crawling off the ground, Akeno saw Tenraku's scene of being shot and flew out of the air. He suddenly lost his face and ran towards Tenraku desperately. Tenraku, sorry. Tenraku, who was smashed to the ground, lifted himself up. The girl had burst into tears, and her expression was full of endless guilt and distress. Akeno, don't cry, I'm fine. Stroking the girl's forehead, Tenraku wanted to smile to comfort the girl, but bright red blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Akeno, give up on struggling, everything is over. Looking at Tenraku and Akeno, her uncle's face was filled with complex expressions. The other practitioners also restored their ability to move one after another and stood behind Akeno's uncle and stared at them indifferently. Kill me if you want to kill, don't hurt Tenraku anymore. Looking at Tenraku struggling behind him, the girl shouted pitifully. I can promise you this request. So, farewell, girl. He lifted the sword in his hand and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but it was eventually replaced with a touch of firmness. The stains of the Heimjima family must be removed. The sword fell with a roaring wind, and when Tenraku was about to push Akeno out of the way, a voice filled with magic power sounded out in the area. Stop! The sword stopped in midair and a bright red figure of the girl walked in from outside. Tenraku finally breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at the girl who came in. You finally come. Rias Gremory. The girl who walked in was Rias Gremory, and behind Rias was the male devil named Agrippa, dressed as an elegant deacon. You are the little miss of Gremory house. It seems that I have already explained this matter to you before. Are you trying to intervene in our family's matter? Looking at Rias who appeared and interrupted him at the last minute, Akeno's uncle's face also didn't look good. Although the Gremory house is famous in the underworld, but the Heimjima clan has also been one of the famous gatekeepers who have protected this country since ancient times. No, although I am quite talented, I am not so arrogant as to intervene casually with the Heimjima family matter. Rias replied with a slight smile on her face. She is obviously young, but Rias already possessed the temperament of a noble devil. But if it's not just a matter of Heimjima people, then it's a different story. As soon as these words were spoken, Rias' words made the uncle frown and he said, "What does this mean?" They have done detailed investigations for a long time but they have not heard anything that would link Akeno with the Gremoris family. Instead of answering, Rias looked in Akeno's direction with a serious look on her face. Akeno, would you like to join my peerage and be part of our Gremory family? I will. The smart Akeno immediately understood and replied without hesitation. Heimjima family's lord, you also heard that. Akeno is now my peerage and a member of our Gremory family. Finally having her first peerage member, Rias was very happy in her heart and she spoke while smiling at Akeno's uncle. Is the Gremory family really going against our Heimjima family? Feeling unbearably angry, Akeno's uncle became extremely angry and the Heimjima people behind him were filled with indignation. Damn you devil, this is the business of our people? Even if you are a Gremory, don't think we are afraid of you? Master family lord, just order, we fight with them? The Heimjima people began to glare at Rias' side. Rias, who had been smiling, narrowed her eyes and the expression on her face turned cold. However, at this time, you dare to disrespect the Gremoris name, I can no longer treat it as if I have not heard it. The deacon's voice still came forward from behind Rias with a smile, but his eyes were cold. He glanced at random, but the Heimjima people who insulted Gremory all became pale and retreated one by one. We were in the wrong just now, I wonder who you are? Akeno's uncle's expression changed and he stepped forward to protect his clansmen behind him and then asked in a deep voice. I am the peerage bishop of the current family lord of Gremory, and the one in charge of this area. My name is Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa. Seeing that they are just the first offenders, I will not pursue them this time. About the fallen angel girl, since it has become a state of affairs for the Heimjima family and the Gremory family, then you can't just kill her now. How about the Heimjima family's lord and I go and have a chat? He pointed to the small forest outside the temple and spoke. Although the gentle deacon devil looks harmless to humans and animals, Akeno's uncle's expression became extremely fearful. And to be able to say such a thing in front of his lord's daughter also shows that he is quite trusted by Rias and Gremoris family. After a moment of contemplation, Akeno's uncle finally nodded. Good. The family lord of Heimjima and Agrippa went to the forest to talk, and the other Heimjima clan members stared at Rias and Tenraku and all of them left Rias, Akeno, and Tenraku alone. Miss Rias, thank you very much for this time. Tenraku thanked Rias as he was getting supported by Akeno. Akeno has a very good qualification. She can become my peerage and it will strengthen my peerage. Maybe it's me who earned big this time, Rias replied while shaking her head. Well, if only Miss Rias had appeared earlier, it would have been better not to be so timely. Tenraku's slightly complaining voice made Akeno on the side helplessly glance at him and Rias blushed. First, you must never enter the territory under our jurisdiction. Second, you and the Gremory family will not act against us in the future. As long as you can abide by these two conditions, we also promise not to take action against you again. No one knew what the two were talking about but when the Heimjima's lord and Agrippa returned to the temple, they faced Akeno and her uncle spoke seriously. Heimjima, can I still keep this surname? Akeno asked while biting her lips with complicated fillings in her heart. Suit yourself. It seemed that he didn't want to say more and Akeno's uncle threw out a sentence and then took his clan members and turned away. She thought that everything was over but the Heimjima clan will never act against Akeno again. But wait. Tenraku's voice stopped her uncle and his party who were about to walk out of the temple. Under the puzzled expression of everyone, Tenraku pointed to Akeno's uncle direction with his broken sword and spoke. It is none of anyone's business, but the insult of breaking the sword must be paid back. I will be back to challenge you someday. Tenraku's expression was strangely calm, though he said what he should have said angrily. I'll be waiting for you, boy. With a deep look at Tenraku, Akeno's uncle no longer stayed and disappeared with his group of people. The magic circle engraved with the emblem of Gremoris house exudes a touch of softness. After Akeno's uncle and his party left, Rias also wanted to take Akeno back to Gremoris house. Tenraku, I don't want to leave you. It was already decided but the time came for them to part ways. Akeno realized how reluctant she was and hugged Tenraku tightly, and the tears in her eyes rolled out again. You fool, you will only become a careless tomboy with me. Study with Miss Rias at Gremoris house. In the future, you will become as beautiful and strong as your mother, and then wait for me to come back to pick you up. Tenraku said softly while stroking the girl's forehead. The decision to let Rias take Akeno was also made by Tenraku after careful consideration. He had no magic talent of his own, nor could he help Akeno in training her. Although he is also extremely reluctant to give her up, keeping Akeno around all the time will only waste a girl's talent and make her miss the best time to study and train. Of course, the more important point is that he has not yet had the strength to protect Akeno. Lord Tenraku, Akeno is already in my peerage and I will not return her to you even if you come back in the future. Perhaps she couldn't stand the look of the two of them as Rias' sour voice was heard. Cough, Miss Rias, you should just call me by my name, and please take care of Akeno. With a slight cough, the two separated awkwardly and Tenraku said to Rias, Humph, Akeno is in my peerage and I will naturally take care of her. Call me Rias, in exchange for this, you will be allowed to call me by my name. Rias replied with a slight hum. Despite the girl's efforts to keep herself look calm as a lady, there was a light blush that couldn't be suppressed. As the eldest girl of the Gremory family, maybe it's the first time she's talked this way to a guy outside the family. With a slightly raised mouth, Tenraku couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that this future red-haired princess would be Tsundere? Tenraku, I will wait for you. Please take care, Lord Tenraku. The time of parting has come and under Tenraku's gaze Akeno, Rias, and Agrippa disappeared into the magic formation. Tenraku just felt sad as he stood alone in the empty temple for a long time. He was feeling dazed and lost, but her expression turned firm. No matter how much it costs or how much effort he needs to put, he wants to become stronger than anyone and stand at the apex of this world. Then, he will never let anyone he cherished leave him. Romania. Straight above the clock tower, a teenager with a sword stood against the wind, and modern buildings full of European atmosphere stood on the ground below him, forming a prosperous and magnificent city. This boy had short black hair, black eyes, and he is standing against the wind. This boy is Tenraku. It has been more than half a year since Akeno and Tenraku parted ways and he embarked on a new journey alone and coming here. When Akeno went out to train in magic, Tenraku, on the one hand, had begun to sharpen his sword arts, but the more important reason he was here was to find the legendary sacred gear. Tenraku does not have the ability to practice magic, nor can he awaken the bloodline of his family. Although he has some talent in swords and spirit power, he is still far from being a real genius. Although he has used his own efforts to close some of the gaps, but he alone cannot become the world's top-level powerhouse. Tenraku's true goal has never changed, that is his sacred gear that the mysterious person gave him. Sacred gear plunder? He can plunder any other sacred gear for his own use, and he doesn't even have to imagine how terrifying this ability is. At the time, he failed to extract Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear not because of his sacred gear, but because he was too weak to withstand the power brought by a Longinu's tools that could destroy God. Since it is not possible to seize the too powerful sacred gear, it is better to seize some weak ones first. Regardless of whether he is alone or traveling with Akeno, Tenraku has never stopped looking for sacred gear information. It's just a pity that although almost 2 years have passed now, he still hasn't captured any sacred gear. Although the reason was clear, Tenraku couldn't help but feel bitter and helpless. It is not yet the original time when sacred gears became like dogs that can be seen walking around in the area. It can be fortunate to be selected by the sacred gear system and endowed with sacred gear. Humans who are endowed with them are rare. Often, 1 in 1 million people may not appear. And even if they are given sacred gears, only a very small part of these people can awaken their sacred gear's ability. Often many sacred gear silently lives in the host's body for a lifetime and then transfer to the next after the host's death without even getting activated. Even so, under the huge race base of human beings, there should still be many owners of sacred gears. It is not difficult for Tenraku to find a few. However, this is not the case. Tenraku needs sacred gears but others also need sacred gears, so when a sacred gears awaken in someone, there will be some organizations and forces that would immediately appear and pull them away, and these guys are all Tenraku competitors. Among all competitors, the most arrogant and the most hated by Tenraku are the Fallen Angels and Church. The current Governor-General of Fallen Angel Azazel is an erotic guy in the Holy Bible who fell because he wanted to catch a woman's breast. It is said that he has enjoyed countless beauties in these long years and he did have many harems and women. It seems that because of too much enjoyment, he became a little bored with women. He turned his interest to the research of sacred gears and also established a fallen angel organization named Watchers of the Children of God to collect sacred gear for him. Any owner of sacred gear discovered by fallen angel will be taken back to him for study, and if he does not want to succumb or feel troublesome, he will directly remove it to eliminate a potential threat. Tenraku had inquired into the owner of a newly awakened sacred gear, and when he was about to get his hands on it, he was suddenly broken by several fallen angel and he finally missed out on sacred gear. In addition to the fallen angels, the church is also doing the same thing. And they are doing this under the slogan of gods and justice, and most of the owners of sacred gear are willing to turn towards them. It's just that those who have surrendered to chiches get brainwashed into becoming a believer or they are sliced for research, depending on their own luck. Looking at the scenery of the city below, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh slightly. Since leaving, he embarked on a trip to Europe. This time, he had just heard that a sacred gear owner appeared on the side of Romania. He hoped that this time, the new guy won't be caught up by the fallen angel or the church. Guest, this is your room. Please feel free to tell me what you need. In the hotel, a waiter said to Tenraku. Okay, thank you. Tenraku closed the door after thanking and sending the waiter off. After eating some food, he went into the bathroom and rinsed his body, and then Tenraku lay tiredly on the bed. He has long become used to sleeping outside, but Tenraku couldn't help but miss lying on a big comfortable bed like this. In fact, he is also a man who wants to enjoy wine, food, women. Who doesn't want it? It's just that these are all things that you have to have strong strength to have. Those who have no power are still trying to do this. With his eyes closed, Tenraku kept thinking about the sacred gear user. It is said that this guy had awakened his sacred gearer and he quickly hid after finding out that he had the power of sacred gear. In addition, the power of the Romania Church and Fallen Angel is very weak here, so he was not found and taken away by any organization and force, which gave Tenraku the opportunity to get it for himself. At the cost of a Phenex tier, Tenraku obtained the hiding place of the Sacred Gear Awakener, and he had already finalized his plan. He is only here to recuperate himself and recover his energy. He will officially start tomorrow. Excited by the expectation in his heart, Tenraku quickly fell asleep. Okay, no one knows how long has passed, and Tenraku suddenly opened his eyes. There was a sharp crack in the air, and in Tenraku's view, a dark figure was coming towards him. His eyes were electric, and years of practice had made Tenraku react quickly. He rolled and dodged his opponent's attack, and then he kicked him out with one foot. A thick muffled sound sounded and the black shadow was hit hard on the ground, and the body shuddered a few times before giving no response. Being careful and alert, Tenraku walked over and kicked the shadow over, and saw that it was a bloodless middle-aged man with two beast-like sharp fangs in his mouth. It turned out to be a vampire? Boom! Just when Tenraku was going to do something, suddenly his neck hurt and his eyes became dark and he collapsed to the ground. At the same time, another dark figure emerged in the room. Feeling a jolt, Tenraku shook his still heavy head and slowly opened his eyes. The cages, carriages, strange cities, and soon Tenraku came to the fact that he was imprisoned. The memories of recent events emerged and his black eyes flashed with cold light, but they quickly fell silent again. After 2 years of wandering outside, Tenraku has experienced countless dangers and he had already polished his mind to be extremely powerful. Even if he was trapped in a pit at this time, he would not show any confusion or fear, he would rather remain calm. Looking closely at the surrounding environment, Tenraku found that he had been taken to a strange city. This city is a bit different from those modern metropolises. Although it also has tall buildings, it still retains the style of the Middle Ages. The whole city is shrouded in a layer of dense fog and the sun can't be seen, and the fog of the tide seems to have a life of its own. It feels very uncomfortable as it brushes against his body. The carriage with the cage was walking on the street, and there were many other pedestrians coming and going on the road. They look no different from any ordinary people, but if you look closely, you will find that all the pedestrians looked exactly the same, as they look pale as if they had no blood in their body and their faces were filled with an indifferent look. Tenraku even saw a child standing on the side of the road looking at him in the cage and eagerly licked his lips, and then 2 fangs grew out of his mouth. Even Tenraku couldn't help but feel a numb feeling crawling up his scalp. This is the city of vampires. Forcing himself to calm down, Tenraku curled up in the corner without showing any anomalies. As time passed, the other people in the cage also woke up one after another, looking around blankly. Why am I here? Where is this place? Who are you? Why are you keeping us here? Let me go, let me go. Most of these people are just ordinary people and they are not as strong as Tenraku, nor they have his experience. When they find that they and others have been caught here inexplicably and kept in a cage, they all yelled out. Tenraku scolded their stupidly under his heart, but right now he is also feeling insecure and he has no mood to dissuade them. Because of the voices of these people, the walking carriage also stopped, and then a vampire walking in front came over and grabbed a middle-aged man who screamed the loudest. The middle-aged man was quite fat, but vampire easily held him up with one hand and pushed him towards him, and the fat man hit the cage and the vampire laughed. Do you want to go out? The middle-aged man was ready to shout a few words at first, but when he saw the pale face and fangs in his mouth, he became frightened to the extreme. Evil, devil, you are devil? Don't treat our noble vampire race the same as those disgusting race. The vampire, who was still smiling, spoke in a cold voice after hearing the man's words, then he twisted his neck, and the fat man in his hand instantly became a corpse. Others may not understand it, but Tenraku in the corner has clearly seen it. At that moment, the vampire bit the man's neck and sucked out his blood cleanly. This is a vampire. With a thud, the man who turned into a corpse was thrown back into the cage. After a sudden silence, a horrified cry suddenly broke out in the cage. Enjoy your next journey, you lowly humans? HHHHH. After being dragged in the carriage for several hours, Tenraku and his party were sent into a tall castle. At first, some people who were frightened and screamed and begged were sitting sluggishly in the cage at this time. Their eyes were dull as only despair and numbness remained in their eyes. Tenraku has been curled up in the corner, making no sound from beginning to end. He looks the same as those people with desperate numbness, but his eyes still flashed with cold light from time to time. Come out, humans. A vampire opened the cage and knocked on the iron and spoke with a sneer. No one knew what this vampire is going to do, and a person climbed up in a daze and walked out of the cage, then was taken by several vampires to a large courtyard in the castle. Little bastards, your food is here. Enjoy it well, HHHHH. Several vampires pushed Tenraku and his team in, and then closed the door with a smile. Frightened to the extreme, someone immediately wanted to run back and open the door, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not pull the door in the slightest. In the end, they could only continue to slap the door and cry, but no one came to help them. Tenraku, who was mixed within these people, shook his head secretly. The gate and the entire castle were filled with imposed barriers, so these ordinary people with no power would not be able to go out. And instead of thinking about how to escape, it is better to figure out where is here. A bat, bat. Suddenly someone shouted, and out of nowhere a bat flew, squeaking and screeching towards the guy who was almost on the verge of freaking out. Frowning, Tenraku took advantage of the chaos to hide behind a pillar. As Tenraku watched, figures appeared from all sides, running after those who were running in terror. But to his surprise, it turned out to be young children. The young ones are 6 or 7 years old and the elders are in their 20s, but they are not ordinary children. Because they have a pair of crimson eyes, and they have fangs in their mouths. They are little vampires or the childrens of the vampire? One by one, these little vampires threw themselves at the frightened humans when they appeared. Some people rebelled, some fled, but it had no effect. Vampires have a very good ability to move at a very high speed. Even if Devil's Posse's magic, they are not necessarily their opponents. Even if these guys are the little vampires, but they are very strong than ordinary people. Soon the whole castle was full of blood-sucking noises mixed with screams. After sucking and drinking, a small vampire gathered in the courtyard and looked in the direction of the pillars where Tenraku was hiding. Come out, human, I can already smell you. A slightly naive voice sounded, and Tenraku stopped hiding and came out from behind the pillar. A little vampire stared at Tenraku. An ordinary person would have been scared and collapsed by those crimson eyes, but Tenraku looked as usual and he looked at the little vampire without any fear. Tenraku saw a very fat vampire standing at the front of him, with his nose in the air and his belly in the air, and a horrid expression on his round, clearly amused face. Presumably, this is the leader of these little vampires. Human, are you not afraid of us? Looking at Tenraku's calm look, the little fat vampire was surprised. Why should I be afraid of you? Tenraku asked back. Because we will suck your blood and kill you? Exposing his 2 fangs, the little fat vampire had a vicious expression on his face, and the other little vampire also showed their fierce eyes, one by one. Then come and suck it. To their surprise, Tenraku not only wasn't afraid but he also invited them to drink their blood. The little fat vampire could not help but feel suspicious. He has a feeling that this human had some bad intentions, but he thought that he was a vampire. Why should he be afraid of a weak human being? And now, in the presence of his own, he could not cower and lose face. Human, it's good that you have realized my superiority. Hurry up and bring your neck here. Walking towards Tenraku, the little fat vampire ordered aggressively. It's just that Tenraku didn't come to offer his neck as the vampire ordered, but punched the little fat vampire's stomach with a fist. I won't be presenting my neck, remain satisfied with my fist. Blowing on his fist, Tenraku's face looked playful. Cold sweat flowed on the back of the little fat vampire as he trembled on the ground in pain. Then the fat vampire pointed to Tenraku and spoke angrily. Human, you cheated, fool, what are you doing? Attack him. Looking at his group of people who were still standing in their positions stupidly, the fat vampire shouted angrily. Damn that human, he dared to hurt Lord Herbert? Bid him, suck out his blood. Everyone, rush at him together, don't let him run away. The group of small vampires who finally reacted were also furious and they rushed at Tenraku while yelling. After taking back his fist, Tenraku sneered slightly. He may have no choice but to leave the large group outside, but he is not afraid of this small group of vampires. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there was a scream from fist to flesh in the castle. Under the foolish eyes of the little fat vampire, his men were beaten black and blue by Tenraku and they all bowed to the ground and howled one by one. One of the tenacious little vampire showed his fierce glance, and desperately tried to rush over to bite Tenraku's neck. As a result, Tenraku's fist knocked both small fangs out of his mouth. He was in so much pain that he started to see stars around his head and he cried out on the ground. Now, do you still want to suck my blood? With a grin on his mouth and squinting eyes, Tenraku walked towards the little fat vampire step by step. Devil, you are a devil. Don't come here. Where there was the arrogant look before, the little fat vampire looked frightened now and he looked at Tenraku as if he were looking at some kind of monster, and then he turned into a bat and escaped. The other little vampires did the same, and though it was not at all clear how the human beings could be so fierce, they were so beaten by Tenraku that they were scattered in the form of bats. For a moment the whole castle was quiet. Tenraku looked around and saw that the human beings who had been sucked by the tiny vampires were still on the ground, groaning feebly, and several of them had lost their breath. But those were not killed by bloodsucking were scared to death and they had almost lost their mind. Instead of worrying about those humans, Tenraku looked in one direction and said, "Come out, you two." At first, there was no response, and after a long time, the 2 figures came out nervously from behind the corner of the wall. To Tenraku's surprise, it turned out to be 2 girls. One of them looked 8 or 9 years old, petite, with short shoulder-length hair and the nervous face was full of tension, looked pretty cute. The other was probably 10 years old and had golden-haired hairs. She also has good looks and looked pitiful. You guys are vampire too? Looking at the 2 girls, Tenraku said. We don't suck blood, don't suck blood. Hearing Tenraku's question, the petite girl quickly waved her hands and replied nervously, seeming to be afraid that Tenraku would beat both of them as he did with the earlier group. Tenraku's eyes instantly settled on the 2 girls. As a vampire, they don't suck blood. At first glance, there are two unscrupulous girls. Just as Tenraku was preparing to say something, he suddenly felt physically and mentally shocked, and an unbelievable expression appeared on his face. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this feeling. Sacred gear, these two vampire girls actually have sacred gear in their bodies? He was shocked and endlessly ecstatic, but Tenraku quickly calmed himself down. He exhaled deeply and then looked at the two girls sharply, and said, "What's your name?" It was okay before, but looking at Tenraku's suddenly horrifying look, both girls were scared and finally the older girl replied, "My name is Valerie, Valerie Teeps, please don't hurt us." "My name Gasper V Lady." The petite girl also nervously reported her name. Valerie Teeps, Gasper V Lady, not to mention the girl's name in front. Tenraku's mind constantly echoed Gasper V Lady's name, and then he looked at the girl nervous and pitiful look and Tenraku's heart collapsed at that moment. Somewhere in the castle, Tenraku was standing in a room and kept looking around, while Valerie and Gasper stood nervously behind Tenraku. "It's done pretty well. It will be my room in the future. You will find another place to live again." With a nod of satisfaction, Tenraku directly occupied the nest tunnel and did not care whether the girl and the false girl behind him agreed. "Yes, Tenraku-sama." Having been already informed by Tenraku of his name, Valerie and Gasper quickly replied. The last thing the castle needed was a room, and though it was a bit of a hassle to clean it up, they were kept there with nothing to do all day anyway. As long as Tenraku doesn't hurt them, the rest is nothing to them. He pulled up a chair and sat down. Tenraku looked at them both with his mouth slightly raised. Then he said, "Now, tell me what you know. Vampire's business, your own business, and this castle's business, everything you know." Not knowing what the other party wants to do, the girl and the pseudo-girl are feeling uneasy, but faced with the person in front of them, they also have to yield and they began to tell him everything they know. Tenraku listened quietly and intervened occasionally to ask some questions. After the two of them recounted the information, he finally figured out the general situation. Hundreds of years ago, the vampire world had a huge break due to an event, resulting in Teeps faction headed by patriarchy and Carmilla faction headed by feminism. These are things that Tenraku himself has heard, and after hearing Valerie and Gasper's story, Tenraku realized that he was in the territory of Teeps faction. Gasper is a descendant of the famous V-Lady family in Teeps faction, and Valerie is a descendant of the royal Teeps, but they are not purebred vampires, but a hybrid of vampire and human. It's not just them, including the little fat vampire who was beaten by Tenraku and the other little vampires, they are all mixed races of various families. Vampires are a highly racial and extremely bloodline race. They regard humans as food and livestock, and their offspring with humans are also called hybrids, and their status is optional. And this castle is the place where the Teeps vampire clan can find their mixed offsprings. No matter which world or race, everything and everyone has its dirty dark side, not to mention vampires, an already cold-blooded race. Tenraku didn't sigh much, and he didn't plan to change anything. The only thing he thought was how to escape from here. Dismissing both Valerie and Gasper, Tenraku stood in front of the window and lost in thought. Although he is a bit powerful and can rule like a king in this castle, it was impossible for him to escape from the territory of any vampire. However, it is not hopeless. The key lies in the sacred gear in Valerie and Gasper. Tenraku had watched the high school DxD when he was in his previous life. Because he found it interesting, he also read the original novel at that time. Although he has forgotten many things in the past, he still remembers some important things. Before Valerie and Gasper's remarks, some information that he had forgotten also appeared in Tenraku's mind. Valerie uses the legendary sacred gear Holy Grail of the secluded world Sephiroth Graal, although it is not a real holy relic, but it can heal the wounds and resurrect the dead. To say that Tenraku is inattentive to this is fake. Valerie has not yet awakened the power of her sacred gear. It can be said that it is the best time to seize it, but it is reasonable for Tenraku to know that he must never do so. If he absorbs the Holy Grail of the secluded world Sephiroth Graal, then the result would only end in an explosion. His body cannot bear the power of Longinus that destroy God even now. In other words, there is one and only one target that Tenraku can capture, and that is Gasper. Gasper owns the sacred gear Evil Eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view and has long awakened the power of sacred gear. This sacred gear has a very special ability to freeze the time of all objects in the host's line of sight. It's just that Gasper himself is too weak to control this power, often causing his sacred gear's ability to run widely without any control. Of course, these things are still secondary. The most important thing is that this sacred gear's level is not very high, which is suitable for the current Tenraku. However, Tenraku had to consider some things before taking it. Others may not be very clear about it, but Tenraku knows that Gasper is not an ordinary hybrid vampire, but he is the reincarnation of demon god Baylor's conscious fragments. Although demon god Baylor's divinity has long since disappeared, some of his residual consciousness and magic power are still lurking in Gasper's body. If Tenraku rashly seized the sacred gear in Gasper's body, once the consciousness and magic power of the demon god Baylor are alarmed, even Tenraku dare not imagine the consequences. Therefore, for Gasper's sacred gear, it can only be given willingly and not taken forcibly. Standing in front of the window and exhaling slightly, Tenraku rubbed his forehead. He had to seize a sacred gear and then he had to escape from here. He still needs a good plan. In the next few days, Tenraku lived in the castle. He usually trained, and when he was feeling bored, he let Valerie and Gasper take him around the castle. If it wasn't for the fact that he is trapped here, his life is surprisingly comfortable. Although in the beginning, the little fat vampire named Herbert and his group tried to take revenge on Tenraku, but after being beaten by Tenraku several times, they became honest and no longer dared to do anything to him. Including Valerie and Gasper, these mixed-blood vampires in the castle are all abandoned by their families. If they were pure-blooded vampires, they would be getting educated and trained in their families, but because of the fact that they are hybrid and some have low human bloodline, they do not have that luxury, they can only be imprisoned and wait for death. Mixed-blooded vampires do not have to rely on blood to survive like pure-blooded vampires. They can also eat human food to consume their energy. The castle also stores a lot of food for them. As long as they are willing to do some work, they will basically not starve to death. But according to Valerie and Gasper, every once in a while the guys from outside would send some humans in to let the little vampires suck their blood. It's totally unnecessary, but maybe they think it's a shame that the descendants of vampires don't suck blood, as they always do. Compared with other people in the castle, Valerie and Gasper are two different kinds of existence, because they haven't drank human blood even once, and every time someone drinks blood, they still say excessive and cruel, disgusting and so on, which are directly defined as different by the big family. In addition, they are kind and cowardly, so before Tenraku came here, they were also a target of bullying. Tenraku remembers one day when he came back from his training and saw them getting bullied by other people. Tenraku rescued them both from the hands of several young blood-drinking bastards. They both looked at Tenraku with incredulous and bewildered expressions. Although he didn't want to admit it, the expressions of the two made Tenraku feel slightly sad and uncomfortable. Perhaps this is the first time that they were protected since they were born. After that day, they looked at Tenraku not with the same fear, but with something else. Every day, no matter what Tenraku did, they would follow, and Tenraku acquiesced in their actions. Gasper, cheer up a little. Don't come near me. That night, Tenraku was taking a shower and preparing to rest, and suddenly the voices of Valerie and Gasper came from the next room. Frowning, he didn't know what happened, and Tenraku put on his clothes and walked out of the room. Valerie, what happened? Tenraku asked as he reached the next room. He saw Gasper curling up in the corner and crying, while Valerie was standing at a loss. Tenraku-sama, Gasper. The panicked Valerie wanted to explain to Tenraku, but she didn't make any sense. Tenraku was too lazy to listen to her explanation and he directly walked towards Gasper. Don't come near me. Gasper suddenly raised his head and shouted as if he felt Tenraku approaching. He saw that his red eyes were emitting a kind of strange light, and when Tenraku looked at him, he felt that his whole body was frozen by a mysterious force. When he came back to his senses, Gasper had appeared in the corner on the other side. I didn't mean it. Looking at the crying Gasper, Tenraku naturally understood what was going on. This is the power of Evil Eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view? Tenraku couldn't help shaking. This was the power of a sacred gear, and in the moment just now, he could not even resist it. Needless to say, Gasper's sacred gear is going haywire again, but Tenraku's eyes are shining because it seems that this is the opportunity he has been waiting to seize this sacred gear. Gasper, do you hate your sacred gear's power? Tenraku asked before reaching Gasper. Hate it, the cursed sacred gear's power, I hate it. If it weren't for it, everyone wouldn't hate me, and my father wouldn't hate me anymore. I don't want to see everyone getting frozen anymore. Woo. Gasper replied while crying bitterly. Vampires are a race that excludes gods, angel, devil. They are self-arrogance to the extreme. In their eyes, there are only two creatures in the world, vampire and non-vampire. Since ancient times, there have been many sacred gear owners among the vampire hybrids, but without exception, they were all either imprisoned or killed by vampires. Gasper always thought that everyone didn't like him because he owned a sacred gear, but he didn't know that the real reason was. Tenraku did not intend to tell Gasper the truth now. In order to escape from here, it is necessary for Tenraku to have the evil eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view. And now, he finally has the opportunity to seize it. Stroking Gasper's forehead, Tenraku said, Gasper, since you hate your sacred gear power so much, then give it to me. Can you really take it? Tenraku-sama? Looking at Tenraku with tears in his eyes, Gasper looked incredulous, but there were more surprises and excitement in his eyes. I can, if you want to give it to me. With a nod, Tenraku replied seriously. I will. Tenraku-sama, please take it away from my body, I really don't want this power anymore. With tears still running down on his face, Gasper's expression was filled with eagerness. He loathed his sacred gear, he loathed the curse given to him by God. He had thought many times about abandoning it, but there was no way. Now he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Valerie, keep the windows and doors closed. No matter what you hear later, you are not allowed to come in without my orders. Looking at Valerie on the side, who was still confused, Tenraku ordered. Ah yes, Tenraku-sama. These days, both of them have become accustomed in obeying Tenraku's instructions, and she have confidence that Tenraku will protect her and Gasper. Tenraku-sama, what shall I do to give you the sacred gear? Close your eyes, don't think of any resistance, just leave the rest to me. Oh, this opportunity is rare for both of them. Gasper closed his eyes following Tenraku's order, and Tenraku exhaled deeply to calm down his mood, then he raised his hand and launched the ability of Sacred Gear Plunder. If there were some other people present at this time, they would have been stunned, because Tenraku's hand directly fell into Gasper's chest. Caught? The hand submerged in Gasper's chest had grabbed the sacred gear inside him. Tenraku's eyes flashed sharply, and he couldn't help getting excited. But the next step is the most critical one. He wants to extract the sacred gear inside Gasper. Tenraku-sama, this is so uncomfortable, I feel terrible. Gasper suddenly showed a painful look on his face. Don't resist, hold on. Tenraku shouted as the expression on his face changed. He had felt a dark violent force in Gasper that can wake up at any time. Tenraku has no doubt that as long as Gasper shows any irresistible thoughts at this moment, his entire arm will be torn into pieces by that violent force. Little by little, the sacred gear was taken out of Gasper's body. Tenraku's forehead was already sweating coldly, and the pain on Gasper's face became more and more intense, and finally, he could not help screaming. I want to persevere, I will persevere, I don't want this cursed power anymore. With Gasper's scream, the sacred gear was finally extracted from his body. Gasper collapsed to the ground as the sacred gear in his body was taken away and he completely fainted, and Tenraku looked at the radiant vertical eye-shaped treasured jade in his hand. He was unable to recover for a long time. He did it, he finally did it, he finally captured his first sacred gear. But before Tenraku could sigh, the treasured jade was directly integrated into his hands. At the same time, Tenraku felt that the spirit chi in his body had begun to grow wildly. Shout! Tenraku's whole body was torn by the force and it was as if he were about to explode at any moment, but Tenraku gave a low growl and held on with his teeth clenched. After so much pain, he could not lose now. He didn't know how long has passed, but the soaring power in his body finally stopped, and the tear-like pain has finally disappeared. Tenraku is lying on the ground and gasping for breath. A strange light flashed in his eyes and Tenraku's face showed an ecstatic look. Although the whole process was far from thrilling, he finally succeeded. The spirit chi in his body has skyrocketed by several times, and he now has the power of evil eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view. Tenraku's eyes flicker with complexity as he watches Gasper, who is still unconscious on the ground. Although he is a little dumb kid, he should be thanked for his success this time anyway. KCH. With the door pulled open, Tenraku walked out of the room. Tenraku-sama. Valerie, who was anxiously waiting on the side, saw Tenraku come out and ran over to his side anxiously. Don't worry, Gasper is fine, he is just unconscious, go in and take care of him. Still in a good mood, Tenraku smiled as he stroked the girl's forehead. Taking any sacred gear with sacred gear plunder will not result in the loss of the host life, but they will temporarily fall into a coma-like state because of weakness. They just need to take a rest. In the future, in addition to not being able to use the sacred gear power, it will not leave any harm. After hearing Tenraku's words, Valerie breathed out a sigh of relief. Gasper's scream scared her before. She wanted to rush inside several times, but she didn't do it out of the trust she had for Tenraku. Yes, Tenraku-sama. Feeling the hand on her forehead, Valerie couldn't help but blush and hurried into the room to see Gasper. With a slight laugh, Tenraku shook his head and returned to his room. Closing the door of the room, Tenraku leaned on the back of the door, and then his calm lips gradually twisted. H. Deep laughter came out of his mouth and the sound grew louder and louder, and finally turned into a crazy laugh. Oh, how long had he waited for this day? He has been called a waste of the Phenex family. He has experienced the danger of life and death countless times because he was too weak to protect the people he cherishes. What a terrible memory. However, these have become a thing of the past. He finally took the first sacred gear and will take more and more in the future. He will become stronger than anyone else, he will stand at the apex of this world, he will get whatever he wants. The laughter continued for a long time, and it wasn't until all the negative emotions accumulated in these years were released that Tenraku gradually calmed down. He closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and when Tenraku opened his eyes again, there was no longer any negative, oppressive emotion in him. Instead, he was pure and flawless, as if he had some kind of growth and purification. Yes, he was purified, and after countless hardships and efforts, he finally took the most important step. When he came to the window and looked at the gray sky enveloped by the barrier outside, Tenraku's eyes were distant and calm. Now that he had obtained evil eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view, he should now consider how to leave from here. Each piece of sacred gear will increase Tenraku's power by 1 point, and the higher the level of sacred gear, the more powerful he will be. After capturing evil eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view from Gasper, it directly causing the spirit chi in his body to skyrocket several times. According to Tenraku's estimate, the spirit chi he now has almost reached the peak of low-class devil when converted into magic power, and as long as it is improved further, it can reach the level of middle-class devil. Don't underestimate the peak of low-class devil. If he trained step by step as he did before, it would have taken him at least a few years or even a dozen years to reach this level. After all, Tenraku is not a genius. He is still more mature and hardworking than his peers and he worked hard to achieve his current achievements, but hard work is not enough in this world. With Tenraku's own qualifications, he can at most achieve the middle-class devil level in his life. Even if some miracle happens and he reached the level of high-class devil, that would be his limit, and it would be impossible for him to improve further. But these are the specification outside of the sacred gear plunder. As long as a sacred gear is plundered, it will increase his power by 1 point, ignoring the so-called qualifications and efforts, and directly breaking Tenraku out of his current level in this unreasonable way. The future gave him unlimited possibilities, and it was all made possible because of his sacred gear Plunder. Feeling the soaring power in his body, a confident smile appeared on Tenraku's face. As long as he persists, he will not lose to anyone. In the next few days, Tenraku did not rush to find a way to escape from the castle but continued to train to familiarize himself with the ability of Evil Eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view and his explosive power. Although his strength has improved a lot, but Tenraku is so not arrogant to think that he can now kill anyone in the territory of vampires. The powerful vampire in the Teeps clan can compete against high-level devil. The true vampire ancestor is even more powerful as he had power comparable to the Demon King. If he dares to do anything at his current strength, he would die without even knowing about it. But in reality, he is not as desperate as you might imagine. The Evil Eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view is a very special sacred gear. As long as he uses it carefully and carefully plans his escape, it is not impossible to escape from here. It's amazing, Tenraku-sama is amazing. In the room, looking at the stones frozen in the air by Tenraku, Gasper, and Valerie were excited. As the power was removed, the stones fell from the air. The strange light in his eyes vanished, and Tenraku looked surprised. In just a few days, he had perfectly controlled the forbidden Baylor view's ability to arbitrarily freeze the time of everything in his sight. Even Tenraku himself did not expect that he would be able to control this sacred gear with such ease. Did he have a terrifying talent in this regard? No, maybe this is not Tenraku's talent, but because of the sacred gear Plunder. But why does it matter? Anyway, it belongs to him now. Gasper, how are you feeling these days? Although not a hero, Tenraku doesn't think he is the kind of villain who crosses the river and demolishes bridges so someone else can't. Tenraku asked, looking at Gasper on the side. Well, I feel very good, Tenraku-sama. It was the first time anyone other than Valerie cared about him this way, and Gasper replied with a touch of emotion. He has indeed felt very good these past few days. Although he was a little weak when the sacred gear was taken from his body and he was in an unconscious state all day, but after waking up, he was full of energy and could jump around. Except for losing his sacred gear's ability, nothing else has changed. After finally getting rid of his curse power, Gasper only felt that he had never been as relaxed and happy as he is now. Well, yes. Today is a day of celebration, and I will make you a feast myself. Valerie, Gasper, come and help me, too. Ah yes, Tenraku-sama. After dinner, Gasper lay on his chair with his propped stomach, with a happy and contented look on his face. It's so delicious, the dishes made by Master Tenraku were so great. Valerie on the side is almost the same. There are two shallow blushes on her face, which makes the beautiful and pretty girl look more and more fascinated. Gasper only felt that he had never been as happy as he is now. Herbert dared not bully him and Valerie anymore, and he finally got rid of the power of the cursed sacred gear and lived with Tenraku-sama and Valerie like this. Gasper feel like he is in heaven. Valerie, Gasper, do you want to take a look at the outside world, the real free world outside? Tenraku's voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the two. Outside world. The two looked at each other for a while. At first they were a little dazed, but after that initial reaction, their eyes were filled with a surprising longing. Not just them, everyone in the castle would be willing to do anything to go out. To go and see the outside world? Tenraku-sama, oui. Valerie and Gasper stared at Tenraku in a desperate manner, and their faces were filled with excitement. Looking at the two of them, Tenraku's mouth raised slightly as he said, if you want to, then be prepared. In a few days I will take you out of here to see the outside world, the truly free world. Grab him, don't let him run away. Over here, hurry up. Fool, you are squeezing me? In the courtyard in the castle, the little fat vampire Herbert and other small vampires are playing the game of catching the bat. The so-called catching the bat is to make one of them turn into a bat and fly around in the castle, and then the other people would keep chasing behind him. If the bat is caught, everyone will beat him up. This is a game devised by this little vampire who has nothing to do with it. Of course, Herbert, who is the head of these guys, will always be the bat. Incidentally, there are no other people in the entire castle except Tenraku, Gasper, Valerie, and the little vampires. The humans who were thrown in with Tenraku have all gone to heaven. Some of them died of mental breakdown and hopelessness, some died of unbearable circumstances and committed suicide, but a few were killed by the little vampires. Those dead guys were carried by the little vampires to the high walls of the castle and thrown out. Someone outside will naturally clean their bodies. Only the freak Tenraku is alive. Not only is he still alive and well, but also has a very nourishing life. He had formed a team with Gasper and Valerie and had stopped the little vampires from fighting these two, and he had become domineering. Hey, Herbert, Tenraku-sama has asked you to come see him. The little fat vampire Herbert was having fun, and Gasper's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Turning around, Herbert looked at Gasper and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Sure enough, this coward who cried all the time had dared to yell at him. That human is calling me, why? The expressions on Herbert's face were a little unsightly. That human couldn't even come by himself and he even wanted to let him come to him? That human is really getting more and more arrogant. Well, Tenraku-sama said that he had some important matters he needs to discuss with you. Hurry up. Gasper would have never dared to talk to Herbert like this before, but recently, he felt he had to be as brave as Tenraku-sama to become a real man, so he could only steel himself and speak these words. However, these words are already Gasper's limit at present and he would not wait for Herbert to answer. After speaking, Gasper ran away. Looking at the Gasper running away, Herbert looked somber and his chubby face couldn't help shaking. Although he didn't want to take orders from the arrogant and damn human, but he stayed in this broken castle all day long and had nothing to do. Eventually, he decided to go. Come with me to see what that damn human wants? With a fat hand, Herbert walked toward the place where Tenraku was with a group of his men. Although Tenraku, Valerie, and Gasper are only 3 people, they occupy the largest room in the castle. When he walked into the room with a group of his men, Herbert's expression could not help becoming more gloomy. It was a shame that this room once belonged to him, but it was snatched away by that abominable human being. Yo, little fat man, you guys are here. Tenraku's voice came from the high seat in the room and Herbert's fat face shook, and his 2 fangs popped out instantly. He pushed down the urge to bite this bastard. In the sight of a group of small vampires, Tenraku was sitting leisurely on the high seat, Valerie squeezed his shoulders gently behind him, and the coward Gasper was cutting fruit for him on the side. Looking at the attentive look of Valerie and Gasper, Herbert could not help but swear in his heart, these scum, they are being dogs of the enemy. Human, what do you want with me? Herbert spoke with little patience. Well, there are some things, actually me and Gasper and Valerie are getting out of here. How about it, Herbert? Do you and the guys under you want to be with us? Too lazy to talk nonsense with this little fat vampire, Tenraku also replied. That's impossible, Herbert shouted after hearing Tenraku's words, and the other little vampires were in shock. They never imagined that this human would even want to escape from here. He didn't know how terrifying the guys outside were. Well, why is it impossible? I naturally have my way. You just have to decide whether you want to work with us or not. Tenraku replied faintly. It would have been impossible before, but now that he's grown in power, and with the help of Forbidden View, the impossible has become a possibility. Seeing that Tenraku didn't seem to be joking, the group of small vampires couldn't help but become excited, and even Herbert's eyes flickered, and after a long thought, he said, Humans, why are you telling us this? With his red eyes fixed on Tenraku, Herbert would not believe that Tenraku had told them such an important thing out of the goodness of his heart. This cunning human definitely has some other purposes. Because we want to get out of here and you also want to get out of here, and the more people there are, the more chaos there would be and the better chance we have of getting out. We would use each other, that's all. Shrugging his shoulders, Tenraku spoke as he had no intention of hiding this. After all, the risk of the 3 of them alone getting out is too high. Even if they break out, they will be chased and hunted down by the vampires outside, but if they had got Herbert and the little vampires on their side, then they would make a mess of things and attracted the attention of the outsiders, and the 3 of them would have had a much better chance of getting out. As if he had not thought that Tenraku should have such an idea, Herbert, who had heard it, looked sullen and angry, but he believed Tenraku's reason, for he would have done the same if he had been himself. But this human wants to use himself, why can he not use this human too, as long as he can really escape from here? That's something we need to think about. Instead of immediately agreeing to Tenraku, Herbert said instead, you go back and think about it, but you'd better decide quickly. The next time those guys out there send someone in is when we act. As if anticipating such an answer, Tenraku said with a nonchalant wave of his hand. Humph, let's go? With a snort, Herbert left with a group of small vampires. As for how they decided to go back, it was not Tenraku's concern. Tenraku-sama, will Herbert and others agree to your proposal? As she continued to gently massage Tenraku's shoulder, Valerie worried about this plan. Relax, they will agree. The corners of Tenraku's mouth were slightly raised as he knew what this girl is worried about, but he is absolutely confident about his plan. A group of wild dogs that have become mad while locked up, as long as you open any gap of hope for them, they will desperately squeeze out. Sure enough, after 3 days, Herbert and a group of excited little vampires were all ready to go and appeared in front of Tenraku. It seems that you are all ready. Tenraku smiled as he looked at Herbert and the small vampires behind him. Well, human, I hope you're not just talking big. His nose was in the air, and although Herbert tried to act as if he was calm, the wobbling little fat face told that he was nervous too. With a chuckle, Tenraku said no more but gives Gasper and Valerie, who are equally nervous, a quick look to get them ready. As usual, today is the day when those guys out there send in new humans, and the gates that have been closed will be opened, and that will be their only chance. After several hours of anxious waiting, the gates of the castle were slowly opened. HHH little bastards, food for you again? The gate where the barrier was applied slowly opened, and then a few vampires escorted a group of humans in, but when they saw Tenraku and Herbert standing in front when they were supposed to be all inside, they couldn't help but stunned. What are you doing? The vampire, who was at the forefront, wanted to ask something, but Tenraku did not give him a chance at all. A strange light flashed in his black pupils, and the Sacred Gear's ability was instantly activated. Evil Eye that stops the world. Forbidden View. An invisible realm had spread out, and whatever Tenraku saw, whether human or vampire, was frozen in time. Now, not wanting to lose this opportunity, Tenraku rushed forward and quickly punched several vampires to the ground with his fist strengthened by spirit chi, and then released the ability of Evil Eye. You guys are still here, run away if you don't want to die. Tenraku shouted at a group of humans who were still in a daze and had no idea what was happening. Run away? No one knew who was the first to react, and then all humans ran out in a crazy way. They are clearly living their peaceful lives, but then they were suddenly caught by this group of vampires and their will to live soon collapsed. No matter where they are, and where they went, they just want to escape from here. Not only those humans, Herbert and the small group of vampires were also cheering and they became excited. Although they don't know how Tenraku did it, now it doesn't matter, and they can't wait to turn into bats and fly out. Tenraku-sama, let's run away. His face was flushed with excitement, and Gasper and Valerie ran beside Tenraku and said. However, Tenraku sneered and shook his head. We are not in a hurry, wait a second. Picking up an iron sword from the ground, Tenraku didn't rush to take Gasper and Valerie to escape, but pierced through the hearts of several vampires on the ground and completely finished them. The guys in front were nothing but the bait that Tenraku released, and when they rushed out to make a mess and create chaos, then it would be the best time for the three of them to escape. Although Valerie and Gasper didn't understand what Tenraku is doing, they have absolute trust in Tenraku and they didn't ask much. Anyway, they were determined to do whatever Lord Tenraku asked them to do. After waiting for a few minutes, Tenraku's forehead was slightly sweaty, and his eyes lit up until he heard a noise from outside. Let's go! With a loud shout, Tenraku rushed out first, and Gasper and Valerie quickly followed. There are also many civilians in vampires' territory. As expected by Tenraku, the escaped humans and the small vampires caused a chaos outside. There were people chasing and escaping on the streets, and no one noticed Tenraku. With Gasper and Valerie, they tried their best to escape out of the city and chose those remote roads as far as possible. They encountered other vampires several times, but Tenraku killed them with the ability of the evil eye. After escaping from the town, the three of them penetrated into a forest, breathing heavily with their mouths while leaning on the tree trunks. They were so excited that they finally lost their breath after running here. As long as they ran out of this forest, they could completely escape vampires' territory. Oh, Tenraku-sama, why is it getting foggy? Gasper seemed to find something and spoke while gasping for breath. Tenraku and Valerie couldn't help but look around them. They saw that a thick layer of fog had appeared in the forest without them knowing, and it was quickly spreading towards them. Not good. Tenraku couldn't help but look shocked. It is said that some powerful vampires can not only become foreign-shaped bats, but they also have the ability to control the fog. Fog can keep them out of the sun, used as a barrier, and can even be used as an attack weapon. Before Tenraku could say anything more, the clouds of mist gathered and condensed rapidly into a giant tiger, which then gave a roar and, with its long foggy tail, rushed at them. Look out! It was too late to escape, so Tenraku pushed Gasper and Valerie out as hard as he could. The tiger crashed to the ground, and the two people shouted that they were thrown out by the violent airflow. Valerie rolled far away on the grass before stopping, and Tenraku flipped through the air for a few laps and finally fell back to the ground in shock. But Gasper was not as lucky as the two of them. When he was blown out by the turbulent airflow, he hit his head on a stone and fainted. Crap! With a curse, Tenraku hurried over to pick up Gasper, and then slapped on his face a few times, but the kid did not wake up. Valerie, how are you? Tenraku had no choice but to carry Gasper on his shoulder and then went to check on Valerie. Tenraku-sama, aye. There was a painful expression on Valerie's face as she exposed one of her legs to Tenraku, which was covered with a long trail of blood. One fainted away, one leg was wounded, and Tenraku's heart sank instantly to the bottom of the valley. The fog tiger dissipated after the attack. It seems that the enemy that remotely controls the fog cannot use it to attack continuously, but the situation at this moment is still not very optimistic, because Tenraku has seen several vampires quickly rushing towards here. There are a few more over there? Damn that bastard, damn human! Catch them, don't let them escape. Exhaling slightly, Tenraku calmed down at this critical moment, and seemed to make some kind of decision under his heart as he stroked Valerie's forehead. Valerie, now I can only take one of you out. Although it is a bit cruel, Gasper has fainted, so I can only let you choose. Taking one of them with Tenraku's current strength is a bit of a stretch. If he takes them both, he will end up getting captured. But to Tenraku's surprise, the girl's face did not show panic as he had imagined. Instead, she smiled a little. Tenraku-sama, please take Gasper with you. Gasper was sent into the castle by his family at an early age and has been looking forward to the outside world. The time I lived with Tenraku-sama and Gasper was the happiest time of my life, although I am very, very reluctant, but please, you must escape. Speaking till now, the young girl had already burst into tears. With a sigh, Tenraku couldn't help but turn his head to the side. He knew it would be like this. However, Tenraku was not the kind of indecisive person, and he wiped the girl's tears and said, Valerie, stay alive and wait for us. Wait for Gasper and me to come back to save you. Yes, no matter how long, I will wait for Tenraku-sama and Gasper. I will wait for you to come back to save me. Nodding her head, the girl firmly believed in Tenraku's promise. Thinking of Valerie's fate in the original book, Tenraku finally decided to tell her something. Valerie, you have a sacred gear called Holy Grail of the secluded world Sephiroth Graal in your body. If you wake up its power in the future, don't tell anyone or use it easily, otherwise, it will bring a huge disaster to you. Remember this, okay? Although she was very surprised that she has a sacred gear, Valerie didn't have any doubts about Tenraku's words and nodded her head to guarantee. Yes, I remember, Tenraku-sama. The vampire soldiers were getting closer and closer, and Tenraku knew that he could no longer drag on. He gently rubbed the girl's cheek, and then rushed into the forest with Gasper on his shoulder without looking back. Looking at Tenraku and Gasper's departure, the girl showed a tearful smile, and at the same time prayed sincerely. Tenraku-sama, Gasper, you must escape, you must woo, my head hurts. Rubbing his head, Gasper crawled up confusedly. He did not know how he had escaped from the forest. They were now in a meadow, with Lord Tenraku not far away, looking away with his back to him. This is the outside world. Tenraku-sama, Valerie, we finally escaped? From a daze at the beginning to an endless surprise, Gasper was dancing with excitement. It was the world outside the castle, the real free world, and they had escaped at last. Gasper felt that he was like a bird flying out of the iron cage at this moment, and he had spread his wings freely in the air, and his soul was redeemed and liberated. But soon, as his mood gradually calmed down, Gasper also found a trace of an anomaly. Tenraku-sama had ignored him all the time, and he couldn't find Valerie's figure. There was a moment of uneasiness in Gasper's heart. Tenraku-sama, where did Virginia? Valerie go? With a glimmer of hope, Gasper walked behind Tenraku and asked. Finally, Tenraku turned around and in Gasper's eyes, Tenraku was expressionless, and his deep, dark eyes exhaled a chill that made him shudder. Valerie has been taken back. The calm voice of Tenraku fell like a thunderbolt to Gasper's ears. Taken back, Valerie has been taken back. Tenraku-sama, you must be scaring me, right? Valerie, hey, Valerie, where are you? Come out. He knew that Tenraku would not make such a joke, but he was not willing to accept this reality. Tenraku's eyes flashed with a little bit of complexity as he looked at Gasper, who was shouting Valerie's name. With a slight sigh, Tenraku told him everything that had happened to Gasper after he passed out, including Valerie's leg injury, vampire's chase, and how they had escaped from the forest. When he heard that Valerie had given up her freedom and let Tenraku take him to escape, Gasper broke down in tears. Tenraku-sama, I cannot leave Valerie alone. I will go back and save her? With a flash of certainty in his eyes, Gasper prepared to run back to the forest, to the territory of vampire. But, Pa? With a clear sound, Tenraku directly slapped Gasper's face. What can you do even if you go back now? You can't do anything but waste Valerie's sacrifice, stupid. Tenraku sneered, looking at Gasper who looked like he was wronged. Tenraku-sama, wah. Gasper burst into tears as he seemed to wake up to Tenraku's slap. For the first time in his life, he hated himself for being so weak. He can do nothing and he cannot even protect anything? Looking at the helpless and sad Gasper, Tenraku didn't continue, letting him vent his inner emotions. After all, he is just a child. After crying for a long time, Gasper finally calmed down. Gasper wiped away his tears and looked at Tenraku, whose red eyes were unprecedentedly firm and persistent. Lord Tenraku, I want to be strong. I want to be as strong as Lord Tenraku. I want to be a man. I want Valerie back. After saying his vows and making up his mind, Tenraku smiled as he watched the little boy grow up. Oh, you came to the realization that it is worse than death. I will train you well and then. Pressing Gasper's forehead, Tenraku was still preparing to say something, but suddenly his eyes went cold as he suddenly looked to the side of the forest. Who is there? A rustling sound came from the forest. Gasper was nervous and Tenraku looked gloomy. They have already escaped their territory, and the damn vampires are still lingering here. As the voice got closer and Tenraku prepared to use Evil Eye's power to kill the opponent, a figure came out of the forest and shouted eagerly. Don't do it, it's me. What surprised Tenraku and Gasper was that it wasn't the vampire soldiers but the fat man Herbert. Yo Herbert, did you escape too? Relaxed, Tenraku could not help but ridicule. He had not expected someone other than him and Gasper to escape. This little fat man has some skills. Don't mention, all the idiots except me were caught back. Waving his chubby hand, Herbert gasped with a trembling heart. But thinking of something, he angrily looked at Tenraku and said, Damn human, you actually used us. Tenraku and Gasper didn't follow after they rushed out before, and Herbert knew they were being used by the cunning human again. He had endless resentment in his heart as he gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for him being afraid of Tenraku's strength, Herbert will definitely rush to kill him. How did I use you? I said from the beginning that we were using each other. Blame the guys under you who were too stupid. And, Herbert, do you think you would have had a chance to escape without my help? With a sneer, Tenraku asked rhetorically. For a moment Herbert felt that Tenraku was on to something, and a slight smile came over his face. But when he saw Gasper on one side, Herbert rolled his eyes and he seemed to have an idea. Human, we will forget the past and we will go on with our lives separately. Shrugging his shoulders, Tenraku looked indifferent. The fat little man was not a friend, but he was not an enemy either. As long as he didn't do anything to provoke him, Tenraku didn't bother to pay any attention to him. However, the little fat man is also very cunning and he should have other purposes. And sure enough, the next moment. Gasper, would you like to come with me? We have escaped the Dim Castle, and no one can control us in the future. We are both vampires, and you'd be better off with me than with a human. After hearing Herbert's words, Gasper hid behind Tenraku, his head resembling a rumbling drum. Tenraku is also a little bit unhappy. This little fat man is really buckling for not being a boss. Even at this time, he has not forgotten to recruit people for his gang. Gasper, don't worry, as long as you come with me, I will never bully you again. Trying to be friendly was the last thing that Herbert wanted to do. He didn't want Gasper, the cowardly crybaby with him, but he was the only one who had escaped and all his other little brothers were captured back. I will follow Lord Tenraku. Although he was a bit confused at times, Gasper was not stupid enough to follow Herbert. Fuck, you idiot, you will regret it when you get sold by that human. Goodbye, human, Gasper. We will never see each other again? With Tenraku here, Helbert didn't dare to do anything and he could only shout uncomfortably. He turned around and waved his hand before turning into a bat and flying away. Tenraku-sama, what shall we do now? Those vampires may be still chasing us. We have to leave here quickly. In a remote village in Romania, Tenraku glanced at the deserted dwellings around him and looked a little gloomy. Tenraku-sama, I am back. Gasper's voice came from outside. How is it? Is there any news? Tenraku asked. People in the neighborhood said that a few pastors of church came to take away the person here. Tenraku-sama, what are we going to do with that person? Gasper asked curiously while reporting the news he had heard to Tenraku. Fuck, I am late again. Cursing in his heart, Tenraku was not in a mood to answer Gasper's curiosity. It took him 1 tier of Phenex to get the location of the Sacred Gear Awakener hiding place. He had already thought of various plans to seize the sacred gear of the other party, but he was delayed because he was caught in the vampire territory, and the church guys got that sacred gear user. Tenraku was also deeply annoyed, but this time he got Evil Eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view by mistake, which is barely a comfort. Let's leave, Gasper. Tenraku shouted as he wasn't the kind of person who would give up just because of a failure. Tenraku-sama, are we not looking for that person? That person was taken away by church. We wouldn't find anything even if we look. Oh. With that, the two embarked on a journey again and gradually disappeared into the field of vision. Time is like water and 2 years have passed. 2 years later. In the snow-covered forest, a golden-haired teenager was desperately running away. He bumped and fell and got up again and again. The body of the youth has already reached its limit, but in his eyes were a striking firmness and perseverance. Live, he must live. Even if it's you alone, run. The sound of his companions sounded constantly in his ears, and when they pushed away those devil to let him escape, his life was not only his own, so he must live. PTNG? His body had already reached its limit, and the teenager fell into the snow again. Feeling that every cell in his body was violently in pain, he could no longer exert even the slightest energy, and the teenager lay quietly in the snow and gasped continuously. Feeling his dying vitality, the teenager knew that his end was coming to him. It was clearly the opportunity that everyone desperately took for him, but his consciousness has begun to blur, but the scenes of getting along with his friends are constantly replayed in his mind. They were a bunch of helpless kids with special abilities, and those guys brought them together, training them day after day and instilling in them the idea that one day you will be a special being chosen by God. Despite the hardships and pains, the friends supported and encouraged each other, and everyone believed that as long as they work hard, they will one day become a special existence selected by God. However, they were betrayed. Those guys claimed to be God's apostles, but they are doing what devil does. They deceived them, they used them as experimental materials, and they killed them after discovering that they were useless. With endless sarcasm and self-mockery, the youth's eyes erupted out with a surprising hatred. Even if he turns into a fierce ghost, he will curse those guys. Tenraku-sama, I found it. In his blurred vision, the teenager saw 2 figures running towards him. At first, he thought it was the person who was hunting him, but it was not until the other approached that he realized they were not. They were 2 boys about his size. It was Tenraku and Gasper. They quickly rushed towards him and Tenraku examined the teenager on the ground, but his brows were frowned. Tenraku-sama, how is he? Gasper, who caught up from behind, asked. He was a lot taller than he was 2 years ago, but he is even cuter. Shaking his head, Tenraku did not answer. After his inspection, he found that something is attacking the youth's heart and he has no medicine to save him. Although he still has 2 drops of Phenex tears left on his body, Phenex tears only have a miraculous effect of recovering physical injuries, but they have no effect on curses, diseases, and poisons, so Gasper showed sympathy, and Tenraku was also very sorry. In the past 2 years, he had been secretly inquiring about the Holy Sword Project in addition to going around. He found it here about half a year ago. He knew that a survivor will escape, so the 2 have been waiting for him in this neighborhood. Yes, the teenager in the snow, the survivor of the Holy Sword Project, is Kiba Ueto from the original series. Of course, he hasn't been given the name Kiba Ueto by Rias yet, and he probably won't be again. What is your name? Tenraku asked while holding him up. Isaiah. Isaiah replied, even if his breath was very weak. With a slight nod, it seemed as if Kiba Ueto's original name was indeed Isaiah, as Tenraku remembered it. Sorry, Isaiah, I can't save you now. Hearing Tenraku's voice, Isaiah did not respond much. He knew his own situation best. With a flash of regret in his eyes, Tenraku sighed a little. He remembered that in the original series, Rias resurrected Isaiah with an evil piece after his death, but he didn't have that. Originally, he still appreciated Kiba Ueto in the original book. Tenraku also considered finding him and letting him become his companion, but unfortunately, Isaiah, I need your sacred gear. Please give me your sacred gear. For the price, I will find the leader of the Holy Sword Project to avenge you and your friends. Since he can't become his companion, Tenraku can only retreat and ask for his sacred gear. The other party's time is running out, so he said directly. Isaiah's already dim eyes light up after hearing Tenraku's voice, and Isaiah grabbed Tenraku's hand with a flash of light. Sacred gear, here you go, take it, avenge us? Nothing matters to Isaiah today, let alone sacred gear. As long as Tenraku can avenge him and his companions, he can promise anything. Tenraku also understood Isaiah's thoughts and he nodded and spoke to Gasper on the side. Gasper, don't let anyone come near here. Yes, Tenraku-sama? With a reply, Gasper turned into a bat and flew around to keep watch. Without further ado, Tenraku didn't hesitate anymore, and launched the ability of Sacred Gear Plunder and one of his hand fell into Isaiah's chest. The process of taking away sacred gears was very painful, but from beginning to end, Isaiah calmly watched Tenraku and didn't make any sound. Even Tenraku couldn't help but sigh. Maybe this kind of pain is nothing compared to the pain he had suffered before. Because of the cooperation of the host, Tenraku easily took out the sacred gear inside Isaiah. It was a black treasured jade. There seemed to be countless demonic swords in the treasured jade. Tenraku couldn't help but feel excited. This is the demonic sword creation sword birth. This sacred gear is able to create any demonic sword. Thank you, I will keep my promise and avenge you and your companions. Integrating the sacred gear into his body and feeling his rising power, Tenraku said, please. Although he didn't know who the other party is and why he is so clear about his own affairs, and why he has such a terrible power to capture other people's sacred gear, it doesn't matter to Isaiah at this moment. He only knew that maybe this person could really avenge himself and his friends and that was enough for him. A smile appeared on Isaiah's face and he also completely lost his breath. Isaiah's body was buried by Tenraku and Gasper in an unmanned place. There were no tombstones as he wouldn't have wanted that kind of thing. Tenraku-sama, he is so pitiful. Although he didn't know the other person, Gasper sympathized with him. He and Valerie were just confined in the castle anyway, but Isaiah and his companions were brainwashed and deceived by those people of the church. They were not only used as experimental materials but they were also eliminated in the end. Silence, Tenraku said nothing. Isaiah and his companions are indeed miserable, but not because the church is hypocritical and cold-blooded, nor because their fate was cruel and unfair, but it was because they were so weak. Because they were weak, they were deceived and used. Because they were weak, they were eliminated like animals. Being weak is a sin in this world? There was a strong breath on his body and Tenraku swore under his heart that he would never commit the same crime. Tenraku will fulfill the promise of revenge for Isaiah and his companions, as long as he has enough power. Let's leave, Gasper. Turning away and waving at the lonely tomb, Tenraku and Gasper gradually went away and disappeared into the forest. The jungle near a church. Tenraku-sama, this is it. A bat flew back from a distance and then turned into Gasper. After looking at the sky, it was almost time and Tenraku threw a magic communicator to Gasper and then said, "Stand guard outside, Gasper." "Yes, Lord Tenraku." After giving orders to Gasper, Tenraku jumped up and under the cover of darkness, he walked cautiously towards the church. Several months have passed since Isaiah passed away and these few months, Tenraku has fully mastered his soaring power and the ability of the Sacred Gear Demonic Sword Creation Sword Birth. As for the purpose of sneaking into this church this time, it was to save a person. It's another survivor from the Holy Sword Project except for Isaiah. No, it should be said to be the only survivor now. Shortly after the execution of Isaiah and his companions, the Holy Sword Project was also exposed inside the church. The leader of the Holy Sword Project, Archbishop Valper Galilei, fell from power and reportedly defected to Fallen Angel's side. Although the church tried to cover up the truth of the Holy Sword Project, Tenraku knew their hypocritical features. After paying a great price, he finally found out where the survivor was. He carefully covered his breath along the way. Fortunately, the defense of this church is not very strict. Although there are defense barriers, most of the barriers of the church are against Ikai and Devil. For Tenraku who had not awakened his bloodline, this barrier would have a little to no effect. After sneaked into the church, Tenraku searched according to the information he had obtained in advance. Although he also encountered several pastor nuns several times, the ability to use Forbidden Baler View also helped Tenraku to avoid any trouble. Tenraku continued to search, and finally found the survivor in a hidden room. It was a 12-13-year-old girl with long white hair. Her whole figure was covered by a spherical barrier, and her eyes were slightly closed as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. According to the information obtained by Tenraku, the girl seems to have some kind of barrier-type sacred gear on her body. When Valper's men planned to kill them all, she used this power to protect herself. Even in the state of suspended animation, the barrier cannot be removed from her body. The Chich's people found her in a facility after Valper's fall from power and because they could not disarm the Sacred Gear's power, and because they could not expose Holy Sword's plans, so they moved her here. Frowning at the girl who was enveloped by the barrier, Tenraku had no way to take her out like this. And if the church can't break the barrier then Tenraku isn't arrogant enough to assume that he would be able to do it. His spirit chi surged, and a demonic sword was condensed by Tenraku. After a few attempts, the demonic sword broke and the barrier covering the girl remained unchanged. Tenraku couldn't help but be surprised as this is one of the rare defense-type sacred gear. Tenraku suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up, maybe he can try it like this? Launching the ability of Sacred Gear Plunder, Tenraku once again ran into the barrier. To his surprise, Tenraku was surprised that the barrier covering the girl did not repel him this time, allowing him to break through easily. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Tenraku's right hand sank into the girl's chest, grabbed the sacred gear in her body, and then he extracted it little by little. The process of taking away a sacred gear was very painful. Even the girl who fell asleep showed a painful look on her face, but the girl didn't make any sound, perhaps because she was very weak, and Tenraku breathed out in relief. As the sacred gear was completely taken by Tenraku, the original barrier covering the girl's body also shattered. Inherent barrier. Tenraku knew the sacred gear's name owned by the girl when he merged the sacred gear in his body. Feeling the renewed strength and brand new ability in his body, Tenraku also showed great joy on his face. As long as he continues to seize sacred gears, his power will increase indefinitely. One day, he will stand at the apex of this world. Woo. Still basking in the joy of rising strength, a girl's voice suddenly came to Tenraku's attention. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that the girl seemed to have woken up, and Tenraku quickly hugged the girl up, saying, "What is your name?" "To, Tosca." Her face was pale as the girl replied weakly with a blank expression on his face. "My name is Tenraku, Kamiya Tenraku, I am Isaiah's friend. Don't worry, I'm here to save you." Tenraku quickly spoke as he was worried about the girl misunderstanding him as church personnel. Isaiah, Tenraku. Thinking of the names of Isaiah and Tenraku, the girl named Tosca seemed to finally let go of her guard, but her eyes were closed and she passed out again. The girl's body is too weak, and if not treated in time, it may be life-threatening. Tenraku no longer hesitated and he carried the girl on his back and left the chamber. Although it was difficult to move stealthily with another person on his back and he was almost found several times, but Tenraku still took Tosca out of the church in a precarious manner and came to the place where he left Gasper. "Gasper?" Tenraku shouted in the darkness of the jungle, but no one answered. After entering the church, he has never received a message from Gasper and he expected to see Gasper after he came out. Based on Tenraku's knowledge of Gasper, he naturally knew that he would not escape alone. Thinking of a possibility, Tenraku's expression sank and an unforeseen hunch arose in his heart. What a surprise. It turned out to be the fourth child of the Phenex family, Kamiya Tenraku. Suddenly there was a voice, and then figures came out of the darkness. Walking towards his way was a dark-haired teenager about Tenraku's size, squinting and smiling. To the left side of the teenager was a silver-haired girl who was fixed by the magic phalanx. She floated in the air following the pace of the teenager. From the clothes on her body, she should be a nun in a nearby church. And on the right side of the teenager is Gasper. At this time the teenager is hugging the slim waist of Gasper. Tenraku couldn't help feel his irritation rise up as he saw the teenager's face. Diodora Astaroth? Astaroth family is also like the Phenex family as it is one of the 72 pillars of Underworld, and Diodora is a contemporary genius heir of the Astaroth family. Because he has visited the Phenex family with his elders before, he had recognized Tenraku's identity. Originally, Astaroth was only a moderate family in the 72 pillars, but because of a genius figure in the current main family Ajuka Beasley-Bub, who is one of the great four Satans, the Astaroth family also surged and became the top family of Underworld. Others may not know it yet, but Tenraku is aware of the situation in front of him. Looking at the silver-haired saintess, Tenraku knows the reason why Diodora appears here. He just didn't expect that Gasper would fell into Diodora's hands. This is really a bit of trouble. "WWW Tenraku-sama, save me." Unable to move around with Diodora's hand around his waist, Gasper shouted pitifully to Tenraku for help. Stomping the urge to smirk for two different reasons, Tenraku turned his gaze to one side as he couldn't bear to look straight. Diodora should have appeared here to capture the saintess of the church. He must have just happened to meet Gasper, who was guarding outside. Maybe he thought that she was cute. Only if Diodora knew that Gasper was actually a fake girl. "Tenraku, I heard that you went out to train a few years ago. I didn't expect you to appear here. Imagine my surprise to find that you also had this hobby. We are still in the same boat." Looking at the unconscious Tosca on Tenraku's shoulder, Diodora's eyes flashed with light and smirked. Too lazy to explain anything, Tenraku put Tosca down and then said in a deep voice, "Diodora, Gasper is my companion, let him go. The Phenex family and the Astaroth family have been allies. It would be good if Diodora releases Gasper, as Tenraku does not want to have more conflicts with him. Although this is your request, this is not enough. I like this lovely Miss Gasper very much. However, if you want her, then it's not impossible, just exchange it with another beautiful lady in your hands." A glance of greed flashed in Diodora's eyes as he looked at Tosca. Although his favorite toys are those holy beautiful nuns, he also likes other beautiful women. Knowing what this guy was thinking, Tenraku shook his head helplessly, and then said, "Gasper is a man." After hearing Tenraku's words, Diodora froze slightly and an idiot-like expression appeared on his face. "Tenraku, you can't fool me by telling such a lie. Look at this delicate skin, this pure sweetness." Not believing Tenraku, Diodora stroked Gasper's face and took a deep breath in his hair. Looking at the intoxicated look of Diodora, Tenraku only felt a little tumbling sensation in his stomach and turned his eyes to the side again. "I, lovely as I am a man?" Not being able to move, Gasper summoned up his courage and spoke while almost crying. If only Tenraku said that, then it wouldn't have mattered to him, but he didn't expect Gasper to say this too, and Diodora became suspicious. Eventually, he put his magic power into Gasper's body to make sure. He thought that the two people were just trying to deceive him, but in the next moment, Diodora's face stiffened, and then a cockroach-like distorted look appeared on his face. "Fuck off." With a sharp sip, Diodora slapped Gasper away, and then he used his magic power to gather a stream of water and desperately washed his palm that had touched Gasper's face just now. He even hugged a man's waist, he even touched a man's face, he even showed that intoxicated expression because he smelled a man's scent. Diodora is going crazy? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Where there were calmness and elegance before, at this time, Diodora's face was ferocious. WWW Tenraku-sama, I am defiled. Crawling from the ground and running back to Tenraku, Gasper spoke with a pitiful look. I told you to not wear women's clothes, whose fault is it that you didn't listen? Tenraku didn't know how many times he had said this to this boy, but he just didn't change it. But, Valerie said it was cute like that sniffing. Gasper was also endlessly aggrieved. This late pseudonym boy was really hopeless. Tenraku was still preparing to say something, but suddenly, his face changed and he grabbed Gasper and jumped up. The place that they had just stood was attacked by a magic bullet. Diodora, what the hell are you doing? Tenraku shouted as he looked at Diodora who attacked from the side. Damn him, I'm going to kill him? Diodora growled with a grim look on his face. Diodora was so angry at the thought of what happened just now. If the guys in Underworld knew about this, then he would be laughed at by them. He would never be able to raise his head in front of them again. So he is going to kill Gasper. He will absolutely kill Gasper? Diodora, I just said that Gasper is my companion, and I will not just sit back if you make trouble for no reason. Tenraku frowned as he looked at Diodora who looked like a mad dog, and a trace of disgust flashed in Tenraku's eyes. It's just that Tenraku's warning didn't play any role. Instead, it made Diodora's anger more intense. What? Not sit back? What would you do? What can you do? You are a half-breed waste that couldn't even awaken your family's bloodline? Get the fuck out of here, otherwise, I will kill you today. Already blinded by his anger, Diodora doesn't have Tenraku in his sights. Although killing Tenraku will be a bit of trouble, but as long as it is done cleanly, who would know that it was he who killed this waste? In order to wash this stain, he just wants to kill now. Tenraku's eyes narrowed and his expression darkened as he watched Diodora's murderous rage. If someone had called him waste before, Tenraku would have only laughed at it and wouldn't worry about it. Because he was indeed a waste then, as he could not awaken his family's bloodline and he had no ability to practice magic. If he had acted brave, it would only end in humiliation. But now it is different. He already has the power. He has made 10 times and 100 times more effort than his peers. He is confident that he will not lose to any of those who are proud of their genius but pamper themselves all day long. Everyone who insults him will pay a price. There was a sharp aura on his body as Tenraku condensed a black demonic sword, and then slowly pointed to Diodora. I'll just say this, Diodora, take back what you just said, Tenraku-sama. Gasper looked in awe at Tenraku while standing behind him. Gasper has been following Tenraku for some time now, and he naturally knows that this is Tenraku's angry expression. Tenraku doesn't get angry easily, but every time he gets angry, it's scary. HHHHH. Unlike Gasper's awe, Diodora laughs as if he has heard some great joke. A waste that cannot even awaken his devil's bloodline and take his family's surname dares to talk to him like this. Waste would always remain waste. What if I don't take it back? Looking up with an arrogant expression on his face, Diodora's tone was filled with mockery. As a pure-blood devil and the genius of the Astaroth family, Diodora is proud of himself and he can back up that pride with power and status. But what about Tenraku? A waste that can't even awaken the Phenex bloodline. He is a shame upon the Phenex family. Faced with such contempt and disdain, anybody would become angry at this time, but Tenraku was extremely calm as he spoke to Gasper behind him. Gasper, take Tosca away. The more calm Tenraku was, the more pressure Gasper felt. Gasper did not dare to say anything more, so he ran over and helped the unconscious Tosca to get up and walk to the side. With a cold snort, Diodora also raised his hand and pushed the silver-haired saintess, who was held by magic phalanx, aside. Looking coldly at Tenraku, his body exudes cold killing intent. Since this waste dares to provoke him, then he would be taking care of him here. Although he really wouldn't kill Tenraku, but he can torture him to let him know the difference between a genius and a waste. And Diodora made up his mind. After defeating Tenraku, he would kill Gasper in front of him and then snatch the girl named Tosca. Not only to torture his body, but to also trample on his dignity. The atmosphere was solemn. The eyes of the two sides met with each other and sparkle was struck in the air. Acting at almost the same time, the two of them flew towards each other in a flash. Puff. A cold light flashed and blood blossomed in the air, and Tenraku and Diodora also staggered apart. Looking at the long blood trail in front of him, the expressions on Diodora's face looked as if he had seen a ghost. With just one move, he had lost to that waste. Tenraku lowered his sword, but there was a smile on his face. Just now, he didn't use the power of sacred gear. He only used his sword skills, but Diodora had no power to fight back. Impossible? Impossible? With red eyes and a crazy look on his face, Diodora began to mutter, as a genius of the Astaroth family, how could he lose to a waste that could not even awaken his bloodline? He could not accept such a thing? After being completely stimulated by fierceness and anger, Diodora turned and jumped, desperately urging the magic power in his body, and suddenly a series of electric fireballs attacked Tenraku. HNG boom. There were flashes of fire and loud bangs, and Tenraku was constantly dodging and he was on defenses. Die. Diodora snarled as a huge phalanx of magic sparkled and sent out fierce attacks. He could not bear the humiliation of losing to a waste. Even if he would be in trouble for killing this waste, he could not let him live. He is going to kill Tenraku? But boom, huiaith. Tenraku's figure flashed in front of Diodora and he kicked his stomach, almost spitting out his internal organs. Diodora used his magic to desperately defend himself, but in the next moment, Tenraku's figure flashed behind him and he slashed Diodora's back with his sword. HNG boom. Ah. Diodora has no idea why he can't see Tenraku's moves, why he can't block Tenraku's attacks, why. He is going crazy. Under Gasper's excited gaze, the battle between the two becomes a one-sided abuse done to him by Tenraku, and Diodora is no match for Tenraku at all. Leaping into the air, Tenraku smiles sarcastically as he watches Diodora, who has lost his mind and knows nothing but to do random attacks. Not in the mood to continue to play with him, Tenraku's black eyes flashed with an evil light and he once again launched the Sacred Gear's power. Evil eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view. An invisible field spread out and all the magic attacks were frozen in the air and even the grim expression on Diodora's face remained motionless. Without any hesitation, Tenraku flew down and directly penetrated Diodora's chest with his sword. The power of Evil Eyes was lifted and Diodora looked at the longsword that had penetrated his chest and Tenraku standing in front of him in disbelief. He is still unable to understand what had happened. As a genius of the Astaroth family, despite his young age, Diodora already has the strength of middle-level devil, and he can even reach the level of high-level devil in only 1 or 2 years. Even among Underworld peers, except for the so-called new generation of 4 great Satans, there are few who can match him. But in the battle against Tenraku, whom he regarded as waste, he was defeated and crushed and he didn't even know how he lost to the other party. Is this the so-called genius of the Astaroth family? Tenraku drew his long sword and his faint voice seemed to be filled with disappointment. Puff. Humiliated, Diodora spouted blood from his mouth and fell to the ground. Tenraku-sama is so good, so powerful? Gasper helped Tosca and shouted excitedly. Every time he defeats his enemy, the boy runs out to kiss his ass. Tenraku doesn't bother to talk to him but walks towards the Saintess with a demonic sword in his hand. Bound by the magic phalanx and unable to move or speak, the silver-haired Saintess looked at Tenraku approaching her and closed her eyes in despair. But to silver-haired Saintess' confusion, Tenraku did not kill her, but cut through the magic formation allowing her to return to freedom. Miss Saintess, don't be caught by the evil devil next time, hurry back. Hearing Tenraku's voice, the silver-haired Saintess hadn't recovered for a long time. She didn't understand, didn't devil exist for evil? Everyone in church has been teaching her this way, just like the devil who caught her and wanted to do something evil to her. But why did the devil in front of her want to let her go? Looking at the silver-haired Saintess, who seemed to be scared out of her wits, Tenraku ignored her and turned to go to Gasper and Tosca. Looking back, she realized that there is still too much she didn't understand but the silver-haired Saintess knows that the boy in front of her has saved herself. She took a deep look at Tenraku and remembered his appearance in her mind, then she bent over in thanks before running out of the forest, disappearing into the night. Tenraku-sama, let's get out of here quickly. This location is not very far from the church here. The battle between Tenraku and Diodora has probably caught the Chich's attention and Gasper is eager to get out of here. Let's go, but before that. He picks Tosca up and carries her on his back, but Tenraku looks away at Diodora, with a smirk on his face. As a pure-blooded devil, Diodora's physical fitness is far superior to ordinary people. Even if Tenraku's sword pierced through his chest, he did not die. Naturally, Tenraku would not kill Diodora on the spur of the moment. He would not do such a reckless thing without having the absolute invincible power. However, although he cannot kill Diodora, it is possible for him to do something else. The Astaroth family's young man seems to have a fetish for saintess and nuns, and it is not known how many pure nuns and saintess were harmed in the original novel. As a price for insulting himself, Tenraku already has a punishment in mind for Diodora. Under Gasper's stunned expression, Tenraku held the demonic sword directly under Diodora's crotch, and then his spirit chi broke out, instantly twisting the sword in Diodora's inferior root and shattering it. At this level, let alone the general recovery of magic, even the tears of Phenex cannot allow that to recover. Let's go, Gasper. The demonic sword dissipated and Tenraku shouted. Ah yes, Tenraku-sama? After recovering, Gasper couldn't help but tremble. He never knew that Tenraku-sama had such a vicious side. Gasper sympathetically glanced at Diodora, who was still unconscious and quickly followed. Soon after Tenraku left, a scream of endless viciousness sounded in the forest. Ah, kami ya Tenraku? Underworld, Gremory main residence. On the huge training ground, a maiden with wings on her back is floating in the air. The long black hair is tied into a beautiful ponytail. The girl's face is delicate. At the age of 13 or 14, a red and white witch's long skirt is fluttering in the air. It is Akeno who got separated from Tenraku a few years ago. At a certain moment, Akeno slowly raised one of her jade hands and then suddenly opened her eyes. Thunder and lightning? Crackling. A huge magic array was displayed above Akeno's head, and then a series of silver-colored thunder and lightning shot down, hitting the ground below with a burst of roar. The dust billowed and the electric light rushed up. When everything calmed down, the once solid and huge site was devastated, and all around were the ruins destroyed by thunder and lightning. As she landed slowly to the ground, Akeno also gasped slightly, but looking at the power shown by her attack, her eyes were full of joy that couldn't be concealed. After countless efforts, she has finally become stronger. Pa pa pa. A burst of applause sounded, and 2 more figures came over. A red-haired princess and a silver-haired girl. That's my queen, Akeno. Your thunder and lightning attacks are getting stronger and stronger. The red-haired princess, Rias Gremory, applauded while applauding. I wouldn't have been able to do this without your help, Akeno said modestly while shaking her head. Although she inherited the ability of thunder and lightning from her mother, it would have been impossible for her to grow to this stage in such a short time without the vigorous training of the Gremory family. Akeno deeply understood this, and she is also very grateful to the Rias and Gremory family who helped her. Akeno, towel. A small hand gently pulled Akeno and passed a towel. It was the silver-haired girl who appeared with Rias. Thank you, Konako-chan. Rubbing the girl's forehead lovingly, Akeno also took the towel with a smile. To Zhao Shiron, the girl's name, Konako, is just an alias that Rias has given her, and she is also another of Rias' peerage just like Akeno. Looking at her two peerage's members, Rias sighed for a while. She will not mention Konako for the time being, but Agrippa has rated Akeno as having excellent potential. Sure enough, Akeno is getting stronger every day after coming to Gremory's house. Akeno's rapid growth has even amazed Rias, who has always been a visionary. Despite the stress of being the owner, Rias is not jealous. Akeno is a member of her peerage, she is her queen, her companion. She is also happy as she witnessed Akeno's continuous growth. Oh, Rias, has there been any news of Tenraku? Thinking of something, Akeno suddenly asked, and Rias, who was still smiling, became stiff. Tenraku, Akeno asked about Tenraku every day. Like a little angry child, Rias hugged his hands in front of her and pouted. Rias, are you jealous? Leaning to Rias' ear, Akeno smiled playfully. No, I am be jealous. Who is jealous? I don't have any jealous. The pure Rias is simply not Akeno's opponent, and she shuddered. Rias is blushing. Woo, I am not. You are? Not? At each other's words, the fight soon developed into a arms and legs war. They tore at each other's clothes, and it took a long time before they could even settle down, and they did when Konako pulled them apart. Rias, can you tell me Tenraku news now? Her skirts were pulled apart by the fierce evil princess, but she won the fight by an inch, and Akeno smiled as she breathed. Looking at Akeno's proud look, Rias gritted her teeth. Although she was unhappy, Rias finally said, that guy's been hiding somewhere lately, and I haven't heard anything from Gremory's house about him. Not thinking that Rias would deceive herself, Akeno's eyes looked sad. She hasn't heard from Tenraku in a long time. Come on, he is also a descendant of Phenex clan, he will be fine. Looking at Akeno's sad face, Rias couldn't take it anymore and quickly comforted. Nodding her head, Akeno also believed that Tenraku would be fine, but her thoughts not only did not fade over time, but became more intense. Akeno, that Tenraku, is he an important person? Not knowing how many times she had heard of this name from Akeno's mouth, Konako asked with her head tilted up, curiosity shimmering in her gem-like eyes. Gently touching Konako's forehead, Akeno looked at the sky in the distance and spoke. He is my most important person, and he is my hero. Romania, Vampire Field. After the chaos 2 years ago, the castle where the half-breeds were confined was strictly guarded. Layers of barriers enveloped the huge building. People outside could go in, but people inside could never come out again. Instead of the old days, all the little vampires gathered in the courtyard of the castle and looked at the man in the middle of the courtyard who had trampled one of their companions on the ground. Their eyes were full of fear. Now, my lovely younger sister, show me your power, your cursed powers from gods. A longsword pierced the man's throat under his feet, and he kept stirring it back and forth and smiled darkly. Her face was white and her lips were clenched. Facing the sudden appearance of this man who claimed to be her older brother, Valerie felt nothing but fear. But watching the little vampire on the ground screaming and pleading, Valerie finally walked over. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the man stopped his movements and pulled out longsword to one side. Tenraku-sama, I am sorry I disobeyed your orders. Recalling Tenraku's warning, Valerie regretted her actions. As Lord Tenraku said, she has a sacred gear called Holy Grail of the secluded world Sephiroth Graal, and she awakened Sacred Gear's power not long ago. Lord Tenraku warned her not to use that power, but a few days ago, an injured bird fell on her and she originally intended to ignore it, but in the end, she still used the power of Sacred Gears to save it. But the result was accidentally seen by others, so it has now come to this. Anxious and nervous, under everyone's gaze, Valerie could only lean down and put her hands on the wound in front of little vampire. Seeing a holy ray of light from Valerie's hand, the bleeding wound in front of the little vampire healed quickly, and it only took a few seconds for him to recover completely. Such a powerful healing ability was unheard of, and everyone was stunned with an unbelievable expression on their face. The male vampire, who was not far away, stared at Valerie, and a pair of crimson eyes burst out with a surprise light. It really is it. It really is it. HHHHH. As if he knew something, the man started to laugh crazily. Everyone was abashed, and Valerie was so scared that she just stood there without even moving. She didn't know what she should do, and what fate would have her face next. Crash. A man rushed out of the top floor of a 100-story building as splinters of glass flew across the sky. Stop. Well, shoot if you run. You can't get away, Mead. Put the jewels down, you bastard. The police with guns kept chasing behind the man, but the man laughed with no intention of stopping. Bye. Running to the edge of the building and leaping down, the man blew a kiss at the glowering police who had to stop. Then his figure disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. HHHHH, useless police, you'll never catch me. The wind roared, and although the body was falling rapidly, the man laughed without showing any slight tension, and took a gorgeous gem from his pocket and kissed it fiercely. Feeling more or less the same, the man put the jewel back and looked down at the ground and then went up. Hermes boots? If anyone else sees this scene at this time, they will be surprised. They will see a dazzling magic line suddenly appearing at the foot of the man, and his original falling body quickly slowed down. As if he could walk in the air, the man landed smoothly on the ground after a few jumps. Looked at the policemen who were still dumbfounded on the top of the building. The man smiled disdainfully. He's me, the rogue, the windswept man. Using your sacred gear power to do this kind of thing. You really are insulting the god who gave it to you. Suddenly a sound rang, which surprised Mead. Constantly searching around, he could only hear the sound of footsteps, and then 3 figures emerged from the darkness and stood before Mead's eyes. Looking at the 3 people who suddenly appeared before him and the young man with black hair and black pupils standing in front of him, the handsome face made Mead a little jealous. Behind the teenager were 2 girls, with one being a golden-haired girl and another being a white-haired girl. Who are you? Instead of being blinded by the 2 girls, Mead asked coldly. The sacred gear he owns is his biggest secret, and it's obvious that the 3 people had bad intentions by suddenly appearing here. You don't need to know who we are, you just need to know that your sacred gear is mine now. The dark-haired boy's voice, with its impossibly calm tone, seemed to say something that was a matter of course, and Mead, hearing it, was furious. Arrogance? Since the other side is looking for trouble, Mead old not be polite with them. He jumped and kicked out, and a crescent gas blade whistling toward 3 people cut. Mead's sacred gear was his greatest secret and reliance. Although it would be a pity to kill the 2 little beauties, as long as he still has his sacred gear, he would get many other beauties. Only, the next moment, there was a loud bang, and the scene in which 3 people were chopped into pieces by his own attacks did not appear. Under the stunned look of Mead, a spherical barrier suddenly appeared to cover the 3 of them, and his attack fell on the barrier and failed to penetrate it. That barrier is not a magic spell. Mead had realized that the other party is also the owner of sacred gear. He has always been confident in his own strength, so Mead does not think that his sacred gear will lose to others. With a sneer, he kicked out several crescent moon blades, and the power of these blades are many times greater than before. However, with a thunderous bang, the spherical barrier flashed a few times and still resisted all of his attacks. Damn it! With a curse, Mead instantly noticed that the situation was not good. He turned around and ran away without thinking, and at his speed, he soon became a black spot in the blink of an eye. Tenraku-sama, the target had escaped. Looking at the escaped Mead, the white-haired girl Tosca said, "Yes, the dark-haired boy, the white-haired girl, and the golden-haired pseudo-girl are exactly Tenraku, Tosca, and Gasper. He won't be able to escape." Tenraku didn't have any worries on his face. He raised a hand, and suddenly a few golden auras shot out, chasing towards Mead. "Let's go to our collect prey." Damn it, damn it, damn it, what is this? Looking at the 4 gold rings that half hide in the void and half bind his hands and feet, Mead, who is shocked and angry and continued to struggle. Useless, that is Lejun's golden dragonfly, the magic weapon of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord in Eastern mythology. Even the legendary fighting ape will be trapped by it. You cannot escape with your power. Tenraku said as he walked up from behind him with Gasper and Tosca. Hey, brother, we have no hatred with each other. The things just now are just misunderstandings. Will you let me go? I can give you everything, whether it's money or a woman, as long as you let me go. Unexpectedly, there was such a difficult sacred gear on the other side. Mead was in a hurry and could only ask for mercy. Shaking his head, Tenraku didn't have the slightest intention of letting him go. Although he didn't hate money or women, he even liked it, but he would look for those things by himself. No one else needed to give them. I only need your sacred gear. Too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party again, Tenraku directly activated the ability of sacred gear Plunder, and his hand fell into Mead's chest. Ah! Mead's cry of pain sounded under the silent night sky, and it was not until the sacred gear was taken out completely that it gradually subsided. With a pale complexion and extreme weakness, Mead seemed to finally remember something when he saw his sacred gear in Tenraku's hand. You are that sacred gear plunderer? Sacred gear plunderer, a super important criminal who has been pursued by various forces in recent years. It's said that he possessed the ability to plunder other people's sacred gears. No one in the world had any idea about how many sacred gears have been taken away by him. With a bitter smile, Mead couldn't help but sigh, but no one would have thought that the legendary sacred gear plunderer would be such a young boy in front of him. He even became his target. Unwilling or angry, he couldn't think anymore. The extreme weakness made Mead unable to persevere. His head tilted to the side as he fainted. Not caring about the life and death of the other party, Tenraku was looking at the treasured jade in his hands. He saw a pair of gorgeous boots appearing in the treasured jade. The sides of the boots were decorated with golden wings. It is the sacred gear he snatched from Mead? Incorporating the sacred gear into his body, a powerful force quickly fed into his body, but Tenraku only refined and absorbed this force in a moment, without causing any waves. For the current Tenraku, this increase in power is nothing. Hermes Boots is the name of this sacred gear. It can let the host step through the void, go against the wind, and increase the speed of the host explosively. It can even shoot some energy attacks. It is a good sacred gear. Soon, he became familiar with and mastered the sacred gear's ability. Tenraku raised his hand and the few golden rings around the fainted mead disappeared. Tenraku-sama, where are we going next? Seeing that their goal was completed this time, Gasper on the side asked. Where are we going? Instead of answering Gasper's question, Tenraku looked at the bright starry sky. Counting the years, he has been training for 8 years, and even Tosca, who joined later, has followed him for nearly 4 years. If he remembers correctly, it will be Riser's coming-of-age ceremony soon. Then, at the end of the journey, he should go back to fulfill his promise. In the vast and luxurious castle, the servants in formal attire were constantly at work. Today is a special day. Riser Phenex, the third son of the Phenex family, will have his coming-of-age ceremony today. There are guests who came in the castle from time to time to watch and congratulate. The whole Phenex house is more lively than usual. As the heir to Phenex family who inherited the Phenex bloodline, Riser's coming-of-age ceremony would naturally be watched by many big characters in Underworld. In the magnificent hall, the guests had gathered for an impromptu reception and they were toasting and chatting with each other. A magic array appeared on this hall and several figures appeared. There was a red-haired man, a beautiful silver-haired woman in maid clothing, and 2 beautiful girls. Lucifer-sama. Everyone stopped talking and bowed to the red-haired man who appeared. Surtsk's Lucifer was originally the eldest son of the Gremory family, but he inherited the name of Lucifer because of his powerful magic power and excellent ability. He is one of the 4 great Satans. The maid beside Surtsk's is not immortal. She is beautiful and has a cold temperament. Her name is Graphia Lucifuge. She is known as the silver-haired Queen of Annihilation, and she is also the strongest queen of Underworld. The 2 girls who appeared with Surtsk's and Graphia were not some unknown people. It was Rias and Akeno. Raise your heads, everyone. Surtsk smiled and nodded to the surrounding guests. Despite being one of the 4 great Satans, Surtsk is known for his kindness that is rarely seen even among the other great Satans. Although his position was questioned by many people, more of them are his lovers and followers. A passage was cleared from the crowd, and the hosts, the Lord Phenex and his wife, came over. Long time no see, Surtsk. How is Lord Gremory? I haven't seen you in a long time, Lord Phenex, and my father is all well, and he asked me to apologize and congratulate you on his behalf. Is this Princess Rias of the Gremory family? Sure enough, you are as beautiful as rumors made you out to be. Last time I saw you, you were still a kid. I didn't expect you to grow so fast. Greetings Duke Phenex, thank you for your praise. Surtsk and Duke Phenex greeted each other, and the next Rias also bowed down as a junior. The dressed-up girl is noble and beautiful and dignified, but unlike the confidence of the past, the smile of the girl today is quite reluctant, and the gem-like eyes are filled with a layer of melancholy. Before leaving, she was informed by her father that he wanted her to marry one of Phenex heirs. Even her older brother, who had always loved her, had also agreed to this matter, and he also came to investigate for her on the basis of this ceremony. Until now, Rias has not recovered from the confusion. Although Rias knew that this day would come sooner or later, she didn't expect it to come so fast and so suddenly. It's not that she didn't think about refusing it, but her life is destined to be like this, being the eldest daughter and next head of the Gremory family. Standing silently on the side, she didn't listen to the conversation between Duke Phenex and her older brother. The girl's heart was filled with endless confusion. Rias. Looking at Rias' expressions, Akeno next to her became concerned. Although they are nominal master and servants in the peerage, they have long been sympathetic to each other in these 2 years. Akeno knew that Rias is confused right now, but she can't intervene in these things and can't help her. You are the human girl who has fallen angel bloodline? I have heard about you and my boy. Duke Phenex's voice suddenly fell on Akeno's ears and there was a rare gentle smile on his firm face. Duke. Akeno, who was worried about Rias, was stunned by the attention she was getting from such a big man, and she was at a loss for a moment. Of course, it was not because the disparity in their identity and status that Akeno was nervous. What really makes Akeno at a loss is another identity of the Duke Phenex. Tenraku's father? That boy's taste is not bad. He said before he left that he would come back today. You should be able to see him today. Come back, Tenraku is coming back. Hearing Duke Phenex's words, Akeno was stunned, and then a small smile appeared on her face. Surprise, excitement, joy. The girl can no longer use words to describe her mood at this moment. Come back, Tenraku, who she cares and asks about every day, will come back. Looking at Akeno's surprise and excitement, Rias on the other side became more resentful. Damn it, Akeno, I'm almost forced to do this, but you only think about that guy. Traitor? No loyalty? I hate you. In the large and magnificent room, a golden-haired handsome man is being carefully dressed by several maids. This person is Riser Phenex. Devils have long lifespans, so their coming-of-age ceremony gets performed later than humans. Riser has been waiting for this day for too long, and today, the whole world will be his stage. Identity, status, power, every single one of them is an enviable existence. As the descendants of the Phoenix, he, as the third son of the Phenex family, has absolutely pride in himself. He was so excited and there was an uninhibited smile on his face. He couldn't wait. Carlamine, come here, I want to enjoy your fragrant lips. Looking at Carlamine among the other girls, he commanded, with a trace of enchantment hovering around his mouth. Carlamine turned white at the sound, but she bit her lip and didn't move. Why, Carlamine, you who will be my knight dare to disobey your master's orders? Carlamine's reaction caused Riser to frown and his face darkens. For a moment, the atmosphere in the whole room became tense, and all the other women around froze. Finally, Yubellina stood and spoke. Master Riser, please bear with her. We will conclude a contract with Lord Riser when the ceremony is over, and become your peerage members. Then any orders of Lord Riser will be executed by Carlamine. The ceremony is about to begin. Master Riser, you shouldn't keep your guest waiting. After a change of expression, Riser finally stopped with a cold snort, but he still gave Carlamine a cold look as he passed by her. He will punish this ignorant woman after the contract is concluded. Carlamine, this would be the only time I save you. Don't have any illusions anymore. His Royal Highness Tenraku will not come back. Looking at Carlamine lightly and knowing what she was thinking, Yubellina said, no, he will come back. Raising her head, Carlamine's eyes were filled with stubborn perseverance. Shaking her head, Yubellina was too lazy to say anything more. Even if His Highness Tenraku came back, he is someone who couldn't awaken the Phenex bloodline and he had no talents. He couldn't compare with Lord Riser. If he does come back then he would only bring shame to himself. That is the reality and the reality is always cruel. Of course, Yubellina doesn't miss the 1 in a million chance that Lord Tenraku actually returns and beats Lord Riser. If that's the case, it would really be a miracle. On the vast plaza, Riser takes center stage, while the surrounding terraces are filled with congratulatory guests. Gentlemen, today is my coming-of-age ceremony, and I thank you all for coming. Bathed in the eyes of everyone, Riser was filled with enthusiasm and passion. Stimulating the magic power in the body, a high bird cry was suddenly heard and a huge flaming bird rose from behind Riser, causing a burst of cheers around him. The corners of his mouth were raised, he raised his hands and felt powerful as he was being watched by countless eyes. Riser only felt that he was almost drunk. Rias, what do you think? On the VIP seat at the high table, Sertsk smiled at Rias next to him. Knowing what her older brother meant, Rias snorted while saying, he is a self-righteous bastard. He looks like a guy who likes to show off. The eldest and second son of the Phenex family have their own contracts for marriage. If the Gremory family wants to marry someone into the Phenex family, the most likely candidate is Riser Phenex. But Riser's arrogant nobleman persona doesn't work in his favor. Even Rias, who can get behind any rebellious psychology, looks disgusted while watching him. Rias has made up her mind, even if it is not possible to cancel the marriage contract with Riser at the current moment, but as long as she collects her peerage in the future, she will be able to cancel the marriage contract through a rating game. If Sana can do it then Rias can do the same? Sertsk in the high seat smiled and shook his head with a bitter expression on his face. Although Riser was inadequate compared to those top-level geniuses, he was definitely an excellent presence in the young generation of the Underworld. His younger sister is good, but her vision is not that high. However, as the younger sister of Sertsk's, the princess of the Gremory family, she has that qualification to that. On the stage, Riser finished his speech and officially began his adulthood ceremony under the auspices of the Elder. The ceremony done by each family in the Underworld are different, some are simple and fast, some are complex and lengthy, and the Phenex family belongs to the latter. The people watching the ceremony did not show the slightest impatience, and Riser also completed the ceremony step by step. Finally, with the announcement of the Elder, Riser raised his hand towards the sky and was bathed in the wave of cheers again. From now on, Riser Phenex is an official adult devil. After the coming-of-age ceremony was completed, it was the moment to conclude a contract with peerage. A waiter brought the pieces out, and Yubellina also took the stage. Carlamine, Swollen, Isabella, Mai, Ceres looking at the group of young girls who exuded powerful magic power. The guests who were watching the ceremony were also in an uproar. None of the people present were ignorant and they have outstanding knowledge, but none of them can see that each of those girls had extremely excellent qualifications. They just looked at their magic power and they marveled at the greatness of the Phenex family for finding such people with great magic. Of course, compared to Marvel, some people envied Riser Phenex, especially those male devils. How the hell is this a peerage? This is obviously a harem? Feeling the envious and even jealous eyes, Riser raised his mouth, but he was feeling proud in his heart. As long as the contract is concluded, Yubellina and the other girls would belong to him. Their body, their loyalty, everything about them would belong to him. Father. Above the platform, Ravel's face held an eager expression on it. With a slight glance at Ravel, Duke Phenex seemed to know what the girl wanted to say and he spoke. Riser is my child and Tenraku is also my child. I will not be partial to either side. Ravel is quite smart and she understood her father's words. Looking at Riser, Yubellina, and the other girls who are about to conclude a contract, she can only continue to pray in her heart. Tenraku Unii-chan, come back quickly, otherwise you will never have a chance. As if responding to the prayer in the heart of the girl, at this time, click, the thick bronze giant door above the square was suddenly pushed open, the whole square and the high platform became quiet, and then under the gaze of countless eyes, 3 figures walked in from outside. Among the 3 figures were a dark-haired boy, a white-haired girl, and a golden-haired girl who was actually a guy. These 3 people are Tenraku, Tosca, and Gasper. At the last moment when the contract was about to be concluded, Tenraku finally came back. Ravel was feeling unbelievable, Carlamine was very excited, and Akeno beside Rias was completely stunned. Involuntarily covering her lips, the girl's eyes were filled with tears, and her eyes were filled with only one figure, and in this moment, nothing else in the world mattered to her. He came back, he really came back. The guests watching the ceremony wore a blank expression on their faces as they didn't know who these 3 people were. The Phenex couple on the main seat showed a smile, while Riser on the stage made an angry expression. Tenraku Unii-chan? With a cheer, Ravel jumped down and with the help of flame wings, she flew towards Tenraku. Welcome back, Tenraku on older brother Sama. The delicate face was covered with blush, and Ravel finally restrained the urge to plunge into Tenraku's arms like a little girl and elegantly welcomed him. You have grown up, Ravel. When Ravel heard Tenraku's voice, she couldn't help losing her mind for a moment. Her Tenraku Unii-chan is more handsome than ever. Just when her mind was about to be trapped in primal chaos, Tenraku took a step forward and then pointed at the girl's forehead with 2 fingers. But, you still call me Unii-chan. After returning to reality, the blush on Ravel's face became more intense, but she whispered it by chance. You, Unii-chan. I will talk to you later, wait for me for a while. Okay. Rubbing Ravel's forehead, Tenraku calmed her down, and then his figure flashed as he appeared on the high platform above the square. Father, Madam. Tenraku greeted the Phenex couple in the main seat. You came back? Yes, I came back. Do you still want to do it? Yes. Then do it. The dialogue between father and son after many years was simple and straightforward. After getting his father's consent, Tenraku's figure flashed in front of Rias and Akeno on the side. Tenraku nodded at Rias and then he stroked Akeno's forehead while saying, Wait for me. The short 3 words broke the girl's tightly held heartstring instantly, and tears could no longer be suppressed in her eyes, but Akeno still nodded with a gentle smile on her face and spoke. I'll wait for you. The man who made the girl cry is not a good man. Tenraku laughed at himself but his figure disappeared again in a flash. The guests around them were already in an uproar, Rias' eyes flashed in splendor, and even Surtsk smiled, seeming to have a trace of interest in his eyes. Having returned to the square below, Tenraku looked at Riser above the stage and raised a hand before speaking. Yo, Riser, long time no see. What are you doing back? Riser asked as he watched Tenraku with a cold look on his face. He had imagined his contact getting concluded with Yubellina and others, and then it ended perfectly, but Tenraku appeared at the last minute. He is really an annoying guy as always. Don't be so crass. How can you say that to your brother? Naturally, I have come back to congratulate you on your coming-of-age ceremony. Congratulations, Riser, you will be an adult devil from now on. With a smile on his face, Tenraku's sincere face caused a few laughs among Yubellina and the girls. The corners of Riser's mouth twitched, and he glared angrily at Tenraku. It was the twin girls who had just been recruited by the family and didn't know much about the rules who had laughed. Nell, they are pretty and cute, with almost the same faces. The 2 sisters couldn't help turning white when they saw the angry Riser, and they quickly covered their lips and dared not laugh anymore. Riser, you are still the same, still getting angry over the most foolish and small things, but bullying 2 cute little girls is not a gentleman's behavior. They are my peerage, you don't need to worry about them. You haven't concluded a contract yet, and they are not your peerage either. Shaking his head, Tenraku's voice made Riser's eyes sharpen. He already felt a strong provocation from this younger brother who has always been regarded as a stain and waste by him. The gaze of the entire venue was on them here, and Riser gradually calmed down from his anger and he angrily stared at Tenraku and said, Are you trying to challenge me? My incompetent younger brother. I had an agreement with Carlamine, so I had to finish it, and father and madam also agreed. Riser, do you dare to accept my challenge? Betting on honor, peace, and peerage, only those who win can get everything? Facing Riser fearlessly, Tenraku's voice caused an uproar in the entire venue. All the guests already know the identity of Tenraku. He is the 4th child of Phenex family, and they have also naturally heard of his underworld name, Waste. It is said that he has been out for many years and they did not expect him to challenge Riser when he came back. This is big news. Not only do humans like the excitement, but Devil also likes it, not to mention that it is not ordinary excitement. The battle between the Waste and the Genius of Underworld, the battle between brothers of House of the Phenex. It's exciting just thinking about it. Well, I take your challenge. Riser laughed, and then he stared sharply at Tenraku, his body exuding that fierce and violent aura. He has always been hailed as a genius and he became arrogant because of it. He has never been provoked so much. Since his incompetent younger brother wants to humiliate himself, he let Tenraku fully understand the gap between them. A trash that couldn't even awaken his bloodline does not understand the power represented by the Phoenix? Looking at Riser, a smile appeared on Tenraku's face. He has waited for this day for countless trials of life and death. Tenraku Unii-chan Riser Unii-chan. Looking at her 2 older brothers, Ravel had a complicated look on her face. Although she is more attached to the gentle and handsome Tenraku Unii-chan, Riser Unii-chan is actually very good to her. If she can, she really doesn't want to see her 2 older brothers fight. However, the smart girl knew that she could not stop them and they will not stop because of her. Her 2 older brothers must have a fight, and the only thing she could do was watch them and pray silently for them. Lord Phenex, are you really not going to stop your 2 sons? Seeing the development of the situation, Surtsk spoke silently. That's a matter between the brothers, I will let them sort it out by themselves. There was no expression on his resolute and proud face as Lord Phenex replied. However, as if thinking of something, Lord Phenex looked at the maid beside Surtsk again. Grafia, can I ask you, the strongest queen in the underworld, to be the referee for this duel? A slight wave of light flashed in the silver pupils, and Grafia cast a questioning look at Surtsk. After seeing Surtsk nodding helplessly, she walked out and bowed. It would be my pleasure, Lord Phenex. Now, Mai, what happened to His Highness Tenraku? Tell us about it. Mai, who was watching to one side, suddenly felt that her kimono was being pulled by someone. She looked down and saw that it was sisters Isle and Nell. Although the twin girls have only recently joined, but they are loved by everyone because of their identical faces and lively personality, Mai gently stroked the foreheads of the two sisters and smiled. You want to know about His Highness Tenraku? I really want to know, please. Like a chicken pecking at rice, the two sisters kept nodding their heads. Since you want to know, let me tell you something about His Highness Tenraku. With a look of nostalgia on her face, Mai confided what she knew about Tenraku. The twin girls also listened very seriously, and their two big shiny eyes blinked from time to time. Everyone, I am the referee in this duel between the third son of the Phenex family, Riser Phenex, and the fourth son, Kamiya Tenraku. I am the servant of the Gremory family, Grafia. This duel will be held in a temporary split space. There are no rules or restrictions. Both props and weapons can be freely chosen and used indefinitely until one side concedes defeat and cannot fight again. There will only be one winner. A cold voice rang through the entire square through the diffusion of the magic array. At first, the venue was silent, and then the entire square was in an uproar. Since the ancient wars, the number of underworld devils has dropped to a very dangerous level. Fights between devils seldom occur, especially between pure-blooded devil, which is strictly prohibited, although it was later used to stimulate the growth of the new generation by inventing rating games, but rating games has many limitations. Although it is very exciting, it can't make people enjoy it, which is a pity. But there are no rules, no restrictions in this fight. Such a crazy duel hasn't appeared in the entire underworld for a long time. The whole venue was excited, and the voices of those voices went straight to the sky. HHHH, what a beautiful sound, what a wonderful stage. In the different space, Tenraku and Riser were teleported in, and Riser laughed. Enjoying the wave of cheers, he was almost intoxicated. Unlike Riser's laughter, Tenraku's expression on one side was as calm as water, and there were no waves in his black eyes. My stupid younger brother, it's an honor for you to be able to stand on this wonderful stage with me. This is your first time, but it would also be your last time. His gaze fell on Tenraku, and Riser gave a cold smile. As the genius of House of the Phenex, he couldn't think of any reason why he would lose to a waste. Although this waste seems to look a little bit better after years of experience outside, but waste would always remain waste, which can never be changed. Riser, it's an honor for you. You will lose to me. I will take away your honor, peace, and peerage, but failure is not a bad thing for you. Maybe it can make you grow a little bit. A smile appeared on his face. Tenraku replied. Don't be ashamed. Riser instantly got angry when he heard Tenraku. What he hates most is Tenraku's utterly nonchalant and calm appearance. It was as if Tenraku had taken everything for granted. It was as if the victory already belonged to him. How dare a useless waste look at him like that? The momentum of the two clashes, wind and smoke are everywhere, and both of them are ready to fight. Woo Tosca, there are so many people here. Hiding behind Tosca, feeling that someone was looking at him from time to time, Gasper cried out. Glancing at Gasper faintly, Tosca didn't bother to pay attention to this guy who didn't have any guts. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at the projection of the sky closely. Master Tenraku, you are invincible and you will never lose to anyone? Come on, let me see what you have learned outside these years. Looking at Tenraku with a cold look on his face, Riser said proudly, making no secret of his disdain for Tenraku. Shaking his head, Tenraku felt a little unspeakable subtlety in his heart. Riser is indeed a genius, this is an undeniable fact, but his weaknesses are also very obvious. If he was not so arrogant and conceited, perhaps he would not have lost to that Hyudo in the original book. However, this is a duel that will only conclude after a winner and loser have been made and there are no rules, so Tenraku did not intend to remind him. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and the ability of demonic sword creation was instantly activated, and an ice-blue gorgeous long sword suddenly appeared in Tenraku's hands. There was a bit of cold air around the long sword, instantly freezing the surrounding ground. That's the demonic sword Diridax. Someone seemed to recognize the demonic sword in Tenraku's hand at the venue outside the separate space, and couldn't help exclaiming. Diridax, a demonic sword that possesses extremely cold freezing power, the legendary powerful demonic sword? No, the aura of the sword is a bit different, that's not the real Diridax. With great eyesight, Surtsk on the high seat saw the anomaly, but he couldn't help being surprised. Although it is just an imitation of Diridax, the power it exudes is not far from the original one. A touch of brilliance also appeared on Grafia's face next to him, but it was lost in a flash. She took a step forward and announced in that cold and awe-inspiring voice. Now, I announce that the duel begins? The whole venue cheered, and at the same time, Tenraku and Riser in the different space also started to move and rushed towards each other. Layla, click. With a staggered body, Tenraku bowed and held his sword while Riser had a painful look on his face, and then his entire figure was frozen into an ice sculpture. Everyone stared fiercely at the battle projection in the air, and the entire venue was so silent that one would be able to hear a needle fall. Was the Phenex family brothers' duel so fast that the winner was decided, and the genius brother was killed by the younger brother who was a waste? No, not so. Boom! A fire wave soared and the ice sculpture shattered, and the unscathed Riser appeared again. There was a huge cheer from the entire venue, and many people were shouting Riser's name. If you are at only this level then you can't beat me, my incompetent younger brother. Riser spoke to Tenraku in a ridiculously disdainful voice. No, I will win. Tenraku answered calmly even as he heard Riser's words. The color in his eyes was like electricity, and it was useless to say more, and the two moved again. The cry of a phoenix bird, the duel of ice and fire, at the moment when the two met, a shocking explosion sounded in the entire space. Boom, HNG, sword energy crisscrossed, fire waves rolled, and the battle between Tenraku and Riser in a different space was going on fiercely. Tenraku waved the demonic sword in his hand, and Riser was the firework that controlled the phoenix. The two attacked each other without mercy. The fierce battle was so exciting that people shouted out, and the venue outside the space was full of exciting cheers. Boom! At a certain moment, Riser was barely swept by Tenraku's legs, and he shot out like a meteor and then hit the ground making a huge hole in it. But the next moment there was another high bird cry and the fire wave rushed into the sky, and the Riser with its wings on its back appeared in the air. Panting, Riser at this time has no longer the elegant and noble appearance as he did before, and his whole body is covered with slashed sword marks all over his body. His appearance looked extremely embarrassed. On the other hand, Tenraku is not injured at all and he looked the same as he did before. Everyone was in an uproar. In the previous battle, the genius brother was actually suppressed by the younger waste brother. Master Tenraku so amazing? So amazing? Master Tenraku, come on. With fiery light shining in the pupils, the twin girls named Isle and Nell cheered loudly. Carlamine was excited, Isabella was surprised, Swollen, Shuria, Burant, Ceres even Yubellina, who was standing in the front, had her beautiful purple lips slightly widened at this time, and her charming face was full of incredible emotions. Lord Riser was actually suppressed by His Highness Tenraku. How is this possible? The figure of the young man who used to wield the wooden sword alone could not help but appear in her mind, small but persistent. Yubellina couldn't help but raise a thought in her heart, maybe he can really create a miracle. Thinking of this, Yubellina's heart trembled and she came back to her senses if it really becomes like that. How vulgar, how ugly, like a beast? The flames burned, and the scars on his body healed quickly, and Riser in the air looked angry and ferocious. Although he has also practiced some fighting skills, it is far from the swordsmanship that Tenraku has honed from countless life and death battles. In the previous close combat, he was basically suppressed by Tenraku. Although these injuries are nothing to Riser, they are regarded as a great shame by him. In front of his father and great Satan Lucifer, in front of the many underworld nobles, he, who was favored by the Phoenix was actually suppressed. He couldn't even have imagined this kind of thing. Riser, go ahead. Whether it is vulgar or ugly, today I will show you what is truly powerful. With a proud and fearless pose, Tenraku is no longer willing to say anything, he will use facts and the sword in his hand to let Riser understand. Die, you bastard! With an angry expression on his face, magic power surged in Riser's body, and immediately, hundreds of fireballs were condensed by him. He raised his hand and threw them towards Tenraku below. HNG boom boom. The flame of the Phoenix is so powerful that even Tenraku would not stupidly choose to confront it in a head-on collision. His body flashed as he dodged the fireballs constantly, and for those he couldn't dodge, he cut them with his demonic sword. Shhayeeth. With a leap, Tenraku threw out several icy blue sword auras, but because of the long distance, they were all easily avoided by the Riser in the air. Die. With a mad laugh, Riser launched an increasingly fierce attack, and endless flames whizzed towards Tenraku. Although Tenraku was still able to resist at first, he finally couldn't resist. With a loud bang, Tenraku was drowned in endless flames. Tenraku Unii-chan? Ravel exclaimed, and the guests watching the game were also in an uproar. With such a fierce attack, even those present here might not be able to come out alive, not to mention that the Phenex family fourth son who was a waste. Not even looking at Tenraku's situation, everyone looked at Riser with a hint of respect. This is a world where strength is respected. Although Riser has just grown up, he has inherited the bloodline of the Phoenix, and he possesses great strength and is an out-and-out genius. There would be a place for him in the future of this world? Akeno, your sweetheart is in danger. On the high seat, Rias chuckled. Since that guy appeared, Akeno has looked like she was unwilling to even stay here, and Rias couldn't help feeling a little sour in her heart. At this moment, seeing Tenraku falling into a dangerous situation, Rias was extremely happy, and for a single second, even Riser's arrogant face was also pleasing to the eye. No, he will win. Shaking her head, Akeno had a firm expression on her face. From the moment she saw Tenraku, she knew that her Tenraku would never lose to anyone. Just because she was worried that someone would take away her good sister when he came back, Rias didn't look down on Tenraku, and she didn't say anything. Dropping her gaze into the battle projection in the air, the girl's pair of blue eyes also flickered with faint brilliance. She couldn't help but think of the figure who asked him to take Akeno away. Rias also looked forward to it a little. Kami ya Tenraku, let me see how you create a miracle. The flame dissipated, the vision became clear, and Tenraku's figure was revealed to everyone. Although Tenraku was panting slightly and he looked quite beaten up, but his whole body was covered with a thick layer of cold energy, which made him cut off most of the damage from the Phoenix flame. Riser did not expect that Tenraku would be able to bear his attack and he was a little surprised, but he gave a cold snort and said, Weak, too weak. You haven't even awakened our bloodline, you don't understand the power of Phoenix. Your existence will only put the name of Phenex to shame? Do you think you can shorten the gap between us with a little hard work? You who have no talent, and you who can't even deploy his own devil's wings, are not qualified to be my opponent? The flames turned into shape, and dozens of flame birds screamed while rushing towards Tenraku. HNG. Seeing Tenraku, who can only dodge on the ground, the corner of Riser's mouth is raised. He already has a plan to win. The people who were seeing the fight in the different space also calmed down, and they naturally understood Riser's idea. In close combat, Riser was not an opponent of Tenraku at all, so he flew into the air with his strengths and circumvented his weaknesses, controlling the flames to continuously attack Tenraku from a distance. Tenraku, who couldn't awaken his bloodline and didn't even have devil wings, could only be tied to the ground. It was already a bit difficult for Tenraku to evade Riser's attacks. Even if he occasionally cuts out a few sword energy counterattacks, it is impossible for Riser to be injured by such an attack. To a certain extent, this is a despicable approach, but it was originally a duel ignoring the rules and restrictions, and Riser did nothing wrong. Tenraku couldn't awaken the bloodline, nor could he spread his devil's wings, these are his own sins. But Tenraku exhaled slightly, and he stared sharply at Riser in the air. Perhaps I don't have the talent, nor can I awaken my bloodline, I don't even have the most basic devil wings. But you can't deny me, no one can deny me, even the world can't deny me. Hermes boots? With that shocking declaration, Tenraku yelled, and the soles of his feet were suddenly equipped with 2 pairs of golden wings. With a look of surprise from Riser and everyone else, Tenraku leaped up and shot towards Riser in the air. The ice blue longsword in his hand also turned into a purple sword, and there was faint electric light bursting on the sword. Thunder Governance Ajavan? Boom! Under everyone's stunned gaze, Riser in the air was directly slashed by Tenraku. The fire waves soared into the sky, and the electric light overflowed, but soon the flames gathered back, condensed into the appearance of Riser. Impossible? Riser roared ferociously and was extremely embarrassed. Even his own attack just now took a heavy toll on him. Nothing is impossible, keep fighting, Riser. Kami ya Tenraku? HNG boom boom. The duel continued, and the battle on the ground escalated into the battle in the sky. The two men turned into golden and the fiery streamer, and they constantly met and chased each other in the air. The longsword in Tenraku's hand showed freezing ice for a while, then it released a violent thunder and lightning, and after a while, it erupted with fiery fire like a phoenix. At first, everyone who watched the game thought that Tenraku had a lot of demonic swords, but soon, some careful people discovered the anomaly. Tenraku does not own a lot of demonic swords, it is a sacred gear. He owns a sacred gear that can make demonic swords. And not only that, the 2 pairs of golden wings that helped him soar in the air are also sacred gears. The escalation battle is extremely fierce, not to mention that Devil itself belongs to a militant race. Many spectators can't help but burst into blood-curdling screams and shout loudly. Lord Phenex above the main seat was also looking at the battle projection in the sky, looking at Tenraku who was fighting Riser on a PAR, and his resolute and majestic face also showed his shock. There are surprises, excitement. But it is more gratifying. Tomoko, our child is really not a waste. Not only Lord Phenex, but his daughter Ravel, Akeno, Rias, and Yubellina who were watching the battle at this time also had the same shocked expression on their faces. Even the eyes of a certain pair of twin girls exploded with intense heat, and a strong worship. Don't want to admit it, Riser absolutely doesn't want to admit that Tenraku, who has always been regarded as a waste and stain on the family name by him, has the strength comparable to him, and it makes him feel fear. Die? It was another collision, and they moved apart. Regardless of everything, Riser desperately urged the magic power in his body. With a loud bird cry, a huge flame bird rose into the sky. It was Undying Holy Bird. Phenex. Although this Phenex was only transformed by Riser's magic power and it was far from the real Phoenix, but it was also Riser's strongest attack. He has lost his patience, he wants to end this battle quickly. Tenraku was locked, and the huge flame bird whizzed towards him. Unable to avoid the attack, Tenraku was hit by Undying Holy Bird, and his entire figure was drowned in the sea of fire. Boom! There was a loud blast of the sky, the dazzling brilliance was like a small round of sun, the violent energy continued to spread around, the entire temporarily split space was constantly trembling, it was as if it was about to collapse at any time. This is the strongest attack of Riser Phenex as the superior devil. Except for women like Tosca and Akeno, not many people think that Tenraku can take up such an attack. Although he will lose the duel, as an illegitimate child who can't even awaken his bloodline, Tenraku's performance today has far exceeded their expectations. At the very least, he can wash away the name of being the waste of the underworld in the future. It is also interesting to say that another famous underworld waste, the child of House of Baal who also did not inherit the magic power from his family, but with his body, he is comparable to a beast and he has a powerful fighting spirit. His fame rose against the sky and not only did he regain the House of Baal's name but he also became one of the 4 great Satans in the new generation. Although the Phenex family is not as defying as the House of Baal, they are still very good. Many so-called geniuses of the same age do not have his strength. Destiny, this thing. Just when many people signed and thought that the duel was almost over, the flames in the different space finally faded out, and their vision became clear again. However, the next moment, a scene that shocked countless people appeared. Tenraku hasn't fallen yet. Tenraku was floating in the air, shrouded by a spherical barrier. Although the barrier was already full of cracks, it actually blocked Riser's strongest attack. Tosca's beautiful eyes flashed beside Gasper. She has a proud look on her face. Yes, the sacred gear that released the barrier is the inherent barrier that Tenraku captured from her at the time. There were ups and downs and the situation reversed. After a short period of silence, the entire venue was in an uproar. No one knows how many times this has happened today. Impossible? This is impossible. Seeing Tenraku, who was still intact under his strongest attack, Riser's entire face was almost distorted. Riser couldn't tell whether it was sacred gear, whether it was demonic sword before, or the golden wings, or the barrier now. Sacred gear, why does this waste have so many sacred gears? An obviously impossible thing is happening, and Riser was going crazy because of it? The barrier dissipated, but Tenraku had a calm expression on his face, and then he slowly rose to the same height as Riser. Riser, this duel is almost over. Now that you have attacked me with your strongest attack, I will attack you with mine. Saying some inexplicable things, and under everyone's gaze, grey whirlpools appeared around Tenraku, and then a handle of demonic sword slowly stretched out of the whirlpool. Although they didn't know what Tenraku's moves are, Riser is feeling an instinctively perceived danger. He hasn't thought of any way to deal with it. In the next moment, Tenraku's cold voice resounded in the sky. Although this is not my strongest attack, you might as well take it as such. Forbidden move. Unlimited blade works. Lie. Many demonic swords with a cold beam flew out from the grey vortexes and struck the sky towards Riser. His body was stiff, his pupils shrank sharply as he looked at the sword which was roaring towards him. At this moment Riser felt something that he had rarely felt. Fear? What? HNG boom boom. There was no escape. Riser was instantly swallowed by the swords. Although Riser, the offspring of the Phoenix, also inherited the immortal ability, every time he healed and reborn, there would be an attacking demonic sword to penetrate him. Healing, piercing, an infinite loop commenced. Looking at Riser, who was constantly screaming through the projection, the VIPs who watched the game opened their mouths and were speechless. Balance breaker? Surtsks on the high seat also showed a look of surprise. Although the duel between Tenraku and Riser was like a fight between two children with his strength, Tenraku gave him too much surprise today. Not only did he have a lot of sacred gear, but he had also reached the balance breaker, which is the so-called forbidden move. One must know that this is not the time when the forbidden moves are as many as the dog on the street, where there are many sacred gear in the later period of the original series. There are not many people who own sacred gears, and there are very few who can perform this forbidden move. A sacred gear owner who has reached this state in which he can attack with his forbidden move, he is many times rarer than those ordinary sacred gear owners. They are often attracted by major organizations and forces as soon as they appear. After thinking about all the information in his mind, Surtsk's eyes flashed a sharp light, and his eyes met Grafia beside him, and then the two nodded invisibly. It's really surprising and amazing. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would find it hard to believe that the legendary sacred gear Plunder person whom the angels and church hated was the fourth child of the Phenex family. Grafia also looked at Tenraku in the aerial projection. For the first time, she had some emotions in those cold eyes. The Underworld's strongest queen seemed to be interested in Tenraku. In the different space, Tenraku is floating in the air, and there are hundreds of grey vortices around him, and demonic swords continuously shoots out of the vortex. Each sacred gear will continue to evolve as its host becomes stronger, and when the sacred gear owner's longing and wish drastically reverse the flow of this world, the sacred gear will be able to reach this forbidden move. Generally speaking, it is very difficult for a sacred gear awakener to achieve the forbidden move. This requires not only talent but also opportunities. But Tenraku is a little different. With his sacred gear Plunder, he has unparalleled aptitude in controlling sacred gears. Forbidden move, which is difficult for others to reach, is not so difficult for him. Take the current situation for example, Tenraku has already reached the forbidden move with several of his sacred gears. Unlimited Blade Works is the forbidden move developed by Tenraku from the sacred gear demonic sword creation. It refers to the moves of the hero and a partner of justice in a certain world. Even in terms of forbidden move, this attack is absolutely powerful. The continuously connected demonic sword attacked Riser, piercing and destroying his body again and again, and the painful screams made many spectators feel a chill in their backs. I am Riser Phenex, the existence that is favored by the Phoenix. You can't kill me. Kami ya Tenraku? What? Roaring ferociously, Riser's hard-working figure was instantly swallowed by many swords. Tenraku floating in the air shook his head. Riser was still as arrogant and as prideful as he used to be. He was already close to the limit, but he is still stubbornly holding on. Of course, in some respects, maybe this is his advantage and it is not necessarily a bad thing. Although, if it continued like this, Riser's magic power would be exhausted sooner or later, and the victory would be his, but Tenraku did not intend to do so. Anyway, he has already caused Riser to suffer and taught him a lesson, so he would just give him something more profound to think about. The whirlpools dissipated and the attack stopped. When everyone was wondering what Tenraku was going to do, Tenraku slowly pushed one palm toward the sky. There seems to be an invisible power brewing in the dark, and the grey sky in the different space is covered with a layer of purple energy, looking just like the sky outside the Underworld. Under everyone's gaze, Tenraku slowly said, Riser, you have always been proud of your bloodline and proud of being the offspring of the Phoenix. But, today, I will let you know that people without bloodline can become stronger, and people without talent can also stand at the top of the world. Take it, forbidden move. Cloud of swords fall from heaven? Hiss. Under everyone's astonished look, a purple sword light descended from the sky. Riser's magic power was overdrawn and his face was pale. He had just recovered his body and was ready to fight to the death with Tenraku, but when he raised his head, he just saw the sword light that was shooting down at him. No, boom. Riser unwillingly let out a roar and his figure was instantly swallowed by sword light, and his body was teleported out of the space in a vague shape, and a shocking explosion also sounded in the entire space. Click. Just like the sound of broken glass, the energy generated by the explosion was so huge that it collapsed the entire space. At the moment when the space completely collapsed, Tenraku's figure disappeared in a vague light. There was silence in the venue, and everyone looked at Riser and Tenraku who were teleported out on the stage. I haven't lost, I haven't. His magic power was overdrawn and he was hit hard, but Riser was still struggling to get up while staring at Tenraku with an unwilling look on his face. However, in the next moment, Riser found that he couldn't move, his hands, feet, neck, his whole body couldn't move. It was as if it had been frozen by something, except for the fact that his ability to think was still there. He could not even feel his own existence. Riser, don't you understand? You have already lost, completely lost. If I just want to beat you, I have 100 quicker and easier ways, but that's too boring. With evil light gleaming in his eyes, Tenraku used Sacred Gear's power on Riser. Evil eye that stops the world, forbidden Baylor view? Seeing Riser whose expression was frozen and unwilling, Tenraku's mouth was curved slightly, and he whispered, Now, do you finally understand the gap between us? Although his body was frozen, Riser could clearly hear Tenraku's voice. What an irony, he once said these same words arrogantly to Tenraku, but now, Tenraku had applied these words to himself. Riser only felt that he lost all his fighting spirit in an instant. He lost completely. Tenraku disarmed Evil Eye's ability, and Riser, who suffered severe physical and mental injuries, fell to the ground and fainted. It's over, this battle is won by Tenraku. At the same time, Graphia's cold voice rang again from the entire venue. Now, I declare that the final winner. Kami ya Tenraku, Kami ya Tenraku, Tenraku, Tenraku. A huge cheer erupted from the entire venue, and the wave-like voice called Tenraku's name over and over again. This is a world where strength is respected. In the past, Tenraku was a trash that couldn't awaken his bloodline and he couldn't even inherit his surname, so no one paid any attention to him and they just didn't take his existence to their heart. At most, he was just a topic of laughter after dinner. But now it's different? Tenraku has proved to them with facts that he is no longer the same waste that he once was. He has already possessed a powerful force, and has the qualifications to gain their respect and recognition. From now on, no one will call Tenraku a waste, because if Tenraku is considered a waste, then they don't know how much waste is in this world. The former Underworld waste duo has become history, and perhaps they will be called the miracle of Underworld from tomorrow. Whether it is the one from the House of Baal or the one from the Phenex family, they are truly miracles. Did it, he finally did it. Akeno on the high platform was already in tears, but there was a smile from the heart on those tearful cheeks. Her Tenraku finally did it. Rias next to her also had a complex expression on her face and she couldn't return to her senses for a long time. It was hard to imagine that the proud figure currently standing on the platform was the ordinary and small boy who couldn't even protect the people he cherished and had to ask her for help. He may really be a miracle. Listening to the waves of praise and cheers, Tenraku on the stage was extremely calm and his eyes fell to the distant sky. With countless pains and efforts, he finally took this step. But this is not enough. He will become stronger. He will go further. He will stand taller. One day, he wants this day to be marked as a day where he would not be forgotten by anyone again. He wants this land. He wants the gods and monsters to worship for him. No one knows what arrogant ambition is hidden in the heart of this proud yet peaceful figure at this time. Unii-chan, so good Tenraku Unii-chan. Ravel was so excited that she was a little incoherent. Thank you, Ravel. Touching the girl's forehead, Tenraku smiled. Yes, but, Riser Unii-chan thinking of something, Ravel looked sad again. The fainted Riser has been carried away to get treatment, but she still has some concerns. Her older brother lost the duel in front of their father, the great Satan Lucifer, and so many Underworld nobles. Riser must have been very shocked. However, instead of seeing Tenraku Unii-chan defeated by Riser Unii-chan, Ravel still prefers to see the ending that has happened now. Don't worry, he is a descendant of Phenex, there will be nothing wrong with him. If you are still worrying, then go take care of him. Tenraku comforted. Okay. Responding softly, Ravel took the hem of her dress and was about to leave, but after taking a few steps, she stopped suddenly. Tenraku Unii-chan, you looked the most handsome and strong today. Her cheeks flushed, and after speaking, the girl fled and ran away. For a moment, Tenraku chuckled and shook his head. This girl. Your Highness Tenraku, this is Devil's chess piece. Holding the delicate piece, a waiter spoke to him in a respectful and authentic tone. After the ancient war, many of the 72 pillar of the Devil family that was the backbone of the Underworld have been cut off. In order to enhance Devil's combat power and restore the power of Underworld, a set of magic chess system was developed by the current Great Satan Beelzebub using chess pieces as a template, namely, they are the so-called devil pieces or evil pieces. Devil pieces can reincarnate creatures of other races into devil, and grant corresponding power with the attribute of the piece they were reincarnated with. Even in the entire Underworld, there are not many who have evil pieces. Only the upper-class and high-class devil are qualified to get it as it is very precious. Nodding towards the waiter, Tenraku turned his gaze to the Yubellina and others on the side. Carlamine, would you like to be my knight and be in my peerage? When he reached Carlamine's body, Tenraku asked. My sword is the sword of the Lord, Carlamine will follow you to death. They had agreed upon this a long time ago, and Carlamine did not hesitate to offer her knight's position to Tenraku on one knee. Isabella, Swollen, Burant, Ceres, how about you? Tenraku said again, chanting the names of the girls. I'm willing. Without any objections, the girls also made their own choices. They themselves are pieces cultivated by the Phenex family, and they have been convinced by Tenraku in the previous duel. Compared to the proud Lord Riser, they are willing to choose the gentler, handsome, and stronger Tenraku as their master. Tenraku nodded, except for Yubellina and the twin girls, almost everyone has agreed. You are Island Nell, you are just as cute as Ravel was when she was a kid. Tenraku gently rubbed the foreheads of the two little girls with a smile on his face. Without the slightest resistance, the two girls also showed a look of surprise and said, Master Tenraku, do you know us too? They have heard about Tenraku from Mai and witnessed the duel between Tenraku and Riser. The two sisters now have a fanatical adoration of Tenraku. Ah, of course, I know you. Are you willing to be in my peerage? Tenraku smiled and replied. In his previous life, when he was watching high school DxD anime, the chainsaw-wielding loli who chased after Hyudo while slashing and hacking left a very deep impression on Tenraku. We are willing. Two pairs of big eyes flashed with brilliance, and as expected, the two sisters also agreed to join his peerage. With his mouth raised slightly, Tenraku turned his gaze to the last figure. Yubellina, how about you? Her heart trembled and Yubellina sighed slightly and said, You have achieved this level, do I still have the right to refuse you? Yubellina is willing to surrender and follow you till my death, master. Putting down the magic staff in her hand, Yubellina also landed on one knee, and then lowered her proud head in front of Tenraku. Yubellina had once said that she would only follow the real strong, and apparently, the current Tenraku is strong in her eyes. Looking at the women surrendering in front of him, Tenraku felt a strange feeling in his heart. Although it is a little strange, Tenraku is very clear that this is the pleasure of conquering. It makes people sink, but it also makes people obsessed with it. Without speaking any nonsense, Tenraku gave the women corresponding pieces according to their respective characteristics and concluded a contract with them. However, the total number of Yubellina and girls is only 14, and one piece of bishop remains. Tenraku looked to Tosca on one side and said, Tosca, would you like to be in my peerage too? Yes, Master Tenraku. Tosca agreed without the slightest objection. She has been following Tenraku for a long time. Even without the contract and peace, Tenraku has long become her home and her master. Melting the piece into her body, the girl became Tenraku bishop. At this point, Tenraku's peerage is full and they are all here. Queen, Yubellina, known as the powerful bomb queen, have all the abilities of pieces except for the pawns and the king. Bishop 1, Tosca, has sacred gear inherent barrier, a beautiful girl with white hair, a survivor of the Holy Sword Project. Bishop 2, Mai, has powerful magic power and she is good at using various auxiliary magic, a girl in kimono like Yamato Nades Hiko. With powerful magic power, they are his companions and supporters. Knight 1, Carlamine, the proud armored female knight, the user of the sword. Knight 2, Ceres, a cold-spirited warrior who wields a huge sword. With extremely fast speed, they are the vanguard on the battlefield. Rook 1, Swollen, a beautiful girl in a cheongsam, a Chinese martial artist, she is no less powerful than a queen. Rook 2, Isabella, a beautiful soldier who is not inferior to any man, a master of leg skills, and boxing. With strong attack and defense power, they can use the special effects of castling. Pawn 1, Shuria, a magic user and a beautiful female dancer. Pawn 2, Malaya, a magic user and the combat maid with orange hair. Pawn 3, Burant, a magic user and a brunette combat maid. Pawn 4, Myra, a blue-haired petite girl, possesses the proud skills of Bojutsu. Pawn 5 and 6, Ni and Lee, beautiful and cute, blue-haired and red-haired Nikomata girls. Pawn 7 and 8, Isle and Nell, Chainsaw Loli, lively Gemini. With the special skill of promotion, they can be promoted to any rank other than king in the enemy camp identified by the king. Looking at Tenraku's huge and luxurious peerage group, countless male devils in the venue showed envy and jealousy. What kind of peerage group is this? It is clearly a harem? Tenraku naturally didn't know what the envious male devils were thinking, but even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. The foundation of the Phenex family is not comparable to everyone. My god, Tenraku-sama, can I also be your peerage? When he walked to Tenraku's side, Gasper looked expectantly weak. Taking a look at this kid who is still so unlucky no matter how he teaches, Tenraku shook his head. No, there are no more pieces. Woo, why is this? Deeply shocked, Gasper suddenly felt like he was abandoned by Lord Tenraku, and his pitiful appearance immediately attracted more ardent eyes in the hall. Duke Phenex and Surtsks are sitting in the upper seat, and there are 3 women, Grafia, Rias, and Akeno next to them. Tenraku stood in the middle of the hall, and behind Tenraku were Yubellina and others who had just concluded a contract with him. Tenraku-kun, I'm sorry to disturb you at this time, but there are some things that I must confirm with you. Looking at Tenraku, Surtsks spoke. I will answer any question Lord Satan has to the best of my ability. But do I have to answer even if it is personal to me? Duke Phenex on one side spoke lightly. Yes. With his eyes flickering, Tenraku had already expected such development and just nodded calmly. Tenraku-kun, in the previous duel, except for your sword skills, you used Sacred Gear's power, right? Everyone's eyes are on Tenraku, and Surtsk's words are also an issue that everyone cares about. Yes, demonic sword creation, Hermes boots and inherent barrier, they are all Sacred Gear. Without denying anything, Tenraku faithfully replied. Sacred Gear's power is very obvious, and Tenraku knows that it is impossible to hide it from others. In addition, he has plundered a lot of Sacred Gear over the years, and many organizations and forces have already focused on him. They can find out about him as long as they are serious. As one of the 4 great Satan, Surtsks clearly knows this, and the reason for him asking this is just to hear Tenraku admit it himself. Except for the Duke Phenex, Surtsks, Grafia, and Tosca, who knew about Tenraku and remained calm, Tenraku's peerage and Rias' peerage all looked surprised. As they all know, a person is usually given only one Sacred Gear by God. At least there has been no natural multiple Sacred Gear owner, so for Tenraku to have so many Sacred Gears. How did you do it? Surtsks asked the question that he really cared about, and everyone else stared at Tenraku, waiting for his answer. Lying in front of the great Satan would be stupid. So, Tenraku sighed in his heart and knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. However, he does not need to hide now. I own a Sacred Gear that can plunder other Sacred Gears from their users. Tenraku's voice was not loud, but it fell into the ears of those present, and it was no less than an explosion. He can plunder other people's Sacred Gears. Is there even such a Sacred Gear? The last thing you used was Sacred Gear? Yes, that is Holy Sword, Aim no Murakumo. No wonder there was a holy aura. It turned out to be a holy sword. Isn't that holy sword already destroyed? As long as I collect all the fragments by plundering them all, I can restore its original strength. That's good. Surtsks and Tenraku asked and answered each other's questions, and as others could guess his Sacred Gear's abilities even if he didn't say it, so Tenraku was generous and calm and had nothing to hide. Of course, as for Sacred Gear plunder, it also gave him unparalleled ability to control Sacred Gears and some other hidden abilities. Tenraku would naturally not stupidly say it too. With the end of the questioning, Surtsks was surprised. Duke Phenex's fists were clenched, and even Grafia on one side showed that some expression on her face. As Tenraku's peerage and Rias, they were already shocked and stunned. Looting Sacred Gears, even if a Sacred Gear is destroyed, Tenraku can collect all the fragments and restore its power. What a terrifying Sacred Gear! It is enough to compare with the legendary Longinus that destroy God. No, listening to Tenraku, as long as it is a Sacred Gear, even Longinus class Sacred Gears can be plundered. Unbelievable, this is completely outside the specifications, and it is not an exaggeration to be called the Supreme Sacred Gear. Yubellina and the girls behind Tenraku stared at Tenraku fiercely. If they admired Tenraku before, then they absolutely worship him now. At the same time, the people present here couldn't help feeling sarcasm in their hearts. The man with such a scary Sacred Gear has always been regarded as a waste. What a joke? Tenraku-kun, you really are. Surtsks wanted to say something, only to find that he had nothing to say. He couldn't help but smile. With such a terrifying Sacred Gear, JT would not be an exaggeration to say that Tenraku has the most perverted terrifying talent in the history of this world. Although this terrifying talent has not fully grown up yet. Surtsks-sama, do you have any other questions? With a calm look on his face, Tenraku spoke as if he had just said a trivial thing. Shaking his head, Surtsks replied, I am done, but Tenraku, you have plundered a lot of Sacred Gears, which has caused dissatisfaction from the church and fallen angels. Please pay attention to them in the future and don't just loot any Sacred Gear. Please think about the consequences before you do any plundering. If Tenraku is allowed to plunder this way, sooner or later, the world will become chaotic, but he cannot be stopped from plundering, and Surtsks can only helplessly warn him. Yes, Surtsks-sama. Tenraku nodded and said that he remembered his warning, but only he knew if he was being sincere or not. As if thinking of something, Surtsks glanced at Rias on one side and saw that the girl was in shock and had not recovered at all. An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Actually, besides coming to attend Riser's coming-of-age ceremony, there is another important thing. Our Gremory family and the Phenex family have made an agreement long ago. In the future, one of the offspring of both parties will get married and join both of their families. Rias is naturally the one from our family. Tenraku, how about you signing a marriage agreement with Rias on behalf of the Phenex family? After hearing Surtsk's words, Rias, Akeno, and Yubellina were all stunned, and Rias stood up abruptly. Older brother? Rias was really mad at her older brother. She couldn't help looking at Akeno, who was also looking at her with a sad expression on her face. Rias suddenly felt like being a trashy woman, but she was definitely the one who was wronged here. Why, Rias, don't you like Tenraku-kun? Looking at Rias' embarrassed look, Surtsk touched his chin with a normal expression on his face and continued. This is not easy. The eldest son and second son of the Phenex family already have their own engagement partners, so Rias' engagement partners can only be chosen between Tenraku-kun and Riser-kun. I liked Tenraku-kun very much, and there would be no problem with our father, but if Rias-chan doesn't like him, then we can choose Riser-kun. After hearing the words of her older brother, Rias became even more anxious. No way, Rias doesn't want to marry someone so early, she had dreamed of finding someone to love by herself. But if she has to choose now for the sake of the family, Rias can barely accept Tenraku, but she would definitely not choose Riser. Rias, tell me about your choice. The smile on Surtsk's face became even more wide as the cute and embarrassed expression of his younger sister's face was hard to see. And not only Surtsk's, but even Grafia on one side looked at Rias' embarrassed and flustered look at this moment, and a narrow smile appeared on that beautiful face. Feeling that she was being looked at one by one, Rias knew that she had to make a choice, whether it was for the sake of the individual or the friendship of the two families. Now is not the time for her willfulness. Finally, under everyone's attention, Rias gave out and made her choice. I choose Tenraku. To resist the shame, she almost mustered all her courage to speak. After saying this, Rias felt that she had no strength all over her body. Moreover, she is with a guilty conscience, so she did not dare to look at Akeno. Since Rias has made the choice, let's decide it like this. It just so happens that I like Tenraku very much. Lord Phenex, you don't have any objections, right? With a successful smile on the corner of his mouth, Surtsk looked at Duke Phenex on one side. No problem, we can let them get married when Rias becomes an adult. Duke Phenex replied calmly. So, Tenraku-kun, do you have any questions? Surtsk turned his gaze to Tenraku again. With a twitch of his mouth, Tenraku thought in his heart that the family lord and Satan had already decided on the matter, so what could he say? Although Tenraku has some dislikes for this kind of arranged marriage because of his mother's relationship, Duke Phenex has never forced Tenraku to do anything since he was a child. Lord Phenex didn't say anything even when he wanted to live in the human world or interact with Shida's family. One can say that he is very indulgent to Tenraku. It is the first time that he had undoubtedly taken charge of him like this. He could roughly understand what his father was thinking, and Tenraku sighed in his heart, but in the end, he didn't say anything to refuse. I have no problem here, Lord Surtsk. Okay, that's it. When Rias graduates from school and becomes an adult, I will let you two get married right away. Surtsk laughed as he seemed to be in a good mood while looking at Rias, who was already embarrassed. Lord Phenex, there are still many things that need to be dealt with in the territory. Since there is nothing for me to do here, then we will leave first. Okay, come here often if you have time, Surtsk. Surtsk said goodbye, and Duke Phenex nodded. Tenraku-kun, please visit us if you have time. The Gremory house welcomes you anytime. Slapping Tenraku on the shoulder, Surtsk nodded towards everyone, and then took Grafia and Rias before leaving. At the moment when they were going to go, Grafia suddenly looked at Tenraku, and those silver cold eyes cast a deep look at Tenraku. However, it was fleeting, and Grafia quickly passed Tenraku and followed Surtsk out. Tenraku frowned. He is not arrogant enough to think that the strongest queen of the underworld would be interesting to him, but that gaze made Tenraku feel unforgettable and he didn't understand what it meant. We are waiting for you outside. While Tenraku was still thinking about what happened just now, Rias and Akeno also passed by him, and Rias' very annoying voice rang in his ears. He nodded slightly, and after confirming that Tenraku had heard it, Rias snorted and walked out together with Akeno. Suddenly, only Duke Phenex, Tenraku, Yubellina, and the girls were left in the room. Looking at Tenraku, there was a little silence, and the Duke Phenex on the high seat finally spoke. When did you awaken your sacred gear's power? I awakened it when mother was still alive, Tenraku replied. The whole room fell into silence again, and Duke Phenex on the high seat looked on with a complicated look on his face, and he felt that he couldn't see through his child now. No, maybe he didn't see through from the beginning. Your sacred gear and identity have been exposed. In the future, pay attention to those guys from the Angel and Church faction. If you can't stop them, then come back to the family. I know. Go back if you have nothing else to say. Don't let your fiancé and that girl wait for a long time. Yes. The conversation between father and son was as short as ever. Tenraku nodded without saying anything else, and walked out of the hall. Yubellina and the other girls bowed and immediately followed Tenraku. However, just as Tenraku and the girls were about to walk out of the hall, the voice of Duke Phenex suddenly came. That's Surtsk, be careful of him from now on. Not understanding what this means, being careful about Surtsk's Demon King's identity or of his unknown strength. When Tenraku looked back, Duke Phenex had closed his eyes and seemed not wanting to say more. In the end, Tenraku could only remember the words in his heart with doubts. After coming out of the hall, a waiter told Tenraku that Rias and her queen were waiting for him in the living room. Tenraku took Yubellina and others and prepared to go there, but on the way, they happened to meet Madame Phenex, who was taking care of Riser. Madam. Tenraku stopped and spoke, and Yubellina and the girls behind him bowed and saluted. Oh, little Tenraku has grown up. If Tamako knew about it, she would have been proud of you. Beautiful and noble, the Lady Phenex looked at Tenraku and said softly with some emotion in her voice. The words from his stepmother warmed Tenraku's heart, and at the same time, he felt a little apologetic. Sorry, madam, about Riser. Her own child was beaten like that by Tenraku in the duel, any mother would feel distressed. Even if Lady Phenex resented him from now on, it would not be surprising, and that was the reward he deserved. But Tenraku never regretted what he did. Riser's life has been going too smoothly since he was a child. This setback is a good thing for him. You don't need to take it to heart. I also heard about the marriage contract. The Gremory princess is a good girl, you must cherish her and not let her down. Go ahead, don't let them wait for long. To Tenraku's astonishment, Madame Phenex shook her head, not blaming him for Riser, and instead she comforted him. Yes, mother. Tenraku shouted before he became stunned, but since he shouted out, he couldn't take it back. Tenraku smiled bitterly, and it seemed that he would have to change his mind in the future. After giving another gesture towards Madame Phenex, Tenraku took Yubellina and the other girls and continued towards the living room. What Tenraku didn't know was that there were tears in Madame Phenex's eyes, and she also had a small smile on her face. That child is finally willing to call her mother Tenraku. Yubellina and the girls just entered the room, and a figure ran over and hugged Tenraku. Tenraku, Tenraku, my Tenraku. This figure was holding Tenraku tightly, as if afraid of losing him again. The figure is Akeno. I let you wait for so long, Akeno. Looking at the tearful girl, Tenraku also hugged her tightly, and his voice was full of apology and thoughts. The pair of teenagers who wandered around with each other finally met again at this moment after many years of parting. Obviously, both of them have changed a lot, but they don't feel the slightest strangeness with each other. Time didn't dilute their feelings, on the contrary, they became stronger. Humph, when will you two let go of each other? Rias hummed softly, with a hint of sourness in her tone. Yubellina stroked her lips and chuckled. Akeno quickly let go of Tenraku and wiped her tears to control her emotions, but there were still 2 blushes floating on her cheeks that couldn't dissipate. Touching his nose, Tenraku felt a little embarrassed. Not to mention the relationship between Akeno and himself. Rias has just signed a marriage contract with himself, and now the relationship between the three has become a bit delicate. Rias, thank you for taking care of Akeno over the years. After calming his mind, Tenraku spoke. Tenraku entrusted Akeno to Rias, and when he first saw Akeno before, Tenraku knew the growth of the girl. The little girl who used to know little of her abilities was not the same now. I'm afraid Rias has spent much time on her in these years. Akeno is my queen and of my peerage, I naturally have to take care of her. There was someone who just handed Akeno to me, and then left for so many years at once. He was really irresponsible. Thinking of Akeno's way of thinking about someone day and night over the years, Rias felt even sorer, and she spoke with a hint of irony in her tone. Rias, are you getting jealous again? Taking one of Rias' arms, Akeno squinted and smiled. Akeno is not a delicate woman, and only in front of Tenraku can she show her weak side. Her stable emotions returned to their usual appearances, so why would she let go of this opportunity to tease Rias? I am not. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes and Rias turned her head to the side, but if one looked carefully, they would find that the girl's face also had a light red glow. I do owe Akeno too much, and I will use my life to make up for her in the future. But I didn't hand over Akeno to you casually, I handed her over to you because it was, and the facts have been proven, I didn't read you wrong. Tenraku replied with a chuckle. Akeno and Rias are destined companions, which is why Tenraku trusted Akeno to Rias at the beginning. However, Tenraku did not notice the ambiguity in his words, and only reacted when he saw the strange look in Akeno, Yubellina, and others' eyes. Well, he can't explain this kind of thing. What are you talking about? You talk as if you know me well. Don't think that you can fool around in this way. I will naturally have you make up for what Akeno owes you in the future, but even then I will not return Akeno to you again. This is what I said at the beginning. Blushing like blood, Rias only felt that she hadn't encountered so many embarrassing things since childhood. But thinking about Akeno, she immediately said strongly. Akeno is now her queen and is her peerage, she is her most important sister and companion, even Tenraku, who has a deep bond with Akeno, will never be able to take her away from her. Akeno next to her also put a smile on her face. Rias cared about her so much that she was very moved, but if she was always with Rias, she couldn't return to Tenraku, which also made the girl's heart feel very tangled. But at this moment, Tenraku's voice rang out again. Don't worry, Rias, I won't take Akeno. Akeno will always be in your peerage and be your queen. You are now studying at Kyoa Academy in the human world? I should go there too in a few days. I have been training for a long time now, and occasionally, I also want to experience the campus life of ordinary people. After hearing Tenraku's words, Rias secretly breathed out a sigh of relief, and Akeno's eyes sparkled. If Tenraku also goes to Kyoa Academy, then wouldn't it mean that she can see Tenraku often without leaving Rias' side in the future? This is really the best of both worlds. Rias? Akeno looked at Rias with a hint of eagerness in her eyes. Kyoa Academy is secretly controlled by our Gremory family and the House of Phenex. I will help you arrange for your transfer. Whenever you and your peers want to come to school, you can come directly. When it comes to Tenraku, Akeno gives out such a look which makes Rias want to really choke Akeno, but she still relents in the end. Tenraku also nodded. Akeno's affairs are good, then it is time to say another thing. Rias, what are you going to do about our marriage contract? As soon as Tenraku spoke, Rias' face that had just recovered was instantly red again, and Akeno, Yubellina, and the other girls also turned their eyes on them. It's only because of my family that I have agreed, don't think anything else. As if for fear of Tenraku's misunderstanding, Rias anxiously said. Tenraku also nodded and said, "It's the same with me. In that case, let's break the marriage contract." Tenraku's words were not unbelievable, but the whole room descended into silence. The girls, Akeno and Yubellina, were surprised. Even Rias thought she had an auditing hallucination. What did Tenraku just say? To break the marriage contract with her? This is unbelievable. But Rias, who reacted, burst into endless anger. "Kami ya Tenraku, are you looking down on me?" Rias' beautiful face was full of anger. As the eldest daughter and next head of the Gremory family, she is an idol pursued by countless people, whether in school or in the underworld. And now she has been insulted in a way that has never happened before. "Master Tenraku. Tenraku, you." Both Yubellina and Akeno looked at Tenraku with puzzled looks on their faces. Tenraku did say a little too much just now. The marriage contract between them was created by great Satan Lucifer and Duke Phenex. It cannot be dismissed so casually. "I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you becoming so excited?" Seeing the reaction of Rias and the girls, Tenraku couldn't help being speechless for a while. Then I will listen to what else you have to say." With a sneer, Rias looked at Tenraku sharply. She will forgive him if Tenraku can really give a reason today. If he can't say anything, she will let him know that the women in Gremory's family are not so easy to bully. Under Rias' fierce gaze, and in the incomprehensible look of the women, Tenraku finally told his reason. "Rias, you are the princess of the Gremory family. You are noble, beautiful, and excellent. Whether in the underworld or in the human world, many people admire you. I am also a normal boy, and I also like such excellent women. This is an undeniable fact. But I am Kami ya Tenraku. I will pursue the person I like. To possess? To plunder? I still disdain to get you through family marriage. Rias, is my reason enough?" As Tenraku's voice fell, all the girls in the room were shocked. Akeno's eyes flickered, and Yubellina and others looked at Tenraku with an endless heated gaze. Such self-confidence, domineering, and gentle attitude, this is their master. Rias on one side has already become dumbfounded. Besides being ashamed or embarrassed, there was no reason for her to be angry. What this guy said is too straightforward. However, what made Rias feel unbelievable is that Tenraku said this so bluntly to her, but she didn't feel angry at all. On the contrary, she felt that his words were quite reasonable. Looking at Tenraku's confident, serious, and arrogant expression, Rias also felt a hint of throbbing in her heart for the first time. "Then, what do you say we do?" Trying to calm herself down, Rias asked. Seeing that Rias has stopped being angry, which also means she has approved his reason, Tenraku thought a little and said, "Our marriage contract was made by father and Surtsks. If we want to terminate it, we have to find a decent reason. Well, how about this? After you have collected your peerage, we will have a rating game match. I will lose to you deliberately at that time, and then you will have enough reason to terminate our engagement." After hearing Tenraku's words, Akeno directly rolled her eyes. This was really a bad idea, but it sounded feasible. However, if he really does this, then Tenraku's reputation will be greatly damaged. Everyone in Underworld will know that Kami ya Tenraku, the fourth son of the Phenex family, is a waste that is thrown away by his fiancée, and he can't even compete against a woman. Although Tenraku didn't care about this at all, Yubellina and the other girls wanted to speak as they felt distressed for Tenraku, and Rias looked to the side with a hint of hostility. "You want me to play a fake match with you?" In contrast to Akeno's speechlessness and the distress of Yubellina and others, Rias has an expression of disbelief. Looking at the girls' reaction, Tenraku can understand their feelings a little bit. After all, in the eyes of a young devil like Rias, rating game is an extremely sacred game. Any fraud is blasphemy to this sacred game and is considered to be inexcusable. However, when Rias realized the dark side behind this so-called holy game in the future, she will feel how naive she is now. Of course, Tenraku has no plans to tell Rias about this now. It's not a counterfeit match, it's just a rating game. After you win the game, even my father and your brother will have nothing to complain about. Tenraku replied calmly while touching his chin. "No, we can't do that with a rating game. Kami ya Tenraku, I misunderstood you. Akeno, let's go." Feeling disappointed and annoyed at Tenraku, Rias finished speaking and pulled Akeno to the outside of the room. Tenraku didn't stop them and shrugged. He could only think of this way. If the other party didn't agree, then it is fine. Anyway, it was not him who was getting married to someone. However, to Tenraku's surprise, Rias came to the door of the room and suddenly stopped. "I have decided, let's just use rating game." After hearing what Rias said, Tenraku was taken aback first, then the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "What, Rias, have you finally figured it out?" Under the gaze of Tenraku and Yubellina, Rias turned around, and then raised her hand to Tenraku and spoke with awe-inspiring aura. "Kami ya Tenraku, after I gather my peerage, we will use the rating game to decide the outcome, but I don't need you to let me win, you must fight with all your strength. I, Rias Gremory, will defeat you with my own strength, and then I will ask my older brother and Duke Phenex to dissolve the marriage contract." Rias' voice seemed to reverberate continuously in the room, and Tenraku's eyes narrowed slightly and his eyes became sharp. "Rias, are you sure you want to do this? Even after watching the duel between me and Riser? Also, if you win, we will dissolve the marriage contract, but what if you lose?" Rias has her pride, but Tenraku also has his own dignity. Now that Rias is talking like that, if he shrinks back, he won't look like a man. If I lose to you, I will really marry you?" Rias pulled Akeno out of the room after speaking. Tenraku, come early too, we would be waiting for you at school. Watching Rias and Akeno leave, Tenraku squinted his eyes with a different smile. Interesting, it seems that he would really gain another wife now. Rias Gremory? The air whistle and the red carriage swept away from Phenex territory. In the luxurious carriage, Rias sat quietly by the window. Her long red hair was draped behind her, and her jade-like hand was still supporting her cheek. It should originally have been a beautiful picture, but it seemed to have a trace of melancholy in it. Rias, are you still angry? Putting down the brewed black tea, Akeno asked after sitting next to Rias. Akeno, did my previous words go too far? Looking back, Rias asked instead of answering. For a moment, a smile appeared on Akeno's face before she replied. Ah, it was too much, but it's okay, Tenraku will definitely not care. Humph, you really trust that guy? That's natural, Rias has seen it too. He is obviously so overbearing, but he is also gentle. That's my Tenraku, the fascinating Tenraku. Looking at Akeno, who already had a crazy look in her eyes, Rias' mouth twitched slightly. This is not helping, Akeno. Now, Rias, the current Tenraku is very, very strong, even that Riser was not his opponent. Are you really sure that you could beat Tenraku? If you lose, you really would have to marry him. Thinking of something, Akeno asked suddenly, but it didn't look like she was worried about Rias marrying Tenraku. Who wants to be his wife? I won't lose to him. Akeno, will you help me? A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but Rias still tried to calm down. Although she regretted saying those words on the spur of the moment, there is no regret medicine in the world, and now she can only bite the bullet and go forward. Tenraku is indeed stronger than she could have imagined, but as long as she works hard to continuously improve herself, and find some powerful peerage members and companions, it will not be impossible for her to defeat Tenraku. This is completely fine. I will definitely help Rias defeat Tenraku with all my strength. After all, I don't want Rias to grab my Tenraku. Hearing Akeno's reply, Rias was quite moved when she heard the first sentence, but after hearing the latter sentence, her entire face went dark. Although he has decided to go to Kua Academy, Tenraku is not in any hurry. After leaving for many years, he plans to stay at the Phenex house for a few days. Riser suffered heavy losses in the duel, but he quickly recovered through his Phoenix's ability. Although his body has no problems, the wounds of the soul are not so easy to heal. He lost the duel in front of his father and great Satan, and he especially lost to his younger brother Tenraku, who had been regarded as a blemish and waste since he was a child. Such a blow was fatal to the always proud Riser. Riser shut himself in the room all day and never saw anyone again, and no one was allowed to mention anything about Tenraku in front of him. Although Ravel and their mother were worried about him and wanted to talk to him, they had no effect and were turned away. Tenraku also wondered whether to meet Riser, but the thought of meeting him now would definitely only arouse greater disgust and rebellion from Riser, so he finally dispelled the idea. Tenraku decided to let the situation develop for the time being. If Riser doesn't undergo a transformation, he will never grow. If he can figure it out, then it would be best for him. If he doesn't understand it, then Tenraku will think of a way. In the next few days, in addition to completing his daily training, Tenraku spent most of the time with Ravel, Yubellina, and the other girls. Needless to say, Yubellina and the other girls, as Tenraku peerage, will be the right arm of Tenraku from now on. Although Tenraku had a good relationship with them when he was a child, it was not enough. For the girls to fight with him in the future journey, they need a deeper bond. However, these things cannot be done overnight. They need countless hours of accumulation. As long as they pay attention to themselves, everything will be fine. Ravel was very attached to Tenraku when he was a child. Although the relationship between her and Tenraku has been completely returned to the state of childhood, and it is even higher than that after 2 days of getting along. Tenraku didn't know if it was his own illusion, but he found that every time Ravel looks at him, there seems to be something different in her gaze. It's not the feeling that younger sister was attached to elder brother when he was a child, but more like, while Tenraku was still staying in Phenex territory, it was because of him that there was a big storm outside. The fourth son of the Phenex family returned and won a duel with the pure-blooded older brother Riser. His strong strength was a blockbuster. Together with the House of Baal, he washed away the name of Underworld double waste, and under the leadership of Lord Phenex and Great Satan Lucifer, he signed a marriage contract with Princess Rias of the Gremory family. This was a big news. What's more, Tenraku used a lot of sacred gears in the duel, which was also seen by many interested people. Not long after that, all the information about Tenraku appeared in the hands of many heads of families and powers. Although staying in the main residence of Phenex house, Tenraku naturally heard about these things, but he did not care about it and shrugged with a smile on his face. Tenraku would have never stupidly exposed himself in front of everyone before, but now it doesn't matter anymore, because he is ready. Gregory, Fallen Angel headquarters. Yeah, I didn't expect the plunderer to be a kid who snatched so many sacred gears from us. Young people nowadays, they are really incredible. Holding a glass of red wine and looking at the information in his hand, Azazel gave out a smile. As if thinking of something, Azazel turned his gaze to the silver-haired youth standing beside him and spoke with a mischievous smile on his face. Valerie, you have to be careful in the future. Don't let that kid take your light wings of the white dragon sovereign divine dividing. After hearing Azazel's words, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the silver-haired youth, and a burst of violent aura burst out of his body. If he has that ability, he just needs to come here. Europe, Grand Duke Church. Snapped. An old man wearing a golden crown slapped the table with a gloomy expression. Damn it! That sacred gear Plunder, it turned out to be the evil child of the Phenex clan? Underworld, demonic beast forest. A huge demonic beast crawled on the ground and wailed constantly, while on top of the demonic beast stood a majestic black-haired youth. At a certain moment, it seemed that the black-haired youth had discovered something as he raised his hand, and then a gleaming butterfly came and fell into the young man's hand and turned into a scroll. Reading the content on the scroll, the black-haired young man was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed up to the sky. HHHHH, it turned out to be the guy with the same name as me? Interesting. At the same time, there are many other places where similar scenes are being staged. A few days later, Phenex main residence. Are you going back to the human world? On the high seat, Duke Phenex looked at Tenraku who was standing below. Well, I plan to stay at Kuah Academy for a while. Tenraku nodded and replied. The clock of destiny has begun to pull. Kuah Academy can be said to be the center of the whole story of high school DxD, and everything starts from there. Calculating the time, it is almost to the beginning of the plot. Tenraku naturally does not want to miss the next wonderful event, and there are several powerful sacred gear waiting for him. He should also collect them. He just entered into a marriage contract with the little princess of Gremory's family, so little Tenraku can't help it. Come on, don't let other people snatch that little princess away. Madame Phenix's voice came out as she spoke with a smile on her face. Mother, it's not whatever you are thinking. A big drop of sweat fell on his forehead, and Tenraku was speechless by this turn of events. Oh, I don't believe it, but Tenraku sometimes doesn't confess, so I will accept it. Madame Phenex likes listening to Tenraku call her mother, but she has a joking smile on her face and doesn't believe Tenraku's explanation at all. Feeling speechless, Tenraku didn't bother to explain, but Madame Phenix's face had a more smile, apparently taking this as Tenraku's default. Unii-chan, after I finish the etiquette training, I will come to the human world and I will go to school together with Unii-chan. Ravel hugged Tenraku one arm and spoke. Ravel is not too young now, and will often represent the family at various noble gatherings in the future, so recently, she is being taught some etiquette by her mother, otherwise, the girl would have gone to go to human world with Tenraku now. Ah, of course, Ravel, we will be waiting for you in the human world. Tenraku smiled while stroking the girl's forehead. The time was almost up. Tenraku nodded to Yubellina behind him, knowing Yubellina's magic, and suddenly a huge magic array unfolded, enveloping Tenraku, Gasper and all the girls. Father, Mother, Ravel, we are going. Please take care of yourself. Saying goodbye, the magic array exudes a dazzling brilliance, and then under the gaze of the Duke Phenex, Tenraku disappears in a flash human world, Kuah Town. A light brilliance flashed as Tenraku, Gasper, Yubellina, and the girls walked out of the teleportation formation. In front of Tenraku, Gasper, and the girls is a huge and luxurious villa. This is the newly built Kamiya family residence. Because Tenraku will live with his peerages in the future, naturally he can no longer live in the ordinary and small house. The Duke Phenex has already asked Tenraku to build this villa in advance. As for the place where Tenraku lived with his mother before, it was not destroyed. Instead, it was transferred and sealed with magic. Tenraku can go and stay there for a few days whenever he wants. When they walked into the villa together, Yubellina and Carlamine all looked a little excited, because this will be their real home in the future. The huge villa is spacious and luxurious. It not only has a kitchen, living room, bedroom, but also a training ground, a swimming pool, and a huge sky garden, and even some rooms are connected to various places of entertainment and rest. Tenraku can't help but sigh in his heart. Isn't this too extravagant? However, for the Phenex family with strong financial resources, this is nothing at all. Each of them chose their own room. Naturally, Yubellina, Tenraku, and the girls chose the same floor, and their rooms were next to Tenraku. Gasper also clamored to be with Tenraku and everyone, but Tenraku threw a cardboard box and asked him to find a floor by himself. With tears in his eyes and sadness in his heart, Gasper holding the cardboard box just felt sad. He was ruthlessly abandoned by Lord Tenraku. However, when he chose a room with tears and then squatted alone in the cardboard box that Master Tenraku threw to him, Gasper was taken aback, only to feel a moment of peace and tranquility that came from his soul. He, Gasper V. Lady, seems to have awakened something strange just now. Standing on the balcony outside his room, Tenraku was enjoying the breeze, and he could see the entire Kuah Town at a glance. Kuah Town is not so prosperous. On the contrary, it is very ordinary. He doesn't know how many cities in this world are wider and more beautiful than Kuah Town. But who knows that such an ordinary town would be a central stage of the whole world? Master Tenraku, there is a communication circle from Master Rias. Yubellina's voice rang behind him, and Tenraku also turned around and returned to the room. Connect it. Yes. Yubellina slammed his magic staff and a magic array spread out on the ground, and then the projections of the two women Rias and Akeno appeared. Era, Tenraku, you finally came to human world. Akeno's voice sounded first as she spoke with a happy smile on her face. Tenraku nodded to the girl, then looked at Rias on the side. What's the matter, Rias? Your enrollment matters have been handled, and the school uniforms and other things will be sent to you later. Rias replied while holding her arms under her chest. So that's it, but those things don't require you to personally come here, right? Shrugging, Tenraku only intends to go to school with the girls for a period of time for the experience but does not intend to stay in that place for long. And what would he do with that uniform? Just a cross-dressing magic is much more convenient than that. It doesn't matter what. These are all formal procedures. You need to take it seriously? Rias couldn't help being very angry when she heard such a sentence after working so hard for him. Hi, I was wrong. Rias is really reliable, thank you very much. Knowing that he had said something wrong, Tenraku raised his hand in surrender as he didn't want to make the big miss angry anymore. Who wants you to be grateful? I just promised Akeno to help you. With a soft snort, Rias tilted her head to one side, but as long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to see that Tenraku's words just now made her feel very good. Akeno and Yubellina put their hands in their mouths. Tenraku is funny. This is the princess of Gremory, but she is such a big tsundere, which is really cute. By the way, this town belongs to the territory under my jurisdiction. Don't cause chaos and trouble for me here in the future, Rias said after thinking of something. Rias, I also grew up in this small town, so you don't need to worry about this kind of thing, Tenraku replied. He doesn't seem to be the kind of person who loves to trouble others, right? Really, my lord sacred gear plunderer? Rias had a sarcastic smile on her face as she spoke with a sharp look in her eyes, and Tenraku's expression became stiff, and he could only be silently scrutinized by the girl. For some time, the few people talked about other things. The meeting time was almost the same. The two parties agreed to see each other tomorrow at school and then ended the communication. Master Tenraku, Master Rias, and Miss Akeno are all very good women, please cherish them. Not knowing if she was impressed by the temperament of the two women, Yubellina said with some emotion in her tone. I will cherish you as well. Tenraku smiled when he looked at the queen who was looking at himself. We are just servants of Lord Tenraku. Yubellina lowered her head slightly while her expression darkened. However, the next moment, her cheek was lifted by Tenraku again. No, you are not my servants, but my most important peerage and my most important family. Feeling obsessed and lost, Yubellina was moved endlessly by looking at Tenraku's non-hypocritical expression, only feeling that her heart was about to melt away. She was thanking gods and demons for letting them meet such a master. At the same time, a red glow rose from that charming face, and Yubellina secretly made a decision. In the evening, Tenraku room. In the bathroom, warm running water is constantly splashing down, and Tenraku and Tosca are greedily hugging and kissing each other, while the whole bathroom is echoing with the girls' moans. The soft white hair is flying in the air. After following Tenraku for all these years, Tosca has dedicated her body and mind to Tenraku, so this scene has not happened for the first time. The current battle was fierce. Seeing that the girl in his arms was about to collapse, Tenraku also stopped his attack. After washing away the traces of their deed, Tenraku used his spirit chi and washed away the water on the two of them. Tenraku hugged Tosca out of the bathroom and prepared to go back to the room to rest. Master Tenraku, this is Yubellina. Yubellina's voice suddenly sounded outside the room. Tenraku frowned but he put Tosca on the bed and covered her body with a quilt, then he put on his pajamas and opened the door. Instead of wearing the usual magic robe, Yubellina had put on a silk tulle. It seems that she has even carefully dressed up, and the charming face was filled with bright allure, which makes Tenraku can't help but feel warm. What's the matter, Yubellina? Tenraku asked. Master Tenraku, too. With red clouds on her face, Yubellina seemed extremely ashamed. Tenraku was taken aback for a moment but immediately reacted. Yubellina, are you here to attend me on my bed? Tenraku stated her purpose for Yubellina while smirking. The embarrassment in her heart grew more and more. Just as Yubellina was about to nod her head to confess, she saw Tosca in the room from the corner of her eyes, and her face suddenly turned pale. Sorry, Tenraku-sama, I will leave now. Her heart was in chaos, and when Yubellina was about to turn around and leave, Tenraku pulled her back and hugged her in his arms. Since you are here, is there any reason to go back? Leaning over Yubellina's ear and whispering, Tenraku hugged Yubellina directly, then closed the door and returned to the room. Tenraku was never the kind of foolish person, and his beauties, peerage, would sooner or later be his women, since his beautiful queen took such an initiative to send herself to the door. Then he will enjoy it. The next day, early morning. Tenraku opened his eyes as the morning light poured into the room. He looked at the two women beside him and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. To the left of Tenraku is the white-haired girl Tosca, sleeping soundly on Tenraku's arm. Her little nose sucked the air twice from time to time, and he didn't know what dreams she was having. On the right of Tenraku is Yubellina. Last night she gave up her mind and body to Tenraku. The two of them fought almost until midnight. No way, unlike Tosca's petite and exquisite type experience, Yubellina gave Tenraku a completely different experience. That enchanting, that amorous, that charming. Make people fall into the abyss, making people drunk. Ecstasy, he just wanted to loot and occupy her like crazy. Tenraku couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he had been in his previous life, he would not have gotten such a good woman, but now he has not only got one but there will be more in the future. This is the benefit of power. As long as you have the power, you can appreciate the excitement of this world, you can control the power of this world, and you can enjoy the best woman in this world. This is the eternal rule, Master Tenraku. Yubellina also opened her eyes. After she withstood the rain and dew of last night, her charming face exuded an amazing charm, which made Tenraku couldn't help but capture the delicate purple lips greedily. Get some rest, or you won't have the energy to go to school with us later. After being satisfied, Tenraku let her go. Yubellina also responded softly, with 2 touching red clouds floating on her face. After putting on his clothes, Tenraku covered the 2 women with quilts before leaving the room. It is still early, and Carlamine, Swollen, and the other girls have not yet got up. Only Burant and Malayo, who are maids, preparing breakfast for everyone in the kitchen. After seeing Tenraku, the 2 women also greeted him, but there were 2 uncontrollable shyness on their faces. Tenraku touched his nose. They knew about Yubellina and Tenraku and he didn't even need to ask them to know about that, but Tenraku didn't explain anything. He nodded towards the 2 women and then walked towards the training ground. Although Tenraku now has a lot of power and many sacred gears, he does not want to rely too much on sacred gears abilities, so he has not given up on the practice of swordsmanship over the years. He has consulted with many swordsmanship masters over the years and has battled against countless masters. In that life and death experience, Tenraku has also tempered his own set of swordsmanship. If one only talks about swordsmanship, there may be people in this world who are better than him, but their number would be few. As always, Tenraku was going to the training ground to practice his swordsmanship, but to Tenraku's surprise, someone had already come here before him. He saw a petite figure with short shoulder-length blue hair which is tied into several bundles. She is Tenraku's pawn, Myra. Myra is a young girl in the middle grade, and she is only a few years older than the youngest sisters Isle and Nell. She is a stick user and is also practicing her stick skills in the training ground. Flickering and leaping, her posture was agile, and the long stick in her hand was dancing as if it had come alive in the girl's hand. The nearby air currents were violently sweeping around, and as the girl swung down her stick, a huge explosion blew up in the entire training ground. Master Tenraku. Spotting Tenraku on one side, the girl stopped her training and wiped her sweat before running towards him. Myra, you really are a hard worker. Tenraku rubbed the girl's forehead with appreciation. Yes, no, I can't use magic like the elder sister Yubellina, nor do I have the talent of swordsmanship like Carlamine, so I can only work harder not to drag everyone down. Master Tenraku, am I useless? Thinking of her own affairs, a hint of inferiority flashed in the girl's eyes and she looked at Tenraku nervously. Myra is the weakest existence among all the girls in Tenraku's peerage. Not to mention Yubellina and other women, even the youngest sisters Isle and Nell are more talented than her, and they soon surpassed her after being recruited and trained by the Phenex family. This is a world where the strong eat the weak. It is not uncommon for the weak peerage members to be abandoned by its owner in the underworld, and the fate of those peerage members abandoned by the owner is very miserable without exception. Myra is also afraid of being abandoned. What are you thinking about, Myra? You are my peerage, who dares to say that you are useless? Shaking his head while feeling funny, Tenraku rubbed the girl's forehead and continued. I also didn't have any talent for magic, and I couldn't even awaken the bloodline of the Phenex family. I have been called trash by everyone but I never felt inferior and cowardly and I never gave up on myself. Remember one thing, there are natural geniuses in this world, but there are also hard-working geniuses. With a solemn expression on his face, Tenraku is not just offering simple comfort words, but he is saying what he really thinks. It can be said that if it wasn't for Sacred Gear Plunder, he might not even be able to match Myra. Moreover, Myra was not as bad as she had imagined. Although she might be a little insufficient compared to the Yubellina and the other girls, how could she be a waste? After all, she was recruited and trained by the Phenex clan for being the future peerage member for the young master of the Phenex family. Myra was already very good compared to the average person. Looking at Tenraku with a dazed look on her face, the girl only felt that the perplexity in her heart gradually dissipated, replaced by excitement and relief. Yes, in this world, besides the natural geniuses, there are also hard-working geniuses. Isn't Tenraku-sama her best role model for that? Master Tenraku, I understand. Nodding vigorously, the girl's eyes sparkled, and her gaze at Tenraku became more and more adoring. Tenraku nodded with satisfaction on his face after seeing Myra at one point and cheering up so quickly. This is indeed a smart girl with a good resolve. Thinking of something, Tenraku said again. Myra, give me your weapon. Although she didn't know what Tenraku-sama suddenly wanted to do, Myra didn't hesitate to respectfully hand over her long stick to Tenraku. Myra's weapon seems to be an ordinary wooden stick, but it is not that simple. It is a magic weapon specially made for her by the Phenex family. Not only is it tough and applicable, but it can also enhance the power of her stick to a certain extent. However, in Tenraku's eyes, this thing is still a bit short in terms of power. Raising his hand and flipping it, an iron rod flashing with silver light appeared in Tenraku's hand. Master Tenraku, what is this? Myra's eyes lit up. As a stick user, she can naturally see that this is a rare stick like Sacred Gear, and it is still a very powerful one at that. This is Sacred Gear Ruyi Fine Iron Rod. I once snatched it from a Chich's believer. Even if it is a little worse than the legendary Ruyi Gold Banded stick, it's just that I have never met the Lord. That's why its reputation is not obvious. Myra, it will be yours from now on. While talking about the stick, Tenraku threw Ruyi Fine Iron Rod towards Myra, and Myra also subconsciously caught the long stick. Master Tenraku, how can such a precious sacred gear how can? Despite her extreme desire, the girl had a flustered expression on her face, and she did not dare to accept such a precious thing. With a slight smile on his face, Tenraku stroked the girl's forehead and said, Myra, you are my lovely peerage, you are far more precious than these sacred gears, so just accept it with confidence that I know you have. Tenraku's words moved the girl into a daze, and tears faintly flashing in her eyes. When encountering a master who cherishes and loves herself so much, even if he immediately asks Myra to die for him, she would be willing to do that? But. Seeing that the girl was still a little hesitant, Tenraku shook his head helplessly, and then under Myra's incredible look, the brilliance flashed, and another really fine iron rod appeared in Tenraku's hands. Master Tenraku, what is this? Feeling surprised and puzzled, Myra didn't understand why two identical sacred gear appeared at the same time. The so-called sacred gear, you can actually understand it as a summoning sacred gear's ability, usually as long as the host is not dead. No matter how many times the sacred gear is destroyed, it can be recondensed. I can share my sacred gear with others so that I and others can use sacred gear's power at the same time. After hearing Tenraku's words, the shocked Myra couldn't help covering her lips. Not to mention Myra, Tenraku himself was taken aback when he developed this ability. Sacred gear sharing, this is the name Tenraku gave to this ability. He can share every piece of looted sacred gear with someone who he designated as the host. Not only the host can use sacred gear's power, but Tenraku can also use sacred gear's power. And the abilities the host developed from sacred gear can also be fed back to Tenraku. Although he has an unparalleled talent for controlling sacred gears, as more and more sacred gears are plundered, Tenraku cannot develop all sacred gear's abilities. Most of the sacred gears in Tenraku would become a waste, so Tenraku wondered if he could develop a similar ability to share sacred gear with another host, and let those hosts develop and enhance sacred gear's power for him, while he himself only needs to focus on those powerful and special sacred gears. Although at first, he was just thinking about giving it a try, Tenraku succeeded in the end. He developed the ability to share his sacred gears with others. As followers of Tenraku, Gasper and Tosca became the first experimenters. In the beginning, Tenraku captured Evil Eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view and inherent barrier from these two, but now, not only can Tenraku use these sacred gears abilities, but he can also allow Gasper and Tosca to use them. There is no doubt that sacred gear sharing has great meaning and value. It allows Tenraku to cultivate a large number of powerful partners, and it also allows him to develop sacred gear's capabilities for himself, saving Tenraku a lot of energy and time. Of course, this ability is not unlimited. The sacred gear shared by Tenraku is in the initial state, and the ability he developed cannot be shared with the host. The sacred gear's host shared by Tenraku can only start from the beginning, but the ability of its development can be fed back to Tenraku. To some extent, this is not a bad thing, because, with such restrictions, those shared sacred gear's hosts will never have more control over sacred gears than Tenraku, which also leaves Tenraku without any worries. Of course, Tenraku is fearless even if there is no such restriction, because as long as he has a thought, the shared sacred gear can be collected by him at any time. He is the real owner of these sacred gears. Myra, can you take it now? Use it well, let me use your power and sacred gear's power. Looking at the girl who was still in shock, Tenraku smiled as he spoke. Yes, Master Tenraku? Myra finally recovered and stopped being nervous and replied very excitedly. Seeing the gorgeous and extraordinary iron rod in her hand, the girl loved it. She jumped back into the field, and her hands quickly moved the really fine iron rod. The airflow rioted and stirred the wind and clouds. Myra leaped into the air and the really fine iron rod in her hand stretched rapidly and then fell onto the training ground with a slam. Dust billowed while the ground vibrated, and almost half of the site was turned into rubble by the girl's attack. A brilliance shined and the already set magic formation quickly repaired the damaged ground, while Myra looked at the really fine iron rod in her hand with an expression of excitement. This is a sacred gear's power. The corner of Tenraku's mouth raised slightly, and he thought that he had really found the right owner for this sacred gear. He is looking forward to the kind of interesting abilities that will really fine iron rod develop for Myra in her hands. It's time to go, Master Tenraku. After the morning training was over, after breakfast, Yubellina served Tenraku and changed into a school uniform, and then said softly. Looking at the girls who were ready to go, Tenraku nodded, but when he looked to the other side, I don't want to go to school. I don't want to go to school? Holding the table tightly and refusing to let go, Gasper spoke while crying. Master Tenraku, Gasper didn't even want to go to school, let's break him up. Okay, let's attack him. Woo, don't attack me. Isle and Nell, the two sisters teased Gasper and took out the chainsaw as if they were about to disintegrate him. Gasper, who was so scared that his face was pale, hid directly under the table and refused to come out again. Forget it, let him stay at home if he doesn't want to go. The corners of his eyes throbbed and Tenraku said in an angry manner. Gasper suffered from a serious psychological trauma when he was young, and even now, he has not fully healed from it. For fear that others will watch him, he becomes nervous and afraid whenever he is in a crowded place. Of course, in Tenraku's view, if it weren't for his cute face that is better than a girl's and a womanish obsession, who would care about him, those wounds would have healed long ago. Gasper, who did not want to go to school, was left alone to watch the house while Tenraku and the girls were going to Kua Academy. No, I'm going to be late. Mom and Dad, I am going to school. Tenraku and the girls have just walked out of the Kamiya family residence, and a figure just happened to run out of the Hyudo house next to them. The figure was carrying a school bag, with stray hair, and also wearing Kua Academy uniforms. It is Hyudo Issei. The corner of his eye swept towards Tenraku, Yubellina, and the girls, and Hayudu Issei was dumbfounded. Beautiful girl, so many beautiful girls. Especially when his eyes went on Yubellina's body, Hayudu Issei almost stared out with both eyes. Those are two scary weapons? Hayudu Issei couldn't help but feel himself float up. He met so many beautiful girls after he went out of his house. When I went out, he met the big elder sister with such a weapon. He must be dreaming, he must be dreaming. Seeing Hayudu Issei's full pervert reaction, Yubellina and Swollen furrowed their brows, and a look of disgust flashed in their eyes. Malai raised a jade hand and was about to launch magic to punish this reckless human, but she was stopped by the look in Tenraku's eyes. Yo, Issei-san, it's been a long time. Raising a hand, Tenraku said hello with a smile on his face. After regaining his consciousness, Hayudu Issei quickly wiped his saliva, and finally noticed Tenraku, who had been ignored by his subconscious mind. Who are you? Feeling embarrassed, he reluctantly took his gaze back from Yubellina. Although Hayudu Issei thought Tenraku was familiar, he couldn't remember him. Why, Issei-san, have you forgotten me? I am Kamiya Tenraku, I used to live at the house next to you. Tenraku answered with a smile on his face, and Hayudu Issei who heard him seemed to finally remember something and couldn't help but exclaimed. You are Tenraku. In Hayudu Issei's impression, when they were young, there lived a child named Kamiya Tenraku who was about the same age as him. However, the two families rarely communicate with each other, and the guy has never played with him, so even if they met outside, he just said hello and they were merely acquaintances. What Hayudu Issei didn't expect was that Tenraku suddenly returned after missing for so many years. Not only has he become a handsome guy who would make many guys feel jealous, but there are also so many super cute and beautiful girls beside him. Weren't you missing? Looking at Tenraku with a surprised look on his face, Hayudu Issei asked. It's just that I needed to do some things so I was away for a while. Now that I have completed those things, I have come back. Issei, you are still as energetic as you were when you were a child. Do you still go to the park to read the Oppai Uncle comics? Naturally, he would not explain his whereabouts to Hayudu Issei, but Tenraku still joked with a smile. No, I don't do that, it happened so long ago. Feeling the contempt of the beautiful women's in front of him, Hayudu Issei blushed and hurriedly waved his hands in reply. Oppai Uncle is his life mentor, the senior who awakened the soul of Oppai in him. He used to go to the park to see the comics of Oppai Uncle every day and those were the happiest days in his childhood memory. But it is a pity that Oppai Uncle was later taken away by the police uncles, and it has never appeared since then. It is still extremely regrettable to think about it now. Tenraku-kun, who are they? Reluctantly feeling bad for the Oppai Uncle in his heart, Hayudu Issei's gaze fell on Yubellina and the other girls again and he couldn't help asking. He is a wolf among the wolves who have liberated themselves and awakened the soul of Oppai. He has never had any immunity towards creatures such as beautiful women. They are some of my friends. They are temporarily staying at my house, and I will introduce all of them to you if I have the opportunity. Tenraku spoke while the corner of his mouth were raised, while Hayudu Issei who heard the answer despised him. He would introduce if there is a chance. Isn't it a great opportunity now? Hypocrisy, hypocrisy, and hypocrisy. As expected, there is no good thing about handsome guys. Moreover, like hell would I believe that they are just your friends. I am afraid they are all more than just friends. They are all your harem members who are enjoyed by you every night. Both of them are boys, who doesn't know what's going on. What Hayudu Issei didn't know was that his envious and jealous suspicion had actually been extremely close to the truth. Issei, are you also attending Kyoa Academy now? It just so happens that we are also going to transfer to Kyoa Academy. If you don't mind, you can go to school with us. Tenraku also invited him. Although one of Hayudu Issei's most annoying things was walking with handsome guys, he still agreed after seeing Yubellina and the other girls. For the beautiful girls, he is a man who would dare to do anything. However, what disappointed Hayudu Issei was that apart from Tenraku gossiping with him, all the beautiful girls were far away from him, and they didn't even look at him. Hayudu Issei couldn't help but sigh. This dim handsome face-seeking world? Location, Kyoa Academy. As usual, young and energetic young girls came to the school from their homes. In twos and threes, talking and laughing, they filled the whole academy with a breath of youth. At a certain moment, it seemed that something had been discovered by then as the teenagers and girls stopped by coincidentally. That senior is. Woo, handsome guy, beauty, beautiful girls, so many beautiful girls. With a faint smile on his handsome cheeks, the people watched as Tenraku and the girls came to the gate of the school. All the teenagers and girls nearby were shocked. Kyoa Academy is famous for its beauties, and it also has idols such as Rias and Akeno. Although the stunning Yubellina and the girls are surprising, they are not unacceptable. What really surprised the boys and girls was Tenraku who was at the forefront of the group. Tenraku has inherited the genes of his mother Kamiya Tamako. That handsome face is stronger than Kiba Ueto in the original series. Coupled with these years of cultivation experience, his whole persona is exuding a mature charm. His face held an unspeakable charm of self-confidence and masculinity. For boys, a strong sense of confrontation will naturally arise in them, but for girls, he is an irresistible medicine? The boys were jealous but the girls exclaimed, and then the atmosphere of the whole school was agitated. Yubellina and the other girls with Tenraku will naturally not be affected because of these ordinary young girls, and they walked into the campus step by step with their expressions unchanged, and everyone also automatically gave way for them. However, compared to the calmness of Tenraku and the girls, Hayudu Issei who was walking together with them was a bit embarrassed. Look, isn't that Hayudu? It's really that perverted. How can that kind of guy walk with those noble-looking people? It should be impossible. Hearing the voices of the girls, Hayudu Issei's eyes twitched. He is feeling really sorry about walking with a handsome guy like Tenraku. The girls are only looking at Tenraku's face and cursing him. You are too slow. Following Tenraku, Yubellina, and the other girls into the school, Hayudu Issei was still thinking about it when a dreadful voice suddenly rang in front of him. A figure with bright red hair appeared. What Hayudu Issei sees is the figure of the school's first idol, Rias senpai. The voice just now belongs to him, and beside her, there was also the school's second idol, Akeno senpai. Seeing those two noble and beautiful girls who can be described as the dream lovers of all boys in the school, Hayudu Issei was a little bit stunned. Sorry, Rias, Akeno, you have been waiting for so long. Seeing Rias' angry look, Tenraku apologized and greeted the two women. Who is he? Rias' gaze fell on Hayudu Issei, and she frowned. He is Issei, Hayudu Issei, my neighbor. He came to school together with us as he met us on the road. Looking at the flattered Hayudu Issei who finally recovered, Tenraku smiled. Rias finally remembered the name. It was one of the famous perverted trios in the academy. She didn't show any disgusting gaze as Rias wouldn't have any interest in such people. She just glanced at Hayudu Issei lightly and quickly retracted his gaze. And Hayudu Issei, who was still feeling flattered, instantly turned to feel endless loss. I'll settle the bill with you later on you being late. Come with me to the student council room to apply for admission. Got it, Miss Rias. Looking at Rias and Tenraku who seemed to be very familiar, Hayudu Issei was feeling jealous again. Not only does he have pretty and outrageous friends, but he is also so familiar with Rias senpai, the #1 idol in the school. What has Tenraku done in the years since he disappeared? Issei-san, we still have some things, so you can go to the classroom first. By the way, if you are free, come to my house in the evening. Please don't refuse, we will be waiting for your arrival. Thinking of something, Tenraku said to Hayudu Issei, and then followed Rias and Akeno into the teaching building with Yubellina and the other girls. Looking at the people who had left, Hayudu Issei couldn't help but play back Tenraku's hidden smile before he left, and he didn't know what it meant. And he suddenly invited him to his house to be a guest or something. That guy Tenraku didn't seem to be so enthusiastic before, right? Tenraku, is there anything special about that person called Issei? Draping herself on Tenraku's arm, Akeno asked curiously. Not only Akeno, but Rias, Yubellina, and the other girls were also puzzled because the previous Tenraku was a bit too enthusiastic. He is a very special person. He is the owner of a sacred gear, the legendary gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear. There was no point in hiding it, so Tenraku smiled and replied, and the girls who heard the answer were shocked. Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, one of the legendary longinistools that destroy God? Just like that, a guy who looks too ordinary would have a sacred gear of that caliber. It is incredible. Akeno's eyes flickered, and Rias' face couldn't hide the look of shock on it. Yubellina and the other girls couldn't help being extremely excited after a brief surprise. If their master can get Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear. All the beautiful faces showed cold smiles on them, and the clever girls did understand Tenraku's idea. It turned out to be the sacred gear that sealed the Heavenly Dragon. That's incredible. Rias looked at Tenraku with a complicated expression on her face. Now Tenraku is already strong enough. If he gets the power of longinistools that destroy God, would she be able to really beat him? As if he knew what the girl was thinking, Tenraku smiled slightly and said, Rias, if you like that sacred gears too, then I will give it to you. After hearing Tenraku's words, all the women present were shocked, and even Rias thought that she had heard it wrong. What did you say? Issei, who owns Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, has unlimited potential. If Rias takes him as a peerage and trains him well, he will definitely be a big help for you in the future. How about it, Rias, are you interested? With the power of that longinistools that destroy God, your ability to defeat me in the future will be much higher. With a relaxed look on his face, Tenraku looked as if he was just talking about a trivial thing. Yubellina and the girls stopped talking, and they all looked at Rias on the side feeling a little jealous. The big miss from Gremory's family is nothing more than a fiancé at best, but their master treats her too kindly. Despite her arrogance in her heart, Rias is also a normal girl, and she couldn't help but feel moved. Tenraku is even willing to give her such precious longi news. Except for this idiot in front of her, Rias couldn't think of anyone else in the world who could do such a thing. However, whether she wants to avoid it or be moved, Akeno is the only woman present who knew Tenraku best. At this time, she is looking at Tenraku with a playful smile on her face, and the corners of her mouths have been pulled upward. I don't need it, that's a person you found. Although the power of Long Inus is very tempting, but I am not so shameless, I will use my real power to compete with you. Rias calmed down, but she refused Tenraku's offer without hesitation. If it was discovered by her, then Rias would, of course, use that precious power for herself, but since Tenraku discovered it first, Rias would never attack Hayudu Issei again. Although the power of Long Inus is precious, it can't change the feeling of pride in Rias. Whatever. The corners of his mouth raised slightly and Tenraku didn't force the issue. Although Rias did not accept the sacred gear, his goal has been achieved. Yubellina and the girls behind him breathed out a sigh of relief, and their gazes at Rias turned into admiration. She is indeed the princess of the Gremory family. She is really impressive. Tenraku, you are getting worse. The group continued to walk towards the student council room, but Akeno leaned into Tenraku's ear and chuckled. But you still like me, don't you? After scraping the girl's little nose, Tenraku did not deny anything. Gently opening her red lips, Akeno's face also burst into a brighter smile. Ah, such a bad Tenraku, you make me even more fascinated. Kuah Academy is an anthropological academy on the surface, but secretly it is controlled by the devils. In addition to the Gremory house where Rias is located, there is another family that belongs to one of the 72 pillars of the underworld. You are Rias' soon-to-be husband, the miracle child from the Phenex family? In the student council room, a short-haired girl with a cool temperament and glasses is looking at Tenraku. Behind the girl stood several other student council members, and without exception, they were all devil. I used to be called the waste of the Phenex family. If there is no one else in the miracle you are talking about, then it must be me. Tenraku replied while touching his nose. With a faint light flashing in her eyes, the girl stretched out a hand, and then announced her name. My name is Sana Satrai. In the human world, my name is Shidori Sana. Kami ya Tenraku, just call me by my name. Clasping his hand with the girl's, Tenraku also reported his name. Yes, the girl standing in front of Tenraku at this time is the head of the student council of Kuah Academy, younger sister of An of the great Satan Leviathan, the proud daughter of House of Satrai and the next family lord. Shidori Sana? Why are you two holding hands? Looking at the two people who clasped their hands and wouldn't let go, Rias next to them was speechless. With a chuckle, Tenraku put his hand back, and Sana, who her withdrew, pushed her glasses calmly and said, Rias, are you jealous? I, Rias Gremory, will never get jealous. The corner of her eye twitched and Rias continued. Moreover, he and I are only nominal marriage partners, because our family has to do this, we didn't agree to it ourselves. However, we have made an agreement. As long as I beat him in a rating game, we can terminate the marriage contract. If it was someone else, Rias would naturally not say these words, but Sana is her friend, so Rias did not hide anything from her. For a moment, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and Sana couldn't help but look at Tenraku and Rias. I have really heard something interesting now, Rias, Kami ya Tenraku, I look forward to your game. I have handled your enrollment process for you, but Kami ya Tenraku, your queen would be a teacher. Hearing Sana's voice, Yubellina couldn't help but blush. It is true that with her figure and age, she is not suitable for going to class with everyone, and she is indeed more suitable to be a school teacher. Tenraku didn't have any objections and nodded to agree with Sana's proposal. The few people talked for a few more moments. Rias was also preparing to take Tenraku to their classroom, so they didn't stay anymore, and said goodbye to Sana and left the student council room. Master Sana, that Kami ya Tenraku is exuding extremely powerful sacred gear fluctuations. After seeing Tenraku and the others leave, a girl beside Sana couldn't help but say, she has a tall figure and waterfall-like long hair. She is also wearing glasses and having a cool temperament similar to Sana. She is the queen of Sana's peerage. Shinrit Subaki? Pushing her glasses, Sana's mouth floated with a curve. The sacred gear Plunder who caused both Angel and Church to have a headache, the underworld trash who had the same reputation as the House of Baal, and the soon-to-be the finance of Rias. I'm looking forward to it. The next campus life after coming out of the student council room, Yubellina was taken away by the person who reacted according to Sana's arrangement, and it seemed that she was going to handle some teacher entry matters. Isle and Nell are too young to be assigned to junior high school. Myra is not very big either and was assigned to the first grade of high school. The remaining girls, Carlamine and Mai, were assigned to the third grade of high school together with Tenraku, in the same class as Rias and Akeno. The two sisters, Isle and Nell, would be first sent to the junior high school, and then everyone would come to the first grade where Myra was assigned. Rias was at the door, and then a girl walked out of the classroom. The girl had short silver hair, she was petite and had a cute face without any superfluous expressions. She is just another peerage of Rias. Tujao Chiron? Konako, Myra is from Tenraku peerage, she will be in the same class with you from now on, help her out. Touching the girl's forehead affectionately, Rias said, I see, club president. With a soft and pleasant voice, Konako nodded and replied obediently. Glancing at Myra next to her, her gaze finally fell on Tenraku. You're Konako-chan, I've heard about you, so please help Myra. Looking at the girl, Tenraku smiled gently. If he remembers it correctly, then Tujao Konako is a survivor of the strongest clan in Nikomata, the last descendant of the advanced Ikai who can use sage arts. Although the Ni Enli in Tenraku peerage also belong to the Nikomata clan, their bloodline and talent are surpassed by Tujao Konako too much. Yes, Senior Tenraku. Not really the talkative type, Tujao Konako simply replied. Because of Akeno's relationship with Tenraku, she paid more attention to him. After the first meeting and a few simple conversations, the girl already had an impression of Tenraku in her heart. Not annoying. It was almost time for class, so everyone didn't stop there. After entrusting Myra to Konako, they went to the class where Rias and Akeno were. The arrival of Tenraku and the girls caused a commotion in the class, even though Rias couldn't help showing off a little. But it seems that Tenraku is more popular than the #1 idol in the school, especially among the girls. Looking at the girls with red eyes, Tenraku smiled and said hello. He intends to enjoy the next period of campus life. In the evening, Kamiya family. Excuse me, I'm Hayudu Issei. After hesitating for a long time, Hayudu Issei finally knocked on the door of the Kamiya family house. Originally, Hayudu Issei didn't want to come, although he didn't understand why, but there is an intuition that he shouldn't get too close to Tenraku. But when he thought of those beautiful and cute girls, Hayudu Issei finally could not hold back. That guy is so handsome and his family is rich, but can he take care of all these girls? For those lovely beautiful girls, for the Oppai elder sisters, even if it is the dragon's lair, Hayudu Issei would dare to break in? KCH. Not long after, the door of Kamiya family residence was opened, and then two women, Burant and Malayo, dressed as maids, appeared in front of Hayudu Issei. Master Issei, welcome, our master has been waiting for a long time. It was completely different from the coldness they had shown in the morning. At this time, the two women had bright smiles on their faces and their attitude towards Hayudu Issei was extremely warm and friendly. Staring fiercely at the two women Burant and Malayo, Hayudu Issei's eyes are almost staring out. Girls, maid? Hayudu Issei doubted if he had been having hallucinations. He actually saw a maid, not in the comics, nor in the imagination, but the real maid. Hello, we are the maids of Tenraku-sama. Looking at the surprised Hayudu Issei, Burant and Malayo replied with a smile on their faces, but there was a flash of sneer and disdain in their eyes. A soil bun is a soil bun, even if this has the kind of powerful Longinistools that destroy God, in the end, it is not enough for them to care about him past a certain limit. Master Issei, please come in with us quickly. Thinking of their master's affairs, the two girls no longer delayed, and they invited Hayudu Issei in with great enthusiasm. Issei was feeling a little dizzy. Looking at the two beautiful and charming maid girls and the luxurious architectural furnishings of the Kamiya family, Hayudu Issei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I hate handsome guys. I hate winners in life. I hate this world. Issei-san, you are finally here. In the living room, Tenraku, Yubellina, and the girls were talking about something, and when he saw Hayudu Issei come in, he stood up and greeted him. Good evening, Tenraku-kun, and everyone. HHH, this is a small housewarming gift. Smiling with an embarrassed expression on his face, Hayudu Issei took out the small gift he had prepared. Although he himself feels very shabby, it doesn't matter to him. Issei-san is too polite. Malayo, accept Issei-san's gift. Yes, Master Tenraku. You arrived at the right time. We are about to start dinner. Please take a seat. Hayudu Issei feels uncomfortable after seeing Tenraku's smile, and he is not here to eat, but for the beautiful girl. His eyes lingered on the bodies of Yubellina and the girls. Although his heart was having crooked thoughts, Hayudu Issei agreed, and everyone sat down. Soon, Malayo and Burant, who were the maids, took out the tableware, and the whole table was filled with rich and luxurious dishes. Hayudu Issei fiddled with the tableware like everyone, and then fed an unknown dish into his mouth. At first, he didn't care much, but the next moment he stayed all over. Delicious, too delicious? Each dish has a different taste, but it is also the ultimate delicious. And there is that unknown red wine, just like the legendary Celestial Dew. Tenraku and the girls all enjoyed their dinner elegantly, but Hayudu Issei gobbled up the food. Isle and Nell laughed at him fiercely. However, Hayudu Issei has the thickest skin, and it didn't matter to him at all. It was exactly what they had expected. The women did not expect such a guy to understand the etiquette of nobles. Everyone talked and laughed and occasionally interjected, and the atmosphere of the whole meal was pretty good. Although Hayudu Issei was a little surprised that everyone was so warm and friendly to him, but he quickly left those thoughts behind as he didn't like to think of difficult things. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? As long as he can get closer to these beautiful girls, then everything would be just fine. The dinner lasted almost an hour. After the dinner, Malayo and Burant removed the tableware and put the dessert again, while Hayudu Issei was holding his bracing belly and was reluctant to move. With his eyes closed, his face full of comfort, the company of beautiful women and luxury, the life of the Kamiya family made Hayudu Issei suddenly feel suspicious of his life. If Kamiya Tenraku's life is what a normal person should have, then what is his previous life? Is it that of a dog? Damn it, winner in life. With a panoramic view of Hayudu Issei's reaction, the corners of Tenraku's mouth raised slightly, and it was almost the time Issei. There is actually an important matter I need to discuss with you, and that is also the main reason why I invited you over tonight. After tasting the sweet black tea, Tenraku's voice came to Issei's ears. Important matter? What important matter? Hayudu Issei couldn't help but reveal a blank look on his face as he heard Tenraku's words. Is Tenraku finally going to introduce him to these beautiful girls? By the way, he only knows the names of the two maids and the sisters Isle and Nell. He really wants to know the name of the big Oppai elder sister, the name of the cosplay cat ear sisters, the name of the girl who wears half a mask and is so cool, and, feeling something, Hayudu Issei couldn't help but get excited. Damn it, Kamiya Tenraku, after so long, will he finally introduce him to these beautiful girls? However, in the next moment, something happened that disappointed Hayudu Issei. Issei-kun, do you know what this is? Raising a hand, a light flashed and then a golden ring appeared on Tenraku's fingertips. What the isn't this just magic? Stopping the curse in mid, Hayudu Issei replied while feeling some disappointment. People of this time have changed, isn't it just a golden ring? He has seen many people who do that on magic shows. The girls laughed while Tenraku also shook his head. Even Gasper on one side couldn't help but cast a contemptuous look at Hayudu Issei. This is a sacred gear, the power that the legendary god of the Holy Bible bestows on mankind. Forget it, I don't think that you would understand, I will let you experience it by yourself. With a helpless tone, Tenraku bent his fingers, and the golden ring on his fingertips suddenly split into 4 and shot out. He didn't know what happened, but by the time Hayudu Issei came back to his senses, he realized that he was actually hung in the air. The 4 golden rings were half hidden into the void and half bound to his hands and feet. What is this? Let go, let me go? Struggling instinctively, Hayudu Issei, who hadn't even awakened his sacred gear, was naturally unable to break free from the bondage of the golden ring. Issei, it's useless, don't waste your strength. This is Lejun's golden dragonfly. Even the great sage equal to heaven won't be able to easily escape if trapped by it. Tenraku kindly reminded him as he walked towards Hayudu Issei's body. Although Tenraku still had a faint smile on his face, there was a shuddering feeling in Hayudu Issei's eyes at this time, and he still didn't understand that something was wrong. What do you want to do? Hayudu Issei instinctively felt a great crisis and his body tensed automatically. Suddenly talking about sacred gear or something made him feel confused, but Hayudu Issei was not in the mood to care about that. What he cares most about is what Tenraku wants to do to him. Issei, you also have a sacred gear, and that is one of the powers I need. Now, Issei-san, can you give me your sacred gear? No longer concealing his intentions, Tenraku revealed his purpose. What sacred gear? I don't understand what you are talking about. Let go of me, let me go? The feeling of danger in his heart became stronger and Hayudu desperately kept trying to break free of those golden rings that were in the way. Issei, there are things that you don't understand. Maybe it would be better. It will be a little bit painful when the sacred gear is taken away, so please bear with it. Getting too lazy to say anything, Tenraku directly activated the Sacred Gear Plunder ability, and then under Hayudu Issei's horrified look, Tenraku plunged a hand into his chest. Pain. Hayudu Issei felt as if his heart was pinched, and his entire face was distorted. Grabbing the sacred gear inside Hayudu Issei, a sharp light flashed in Tenraku's eyes, and he became a little excited. He once tried to capture Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear for the first time and it almost killed him, but the same thing won't happen the second time? The sacred gear was extracted bit by bit, and Hayudu Issei's screams became stronger and irritating. On one side, Malayo furrowed her brows and directly hit Hayudu Issei's mouth to seal it off to stop the screams, so that he could no longer make a sound. Only the bloodshot eyes and the veins that came out of his body were still telling them how painful it is. A little bit of time passed, and seeing that sacred gear was about to be taken out of Hayudu Issei's body, a sudden change happened. What? With Hayudu Issei as the center, an endless violent energy spread out, directly causing Gasper, Yubellina, and the girls to fly back, and Tenraku, who was standing closest, was also affected, and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Shit, damn it! He cursed secretly and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. What Tenraku did not expect was that Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear was protecting its host and refused to be taken away by Tenraku. Tosca? Yes, Master Tenraku? Tosca yelled to one side, and the girl who had been in a tacit understanding with Tenraku for a long time also immediately understood and activated her sacred gear inherent barrier ability to envelop both Tenraku and Hayudu Issei. The violent energy was finally contained, and the overthrown women also got up with lingering fear on their faces. Obviously, the host hasn't awakened his sacred gear's power yet, and the energy released may not even have a 10,000th of its peak power, but that 10,000th of power is already this terrifying. This is the power of Long Inu's tools that can destroy God? Gasper and the girls were worried as they watched the situation in the barrier with nervous expressions on their faces. The magic that blocked Hayudu Issei's voice was also destroyed in the energy outbreak just now. The entire barrier was filled with the violent energy flow and Hayudu Issei's screams came out that shook people's ears. More and more violent energy radiated from Hayudu Issei's body, and the inherent barrier that Tosca used also shook for a while and it looked as if it was about to collapse at any time. The cold light in Tenraku's eyes flickered, and the battle intent in his heart was also aroused. He wants to capture Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, even if God comes today, he won't be able to stop him. HAAA? Tenraku shouted out loud as his spirit chi burst out. Desperately resisting while desperately seizing, the world around Tenraku disappeared. He forgot about Hayudu Issei, he forgot about Gasper, Yubellina, and others as something appeared in front of Tenraku. A huge red dragon bathed in flames appeared in front of him. The dragon looked noble, beautiful, majestic, powerful. That great figure that looks down upon everyone under the sky is one of the legendary 2 heavenly dragons. Red Dragon Emperor Drake, boy, I remember you, you are the human being who tried to seize my power before. Looking down on Tenraku, Drake's indistinguishable but majestic voice rang out throughout the space. I am not a kid, my name is Kamiya Tenraku, Red Dragon Emperor Drake. Tenraku replied while he looked at the legendary heavenly dragon with a proud expression on his face. The huge pressure fell in an instant, and compared to other people who couldn't help but prostrate themselves in front of this great creature, Tenraku's posture was tough and unyielding, not timid. Drake watched Tenraku quietly for a long time, and then spoke again. Human, do you want to take my power again? Drake, I need your power, and you also need a host like me. Tenraku replied without denying anything. Speak your reason, human. The fiery flames surrounded Tenraku. According to Tenraku's next answer, the flames would choose to dissipate or engulf Tenraku's figure. Without the slightest panic, Tenraku said with a confident smile on his face. Red Dragon Emperor Drake, your old enemy Albion has awakened, and he has also encountered the strongest host in history, the son of Miracle who inherited great Satan Lucifer and human bloodline Vala Lucifer, and you are still sleeping in an incompetent host. Even if he is lucky and awakens his sacred gear's power, he doesn't have any talents. You should know that this host of yours is only interested in female Apai and he will not be White Dragon Sovereign's opponent. So, give me your power. If it were you and me, we would definitely become the strongest Red Dragon Emperor beyond all generations. Tenraku's words are somewhat arrogant, but now is not the time to be humble, and with the talent brought by Sacred Gear Plunder, he also has that confidence. The whole space fell into silence again. After a long time, the flames surrounding Tenraku gradually dissipated, and Drake's voice sounded again in the space. I agree with your reasons, human, if it is you, it might be possible to do it. Kamiya Tenraku, I also remember your name, and you will be my new host from now on. Take my power, partner, become the strongest Red Dragon Emperor, then defeat Albion and its host? Even though he had expected such a result, Tenraku couldn't help but get excited after hearing Drake's words, showing great joy on his face. I will do it, Drake. I will not only defeat Vala Lucifer, but also take away his sacred gear, so that you two heavenly dragons' power will be used by me? What an arrogant fellow, but I will remember your words. If you can do it, partner. Drake's voice was still reverberating in his ears, but the entire space disappeared. When Tenraku came back to his senses, he had returned to reality. Hayuduise's screams have stopped, and he has passed out after taking a deep breath of breath. Tenraku held a scarlet treasured jade in his hand that exudes strong fluctuations of violent energy. It is the legendary sacred gear. Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear. Master Tenraku? Looking at Tenraku who finally succeeded, Yubellina and the other girls also had an excited expression on their faces. Nodding towards the girls, Tenraku disappeared without leaving a trace, and in the next moment, he appeared on the training ground outside. Fusion? A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and Tenraku directly integrated Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear. HNG. An endless amount of violent energy spreads from Tenraku. The energy contained in Longinus is huge and the spirit chi in Tenraku's body skyrocketed wildly. Looking up to the sky, a piece of scarlet armor appeared on Tenraku's left hand, but everything did not end there. The scarlet armor continued to stretch and it spread and soon covered Tenraku's whole body, and then a pair of Scarlet's dragon wings were unfolded with a scream. Balance breaker boosted gear scale male? A scarlet beam of light went straight into the sky and the Longinus forbidden move the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor appeared. Tenraku actually reached it at the moment he merged with the sacred gear. Gasper, Yubellina, and the girls who were driven out of the house were already stunned. Looking at the gorgeous scarlet figure in the sky, Gasper's face flushed with excitement while Yubellina and the girls were endlessly obsessed. That noble and great figure in the sky is their master? In the sky, the pain of spirit chi skyrocketing in his body has passed and Tenraku shook his hands and felt his current strength. Power, indescribably power? Tenraku has captured a lot of sacred gears over the years, and the spirit chi in his body is also very strong. If converted into magic power, it is enough to match him with a high-class devil. With the integration of Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear just now, Tenraku has broken through this limitation and his strength has skyrocketed again. If someone asked the current level of Tenraku's power, it would be at the level of Great Satan's? The face under the armor showed a drunken expression. Tenraku had never felt so powerful before. However, it is not enough, he wants more and more, he will become stronger and stronger? As expected of my partner, you are much more reliable than the previous guy. Drake's voice rang from the treasured jade on the armor, which seemed very pleasant. This is also a matter of course, the stronger the host, the stronger the power that sacred gear exerts. Albion has met his strongest host, but Drake has now also found his strongest host. Now they will see whose host is the real strongest. Drake, one day you will know how right of a choice you made. Feeling confident and proud, although Hayuduise in the original book also exerted Drake's power to the extreme, and finally became one of the legendary transcenders, Tenraku has absolute confidence that he will do better. Glancing around, Tenraku can clearly perceive the mice that are peeping here, the devils, fallen angels, Chuch's people, humans, but he didn't pay any attention to them. He will just let them watch to their heart's content, and then pass the news out. The strongest Red Dragon Emperor has been born? Tenraku is really looking forward to it and he is waiting for the white guy to appear soon. Slowly landing on the ground, Tenraku dissipated the armor of its wings and face. Master Tenraku? Gasper ran over with an excited expression on his face, touching here and there on Tenraku's mighty armor, while Yubellina and the other girls also rushed over excitedly, leaning over and saluting Tenraku on one knee. Congratulations, Master! For a peerage, their king is everything to them. Tenraku got the power of the Red Dragon Emperor, and the girls were happy for him from the deepest part of their heart. If you really want to congratulate me, please do well tonight. Holding up Yubellina's chin at the front, a wicked smile appeared on Tenraku's mouth. Looking at that mighty and gorgeous figure, Yubellina had only that endless obsession in her eyes. Yes, Lord Tenraku. Is that the ability to rob another sacred gear? He is really a terrible guy. Rias, it seems that it would be impossible for you to beat that Kamiya Tenraku, so just marry him honestly. A gentle breeze was blowing, and there were several beautiful figures standing on a tall building. They were Rias, Akeno, Sana, and other peerage's members. I can win against him? Tightly clenching her hand, Rias had an expression of reluctance on her face, but her voice was so unconfident that she could even hear her. Sana chuckled and shook her head. She thought that Kamiya Tenraku is not the kind of trash she had encountered before. What, where am I? Opening his eyes and shaking his head, Hayudo Issei found that he was still at Tenraku's house. Issei-san, are you okay? Why did you suddenly faint? Tenraku's gentle voice and a concerned expression pulled Hayudo Issei up on the ground. Me. With a dazed expression on his face, he only felt that his whole body was sore and his head was painful. Hayudo Issei felt that he had forgotten something important, but he couldn't think of it. Issei, you should take more rest. I wanted to let you stay a little longer, but since you are unwell, just go home and rest early. Don't force yourself. Hayudo Issei felt awkward when he listened to Tenraku but couldn't think of anything wrong, so he nodded. All right, Tenraku-kun, I'll go back first. Although there are still some beautiful girls whose name he has not known and it is indeed a bit regretful, but as expected, their bodies are more important. Hayudo Issei also wondered why he suddenly fainted. Could it be that the high frequency power was too high? Burent. Yes, Master Tenraku. Tenraku called out to Burent on one side, and the girl brought a bag to Tenraku. Issei, this is a little something for you, please accept it. HHH, how embarrassing is this? Issei originally planned to decline politely, but when he saw the contents of the bag, Hayudo Issei was instantly excited. Super rare limited edition DVD, the latest album of Peach Jam? He didn't expect to get such a precious thing from Tenraku. Matsuda and Motohama would be envious to death when they know about it. For a moment, Hayudo Issei's subconscious resistance to Tenraku disappeared, leaving nothing but joy and gratefulness. Tenraku-kun, you are such a good person, I will accept this gift unceremoniously? No, compared to your contribution, this reward is nothing at all. Hayudo Issei had a touched expression on his face, and Tenraku replied with a smile. Issei didn't know what Tenraku was talking about and he didn't bother to ask for an explanation. He couldn't wait to go back home to watch the Peach Jam album. Hayudo Issei said goodbye and left Kamiya family residence. Master Tenraku, why not get rid of that kind of guy? Snuggling into Tenraku's arms, Yubellina's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. In her opinion, it was the wisest way to kill Hayudo Issei and take care of that issue forever. There is no need for that. With his arms around Yubellina's waist, Tenraku smiled faintly. Issei has no bloodline and he has no talent, and he has now even lost the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear. Hayudo Issei is destined to never come back in the supernatural circle again. In this life, he can only be an ant-like existence. Underworld, Fallen Angel Headquarters. Valerie, your old enemy has appeared. Seeing a piece of information that had just been sent back, Azazel's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and then he looked to the side towards the silver-haired youth. Vale Lucifer? Who is it? A pair of silver-white wings spread out behind him, and Vale exploded out with a fighting spirit. It's that kid from the Phenex family. He snatched the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear from its predecessor's body, and he had just fused Sacred Gear's power and displayed balance break. What a terrible kid, he is a monster like you. Speaking of this, Azazel couldn't help but sigh. Even he didn't expect that weak boy to grow up to where he is now. This is really misleading. So it's him? With an imposing and powerful fighting spirit in his heart, a flash of light flashed in Vale's eyes. Although he had heard that that guy has the ability to seize other people's sacred gears, Vale didn't pay much attention to it. They were just boring tricks in his view. But now it's different? Since that guy had captured a Longinus and became the contemporary Red Dragon Emperor, then he is his opponent, his old enemy, and he must fight him? What happened, Vale? Why aren't you rushing to fight your old enemy now? Looking at Vale, who looked restless but forced himself to be restrained, Azazel laughed and asked. That guy has just merged with the power of the Red Dragon Emperor, and it would be too boring to fight him now. I will wait for a while. I will wait until he has completely mastered the power of the Red Dragon Emperor and only then I will fight him. I will let him know that Albion and I are the real strongest. Feeling proud and confident, Vale snorted and put away the light wings behind him. He still disdains to do that kind of despicable trick. He wants to defeat Tenraku when he is at his peak. Touching his chin, Azazel thought that the kid's growth rate was too terrifying, and in a while, even Vale might not be able to beat him. But Azazel didn't say these words, because he knew it was useless. Vale is an idiot battle maniac, but he is more proud than anyone. DDD. Master Azazel, this is Rivalry. The sound of knocking on the door came, while a girl's voice sounded outside. Vale cast a joking look at Azazel, then disappeared with a flash of light, and Azazel rubbed his head as he was getting a headache. Come in. As Azazel's voice fell, a girl walked in from outside the room. The girl is beautiful and has a graceful figure. She looked otherworldly with a pair of black wings behind her. She is a fallen angel girl. Rivalry, what are you doing again? Master Azazel, I to you. Azazel asked the girl when she came in, and the girl named Rivalry was blushing with an unspeakable look on her face. This again, I have already told you, Rivalry, I am past the age of obsessing with your type of woman, and you are not my favorite type. After sighing, Azazel felt a terrible headache come in. He didn't remember how many times he had said this to the girl in front of him. Master Azazel, I can do everything for you, and I can dedicate everything to you? What kind of women do Azazel-sama like? No matter what type, I will try to make myself like that? Looking at the face filled with determination and excitement, Azazel couldn't help but twitch his mouth when looking at such a stubborn girl. If it were an enemy, he would have thrown an attack over it, but facing an admirer of his own, he really couldn't do it. He can't kill, he can't refuse, and she isn't taking the refusal. He only feels annoying, and his whole head hurts. However, at this moment, a flash of inspiration flashed in his head and Azazel suddenly thought of an idea. Rivalry, if you can do something for me, I will accept you. Azazel spoke as the corners of his mouth curled up. Master Azazel, please speak. Rivalry was overjoyed when she heard this. I want you to be. Azazel told Rivalry about his plan again, and the girl's eyes sparkled, and then she confidently agreed. Master Azazel, don't worry, I will definitely finish what you told me. Not able to wait anymore, Rivalry left after speaking. She is filled with expectations. As long as she completes this mission, she will be loved by Master Azazel. Boy, don't blame me, I can't do anything about this. Seeing Rivalry leaving, Azazel also sighed slightly with a sullen and mischievous smile on his face, then he stood at the window and looked at the purple sky outside. It's a bit boring lately, should I also go to the human world for a walk? Tenraku was called by Rias just after he arrived at school. Unexpectedly, she asked about Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear. This is the legendary Longinus as expected of my Tenraku? Akeno curiously stroked the gorgeous cage hand on Tenraku's left hand and then held Tenraku tightly with an extremely happy expression on her face. Tujao Konako, who was eating yokon, couldn't help but glance at Tenraku, then lowered her head again. It turned out to be the sacred gear that sealed the Red Dragon Emperor. You have now been pushed to the cusp of the storm, and the major organizations and forces have been eyeing you. Presumably, the white side has also received news and will appear soon. Be careful. Rias spoke as she looked at Tenraku with a complicated expression on her face. Tenraku's ability is really terrifying to the point where people feel ridiculous. He can loot other people's sacred gears, even the legendary Longinus can also be looted. According to this, no one knows how far he will reach. But obviously, some people will not let Tenraku continue to grow. Even if some can bear it for various reasons, sooner or later troubles will emerge. Rias, are you starting to care about me? Asking Akeno to sit on his lap, Tenraku looked at Rias and spoke with a mischievous expression on his face. We are in a nominal marriage contract, and this level of concern is natural. With a soft snort, Rias hugged her hands before trying to make a calm reply. Rias, is that really the case? Akeno squinted and asked while leaning into Tenraku's arms. The corner of her eyes throbbed and Rias cursed the traitor in her heart, but in response to Akeno's playful gaze, she still turned her head to the side. The next few days went smoothly. No matter whether it was angels or church, there seemed to be nothing unusual. Many have thought that they would not be able to help themselves. However, since they didn't come to Tenraku, he and others were happy and went to school every day. Akeno and his peerages cultivated their feelings, and the days went well. It was another day in class, and Yubellina was lecturing on the podium. The charming face combined with the enchanting posture and the mature temperament of Oni-san made Yubellina have countless admirers among boys and girls. Yubellina is giving a lecture on stage, and below is a group of teenagers and girls who are looking at her idiotically. The atmosphere in this class is a little weird. Tenraku seated next to the window, Rias in front and Akeno next to him. She had never thought that she and Tenraku would be able to go to school together like ordinary people and sat at the same table, but Akeno was moved for a long time. On the contrary, Rias in front stared at the back every once in a while. Fortunately, she has also slowly adjusted to a lot these days. Although Yubellina's voice is very beautiful, Tenraku likes her moaning under him every night more than listening to her lectures. It feels a bit boring, but it's still very early to get out of class, so Tenraku wondered if he should go out for a walk. Ms. Yubellina, I have a stomachache and want to go to the infirmary, Tenraku said while standing up. Akeno stroked her lips and chuckled, while Rias turned her head and gave Tenraku a grim look. Is it even possible for Tenraku to have a stomachache with his current strength? Couldn't he find a better excuse? Yubellina naturally knew that her family lord was bored sitting in the classroom, and nodded calmly. Ceres, Carlamine, please go with Tenraku. Yes, teacher. Ceres and Carlamine also stood up, and then the three of them walked out of the classroom with the envy and jealousy directed at them. I am just going to walk around, you two don't have to follow me. Tenraku spoke as he looked towards the two women who were following behind him. We are Lord Tenraku's knight. It is a knight's duty to serve the lord at any time. The two knight girls replied coolly with a straight face. It's only two girls and Tenraku doesn't bother to say anything and allows them to follow along. He took the two girls around in the school aimlessly. Although it was time for class, there were also many people taking outdoor classes. They met many students from the school along the way and they greeted the three of them with great enthusiasm. Although it has been a few days after the transfer, Tenraku and the girls are already celebrities in the school, especially Tenraku, who is extremely popular among girls. It is said that he has many titles such as Academy's First Noble Child, Male Student's Public Enemy, Most Perfect Prince Sama and so on in private, but even if Tenraku heard them, he would just laugh it off. Wuaith hurts. When Tenraku and Carlamine passed by the playground, a girl suddenly fell in front of the three of them. Carlamine and Ceres frowned. There are many idiots who wanted to get close to their masters in the school every day. They came forward and prepared to expel the girl, but Tenraku raised his hand to stop them. Shaking his head funnily, Tenraku helped the girl up and said, "This classmate, whether you want to touch porcelain or strike up a conversation, this acting skill is not enough. It turned out that I have been seen through, as expected of senior." Tenraku saw through the trick, but the girl didn't look embarrassed at all. She patted the dust on her body and admitted it frankly. Tenraku also saw the girl's appearance clearly. She has a delicate face, wearing a pair of pink glasses, and her brown hair was tied into 2 braids and hung on both sides. Tenraku faintly felt that the girl looked familiar, but he couldn't remember her for a while. "Kiryu Aika, 2nd grade, please take care of me, Senior Tenraku." Stretching out a hand, the girl who called herself Kiryu Aika had a hearty smile on her face. "Kami ya Tenraku, 3rd grade, please take care of me, classmate Kiryu." Tenraku and the girl shook hands, and he finally remembered the girl's identity. Isn't this the ergonomic girl in the same class as Hyudu Issei in the original book? Kiryu Aika, the girl's name, although just an ordinary human girl, she also left a lot of impression on Tenraku. She was bold and open to discuss ergonomic topics with the perverted trio, as well as a pair of super eyes that can perceive the size of boys. To some extent, she is also an amazing person. "Kiryu, you seem to know me?" Of course, if I don't even know the famous Senior Tenraku, I would not be a qualified girl. "Senior Tenraku, are you visiting the school? Do you need me to show you around? I am familiar with the school." "Kiryu, don't you need to go to class yourself?" "Well, this happens to be in the physical education period, and now we have free activities, so there is no problem at all." "So that's the case, then I will ask classmate Kiryu." It's an honor for me to be able to help Senior Tenraku." Kiryu Aika is a talkative girl, and her words quickly narrowed the distance between Tenraku and her. And she really knows the school very well, ranging from the school's historical development and architectural furnishings to the various club grades and campus rumors. She speaks eloquently and vividly. Tenraku is also happy to have such a free tour guide, and the girl feels good to him. "Senior Tenraku, here is the football club, here is the baseball club, and here is..." Kiryu Aika was introducing Tenraku to some of the school's clubs, but Tenraku suddenly stopped in front of a building and asked curiously, "Kiryu, what's the place inside?" Kiryu Aika, who heard the sound, also looked over and was taken aback for a moment. Then she pushed her glasses with a grin from the corner of her mouth and showed an evil smile. Unlike other buildings, the building in front of Tenraku is a wooden building with an ancient style, just like an ancient dojo, in which there are occasional sounds of young girls and the clash of swords. "Hehe, Senior Tenraku, this is a good place?" Kiryu Aika smiled evilly while approaching Tenraku. "Good place?" Tenraku didn't understand what the other party meant with a suspicious look on his face. So this is the kendo club of our school? No, this should be the female kendo club. Senior Tenraku, there are super cute girls wielding wooden swords in there. How about it, do you want to go in and take a look?" Hitting Tenraku's body with her elbow, Kiryu Aika had a weird expression on her face and Tenraku's eyes twitched when he saw that expression, and he finally understood what the good place in the girl's mouth meant. "This is really a bold arrow mouth girl? Oh, then we should go and take a look," Tenraku replied while touching his chin. Anyway, nothing would happen, and as Kiryu Aika had said, he was really interested in this so-called female kendo club. In the kendo club, many girls were wearing armor and holding wooden swords as they fought each other in pairs, while Tenraku, Carlamine, Ceres, and Kiryu Aika are watching them from a distance at the door. "How is it, Senior Tenraku, isn't it good? Lovely beautiful girls, majestic sword beauties, ah." Kiryu Aika introduced the girls to Tenraku with a bright shine in her eyes, but Tenraku's expression remained as usual, but she didn't see it as she was too excited. Carlamine and Ceres couldn't help but distanced themselves from the ergonomic girl, and Tenraku was also speechless. "Rest up?" It seemed that the time was almost up as the girls in the kendo club also stopped training. They were panting as they slumped on the ground while wiping their sweat, and Tenraku also planned to leave for the next place. But, oh my god, Senior Tenraku? Look, it's really Senior Tenraku. Ah, Master Tenraku? No one knew which girl found Tenraku, but after she exclaimed, all the other girls also exclaimed and they ran towards him and surrounded Tenraku. Although anyone would be happy when they are popular, it is troublesome to be too popular. Seeing those girls staring at him with scorching eyes, Tenraku felt this way. "What are you guys doing? What do you all want to do?" Like a little hen protecting an egg, Kiryu Aika blocked the excited girls and tightly guarded Tenraku behind her body. It turned out to be Kiryu. "Why are you holding on to him? That is, you even touched Senior Tenraku. Kiryu is too cunning. Damn you Kiryu, get out of the way. Do you want to be an enemy of the kendo club?" Although all of them were cute, the girls in kendo club are not weak. They threaten Kiryu fiercely, and the girl's forehead can't help but sweat. "I can't let it happen, I can't let it happen," Kiryu thought as she tightly held on to Tenraku. She had finally gotten the opportunity to meet Senior Tenraku. How could she admit defeat so easily? She wouldn't do this even if they threatened her. When Kiryu Aika was in a dilemma, Tenraku finally said, "Classmate Kiryu, please let go." Although she was feeling a bit uncomfortable, Kiryu Aika naturally couldn't continue since Senior Tenraku had spoken. She glared at the kendo girls and stood behind Tenraku like Carlamine and Ceres. Dear students, I'm sorry to have interrupted in your training. We are just here to visit and we will leave immediately. Tenraku smiled gently as he watched the girls staring at him scorchingly. No, Senior Tenraku didn't bother me at all. Yes, yeah, it's our honor for Senior Tenraku to come and visit. Senior Tenraku, please come in and let us entertain you. Don't refuse. What are kindness and forcefulness? This is probably the so-called kindness and forcefulness. Tenraku's eyes flicked and he nodded helplessly. Seeing that Tenraku had agreed, the girls in Kendo Club cheered and invited Tenraku in with great enthusiasm. Hey, Murayama, Katace, come here. While other girls were entertaining Tenraku, Kiryu Aika sneakily pulled the two girls aside. Wu Kiryu, what are you doing? We are going to entertain Tenraku Sr. Yes, yeah, you can talk about it later. With beautiful black hair and pink hair, the two young girls known as Murayama and Katace look on with eager expressions on their faces. But Kiryu grabbed them and held on to them, and the place beside Senior Tenraku was about to be occupied and the two girls were getting anxious. Shut up, don't even think about it. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance, you will be like this later. Kiryu Aiko leaned into the ears of the two girls and muttered for a while, and the two girls who were still anxious gradually calmed down, and bright light burst out of the two big eyes. Who, Kiryu, I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Me too, Kiryu, I owe you a favor. Murayama and Katace looked at Kiryu Aika gratefully while blushing. No one knew what the girl had said to them just now. Well, there's no need to thank me, let's go quickly, we don't want to miss the opportunity. Pushing her glasses, Kiryu Aika has a generous expression on her face, but the corners of her mouth are floating with a slight arc. Senior Tenraku, please drink this tea. Senior Tenraku, this is our handmade pastry, please try it. Senior Tenraku, this is a relaxing massage method unique to our Kendo Club. Please also experience it. Surrounded by dozens of girls who were serving tea and cakes, and even massage services, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This face-seeking world? Carlamine and Ceres stood behind Tenraku with cold expressions on their faces, but as long as these human girls didn't do anything against Tenraku, they wouldn't say much. Senior Tenraku. While Tenraku was still enjoying the hot tea and pastries, the two girls with black hair and pink hair squeezed in from outside while panting. What's the matter? Tenraku asked as he put down the pastry in his hand. Senior Tenraku, my name is Murayama. I am Katace. Senior Tenraku, do you know anything about Kendo? The two girls introduced their names and then asked. A little bit. Tenraku chuckled and replied, and the eyes of Murayama, Katace, and other girls in Kendo Club who heard the sound sparkled. Unexpectedly, such a handsome Senior Tenraku would also know Kendo, which made the girls feel a sense of achievement and their eyes became more and more intense. The girls named Murayama and Katace also glanced at each other with a blush on their cheeks, and then they seemed to have made up a certain determination. Senior Tenraku, please compare Kendo with us, you want to compete with me in Kendo? Tenraku didn't expect the two girls to make such a request, and he couldn't help showing a playful smile on his face. Senior Tenraku, please advise us? If it weren't for Curious Idea, the two girls would not have thought of this way of getting closer to Senior Tenraku. Although everyone was staring at them shyly, but the arrow was on the string and had to be sent, and the two women could only bow their faces with a pleading look on them. Carlamine and Ceres hummed involuntarily as a trace of disdain flashed in their eyes. They want to compete with Tenraku-sama in Kendo at their level. This is the biggest joke they have ever heard. Let alone Tenraku-sama, even one of them can easily kill all the people in this so-called Kendo Club. However, what surprised the two women was, sure, if you want. Instead of rejecting the requests of the two girls, Tenraku smiled gently and accepted. Surprised by Tenraku's answer, the faces of the two girls suddenly showed extremely happy expressions on them. Thank you, Senior Tenraku. The entire Kendo Club was agitated, and Kiryu Aika on one side was holding glasses with a tricky smile on her face. Hee there should be a good show now. In the Kendo Club, Carlamine, Ceres, Kiryu Aika, and other Kendo Club girls are all kneeling around dojo, and in the middle of dojo are Murayama, Katace, and Tenraku. Senior Tenraku, these are protective gears for training, please wear them. The girl named Murayama handed a set of protective gear to Tenraku. These are unnecessary, I only need this. Smiling slightly and shaking his head, Tenraku just picked up a wooden sword from the girl's hand. Senior Tenraku, it's better to wear it in case of injury. Wearing this kind of thing will only affect my performance. Don't worry. Woo Senior Tenraku. The girl still wanted to persuade him, but faced with Tenraku's gentle and handsome smile, the girl found that she was completely unable to talk. In the end, she had no choice but to put the protective gear down, and her heart was beating rapidly. Senior Tenraku, who do you want to compare with first? They were all ready and the girl named Katace asked again. Let's save the trouble, you two, come at me at the same time, Tenraku replied casually. Glancing at each other, both Murayama and Katace wondered if they had misheard. Did Senior Tenraku ask them to come at him together? Regardless of their charming appearances, they are the two main players in Kendo Club. Since the senior who served as Kendo Club president graduated, there are really few Kendo Club members that can compare to the two of them. Murayama, Katace, I don't like to say things twice. Come on, come at me together, don't worry about me getting injured. Although Tenraku still had the gentle and handsome smile on his face, he exuded an incomparably overbearing temperament that could not be resisted. The two girls were in a trance, and then two blushes appeared on their cheeks. Such a domineering Senior Tenraku is also very handsome. Since Senior Tenraku had asked like this, then the two girls can only go at him together. Anyway, their original purpose is not to really compare swordsmanship with Senior Tenraku. Then Senior Tenraku, please be careful. After saluting, they reminded Tenraku again, and the two girls also held the wooden swords to prepare for the competition. Breathing out slightly, the temperament of the girls has changed. If they were gentle and pleasant before, then they are sharp and focused at this time. They are just like a sword out of its scabbard, making Tenraku's eyes light up. With great speed, the two women waved wooden swords and attacked Tenraku from left to right. Although Tenraku had just glanced at them from outside before, he knew the level of the Kendo Club members as a whole. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh when he saw the two women's apparent release of their attack and shook his head helplessly. Slightly turning sideways, Tenraku easily escaped the attack of the two women. Classmate Murayama, classmate Katace, your attacks like this can't defeat me. Listening to Tenraku's playful voice, the two girls also had unexpected expressions on their faces. They looked at each other, and there was a faint glow in their eyes. Again, with a low roar, the two women attacked Tenraku again. Your sword is too slow, classmate Murayama, you will never hit the enemy like this. Yes, Senior Tenraku, the power behind your attack is too small, classmate Katace, haven't you had lunch? Yes, Senior Tenraku, the kendo competition has lasted for more than a quarter of an hour, but except for the two girls Carlamine and Ceres, who are quite bored, Kiryu Aika and all the kendo club girls are already stunned. Not an opponent, Murayama and Katace are not Tenraku Senior's opponents at all. At first, Murayama and Katace were worried about hurting Tenraku and wanted to hold back their strength, but they couldn't touch Tenraku no matter how they attacked. Later, they gradually increased their strength to show their full strength, but they still couldn't do it. No matter how they cooperated with each other, they couldn't touch Tenraku. This is no longer a kendo competition. It is like Tenraku is guiding Murayama and Katace's swordsmanship. Tenraku Senior, you are amazing. Breathless and feeling unbelievable, what Murayama and Katace didn't expect was that Senior Tenraku's swordsmanship was so powerful that even though they were the main players of Kendo Club, they were not at all Senior Tenraku's opponents. No, maybe they are not even an opponent, because so far they have not even encountered Senior Tenraku's wooden sword once. You are actually pretty good too, Murayama, Katace. Tenraku is not saying this to comfort them. Although their skills are far from the swordsmanship that Tenraku has honed in countless lives and death battles, the swordsmanship of the two women is indeed very good for ordinary people. Seeing that the bodies of the two women are almost reaching their limits, Tenraku has no plans to continue anymore. Murayama, Katace, as a commendation for your hard work, I will let you take a look at my swordsmanship. Hearing Tenraku's voice, the two women's eyes flashed with different colors, and they couldn't help but be full of expectations. Tenraku-sama, please do it? After making a defensive posture, the two women already knew that they were far from Tenraku Senior's opponents. But they really wanted to see Senior Tenraku's swordsmanship? It's already done. Tenraku's chuckle voice only sounded behind the two women. With a blank look on their faces, they didn't understand what was going on. The two women only felt that a numb sword in their hands fell to the ground. It's time to go back soon, Murayama, Katace, and Kendo Club people. Thank you for your hospitality. We had a great time today. Carlamine, Ceres, Kiryu, we are leaving. Putting the wooden sword down, Tenraku planned to leave Kendo Club. Carlamine and Ceres walked behind Tenraku. Kiryu Aika finally recovered from the shock and quickly stood up. Senior Tenraku, please wait. Just when Tenraku was about to leave Kendo Club, the voices of girls suddenly rang behind them. Do you have anything else you want, classmates? Tenraku asked after coming back. He saw Murayama, Katace, and all the girls in Kendo Club staring at him with endless admiration, and then bowed all together. Senior Tenraku, please be our club president. Kyoa Academy, Student Council Room. You want Kamiya Tenraku to be your club president? Looking at Tenraku with Murayama, Katace, and Kiryu Aika standing behind him, Sana asked with a rather strange expression on her face. Yes, President Sama, please. Murayama and Katace bent down and their faces had pleading expressions on them. What about your decision, Kamiya Tenraku? Sana asked while looking at Tenraku. When asked by a group of girls who love kendo, one can't just refuse it casually. I will do it for a while and become their club president, Tenraku replied while looking helpless. Although it feels a little troublesome, there is nothing for him to do in school anyway, and it seems pretty good to teach these girls swordsmanship. Hearing Tenraku's reply, Murayama and Katace looked pleased, and Sana also pushed her glasses up while the corners of her mouths curled up. This guy, unexpectedly, has such a gentle side. Although the club president of Kendo Club must be inspected by the student council in accordance with the regulations, it is not necessary if it is you. Tsubaki. Yes, Sana-sama. Sana yelled to Shinra Tsubaki behind her, and the girl also took out several forms and gave them to Tenraku, filling in the information in the form, and then stamp it with the student council seal. According to the regulations, Tenraku will be the club president of Kendo Club in the next year. Now that the matter was over, the group didn't stay any longer, and said goodbye to Sana and Shinrit Tsubaki, and left the student council room. Great, we will go back now and tell everyone the good news. After walking out of the student council room, Murayama and Katase both looked excited. Go back, now that I have become your club president, I will also take some time every day to guide your swordsmanship. Looking at the happy faces of the two women, Tenraku smiled as he spoke. Yes, Senior Tenraku no, club president? Bowing to Tenraku, the excited two girls ran back to Kendo Club to tell everyone the news, and Tenraku turned his attention to Kiryu Aika who was still standing aside. Kiryu, aren't you going back? It's almost time for me to go back, so I will see you tomorrow, Club President Sama? Club President? Hehe, I have already filled out the entry application form just now, and I will be a member of the Kendo Club in the future. Please take care of me, our handsome club president? Akeno and Rias naturally knew about Tenraku becoming Kendo Club president. Akeno teased Tenraku a few times, and Rias curled her lips and said nothing. Although Rias also thought about inviting Tenraku to join her occult research club, but since he has become the club president of Kendo Club, then forget it, and her occult research club is mainly to gather her own peerage to facilitate action, and letting others join is not appropriate. Master Tenraku? After school, Tenraku, Yubellina, and the other girls came to the junior high school. Isle and Nell ran out of the classroom and hugged Tenraku happily. Let's go home. Holding their hands in his, Tenraku rubbed the cheeks of the two girls. As usual, Tenraku was going to take the girls home, but just not far from the school, a girl suddenly came out and stood in front of Tenraku and the girls. The girl has a delicate and lovely face, and she looked very quiet and innocent. She is wearing some other school uniform and she has a school bag in her hand. The moment Tenraku saw the girl, he was taken aback and then his expression became weird. Hey, woman, you are blocking our way? Suddenly being blocked by someone, Isle and Nell became a little upset and they spoke with a fierce expression on their faces. Woo, I'm sorry, too. She seemed to be frightened by the two ferocious little loli and the girl had a panic expression on her face. Isle, Nell, don't be rude. This classmate, what's the matter with you? Tenraku asked after he pulled Isle and Nell back. Are you Kamiya Tenraku of Kyoa Academy? Ah, I am. What about you, what's your name? My name is Amano Yuuma. After hearing the girl's name, Tenraku's mouth twitched. Although he was a little skeptical the moment he saw the other party just now, he didn't expect it to be this one. Fallen Angel Rivalry? Hayudu Issei was attacked and killed by her because she wanted to take his sacred gear for herself, and Tenraku had already ignored this one, but he did not expect that she would still appear and even found himself. Yuuma, is there anything you want? Tenraku didn't reveal anything and asked with a smile as usual. With a shy look on her face, as if made up with great determination, Rivalry, who was transformed into Amano Yuuma, bent down and said loudly, Senior Tenraku, I admire you very much, please become my girlfriend. Isle and Nell gritted their teeth with fierce expressions on their faces, Yubellina and the other girls frowned slightly and their expressions becoming a little unsightly. Seeing the girl's nervous and sincere expression, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh. As expected, she is a fallen angel woman. As expected, all of them are similar to fairies, all of them are great actors. Even he was almost deceived. Although it is not clear what Rivalry's purpose is, but now it would be too glamorous to reveal her intentions and Tenraku wanted to know what she is going to do and then said, yes, I also like Yuuma very much. Let's start dating in the future. After hearing Tenraku's words, Isle and Nell opened their mouths wide, and the expression of the girls also changed slightly. Although the women felt something suspicious when Tenraku easily agreed to associate with this girl, it felt a bit wrong, but as his peerage, they had no right to interrogate their master's decision. Great. Senior Tenraku, let's go on a date tomorrow. Okay, it happens to be my day off tomorrow. Let's meet in the park tomorrow morning. Well, see you tomorrow, Senior Tenraku? Looking very happy, Rivalry and Tenraku agreed on a time, and then she bowed and bounced off. Tenraku-sama, why are you? Master Tenraku, we also want to date. Ni and Lee want to, meow. After seeing the girl who claimed to be Amano Yuuma left, the girls finally couldn't help it. Yubellina looked puzzled, Isle and Nell were also arguing for a date, even the two cat demon girls Ni and Lee were unwilling to leave Tenraku to that unknown girl. Mai, did you find anything? After finally breaking free from the siege of several girls, Tenraku saw Mai among the girls looking thoughtful and asked, Master Tenraku, that girl is a fallen angel. After hesitating a little, Maya's voice made the girls quiet instantly. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes and Tenraku stroked the girl's forehead. As expected of my bishop, Mai, you did a good job. Although Mai does not have much combat power, she is good at all kinds of auxiliary magic, and detection magic is one of them. Regardless of whether it is angel or devil, if they don't use power and try to hide their aura, it is usually difficult to distinguish between them. Just like Rivalry just now, except for Tenraku, only Mai found a clue. After receiving Tenraku's compliment, Mai looked shy, but she was also very happy, and after a brief astonishment for the girls, each of them looked gloomy, and their eyes flashed with cold killing intent. A fallen angel even disguised herself as a human being to approach their master. There is no need to think about it, she is up to nothing good. Master Tenraku, we are going to destroy the fallen angel now. The magic power surged and Yubellina only waited for Tenraku to give an order and was ready to chase down the Dem Angel, but Tenraku shook his head. No, I have some other plans. Although it is not a problem to win against Rivalry with Yubellina's strength, that scenario would be too boring. Looking at the direction Rivalry was leaving, Tenraku had an expectant smile on his face. He doesn't know what kind of surprise Rivalry, who killed Hyudu Issei in the original book, will bring him, but he would hope that she doesn't let him down. The night breeze came, making people feel a bit chilly. A young girl was standing at the top of the tall building. She has black wings on her back and a graceful posture, and a cold smile on her face. She is the fallen angel Rivalry who is playing the role of Amano Yuma. Rivalry-sama, it's ready. 3 figures came out of the darkness. A cosplay golden-haired girl, a tall and beautiful blue-haired woman, and a gentleman man in a trench coat and hat are the 3 fallen angels. Good job, Middled, Kala Warner, Donazik. Looking at the 3 people who appeared in front of her, Rivalry said lightly, Master Rivalry, that Kamiya Tenraku is very powerful, we may not necessarily be his opponents. Biting her lip and hesitating a little, the tall woman named Kala Warner couldn't help but say. The expression on Rivalry's face became a little sordid as she spoke. No one can stop me from getting the love of Master Azazel. You can't, neither can he. No one will stand in my way. After ranting a little, Kala Warner shivered as she looked at Rivalry's irrational behavior and the 3 cursed in their hearts. This crazy woman? Rivalry was still roaring ferociously, but the next moment she had another crazy smile on her face. Master Azazel, you must be waiting for me. I will kill him and send his sacred gear to you. I will definitely complete your mission and get your love. HHHHHHHH. The next day, in the park. Sorry for keeping you waiting, classmate Yuma. Tenraku apologized to the girl who seemed to have been waiting for him here. No, I came too early. Senior Tenraku, let's start our date. She also dressed herself up, and Rivalry, who became Amano Yuma, said shyly. The corners of Tenraku's mouth raised slightly while his eyes narrowed. Yes, let's start now. Aquariums, amusement parks, and movie theaters, the 2 of them spend their day as a real couple would. Although Tenraku was somewhat restrained at the beginning, he became bold in the later stages. Arm in arm, heart to heart, laughter, and joy along the way, they looked as if they were filled with love. But the 2 actors are very clear that this is just acting. Senior Tenraku, that looks so beautiful. As the sun sets, they have been playing for a whole day, but the 2 have no intention of ending their date here. Rivalry leaned over to the window of a jewelry shop and looked inside with a longing look on her face. If you like it so much then go in and pick one. Tenraku smiled while stroking the girl's forehead. After a day of getting along, Tenraku has been able to do this kind of intimate action very smoothly. Really? Senior Tenraku is the best? A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes, but Rivalry quickly returned to being normal and ran into the store with a sweet smile on her face. Seeing the response of the opponent, Tenraku was amused as he watched the girl going into the store while leaning against the wall. Unexpectedly, Rivalry could still endure it now. Tenraku wanted to see how long she could hold on. Looking around boredly, Tenraku unexpectedly saw a small and familiar silver-haired figure among the crowd on the street. It is Konako. Not wanting to be discovered by the girl at this time, Tenraku turned around and prepared to pretend not to see her, but in the next moment. HHH Konako-chan, what a coincidence, what are you doing here? Tenraku smiled stiffly as he looked at Konako standing in front of him, giving out flyers. Speaking in a soft voice without giving any extra expression, Konako pointed to the thick set of flyers in her hand that could summon devils for the contract. What is Senior Tenraku doing here? Konako asked while leaning her head to one side. I'm feeling embarrassed. Tenraku was thinking about how to fool Konako, but Rivalry walked out of the store just at this time. Senior Tenraku, how about it? Isn't this super beautiful? Hugging Tenraku's arm, Rivalry gestured to Tenraku to show him a delicate bracelet. The corners of his mouth twitched as he looked at the innocent-looking Rivalry. Tenraku's heart rarely felt aggrieved. Who are you? Konako asked while looking at Rivalry. My name is Amano Yuma. I am Senior Tenraku's girlfriend, younger sister. How about you? Rivalry replied with a big smile on her face. Looking at Tenraku faintly, Tujao Konako turned around and left. Konako-chan, where are you going? Hearing Tenraku's voice, Konako stopped expressionlessly and turned back. I'm going to tell the club president and Akeno. No longer giving Tenraku a chance to speak, Konako disappeared in front of Tenraku like the wind. That, Senior Tenraku, did I create some trouble for you? Looking at Tenraku with a pitiful expression on her face, Rivalry seemed to finally realize something and she began to blame herself. No. After holding back for a long time, Tenraku finally spits out 2 words. As if nothing had happened, Tenraku and Rivalry continued their date, and when they returned to the park again, the sky was already dark. Unlike the previous hustle and bustle that was seen in the morning, there are no other people in the park at this time, giving people a feeling of coldness and darkness. Senior Tenraku, I am so happy today. Like the happy angel, Rivalry turned around by the fountain and spoke to him. You are happy, then this date game should be over. Tenraku narrowed his eyes and chuckled lightly. The whole park fell silent and Rivalry looked at Tenraku with a blank expression on her face, then tilted her head. Senior Tenraku, what are you talking about? By now, they knew each other well. Looking at Rivalry who was still pretending, Tenraku couldn't help rubbing his forehead. Have you not played enough, fallen angel Rivalry? Tenraku's voice seemed to be constantly echoing in the air, while Rainier looked at Tenraku blankly, and then grinned. With an evil smile. Hee as expected of the legendary sacred gear Plunder, you have already discovered me. But you are really stupid, you have already found out, and you still dare to come back here with me? With a huff, a pair of black wings emerged from her back, and the dress on her body continued to fade, replaced by an extremely sexy SM suit. Rainier flew into the air and she coldly looked at Tenraku below. Although she was a little surprised that Tenraku saw through her identity, but the idiot had followed her back so it didn't matter. Rainier, no matter what your purpose is for approaching me, you are really happy today. If you leave now, I will let you go. After sighing, Tenraku said, and the expression on Rainier's face became gloomy after hearing that, and she spoke in a low voice. Don't be shy, come out. Following Rainier's voice, several figures flashed out. It was Middled, Kala Warner, and Donazik. The three of them each guarded one direction and formed a siege to Tenraku with Rainier. This Unii-chan of the Phenex family, I do not want to kill you, but for the sake of Lord Rainier and Lord Azazel, you must die. Is he the one who took away the many sacred gears that were supposed to belong to angels and church? That's incredible. Middled smiled, and Donazik looked at Tenraku with an unbelievable expression on his face. Although the tall Kala Warner didn't say anything, her eyes were staring at Tenraku with fear. Just you guys, you are not my opponent. Tenraku shook his head. Whether it was Rainier or the other three, the strongest of them only has power similar to a middle-class devil. They dared to appear in front of him with just this strength and number. He was getting really underestimated by the enemy. Do you think that we wouldn't be prepared for everything? Rainier looked at Tenraku as if she was looking at a dead person and sneered. And as Rainier's voice fell, magic lights flashed across the ground and in the sky as many formations appeared on the scene. These formations were densely packed, trapping Tenraku in them like a cage. Kami ya Tenraku, this is a cage we specially prepared for you? You arrogant and stupid fellow, after cutting off your hands and feet, I will bring you to Master Azazel, and I will get Master Azazel's love? Rainier in the air laughed like a madwoman and Tenraku who heard the sound almost understood what was going on, but he shook his head. Just like the original book, Rainier is a cold, dark, and evil person. She admires the mighty fallen angel Governor-General Azazel, hoping to get his approval and love, but in the final analysis, she was just a stupid woman who was passionate and overbearing. Raising his hand, Tenraku condensed a dark demonic sword in his hand and a few swords slashed upon the magic square cage that trapped him. It's useless, even a superior class devil won't be able to destroy this cage. Rainier spoke with sarcasm-filled voice, but in the next moment, a scene that made Rainier and Donazik stare with a dumbfounded expression on their faces appeared. Kakaka like the sound of glass shattering, the indestructible cage that can even trap a superior devil collapsed directly under the Tenraku sword attacks. Impossible? Rainier shrieked and wondered if she is having hallucinations. It seems that your information wasn't very good. I never said that I was only at a superior devil level. Now, Rainier, what are you going to do now? Looking at the few people who had been completely shocked in the sky, Tenraku had a playful expression on his face. Kill him? Kill him now? Feeling panicked, Rainier hissed and roared and her entire face almost twisted with fear and rage. Donazik and the other two on one side also recovered, and their eyes flashed with fierceness. Without hesitation, they raised their hands and condensed a few spears of light, and then shot them towards Tenraku below. HNG boom. The brilliance of the spears impacting upon the ground where Tenraku stood was dazzling, and the sound was so loud that Tenraku was drowned in violent energy. Done. He is done for. Floating in the air, Middled, who was wearing a cosplay dress swallowed her saliva and spoke. Not yet? Kala Warner was horrified when she found something. Sure enough, as the dust and smoke dissipated, Tenraku's figure appeared in front of them again, and he was unscathed as he had deployed inherent barrier. As I have previously stated, you guys are not my opponent yet. After dissipating the barrier, Tenraku said indifferently, but his sharp gaze made the few people in the sky feel fear in their hearts. Woo, I quit? We can't win against him, we need to withdraw immediately. Rainier-sama, forgive us. Tenraku's power was beyond their imagination. Middled, Kala Warner, and Donazik looked pale and they fled into the distance one by one. It's not that they are timid and coward, but it is because they know that they are not Tenraku's opponents. If they stay here then the only fate that awaits them would be death, and waiting for death is a real stupidity when you can avoid it. Useless waste. Seeing the three people escaping in the distance, Rainier was very angry, but she was helpless. Rainier, won't you run away together with them? Tenraku was quite surprised as Rainier didn't even escape with those three fallen angel. I want to gift you to Master Azazel. I want Master Azazel's love. No one can stop me. No one can stop me from getting what I want. Roaring ferociously, her whole persona became that of a crazy person, and Rainier desperately condensed a light spear in her hand and threw it towards Tenraku. Ching ching, HNG. Waving the demonic sword in his hand, Tenraku easily split the light spear in half, and then his figure appeared in front of Rainier in the air. Azazel, isn't he just an unscrupulous old man? Rainier, do you really admire him so much? What? Feeling shocked in her heart, Rainier fell from the air, but she didn't care about her own affairs at this moment. You don't even know the greatness of Master Azazel? After falling to the ground beside her, Tenraku shook his head. I don't know his greatness, and I am not interested in knowing it. Tenraku stepped on Rainery's belly without hesitation as he spoke. Ah, with a scream, the intense pain made Rainery almost vomit out her internal organs. Now, Rainery, tell me, what should I do with you now? The longsword in his hand pressed against Rainery's throat and Tenraku had a cold smile on his face as he asked Rainery. So painful, Senior Tenraku, please save me. The evil and hideous look on her face disappeared, and Rainery suddenly changed into Amano Yuuma's personality, giving out a pitying look, looking innocent and naive. Tenraku leaned down and lifted Rainery's chin while feeling amused and spoke, Rainery, you are still playing this kind of tricks at this time, I really like such an evil and stupid you. Feeling her cheeks stiffen, Rainery snarled savagely and was about to launch a desperate blow, but Tenraku raised his hand and shot a few golden rings that bounded her hands and feet tightly. Let go of me? Let go of me? Struggling desperately, Rainery roared and screamed, but Tenraku straightened up and didn't bother to pay attention to her anymore. Master Tenraku? The voices of Isle and Nell echoed in the darkness as they pounced on Tenraku. Along with the two sisters, Yubellina, Tosca, and other girls appeared in front of him, and Swollen and Isabella also have Middled and Kala Warner who had passed out in their hands. Did one escape? Tenraku couldn't help frowning without seeing the figure of the male fallen angel. Yubellina was about to answer, but Akeno's voice rang out on one side, I wiped out the other one. For them to want to hurt my Tenraku, I won't forgive them even if they are fallen angels. There was a hint of thunderlight flashing on her body as Akeno walked out of the darkness with a smile on her face, and Rias and Konako appeared with Akeno. Akeno, Rias, you guys are here too. Konako-chan, what you saw was not right and it wasn't what it looked like. Did you really report me like that? Now that the other fallen angel had been wiped out, Tenraku didn't ask any more questions, but when he saw Tujao Konako on one side, Tenraku couldn't help but sweat. Huh, what are you talking about? Konako can use the power of chi just like you. She found out Rainery's identity and worried that you were deceived by her, so she notified us to come here and help you. Rias replied angrily. So it's like this Konako-chan, thank you, what a good girl you are. For a moment, Tenraku stroked Konako's forehead while thanking her. I just did it for club president and Akeno. A light red hue appeared on the face with little expression, and the girl whispered back. Sure enough, these guys are after your sacred gear and they come after you because of the Red Dragon Emperor accident. Couldn't you do that at a later time? Rias frowned as she looked at Rainery on one side. Tenraku, what are you going to do with them? Holding Tenraku's arm, Akeno has a squinted smile on her face, but her whole body is exuding a cold killing intent. She will kill these guys without hesitation as long as Tenraku gives her the order to do so. Without answering Akeno's question, Tenraku's gaze fell on Rainery, and when Rainery, who was still bound by the golden rings, saw that everyone was looking at her indifferently, she couldn't help show a panic-filled expression on her face. It's better to send them to the underworld. I can ask my older brother to help with this matter. After all, this situation involved fallen angels, so Rias thought for a while and suggested. You don't need to bother Surtsks for this kind of thing, I can handle it myself. Shaking his head, Tenraku refused. Even if he sends Rainery to Underworld, how can he still depend on Lucifer, the good man, to ask fallen angel to help himself with an explanation? With a soft snort, Rias was feeling a little unhappy, but since Tenraku refused, she would not be speaking about this suggestion again. Under the gazes of many women, Tenraku raised his hand and waved, and then something appeared in park. It looked like a mini palace. The bottom of the palace was covered with a magic circle. As soon as the mini palace appeared, it flew around Tenraku affectionately. This is Sklanir. Rias couldn't help but be surprised as she recognized the thing that Tenraku had taken out. Yes, this is the flying magic ship Sklanir made by the Ivaldi family, Tenraku confirmed Rias' guess. Ivaldi is a minority clan living in Northern Europe. They are very good at making all kinds of magic items. Even the legendary god of thunder Thor's weapon Mjolnir was made by their ancestors. Sklanir is a kind of magic ship made by the Ivaldi family. This kind of magic ship has a life of its own. As long as the contract is concluded, it can feed on the energy of the owner and continue to evolve and grow. It is very rare and there are not many Sklanir in the world. It turned out to be Sklanir, you are really lucky. This kind of rare magic ship is not something one can buy with money, and Rias is a little envious of Tenraku. In the beginning of my trip, I saved an Ivaldi family member, and the other party gave me this ship as a thank you gift. At first it looked like a ship, but after absorbing my power, it became what it is now. I usually call it Saints and Demons Hall. Saints and Demons Hall? Rias and Akeno rolled their eyes, the name is really unique. With a chuckle, Tenraku did not explain, and with a wave of his hand, Rainery, Middled, and Kala Warner were received in Saints and Demons Hall. Although it only looks about the size of a palm on the surface, its internal space is very huge, and it is also a suitable place to temporarily detain Rainery and the other two fallen angels. It's not too early, let's do that for today. Akeno, Konako, we are going back to Tenraku, see you at school. Now that the matter is over, no one had any plans to stay any longer. Everyone said goodbyes to each other and left through transmission formation. Tenraku and Yubellina also returned home. Master Tenraku, you are back. Gasper was alone at home eating snacks and playing games, and he shouted after seeing Tenraku and the others came back. This kid doesn't even go to school all day, he just lives at home. Tenraku is really worried that Gasper will give up on himself if he stays like this. After some time, he will force Gasper to go to school with him. The two women, Burant and Malaya, made a sumptuous meal. After dinner, they took a rest. Tenraku also felt a little sleepy, so under the gazes of the other girls, he walked back to his room with Tosca and Yubellina. As for the Rivalry trio, Tenraku has not forgotten about them, but he is not in any hurry. He will let them think for a few days before he releases them and talks to them. Oh ho, Mr. Issei. When it came time to go to school again, Tenraku greeted Hayudu Issei, who was also walking out of the house, and then he took the girls with him. Just like this, oh ho, Issei-kun was gone. Then, looking at the Tenraku, Yubellina, and the other girls who were walking away, Hayudu Issei's eyes throbbed, and he stood still for a long time before he came to his senses. Since the visit a few days ago, Tenraku has changed back to what it was like when they were children's. Even if he meets him at school or on the road, he would only say hello. As expected, the sudden enthusiasm before was an illusion. At first, Hayudu Issei didn't care if Tenraku was thinking bad or good about himself. On the contrary, he didn't want to get too close to this nasty winner of life. But what made Hayudu Issei distressed was that the big Oppai elder sister and the beautiful girls were also cold to him. Indifferent, didn't even say a word to him. No, if they were cold before, then they are simply ignoring him now, looking at him as if they were looking at the air. Hayudu Issei felt that he was a little hurt, and he couldn't understand it at all. The atmosphere was pretty good when he visited them that night, but now they are indifferent to him. Why is this? The troubled Hayudu Issei may never get the answer. After losing the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, he also lost the only chance to change his destiny. He is completely reduced to a passerby character, Tenraku, and the women would naturally not care about such a worthless person. As always, when Tenraku and the girls walked into the school, they were still greeted by the jealous eyes of the boys and the admiring eyes of the girls. Tenraku didn't know if it was an illusion, but he found that many girls have come to the school early and they are still standing at the door, seeming to just say oh ho, Senior Tenraku to him. Sure enough, these girls are even crazier than boys. Tenraku also smiled and greeted the girls, and those girls who were lucky enough to get a reply would become flushed with excitement. Tenraku couldn't help but shook his head funnily. They were all carefree little girls. What? Suddenly, Tenraku saw a figure in the crowd and he couldn't help but let out a quiet voice. Master Tenraku, is there any problem with that person? Following Tenraku's gaze, Yubellina saw a boy in a school uniform walking in from the outside of the school and asked, "You know him?" Seeing Yubellina, who seemed to be no stranger to that person, Tenraku showed an unexpected look on his face. Yes, he is a second-grade student in Class C, named Saji Genshiro, and I happen to be in his class. Yubellina replied, and the eyes of Tenraku, who heard the answer, flashed with a different color. Sanji Genshiro, a close friend of Hayudu Issei in the original book and the host of the Sacred Gear Black Dragon Pulse Absorption line with part of the soul of the Black Evil Dragon King Vitra, and he later became a peerage member of the Student Council President Sana. Of course, now he is still an unknown character, and I am afraid that Hayudu Issei, one of the perverted trio, is more famous than him. If he hadn't appeared in front of Tenraku, then Tenraku would not have remembered him. He is also a Sacred Gear's host, and his body is already emitting faint Sacred Gear fluctuations. It seems that he may have awakened recently. Tenraku said what he felt as touched his chin. And after hearing Tenraku's words, Yubellina looked at Sanji with a sharp gleam in her eyes, and a smile appeared on that charming face. I know what to do, Tenraku-sama. To be continued. After school, Genshiro did not go home directly as usual but walked towards the teacher's office. Before class, Yubellina asked him to go to her office after school. Although he didn't know what was going on, Saji Genshiro couldn't help but get excited. Although it has not been long since he had transferred to Kyoa Academy, but he had found that Yubellina is very famous for her beautiful face and good personality. Whether it is boys or girls, students, or teachers, there are many people who admire Yubellina. And he, Saji Genshiro, is one of them. Arriving at the independent office of Mrs. Yubellina, Saji Genshiro exhaled slightly to calm himself down, and then politely knocked on the door. Excuse me, Yubellina-sensei. Come in. Yubellina's voice came from the office, but it sounded strange. Frowning slightly with a hint of doubt, Genshiro opened the door and walked in. However, what surprised Saji Genshiro was that there were already other people in Yubellina's office, and after seeing the appearance of those people, Saji Genshiro couldn't help but look surprised. Swollen, Malayu, Mai, Isabella, Carlamine, there are almost a dozen enchanting females there, all of whom have recently transferred to this school and are very famous third-year seniors. Seeing Saji Genshiro come in, the girls looked at him in unison, with an inexplicable cold smile on their faces, and then stood on both sides to make way for him. He was about to say something, but when the girls stepped aside and when he saw the scene inside, Saji Genshiro was completely stunned. Teacher Yubellina, whom he admired, was sitting on a boy's lap at this time, and she was kissing the other person with passion? And that boy is not someone else, it is Senior Tenraku, who has recently been popular among schoolgirls. Stunned, Saji Genshiro couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell is going on here? The perfect teacher Yubellina, the famous Senior Tenraku. They were actually kissing each other here? Schoolmate Saji, you are here. Letting go of Yubellina, Tenraku raised his head and said with a smile on his face, Ms. Yubellina, Senior Tenraku, you. After regaining his senses, Saji Genshiro spoke with some fire in his eyes and he felt pain in his heart, the pain of being betrayed. Teacher Yubellina, whom he admired and loved, did such a shameless thing. Frowning slightly, Tenraku also put away the smile on his face. He didn't know why Saji Genshiro suddenly seems to be angry, but he is not interested in knowing about it. Swollen. Thinking of his own purpose, Tenraku shouted to Swollen among the girls. Yes, Master Tenraku. Knowing his intentions, Swollen raised her fists and walked towards Saji Genshiro with a sneer on her face. You, what do you want to do? Feeling disheartened and disappointed, Saji Genshiro's heart tightened as he watched the girl approaching him with an unkindly smile on her face, and he stepped back as she stepped forward. There was no explanation or reason at all as Swollen appeared in front of Saji Genshiro in an instant, and then punched him in the stomach. Ha! Saji Genshiro's eyes bulged as he vomited out his stomach content and bowed before fell to the ground. Humph! With a soft snort, Swollen closed the door, and then dragged Saji Genshiro, who had fainted, towards Tenraku. The corners of his mouth raised slightly as he patted Yubellina, and Tenraku stood up. Tenraku directly activated the ability of Sacred Gear Plunder, and his hand sank into Saji Genshiro's chest as he grabbed the sacred gear in his body. Tenraku had gotten familiar with the process as he took the sacred gear out of Saji Genshiro's body bit by bit, but when he was about to succeed, a little accident happened. What? The fainted Genshiro suddenly yelled out loud and an astonishing aura burst out from his body. At the same time, a black evil fire sprang out from him, engulfing Tenraku's entire arm. Maybe it was because he was stimulated, but Saji Genshiro actually awakened his sacred gear's power at the last moment. Master Tenraku? The girls wanted to come and help Tenraku as soon as they saw this change, but Tenraku raised his hand to stop them. Drake. Understood, partner. Tenraku yelled, and then Drake's voice also sounded before a layer of scarlet armor appeared to protect Tenraku's arm. No matter how the black evil fire burned, Tenraku could not be injured in the slightest. Unsurprisingly, the sacred gear was extracted by Tenraku and the black evil fire dissipated, and Saji Genshiro, who was still yelling, also suddenly lost all his strength and passed out. Yubellina and the other girls breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces also showed joy. They were happy that their master had gotten another sacred gear. However, Tenraku frowned when he looked at the black treasured jade in his hand. Saji Genshiro's sacred gear Black Dragon Vein only hosts part of the soul of the Black Evil Dragon King Vitra, and its power is far worse than Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, but if he collects other sacred gears with Vitra's soul and combines them into one, then he would be able to get a good sacred gear. If he remembers it correctly, the other sacred gear that hosted Vitra's soul is in Azazel's hands. Tenraku touched his chin and thought that maybe it was time to meet the fallen Governor General. For Rainery's business and for the sacred gear's business. Combining the Black Dragon Vein and absorbing and refining the energy it feedbacks, although this level of power growth is nothing for current Tenraku, it is better than nothing. Master Tenraku, what should we do about him? Yubellina asked with an indifferent expression on her face as she looked at Saji Genshiro on the ground. As long as Tenraku gives an order, she can immediately let Saji Genshiro disappear from this world. As Tenraku was about to say something, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and then a group of people walked in from outside. It is Sana and her peerage. Because she had sensed an abnormal aura, Sana had rushed over to check it out, but when she saw Saji Genshiro on the ground, she already understood what was going on. You took his sacred gear? Sana asked while frowning. Yes, you also knew that sacred gear? Without denying it, Tenraku replied, but a trace of mischief flashed in his eyes. In the original series, Sana found out that Saji Genshiro had a sacred gear and she also took him as her peerage member, but now that Saji Genshiro's sacred gear has been taken away by him and the big miss of the House of Phenex has lost a potential powerful peerage member. It was just a guess and I wasn't sure, but now it's confirmed, Sana replied calmly while pushing her glasses up. Aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? I snatched Genshiro's sacred gear, and if I am guessing it correctly, then you originally planned to take him as your peerage, right? Tenraku spoke his thoughts. He had thought that this big miss would have some opinions about him, but what surprised Tenraku was, Kami ya Tenraku, you are underestimating me. Although a peerage member with a sacred gear is precious, they are not that great. Furthermore, I had just said that I only suspected that he had a sacred gear owner, but I haven't thought of including him as my peerage. It is undeniable that Tenraku began to admire the girl in front of him a little. She has a good mind and a good temperament. She is worthy of being the next head of the House of Phenex. Of course, Tenraku didn't believe her words at all. Didn't think about accepting Saji Genshiro as her peerage? You didn't think about it now, as you wanted to see if the sacred gear awakened by Saji Genshiro would be powerful enough to be qualified to be in her peerage? Not to mention the results in the original book. Anyway, Saji Genshiro's sacred gear has now been seized by Tenraku and he no longer has that qualification. Since there is nothing else, we will go back. You can handle this person by yourself, but I don't want to see bloody things in the school under my jurisdiction. Don't worry, I have no intention to kill him. I will let Yubellina erase his memory and let him forget everything that had happened here. That's good. He left Yubellina and the other girls to deal with Saji Genshiro's affairs, while Tenraku walked out of the office towards the Kendo Club. Kyoa Academy is the same as the other schools in this country. After school, it is time for club activities. Rias and their occult research club seem to have gone out for some task, and Tenraku also plans to go to the Kendo Club to take a look. However, what surprised Tenraku was Club President Please advise us? Looking at the more than 100 girls that were crowded within the dojo, the corners of Tenraku's mouth twitched slightly. Kendo Club originally only had dozens of people, but it seems that the news of Tenraku being the club president has spread out. The number of applicants for joining the club has skyrocketed in recent days. Now the number of people in the Kendo Club is almost 3 times the original number, if not then it is quickly reaching that point. The upper limit of members that any club can have is probably far more than this amount. Since you guys have joined the Kendo Club, I need to train you seriously. Let's start. Faced with such a group of over-enthusiastic young girls, Tenraku could only helplessly rub his forehead. But now that they have joined the Kendo Club, they better be prepared to endure hardship. Yes, Club President? All of them were full of energy and excitement. After putting on their own protective gear, the girls began to train. Kendo Club's training is very simple. You don't need to learn any complicated sword skills. They are all basic slashing defense moves. Even students who have just joined the club can quickly get started after watching them twice. Before long, there were loud rhythmic sounds of wooden swords and the sound of young girls cheering filled the club ground. Tenraku walked back and forth in the dojo while giving out some pointers to the girls from time to time. With his current state and strength, even a random point can benefit the girls a lot, and as long as they practice a more few times, they can make huge progress. Of course, this is also related to the basics. As beginners, as long as they work hard, the girls can progress very quickly, but if they reach Tenraku's level then every breakthrough would be very difficult. However, the girls don't know this. They only know that their club president is handsome, powerful, and approachable. After guiding them in their swordsmanship, they have benefited a lot, and they have become to admire and worship Tenraku more than they did before. Tenraku didn't know the thoughts of these girls, but even if he knew it, he would only smile faintly and wouldn't take it to heart. He is just passing his time here and fulfilling his responsibilities as club president. After walking around in dojo, Tenraku also learned about every member's situation. Although most girls here are ordinary and mediocre and they joined the Kendo Club because they admire him, but there are still some good talents, such as Murayama, Kates, and several other girls. As long as they are carefully trained, they will become a force to be reckoned with. However, what surprised Tenraku most was Kiryu Aika. This unscrupulous ergonomic girl has an excellent talent in swordsmanship. Obviously, she couldn't even hold the sword well at the beginning, but she quickly learned the basics after a few simple swings of the sword. Although she is not as good as the old members who had entered the club earlier, she was leagues ahead of the girls who have entered the club with her. She is a born swordswoman. However, it would be better if she was a little more serious. Except for the little training she did at the beginning, she was completely refilled at the back. It can be seen that she herself has no interest in swordsmanship. She even has some other purpose in joining the Kendo Club. Kiryu, be serious? Seeing the girl's powerless and absent-minded appearance, Tenraku knocked her on the forehead and scolded her. It hurts, Club President. I don't have much motivation to learn these simple techniques. I just need to practice this kind of stuff a few times to learn it. The girl holding her little head still has an expression that said that she wouldn't be training anymore. This is the so-called trouble of being a genius, and Tenraku's mouth twitched twice when he heard her words. Since you are not motivated, what are you doing in the Kendo Club? Of course, I am here for the handsome club president. She deserves to be called an ergonomic girl with such a bold and unrestrained personality. She is someone who can be compared with the perverted trio, and there is nothing Tenraku can say about her. She can do whatever she likes. Hihi, Club President Sama, as long as you can give me something then I won't mind working hard. The girl's eyes sparkled with a sly look in them as she pushed her glasses up. Oh, what do you want? For a moment, Tenraku couldn't help but go along with her. For example, as long as I train seriously, how about Mr. Club President agreeing to a small request of mine? What request? Oh, I can't say that now, so you just need to promise me that you will agree to my request. Mr. Club President, my handsome and great Club President, you won't just watch a genius and beautiful girl going down a wrong path, will you? It's not my business whether you go on a wrong path or not. Woo, Club President, don't be so cruel, please save me. This shameless girl really amused Tenraku. She even insisted on others to save her and do favors for her to do some hard work. But after thinking about it, Tenraku didn't refuse. It's not impossible for me to promise you a request, but you must not only train carefully but you also need to beat Murayama and Kates and become the strongest main player in Kendo Club. Okay, then that's settled, dear Club President? A glimmer of success flashed in Kiryu's eyes and she replied without hesitation. Seeing the girl's face that was filled with so much confidence, Tenraku smacked his lips and thought that he shouldn't have set the request too low. In the evening, Kamiya family residence. Master Tenraku. A light flashed as Yubellina and Mai walked out of the magical transmission formation. Looking at Tenraku and Tosca who were mingling and tumbling on the bed, Yubellina, who had become accustomed to it, looked as usual, while Mai lowered her eyes and her cheeks grew hot. Tenraku was with Tosca and they reached the peak of bliss. Tenraku stroked the girl's face and stood up and he used his spirit chi to shake off the traces of his recent adventure from his body, and then put on clothes and walked towards Yubellina and Mai. Have you found it? Yes, as Tenraku-sama expected, that person is indeed in this town. Then take me there now. Master Tenraku, that person is too dangerous, you still don't not wanting Tenraku to be in danger? Yubellina looked at him imploringly. Looking at the appearance of his queen, Tenraku smiled and replied, Yubellina, you are a capable peerage member and an excellent queen. But, trust me more? Pointing his finger on the Yubellina's forehead, Yubellina's heart trembled and her soft water-like beautiful eyes looked at Tenraku idiotically, as if she understood something. I see, my master. Lowering her forehead, Yubellina didn't say much as the magic staff in her hand moved and magic lights began to shine again, and the three figures disappear without leaving any trace. At the same time, in a high-rise building, a middle-aged man in a nightgown was lying on the sofa, tasting the fragrant red wine in his hand, with a pleasant expression on his face. This man is the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels Azazel. Yo boy, you are here. Seeing Tenraku, Yubellina, and Mai who had come here via the magic array, Azazel raised his hand and looked at them like he was looking at some acquaintances. Did you know that I would come here? Tenraku couldn't help but say as he saw the relaxed expression on Azazel's face. Your queen and bishop have been exploring this place over and over again. Hearing Azazel's words, Yubellina and Maya's expression changed slightly. They were already very careful when they were exploring the area, but they did not expect to be discovered by the other party. But after thinking about it, they feel that this is normal. After all, the person in front of them is the leader of the fallen angels? Boy, talk about your intentions. If it's for Rivalry, I'm sorry but I also had no choice. I am here to talk about Rivalry but there are some other things. Azazel, let's make a deal. Deal? This is getting interesting Rivalry screamed while trapped in a dark room. Her hands, feet, and limbs were tightly bound by Lejun's golden dragonfly, while the magic array continued to release electric currents that were shooting down her body. At the moment, all Rivalry knew was pain, heart-piercing pain. It was as if every cell in her body was screaming and her mind had no other thoughts except for pain. Sitting on a golden throne, Tenraku was playing with Maya's hair. Seeing Rivalry's desperate appearance, Tenraku raised his hand to stop her suffering for the time being. Yubellina raised her magic staff and stopped the thunder and lightning torture. Rivalry also stopped screaming, and she began to pant constantly. Rivalry, do you still want to persist? You don't have to suffer this kind of pain anymore as long as you surrender yourself to me. Tenraku spoke while the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Master Azazel will avenge me? Raising his head with some difficulty, Rivalry looked at Tenraku with a fierce expression on her face, and only extreme cold hatred remained in her eyes. Tenraku shrugged and didn't bother to ridicule her. He lowered his head and kissed Mai. With a cold smile, Yubellina picked up her magic staff, and then Rivalry's screams were echoing in the room. Sweet soft lips, miserable screams, these are things that can make people addicted. Tenraku didn't let the girl in his arms go until he was satisfied and signaled Yubellina to stop her magic. Rivalry, actually I really admire you, your darkness, evilness, and depravity. You do whatever you can to achieve your goals, but unfortunately, you are a little stupid. You admire Azazel and are willing to dedicate everything you have to him, but you have never existed in his eyes. No matter what you do for him, he will always treat you as an annoying subordinate. It's just like now, you have become my captive, you are helpless, hopeless, and painful here, but Azazel won't come to save you. Maybe he is even happier without you troubling him. What a sad woman, abandoned by someone she admired. Tenraku's voice was not loud, but all of his words stabbed Rivalry's heart. Her face became pale when she heard the sound, and she spoke angrily. You liar, Master Azazel will not abandon me? Master Azazel will not abandon me? Not accepting this fact, Rivalry hissed out in anger. Yubellina sneered and struggled while Tenraku shook his head pityingly, then patted Mai in his arms and stood up and walked towards Rivalry. Rivalry, I am a little moved seeing your trust in Azazel. Suddenly an interesting idea came to my mind, and I have decided something. I will let you go back and see how much your admired Azazel-sama cares about you. Holding Rivalry's chin, Tenraku had a playful smile on his face. He then raised his hand and waved away the few golden rings holding Rivalry and she regained her freedom. Having already accepted her death, Rivalry looked at Tenraku incredulously. She had never expected Tenraku to let her go so suddenly. What, are you still reluctant to leave? Leave now, before I change my mind. Stroking that beautiful face, Tenraku's eyes flashed with a light and Rivalry suddenly awoke. She jumped up and broke the window, and then flew into the sky outside. Under the night sky, with the bright moonlight shining in the sky, Rivalry looked at the ground below and squeezed her hands again. After confirming that all this was not an illusion, Rivalry laughed grimly as she spoke. Kami ya Tenraku, you are really the dumbest devil I have ever seen. Wait for me, I will soon come back for my revenge. Rivalry glared at Tenraku coldly before she rushed into the sky. How is it, Yubellina, is it interesting? Standing in front of the window looking at the direction in which Rivalry was flying away, Tenraku smiled as his eyes narrowed. It's very funny, that stupid and cute angel, she doesn't even know what kind of despair awaits her. Yubellina's charming face was ironic and expectant as she snuggled into Tenraku's arms. Let's go, it's time to look at the drama on the other side. Withdrawing his gaze, Tenraku, Yubellina, and Mai walked out of the room, while Malaya and Burant, two women in maid costumes, were already waiting outside. How are they? Tenraku asked as looked at the two women. Their training has been completed, Tenraku-sama, please take a look. The two women pushed the door open and invited Tenraku in the next room. After seeing the scene in the room, Yubellina's beautiful eyes flashed while Maya's face was filled with shyness, and Tenraku's face also showed a smile. He saw a cosplay golden-haired girl and a tall and glamorous woman who were locked by cold chains. They were Middled and Kala Warner. It's just that the two women no longer had the arrogance and coldness they once had, and the dresses on their bodies were also in tatters, their expressions were numb and the corners of their mouths were drooling, they looked like they had already been broken. God knows what these devils have done to them. Master Azazel, this is Rivalry. Feeling Azazel's aura in the town, Rivalry couldn't wait to land. Rivalry, you are back. What do you want? Azazel walked out of the room and spoke. I'm very sorry, Azazel-sama, my mission failed. Looking ashamed, Rivalry dropped her forehead on one knee. Whenever thinking of the pain and shame that the bastard brought to her, Rivalry couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger, and endless hatred appeared in her heart. She vowed over and over again in her heart that one day she would make him pay back 1,000 times. You didn't bring back what I wanted? Azazel frowned and spoke in a stern tone. Unexpectedly, she had almost died in her mission, but Master Azazel didn't care about her at all and just cared about sacred gears, which made Rivalry feel unspeakable. But she really loves Master Azazel so much, even if Master Azazel doesn't care about her, she won't hate Master Azazel because of it. Master Azazel is great and wise. Everything about him is right. If someone or something is wrong, then it would be herself. Master Azazel, please give me another chance. I will definitely bring the sacred gear of Kamiya Tenraku to you. No need, Rivalry, you have disappointed me. Rivalry begged Master Azazel to give her another chance, but after hearing Azazel's voice, Rivalry became completely sluggish. Lord Azazel, what are you talking about? Not understanding Azazel's words, Rivalry asked him. Why would Azazel, who has always been so generous, say so much to her? She must have heard it wrong. Yes, she must have heard it wrong. But, didn't you understand? I said. You have let me down too much? As for the sacred gear, I will figure out a solution by myself. Go away and don't dare to show up in front of me in the future. I don't need an incompetent subordinate like you. Azazel gave a cold and ironic smile as he spoke. As if struck by lightning, Rivalry's whole body was about to collapse. Her actions have failed and she would not complain even if Master Azazel punished her, but Master Azazel wanted to abandon her? This is absolutely unacceptable to her. Master Azazel, please give me another chance? Please give me another chance? You are still as annoying as before, it would just be fine if you just disappear. If you don't disappear, let me send you away. Farewell, Rivalry, my incompetent and annoying subordinate. With a grin hanging at the corner of his mouth, Azazel condensed a light sphere in his hand, and then he threw it at Rivalry under the eyes filled with collapse and shock. HNGLNG. A huge explosion broke the tranquility under the night sky. A bewildered figure dashed away, and as the dust dissipated, Azazel's figure also appeared in the ruins. Patting the dust on his body and watching Rivalry's escape, Azazel gave a mischievous smile. After doing such an excessive thing, Rivalry must hate him very much. At the same time, on the other side, the wind screamed, and Rivalry was desperately galloping through the air in a panic. Her body was severely wounded and her wings were tattered. Finally, her strength was exhausted and Rivalry fell from the sky like a meteor. A huge hole appeared in the ground where Rivalry fell. She got up with great difficulty and her eyes held a crazy look in them while a hideous expression appeared on her face. He abandoned her. That person actually abandoned her? Obviously, she had admired him so much, loved him so much, and was willing to dedicate everything to him. But that person abandoned her, and even wanted to wipe her out? Azazel? 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 Raising her head towards the sky, Rivalry roared Azazel's name, and the feeling of being betrayed by the person she admired made Rivalry completely broken. She hates it. She hates it. Why should that person betray her? Why should the world betray her? Her resentment rushed into the sky and a savage look appeared on her face, making Rivalry look like a ghost crawling out of hell. No, maybe she is more terrifying than a mere ghost at this moment. She is the darkness herself, but she is also bitter. With her long hairs fluttering in the air, Rivalry spread out her dark wings and roared with a hate-filled voice, cursing everything in existence. Under that extreme hatred and resentment, she actually evolved into a four-winged fallen angel. Feeling her own power that has skyrocketed several times more than ever, Rivalry would definitely be ecstatic if it was before, but at this moment, the only thing she is feeling is endless cold. Too weak, too weak, too weak. Even if she evolved into a four-winged angel, she was still as small as an ant in front of that person. Stopping the roaring, Rivalry stood still and looked at the sky silently with her head up. After the extreme pain and hatred, she only felt endless sadness. She was abandoned, like a wild dog. Angel, fallen angel, church, humans from now on, there would be no place for her in this whole world. There would only be darkness, despair, and hell waiting for her. She is not reconciled. She doesn't know how much time has passed, but she only woke up from her state when she heard the sound of footsteps and Rivalry's numb face recovered a little. Looking at Tenraku who was coming towards her, Rivalry lost the anger and hatred she once had and was extremely calm. Compared with Azazel's betrayal, the humiliation and pain brought to her by this person in front of her are not worth mentioning. Rivalry, looks like I was right, you were abandoned by Azazel. What a sad woman, homeless, like a wild dog. Tenraku gently smiled as he stroked Rivalry's face. Are you here to laugh at me? Looking at Tenraku with a cold look in her eye, Rivalry's voice seemed to come from hell itself. There was also a taint of darkness on her body, and she looked like a fierce viper who would pounce at any time. However, Tenraku didn't care, and shook his head. You are just an abandoned wild dog, you are not qualified to be laughed at by me. Feeling at a loss, Rivalry has nothing to answer. Yes, she is just an abandoned wild dog, and she has no right to be laughed at. This is the reality of this world? The two looked at each other silently, until after a long time. Come on, homeless dingo, you will be mine from now on. Turning around, Tenraku's voice seemed to be constantly echoing in the air. An astonishing light burst out from the cold eyes as Rivalry stared at the defenseless back. If she does her best at this time, even if she can't kill Tenraku, she can seriously injure him. However, Rivalry did not do that. Tenraku smirked as he felt the figure following behind him. Lord Azazel. The light flashed and Yubellina walked out of the transmission formation and bowed to Azazel who was sitting in the ruins. Is it finally here, the thing I want? Azazel stretched his body after standing up. Without speaking any nonsense, Yubellina took out a scarlet treasured jade and handed it to Azazel. This is Sacred Gear Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor Boosted Gear. This is what my lord promised. You will have 3 days to study it. Only takes 3 days. He really is a stingy kid, but it's barely enough. After receiving the treasured jade, Azazel's eyes flashed with blazing heat, but when he thought of something, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Beautiful miss, your master has given me such a precious long news. Don't you worry that I will not return it to him? Although he didn't release the slightest of his aura, Yubellina couldn't keep a calm look on her face as she faced the man who is standing at the top of the fallen angel. She replied after calming herself down. Master had said that His Excellency Azazel is a trustworthy elder, and he will not do anything that breaches the contract. And what? And even if Lord Azazel does not return the sacred gear, this sacred gear will automatically return to my master's hands after 3 days. Master's order has been completed, so I will be going now, Governor General. Thinking of her master, Yubellina's face also showed a trusting smile. She saluted Azazel and walked into the transmission formation. Yeah, you really are a capable queen, that kid. Azazel murmured while touching his chin. He looked at the sacred gear in his hand and his eyes became hot again. Vali is so stingy that he never let me study his sacred gear. Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor Boosted Gear. Please let me take care of you in the next few days. With you, my Fafnir will be even more perfect. Looking at the treasured jade in his hand with great joy, Azazel walked into a teleported halo. Not only had he solved the troublesome little girl Rivalry, but he also got what he had always wanted, and the only thing he needed to give was some small parts of a sacred gear. This is really a happy deal. Early in the morning, Tenraku opened his eyes and found Rivalry leaning on him and looking at him. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Tenraku stroked Rivalry's cheek. What, are you still not satisfied? Endless madness, delicious nostalgia, this beautiful and evil fallen angel has been thoroughly tasted by Tenraku. Just last night? Without answering, Rivalry directly blocked Tenraku's lips with hers, and both of them greedily plundered each other's mouth. After a long time, Tenraku turned over and pressed Rivalry down. Rivalry, your body, your soul, everything about you is mine, use your stupid head to remember it? Tenraku's domineering words ringed themselves on Rivalry's ears, but Rivalry didn't refute anything. Instead, an intoxicating smile appeared on her face. I am all yours, my master. Behaving obedient and gentle, Rivalry only felt that an endless feeling of love had risen in her body, taking revenge on the person who abandoned her. This wonderful and distorted feeling made her go crazy. But, if you dare to abandon me, I will curse you, and I will take you to hell with me. Rivalry's temperament suddenly changed and her voice was filled with darkness and cold, and Rivalry's voice seemed to come from that cold hell. She has been abandoned once and betrayed once, and she will never allow that to happen again. Seeing the woman whose darkness distortion has completely collapsed under him, Tenraku grinned and revealed an evil smile on his face. He really likes this woman more and more. Rivalry, are you looking for revenge on Azazel? Tenraku asked while holding Rivalry's chin. Absolutely. Rivalry replied with a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. And as that thought came to his mind, the evil fallen angel has another intoxicating smile on her face. My great master, will you help me? Rivalry is not the stupid woman she previously was. She has already understood her insignificance very well, and she knows that she will never be able to take her revenge with her own words, but if there is help from the man in front of her, I will not. Tenraku gave Rivalry a negative answer with a bright smile on his face. The anger and disappointment he had imagined did not appear on Rivalry's face, and she only looked at Tenraku with an extremely calm face, but the pair of cold eyes became colder. However, the next moment, Tenraku's voice rang again. You should take your revenge by yourself and I won't be helping you, but I will give you the power to take your revenge. Raising his hand and flipping it, a black treasured jade flashed out, and then under Rivalry's stunning look, Tenraku directly pressed the treasured jade into her mouth. Screams of exhaustion rushed out of Rivalry's mouth as the black treasured jade melted into Rivalry's body little by little. Originally, there was a more gentle way to share his sacred gear, and there would be no pain, but Tenraku knew that this woman who had collapsed did not need him to be gentle with her. The process of fusing sacred gears did not last long, but the pain was unforgettable. Rivalry felt like she had died again. However, there was a twisted smile on her face because she felt power. She felt power. She felt darkness, evil, curses. She felt powerful. It was as if an unparalleled power was flowing in her body. This is the sacred gear that combines all the souls of the legendary Dragon King Vitra, Black Evil Dragon King. This is the power I have given you. Use it well. In the future, you will be my tool, my dog. Work hard. I will use you forever until death. Tenraku's voice rang in Rainery's ear, just like Devil's Whisper. Although the power of Vitra belongs to the weaker category of Dragon King, it is far from what Rainery can compare now, and the diversity and particularity of its skills are the first among all Dragon Kings. Unleashing the cursed karma and spreading out the dark realm, it can be said that it is very suitable for Rainery, a broken and evil woman. Without any words, Rainery would directly respond with her actions and stay with Tenraku endlessly. But for now, some different types of actions followed. Unable to refuse, the battle began again and the two mingled frantically and plundered each other, and scenes of evil and depravity were staged in that morning room. Master Tenraku, Master Rainery. It was almost noon when Tenraku and Rainery came out of the room. Middled and Kala Warner were standing respectfully outside, but there were two touching blushes on their faces. They heard the end from the beginning outside the door. It is you guys. Rainery looked at the two women while holding Tenraku's arm. At the moment when Rainery was looking at them, Middled and Kala Warner froze and they instinctively felt endless danger coming towards them. The two women couldn't help being shocked. The current Rainery in front of them was definitely not the woman they had known before. She held more darkness and even more coldness. Forget the things that had happened in the past, the two of them will still be your subordinates in the future. Seeing the reaction of the three women in full view, Tenraku said lightly, "Yes, my master." Rainery had a fascinating smile on her face, but Middled and Kala Warner's hearts were getting colder. Falling into the hands of this soul-twisted woman again, their future is looking dark. Near a certain church in Europe, a man with devil wings is sitting on the ground, while a golden-haired girl in nun costume is treating a wound on his chest. If Tenraku sees this devil man on the ground, he will laugh out loud at this time, because this man is not someone else, it is Diodora Astaroth whose leg has been cut off by him before. "It's all right, Mr. Devil." The light in her hands dissipated, and the golden-haired girl wiped her forehead, but she smiled as if she had done something worthy of joy. "Thank you for your help, beautiful Miss Saintess, but you have helped a devil, if anyone else knows." Diodora looked worried and apologetic, but his voice sounded like a girlish shrill and nondescript. "It doesn't matter, even a devil has the right to be redeemed by the Lord. Mr. Devil, you should quickly leave, I'm going back too." The girl waved her hand and replied indifferently. After another salute, she ran towards the church while holding her skirt. Looking at the girls leaving back, Diodora also stood up and added a successful smile to his lips. "What a delicious prey, I think she will be banished by the church guys soon." The thought that he would have another plaything soon made Diodora feel happy. Although he could not play with the bodies of these saintesses because of a damned guy, he could still play with their souls. And that is the supreme enjoyment beyond everything. The sad world will soon have another broken and distorted soul. Kuah Academy, Occult Research Club. Era, isn't this the fallen angel Rainery? You dare to seduce my Tenraku, but it is a death sentence. Heimjima Akeno, the Thunder Priestess, I have also heard about you, the daughter of a human and a fallen angel. I am my master's tool, my master's servant. I want to dedicate everything I have to the master. Do you plan on stopping me? With someone as corrupt and evil as you, it would be better if I got rid of you for my Tenraku. Do it if you dare. Akeno and Rainery slammed their heads against each other and they were talking face to face. Although they both had smiles on their faces, their words were terrifying, and the whole room was filled with a cold chill because of them. On the other side, Rias rubbed her forehead getting a terrible headache. Tenraku sat opposite to Rias, gently stroking Eni and Liz heads, who were lying on his legs, without caring about Akeno and Rainery. You dare to take in these fallen angels. They have already surrendered to me, they are of some use to me, what's wrong with it? This is not your business alone, it might cause a big problem between the angel and devil faction. Surtsks will take care of these troublesome things, so I don't need to worry about them. Seeing Tenraku's calm look, Rias tightly clenches her hand and she is really having the urge to bite him to death. After calming her mind, Rias' tone also eased after thinking of something. Actually, you don't have to be like this. Although there are many forces who are now focusing on you, you are a descendant of the Phenex family. Our Gremory family and my older brother will also help you so no one would dare to take any action against you for the time being. It's only temporarily. They will still do it when they think that I have the power to threaten them, right? Also, I am a man, and I don't need protection from others. Seeing the resolute expression on Tenraku's face, Rias' mouth twitched, and she suddenly that her kindness was being fed to a dog? Since you don't need it, why did you come to me? I plan to enroll Rainery and the others to school. You can just go to Sana for this kind of thing. Anyway, you are already familiar with the school? You are my fiancé, so I think it's better for me to talk to you first. Marriage, engagementio, why are you suddenly saying this kind of thing? Usually, Ryan would remain calm and collected, but as long as someone talks about the marriage contract between the two of them, she will show a simple and shy side. Seeing Rias' embarrassed and angry look, Tenraku slightly smiled, and he patted Eni and Lee before he stood up as he didn't intend to tease her anymore. Rainery. Calling Rainery back, who was still competing with Akeno, Tenraku was planning on going to the student council to get her help in enrolling Middled and Kala Warner with Rainery. Wait. Rias suddenly shouted just when Tenraku was about to leave the room. Do you need something, Rias? Tenraku stopped and asked. We are going after a stray devil in the evening, come with us. Kuok Town is the territory under Rias' jurisdiction, and it is one of her responsibilities to eliminate any harmful entities in her territory. Although Tenraku doesn't know why Rias had suddenly invited him, he did not refuse after thinking about it. Well, okay. After leaving the Occult Research Club, Tenraku asked Eni and Lee to return to their classroom first. He then took Rivalry, Middled, and Kala Warner to the student council room. He found Sana and expressed his intentions. Although she was a little surprised that Tenraku had subdued the 3 fallen angels, Sana didn't ask much and she also asked her queen Shinra Tsubaki to go through the formalities for the Rivalry and the other 2. Rivalry was naturally in the same class as Tenraku. Middled was assigned to the first grade where Myra and Konako were. As for Kala Warner, she like Yubellina became a school teacher. Well, I think it's a bit reluctant to let her teach anything, so she is going to teach physical education. Hello everyone, my name is Amano Yuuma. I will be transferring to this class from today. Please take care of me in the future. On the stage, Rivalry used her alias of Amano Yuuma again and introduced herself with a pure smile. A beautiful girl? Wow, so cute. Yuuma-chan, please sit next to me. Not to mention the boys, even the girls cheered. Yuuma looked like a pure and cute girl and any normal boy would like her. Rivalry stood on the podium and smiled as she waved her hands, but looking at the boys who were deceived and bewildered by her appearance, there was only a cold irony in her eyes. A bunch of stupid ants? At night, somewhere in a remote corner of Kuok Town, Rias, Akeno, and Konako all wore a solemn look on their faces as they looked at the building that was exuding a strong evil presence. From time to time, there will be some stray devils who cannot control their desires and betray their masters. They often bring disasters to ordinary people when they escape to the human world. As the overseer of this small town, it is Rias' duty and obligation to eliminate them, and she has done it many times before. However, in the past, most of these stray devils were acting alone, and it was very simple to remove them, but this time, they were gathered together, which was a bit troublesome. Although Rias has confidence in herself, as a good king, she doesn't want to cause irreparable events to Akeno and Konako due to her arrogance, so she also called Tenraku just in case. As long as there is that guy, nothing would go wrong. Before long, a magic circle appeared, and Tenraku, Rivalry, and 4 petite figures walked out of the magic circle. Rias knew 3 of the petite figures. They were the twin sisters named Isle and Nell, and the blue-haired girl named Myra, who served as a pawn in Tenraku's peerage. Another girl had short hair and she had met her before in the underworld. But Rias didn't remember her name. Rias, Akeno, Konako-chan, I am sorry to have kept you waiting. What about the rest of your peerage and who is she? Tenraku greeted the 3 girls while Rias asked him a question while looking at Gasper who was a little nervous and shy. Yubellina and the others have their own things. We should be enough to eliminate a few stray devils. As for him, Gasper, you should introduce yourself. Tenraku shrugged and replied. However, seeing that Rias seemed to regard Gasper as a girl, a joking smile appeared on his face. My name is Gasper V. Lady, please take care of me. That, also, although I am cute, I am a man. Still not used to talking to strangers, Gasper had a nervous look on his face, but his voice finally became louder when he said he was a man. Isle and Nell laughed out loud when they heard Gasper's introduction while Rias, Akeno, and Konako who heard the introduction went stiff, and their thoughts were all messed up in the wind. He turned out to be a man even with such a cute face and slender figure? A lot. After regaining their consciousness, the 3 women's cheeks became red, and they were all embarrassed. This world is really amazing. It's bigger than they thought. The smell of blood, the degenerate and decadent aura, there really are some stray guys there. Rivalry, who had turned into her fallen angel form, spoke with a smirk on her face as she looked at the building in front of her. Looking at the 2 pairs of dark wings behind Rivalry, Rias, Akeno, and Konako couldn't help but be secretly surprised. They have only now remembered that Rivalry was just a 2-winged angel before, which means that she had completed an evolution before they knew it. Now, Master, let me clean them out. How about removing them? Just like that guy, I can end it in an instant. A curse of darkness exuded from her body and Rivalry looked eager to try out her new powers. After evolving into 4-winged fallen angel, her strength has greatly increased, and Tenraku also bestowed the power of Sacred Gear Black Evil Dragon King upon her. Now Rivalry has the power to fight even if she meets a high-level devil. However, Tenraku shook his head and said, you should stay outside with me. Give this opportunity to Myra and the others, they also need some experience. Myra, Isle, Nell, are you okay? His gaze fell on Myra and others and Tenraku looked at them with an encouraging expression on his face. Yes, Master Tenraku? Hee, don't worry and leave it to us, Master Tenraku. Rui fine iron rod condensed in Mira's hands, and the girl moved it around without fear. Isle and Nell also took out their magic saws, and 2 cute little tiger teeth were exposed at the corners of their mouths. Master Tenraku, what about me? Gasper's voice asked weakly. Do you want to go in with them? I don't want to. Then stay outside. Oh. Gasper's head shook like a wave and Tenraku had a sullen look on his face. Although Gasper has been training hard with Tenraku for many years, but this kid hadn't had any good results and he is 2-timed. It is fine to let him play the role of support, but he cannot go out and fight on the front line. Tenraku also didn't plan to let him in with Myra and the other girls. Konako, you go with them and remember to be careful. Seeing that Tenraku has deployed his people, Rias also spoke to Konako. If it was Konako alone then she would not feel so relieved, but there are some peerage members from Tenraku, so there shouldn't be any problems. Yes, club president. Tujao Konako replied in a soft voice. They looked at each other and then the 4 girls walked into the building in front of them. Akeno, let us begin to erect the barrier so that the guys inside don't escape. Yes, club president. Rias and Akeno also acted and they spread layers of barriers to cover the entire neighborhood. Rivalry was bored but not enough for her to help. Tenraku and Gasper didn't know anything about magic, so they could only sit idle and wait. Not long after that, they heard the sound of fighting from the building. Tenraku and Rias' eyes flashed with different colors. It has started. HNG. With a blast, the entire building collapsed and they don't need to ask to know that only Tujao Konako has such a strange power. Stretch. Mira's tender voice also sounded out in the building, and then they saw a huge monster flying out from the top of the elongated iron rod, then hit the barrier erected by Rias and Akeno, and the huge monster was blown into fly ash by a series of electric currents. HHH, don't run, let us dismantle you, stop for a minute. Ah. The hum of the chainsaw, the laughter of Isle and Nell, and the screams of the mysterious existence. Both Rias and Akeno cast a weird look at Tenraku, and Tenraku could only helplessly cover his forehead with his hand. They don't need to look at it to know that the picture inside the building must be terrible. Monsters, you monsters? A huge figure rushed out with a look of horror on its face and it was still shouting monsters, or something, but no matter how anyone looked at it, they would think that the figure spouting the monster word was the real monster. His human form can still be vaguely seen, so it should be the stray devil who escaped to the human world. These stray devils have lost the restraint of their masters and are obsessed with the enhancement of power, breaking the contract, and devouring human beings. Both their body and their soul have fallen to the lowest pits of hell and they have turned into ugly creatures. They are the malignant tumors of this world and must be eliminated. Era, what an ugly Mr. Monster. You betrayed your master, you devoured innocent humans, and now you are going to die. Akeno walked forward with a bright smile on her face and she raised her arm towards the sky. Thunder appointment? What? A huge magic array unfolded, and then thunder and lightning shot down one by one. Looking at the screaming monster that was turning into ash in thunder and lightning, Akeno's face turned red and it looked as if she was drunk. Both Tenraku and Rias a weird expression on their faces. As the ones who knew Akeno best, they naturally knew that Akeno's special attribute was happening again. After looking at each other, they could see the embarrassment and helplessness in each other's expressions. Gasper looked at the scene with admiration, only thinking that elder sister named Akeno was awesome. Rainery's lips curved. The battle has come to an end. A few stray devils are not the rivals of Myra, Konako, and the other girls. The situation was about to end but at this moment. You are gonna die with me? Tenraku-sama, be careful. Tenraku? Another monster rushed out of the building, and the grinning madness seemed to know that he had no way to survive, and he planned to pull a person with him to death, and the person he chooses was Tenraku? Myra and the girls anxiously chased after him while Akeno and Rias were also very anxious. Tenraku hadn't planned to make a move, but looking at the monster that had rushed closer and wanted to pounce on him, he slightly sighed and was about to chop off the guy who wanted to kill himself, but Gasper's voice sounded next to him. You are not allowed to hurt Master Tenraku. A pair of eyes filled with determination appeared on Gasper's scared face and they shone with an evil light, an invisible field with Gasper as the center spread out, and the monster and girls who fell into his sight were all frozen together. Evil eye that stops the world, forbidden Baylor view? Akeno and Rias looked surprised as they saw this scene. They didn't expect that the weak-looking Gasper had such an ability. Even Rivalry on one side gave Gasper a surprised look. Who this guy isn't completely useless. With an evil smile on her face, Rivalry walked out from behind Tenraku, and then condensed a spear of light in her hand and threw it at the hideous monster. Gasper took back the power of Evil Eye, and the monster looked at the huge hole in his chest with a blank expression on his face. He is completely confused about the current situation, but before it could say anything, a cloud of black fireworks burst out and swallowed it. And even the screams turned into ashes before it could come out. Tenraku nodded. Sure enough, Black Evil Dragon King is very suitable for Rivalry. She is able to use the cursed karma in just a few days. Gasper, you did a good job. Tenraku patted Gasper on the head, and also praised him. Although he could have solved it by himself, this kid finally took some action at a critical moment, which deserves encouragement. WWW Master Tenraku with tears in his eyes, Gasper looked moved and cried. It was not easy but he also got praised by Lord Tenraku. Myra and the girls also ran back. Although they were in a big battle before, they were still full of energy. At this point, all stray devils have been wiped out, and this mission has ended. Smooth Lithe Knight was silent. Tenraku was sitting at the desk in his room writing something. Tenraku rubbed his forehead in thought from time to time, then continued. Master Tenraku. Yubellina appeared beside Tenraku in silk pajamas. She seemed to be curious about what Tenraku was doing so late and asked with a concerned look on her face. Yubellina, are you not tired yet? Tenraku laughed as he pulled Yubellina and let her sit on his lap. Yubellina couldn't help but feel embarrassed and she blushed. She then looked at the two girls, Tosca and Rivalry, who were exhausted and sleeping not far away. She is indeed a little tired. Master Tenraku, what is this? Converging her mind, Yubellina curiously looked at the thick book that Tenraku was writing on. This is Gods and Demons scripture. You can understand it as the same thing as the Holy Bible in the church. Tenraku replied as the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Gods and Demons scripture Holy Bible. There was a wave of turbulence in her heart and Yubellina couldn't help but turn over a few pages in the book and read them. At first, she could barely maintain her composure, but the more she looked at it, the more shocked she became, and her whole body stilled. God, Tenraku-sama, do you want to become a god? Raising her head, Yubellina opened her purple lips as she looked at Tenraku in disbelief. Although she has only browsed a few pages, Yubellina already knows what it is, because as Tenraku said, this is just like a Holy Bible. It is the brand new Holy Scripture, a brand new doctrine, and what is written in it is not about the God of the Holy Bible, but her master Kamiya Tenraku. Is there anything wrong with it, my queen? Tenraku smiled playfully while holding Yubellina's chin. The fierce waves had already been stirred up in her heart, and Yubellina was completely speechless. A hybrid between a devil and a human wants to become the one true god? If this was anyone else, then Yubellina would have thought of that as a big joke. However, the current Yubellina can't laugh at all, because the person who is trying to become a god is not someone else, but her master, her king. Yubellina knows exactly how crazy this is. Once this Gods and Demons scripture is released into the world, Tenraku will immediately become Chichi's mortal enemy, and even all other gods in the world will stand against him. Although Tenraku had a bad relationship with the church, it is only because he stole their sacred gears. Even if they hated Tenraku, they didn't dare to touch him due to his identity and background. But it would be a completely different matter. Once this doctrine is involved, the belief dispute between the two parties. Those guys are absolutely crazy. The reason why gods are gods is that someone believes in them. The appearance of each god requires a countless accumulation of time and even affects the entire human history and cultural process. The most important thing for gods is the human belief in their existence. The more humans believe in their existence, the stronger their power, and the gods who lose belief will fall or just fade away. There are many gods in this world, but there are only so many humans who would believe in them, and they have already been divided up by the existing gods. So they would be very happy to see the fall of other gods, but they would never want to see a new god being born. Thinking of Tenraku's plans and the enemies they might face in the future, even Yubellina, who had always been calm, felt chilly. Yubellina, are you shocked? Maybe you think I'm getting ahead of myself, maybe you think I'm whimsical, but this is me. I am unwilling to be a mere mortal. I am unwilling to be trampled under someone's foot. I am unwilling to be complacent because of a little achievement. What about great Satans? What about gods? I want to stand at the top of this world, above them all, and I want them all to worship me. Tenraku's voice seemed to reverberate continuously in the room, and it would have shocked anyone in the world if they heard it, and this was also the first time that Tenraku showed his arrogant ambition in front of others. Yubellina's purple lips are wide open. She looks like a person in a small boat in front of a huge wave. Her mind is already messy and the feeling of shock has intensified. However, looking at Tenraku's arrogant and confident look, Yubellina couldn't help but think of something. Maybe he can really do it? Now, Yubellina, you will help me, right? Suddenly leaning down again, Tenraku whispered in Yubellina's ear. After recovering, Yubellina's eyes burst into an astonishing splendor, and she looked at Tenraku. If Tenraku can really do it, then she will become the queen of the peerage of God. What a noble and honorable thing that would be. And even if it fails, the worst that would happen would be their death. Anyway, from the moment the contract is concluded, everything about her being is inseparable from the man in front of her. Tenraku-sama, Yubellina will follow you to the death. A great ambition broke out in her heart and Yubellina replied firmly. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and without speaking any nonsense, Tenraku directly kissed the depressing purple lips. The two kissed each other greedily, and they didn't separate until they were satisfied. Master Tenraku, what are we going to do? Infatuated in Tenraku's arms, Yubellina asked. It is not easy to become a god, especially for Tenraku who also wants to become the kind of supreme god standing at the top. There are too many things to consider and even the excellent and capable Yubellina has no clue as to what they should do. There is no hurry. I still need to modify Gods and Demons scripture again. We can wait for a while. Tenraku replied while stroking Yubellina's purple hair. Wanting to become a god and building a belief system for himself is not a whim, but a plan that came to Tenraku's mind a long time ago. During these years of external experience, Tenraku has learned about the various mythological systems in detail, and he finally chose the god to which the church belongs as a reference. In Tenraku's view, the god of the Holy Bible is undoubtedly one of the most successful gods, even if he has died, but as long as his Holy Bible is still there, his belief will not be broken. In order to write his own Holy Bible, Tenraku has studied the entire Holy Bible countless times. He has fallen into a confused and doubtful state several times, and he almost became the devotee of the God of the Holy Bible and the believer of the Church. However, Tenraku persisted in the end and he put aside the confusion and saw the truth of everything. It is ironic to say that after throwing away the glorious appearance of justice and greatness that the Holy Bible preached, its essence is thorough brainwashing. The God let people believe him, obey him, but also let those people feel the supreme glory of himself. Tenraku did not demean the God of the Holy Bible, nor did he mean to mock him, but rather, he admired him very much. This is the real smart person. With reference to the content of the Holy Bible, Tenraku also wrote his own gods and demons scripture. The supreme being in it is naturally himself, and the things he had written are crazier, more thorough, and more hypocritical than anything written before. The doctrine is so glamorous and glorious, but its essence is to make the people believe in himself and have them surrender to him. And unlike the Holy Bible, which only has one mainstream doctrine, Tenraku's gods and demons scripture can be specifically divided into Holy Scripture and Demon Scripture. Holy Scripture teaches good people to be better, and Demon Scripture teaches evil people to get worse. Tenraku doesn't care whether the people who believe himself are good or evil. It is just like he who loves the kindness of Akeno and other women, but he also accepts the evilness of Rivalry. The only thing he cares about is to let those people beliefs to be surrendered to him. They would do everything for him. It can be said that Gods and Demons scripture is the craziest and extreme doctrinal classic ever. Sitting on Tenraku's lap, Yubellina turned to look at the Gods and Demons scripture on the table. Now that she knows her master's ambitions, Yubellina also needed to understand these doctrines. Looking at the classics on the table page by page, Yubellina's eyes were filled with color, and her heart couldn't help but admire Tenraku. What a genius, this is her master. Lord Tenraku, this Gods and Demons scripture is. Yubellina looked astonished as she suddenly discovered something. It can't be wrong. Although it is very faint, this is Sacred Gear's aura. She actually felt Sacred Gear's aura from Gods and Demons scripture. How can it be? Did you find it? Yes, it is a Sacred Gear. The corners of his mouth raised slightly as Tenraku waved his hand and the Gods and Demons scripture on the table disappeared, but it appeared in Tenraku's hands the next moment, and it was divided into two and the two further divided into four. Some second later, there were dozens of books of Gods and Demons scripture flying out, filling the entire table. Tenraku-sama, how did you do it? Unbelievably, the scene before her almost subverted Yubellina's common sense. As they all know, sacred gears were made by God and given to humans to help them, but the Gods and Demons scripture was written by her master Kamiya Tenraku. How could this scripture emit a sacred gear aura? Yubellina, your master, me, is omnipotent. Tenraku whispered in Yubellina's ear while leaning on her body. It is impossible for the Gods and Demons scripture to be related to those gods. It is written entirely by Tenraku. As for why it exudes Sacred Gear's aura, it is related to Tenraku's greatest dependence of Sacred Gear Plunder. The power and mystery of Sacred Gear Plunder are beyond doubt. Tenraku has never stopped developing and researching it over the years. In addition to the most basic looting of other Sacred Gear's abilities and the unparalleled talent for controlling Sacred Gears. Sacred Gear Sharing is an ability developed by Tenraku from Sacred Gear Plunder, and Sacred Gear Creation is another ability developed by Tenraku. The so-called Sacred Gear Creation, as the name suggests, is to give Tenraku the ability to create sacred gears like God. However, this ability is different from the convenience of Sacred Gear Sharing as it has great limitations. At least in countless trials so far, Tenraku has only succeeded in turning Gods and Demons scripture into a sacred gear. As for the others, every single attempt has failed without exception. Moreover, Tenraku didn't know what kind of abilities the Sacred Gear Creation possesses. Tenraku cannot create a piece of sacred gear according to his imagination. It is more random and natural. It also needs Tenraku, the creator himself, to develop and explore the end product step by step. To a certain extent, this is also a somewhat tasteless and unreliable ability. It took a long time for Tenraku to create the Gods and Demons scripture as a sacred gear. Through long-term research, Tenraku has also learned some of its capabilities. The Gods and Demons scripture has the ability to split infinitely. As long as Tenraku had enough spirit power, he could create as many copies as he desires. One is the master copy, and the others are copies. Only Tenraku has the right to write and modify it, and the copy will change after the master copy is modified. The Gods and Demons scripture was divided into Holy Scripture and Demon Scripture by Tenraku at the time of writing, but only he can watch and modify the two parts at the same time, while others can only see one of them. People with pure souls can see Holy Scripture, while people with evil souls can only see Demon Scripture. As for whether there are any other abilities, Tenraku is not very clear about them. Maybe there will be new discoveries after the revision is completed and after he recruits some believers. Master Tenraku. Yubellina looked at Tenraku idiotically. She was already shocked at this moment. Although Tenraku did not explain why he was able to make sacred gear, she did know a fact. Even though he is not a god, her master has been able to do what only God can do. How shocking this is. If Yubellina thought that Tenraku's ambition was far away before, but now she has seen a glimmer of hope of him being successful in his goal. Yubellina, do you see Holy Scripture or Demon Scripture? Thinking of something, Tenraku suddenly gave a mischievous smile and dissipated the other copies, and placed Gods and Demons Scripture in front of Yubellina. Demon Scripture. Yubellina was slightly red as she replied, and Tenraku, who heard the sound, even laughed. It seems that your soul is not pure, Yubellina. Under Yubellina's embarrassed look, Tenraku directly picked her up and walked towards the bed on one side. The night is still young, so they could have some more fun. Not long after, Yubellina's voice filled with ecstasy echoed throughout the room. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Tenraku walked towards Kyoha Academy with the girls as usual. Yo, Issei-san. Tenraku greeted Hayudo Issei, who was about to go to school again. With a twitch of his mouth, Hayudo Issei, who was still in a beautiful mood, suddenly became unhappy. Why does he have to meet this enviable winner of life every day? Usually, Tenraku would greet him and then pass by him with a group of beautiful girls who ignored him. Every time he followed behind and looked at their showy affection, Hayudu Issei felt so aggrieved, so he decided to change his route. Ignoring Tenraku and the girls, Hayudu Issei walked forward with a twitch of his head. His heart was finally feeling refreshed. Isn't he just a small winner in life? What's so great about him? Thinking about this, Hayudu Issei couldn't help but speed up. Seeing Hayudu Issei's childlike behavior, Tenraku was a little bit happy, but he didn't pay any attention to him. But the eyes of the girls at his side were filled with cold killing intent, and their expressions were a bit unsightly. Who's such a bold guy? Master, do you want me to kill him? Looking at Hayudu Issei's back in front of him, Rivalry smiles as she asks, but her eyes flashed with a chilling light. What else do you think besides killing? Tenraku naturally wouldn't let Rivalry kill someone because of such a bit of trouble. Of course, I am thinking about how to please you, Master. With an evil look on her face, Rivalry replied with a bright smile. The girls all made a secret cry in their hearts, and together with Middleton and Kala Warner, they all left Rivalry 2 steps behind without leaving a trace. This darkness-deprived and hopeless woman? Tenraku didn't bother to pay attention to Rivalry and led the girls towards the school. When passing near the park, Hayudu Issei, who deliberately quickened his pace, had already left them a long distance away. What? Suddenly, an exclamation sounded, and then a passing girl fell down in front of Tenraku and the girls. The girl was wearing a long nun dress, but her skirt just turned up when she fell to the ground, and the white fat inside was unreservedly displayed in front of Tenraku and the girls. All the girls blushed, and Tenraku's lips twitched and he moved his gaze to the side, asking what kind of a thing is this? Woo, why did you fall? Miss, are you okay? The girl groaned on the ground and Tenraku shook his head and stepped forward to help the girl up. And at the moment Tenraku lifted the girl up, Hayudu Issei, who was walking in front, seemed to feel something. He stopped involuntarily and looked back suspiciously. For some reason, he suddenly felt that he had lost something important. This was an inexplicable feeling. Why was he feeling it again? No, it's fine, thanks. The young girl thanked Tenraku as he helped her up. Originally, the girl's head was still tied with a nun's headscarf, but when she stood up, the headscarf was slipped off, and immediately a golden-haired girl with blue pupils appeared in front of Tenraku's eyes. Slightly stunned, Tenraku's eyes flashed with a strange light as he did not expect this person to be her. Looking at Hayudu Issei, who was already walking away, a smile appeared on Tenraku's face. Destiny, this thing is really fickle. Beautiful nun-san, may I ask what I can do for you? Looking at the confused expression on the young girl's face, Tenraku smiled and asked. Looking at Tenraku with a blank expression on her face, the young girl blinked, and then she folded her hands and smiled. I got lost and I'm having some trouble. The girl's eyes are clear, and she unconsciously exudes a holy aura from her body. Even if someone meets her for the first time, they won't be able to hate her. Tenraku nodded and then he looked at Yubellina and said, Yubellina, you guys go to school first. Yes, Master Tenraku. Taking a deep look at the golden-haired girl, Yubellina and the other girls didn't ask much and they left Tenraku and Rivalry behind and walked towards the school first. My name is Tenraku, Kamiya Tenraku, and she is Rivalry. How about you, beautiful nun-san? Tenraku asked after he introduced himself and Rivalry. My name is Asia Argento, you can just call me Asia. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tenraku-san, Rivalry-san. Asia spoke with a pure smile and a soft voice, and the corners of Tenraku's mouth raised when he heard the sound, as expected. Miss Asia, where do you want to go? I am going to the church in this town. I am really sorry to trouble Tenraku-san and Rivalry-san. Don't worry, we also have some free time. It's wonderful to meet such gracious people like Tenraku-san and Rivalry-san. This must be the Lord's guidance. The Lord didn't give me guidance, I just couldn't leave a certain lost nun-san behind. Woo, Tenraku-san. Tenraku and Asia talked to each other as they walked towards the church in the small town together, and the atmosphere was harmonious and the distance between them was shortened a lot. Although Rivalry didn't say a word, she still followed them and looked at the two with some interest, her eyes flickering and no one knew what she was thinking. As they were talking, a cry suddenly came from the side from a little boy carrying a school bag. The boy had fallen to the ground and is crying loudly, and one of his knees was also scratched. Asia quickly ran over and checked the little boy's injury, then comforted, "It's okay, a boy shouldn't cry because of this little injury." As if infected by Asia's gentle and tolerant temperament, the little boy stopped crying. Asia raised her hand and placed it on the injured knee of the little boy with a smile on her face, and then a gleam of light came out of her hand, and then the injury on the little boy's knee quickly healed. "See, it's all right now. May the Lord bless you and be stronger in the future." After giving another encouragement to the little boy, Asia stood up and returned to Tenraku and Rivalry, who were waiting for her. My apologies for the wait. The three continued to walk towards the church and Asia also apologized as they walked. "Miss Asia, you are the owner of a sacred gear, right?" Tenraku laughed unconcernedly, while Asia, who smiled, had a surprised look on her face and said, "Tenraku-san also knows about sacred gears? Ah, I know, look." Opening a hand, a ball-shaped barrier appeared in Tenraku's hand. Asia was stunned. Tenraku was also the owner of some sacred gear. If that was the case, then it is no surprise that he recognized her sacred gear. It turns out that Tenraku-san also owned a sacred gears. This must be the Lord's guidance. Miss Asia, this is just our fate. The Lord doesn't have that much guidance to give out. However, Miss Asia's sacred gear is really amazing. It has such a magical ability. Tenraku-san's sacred gear is also very powerful, and it's all the magical power that God-sama gave us. Because of the relationship between the owners of sacred gear, the relationship between the two has once again become closer. Both of them talked and laughed along the way, and they soon arrived at the Kuok town church. There it is, Tenraku-san, Rivalry-san, please come in with me, please let me thank you. Looking in the direction of the church not far away, Asia said with a happy look on her face. We were just showing you the way, Miss Asia doesn't need to be like that. We have to go to school to attend classes, so we won't go in with you. Tenraku refused while shaking his head. There is no real church in Kuok town. The so-called church is just a gathering place for a group of clergy and exorcists who were exiled by the church and took refuge with the fallen angels. And when he saw that Asia wanted to go to that church, he realized that she has been exiled by the church. If Tenraku and Rivalry entered, then it will definitely cause a battle. Although Tenraku is not afraid of them, he does not want to cause unnecessary trouble at this time. So then when Tenraku-san and Rivalry-san are free, be sure to come back to the church, Asia said as a trace of loss flashed in her eyes. Since Miss Asia has invited us, then we will definitely come. By the way, Miss Asia, please give me your hand. Tenraku chuckled and replied, but after thinking of something, he said to the girl again. Tilting her head, although she did not know what Tenraku wanted to do, Asia still put out one of her hands towards Tenraku. With 5 fingers spread out, another spherical barrier appeared in Tenraku's hands. Then, under Asia's puzzled look, Tenraku merged the barrier into Asia's hands. This is an extra protection, it can even resist an attack from a high-class devil, Tenraku explained as he saw the puzzled look on Asia's face. This is one of Sacred Gear's inherent barrier abilities, which allows the power of the barrier to be lodged in the body of another person, and it will automatically be deployed to defend against attacks when in danger. Although it can only be used once, but it can save someone's life in critical times. Although Asia was still a little confused, she obviously knew how precious this care is, and she couldn't help but panic. How can this be, Tenraku-san, such precious? Accept it with peace of mind. We are friends, aren't we, Asia? Pointing his finger on the girl's forehead, Tenraku smiled, and he didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but he called Asia's name directly. Friend. There was a strange fluctuation in Asia's heart. For Asia, who had no friends since childhood, the word friend has an important and extraordinary meaning to her. And just now, Tenraku-san actually said that they are friends. Have a good time in church, and I'll see you again sometime, Asia. And without waiting for the young girl to say anything more, Tenraku and Rivalry had already turned around and left. They waved their hands and left the young girl with 2 distant backs. I'll see you later, Tenraku-san, my friend. Returning to her senses, her eyes already overflowing with tears of emotion, and Asia bent in the direction Tenraku had left, and then she walked towards the church. That church is full of guys who were banished by church and defected to fallen angels' side. That pure saintess should have also been banished by the church, Rivalry said while they walked back to the school. Ah, I knew it from the beginning, Tenraku replied faintly. Master, you seem to care about that saintess very much. If the master wants, I will go and catch her back for the master now. Rivalry proposed with a charming smile on her face, while Tenraku, who smiled, stopped himself and then held Rivalry's chin. Rivalry, you really don't have any sense of humor except when it comes to pleasing me. If you really want to seek revenge on Azazel, then train your head first. You only do a thing by either killing or robbing, which is only the most vulgar and lowly practice that only fools do. The Saintess Asia Argento, her body, soul, sacred gear, everything she has, will be willingly dedicated to me. Just watch it carefully, and learn to use your head in the future. That domineering and unrestrained voice seemed to echo in her ears constantly, and Rivalry looked at Tenraku with a dumbfounded expression on her face, then the corners of her mouth raised and an evil smile appeared on her face. She really likes this man who is probably more dark and evil than she is? When Tenraku and Rivalry arrived at school, it was already time for class, and although the teacher asked why they were late, they found a random excuse to get by. Rias and Akeno naturally didn't believe in Tenraku's random excuses. They were a little curious about what Tenraku did. Tenraku also explained to the 2 girls, and the 2 girls didn't ask anymore. The class is boring, and Tenraku was already in a daze. If it weren't for the fact that pure training would have little effect on Tenraku's strength improvement, then he wouldn't be wasting his time here. At the same time, he is here in order to accompany Akeno to make up for the lost time. When he thought of something, Tenraku suddenly looked bright. Perhaps he could also find something for himself to do. Tearing off a piece of paper, Tenraku wrote down a few paragraphs, and then passed them to Akeno next to him. Akeno was listening to the teacher's lecture carefully, and when she saw the note Tenraku passed to her, she was a little confused, but she opened it when the teacher wasn't looking. When she saw what was written on the note, 2 blushes appeared on the girl's face. When he saw Akeno's reaction, the corner of Tenraku's mouth lifted slightly, and he knew that the effects seemed to be quite good, so he tore off a few more notes and wrote down a few paragraphs, passing them to Carlamine, Isabella, and Swollen, who were in the same class. Although this method is a little special, but it is not bad to take advantage of the boring time in class to improve his relationship with the girls. Without exception, all the girls who received Tenraku's note were blushing, but they were obviously happy, and then they wrote on the note when the teacher wasn't looking. All of them don't have any more thoughts of listening to the class, so Tenraku and the girls are very happy to pass the notes between themselves, and because of their strength, these small movements will naturally not be discovered by the teacher and the surrounding students. Of course, one person found out, and it was Rias, who was sitting at the desk in front of Tenraku. Although she was sitting in front and could not see anything, Tenraku and the girl's small movements naturally could not escape Rias' perception, and she began to feel embarrassed. This hateful guy, they both are in a nominal marriage contract. Can't you stay your hand a little bit in front of her? And Akeno, too. She was such a good queen, but since Tenraku came back, she has become bad too. Although she didn't want to admit it, the most important point is that Tenraku is flirting with Akeno and his peerages, but she is getting ignored. This is simply unbearable. However, just as the Gremory princess was cursing someone in anger, a note was quietly passed to her desk from behind. Her eyes slightly shone, but Rias still lightly grunted with a disdainful look on her face. She opens the note with a false reluctant look on her face. But after seeing the contents inside, Rias' beautiful face suddenly became blood red. What the hell is this dreadful guy talking about? Time flies and the note-passing fiasco comes to an end. Although they didn't know exactly how, but the relationship between Tenraku and the girls has indeed increased. This also made Tenraku happy, and he would not waste his time in class anymore. After school, Rias angrily glared at Tenraku before she pulled Akeno and left without looking back. Swollen and the other girls also went to participate in their club activities. They greeted Tenraku and walked out of the classroom. Stretching his body, Tenraku walks towards Kendo club with Rivalry. Rivalry did not participate in any clubs, and she was also not interested in Kendo, but as a tool and servant of Tenraku, she was inseparable from him. Anyway, she would go where Tenraku is going. Club President Sama, please advise us? In the Kendo club, more than 100 girls in armor saluted Tenraku, and then they began their training. Kyoha Academy used to be an all-girls academy. Although it has recently begun to admit boys to the school, the majority is still mostly girls. The Kendo club has more than 100 beautiful girls, but there are no boys in this club. It is not that boys didn't want to join the club, but it is easy for girls to join the Kendo club and quite difficult for boys to join, as they would have to fight and defeat one of the Kendo club's main players in swordsmanship. This is also a way for girls to exclude boys, and so far there are no other boys in the Kendo club except Tenraku, the club president, and there probably will not be any more in the future. Of course, Tenraku didn't know this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Tenraku nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the girls in dojo who were wielding wooden swords and were training with them. Although there are many girls who joined the Kendo club just to get close to him, all of them, without exception, are very serious in their training, and their progress is very obvious every day. Even Kiryu Aika, who was previously a lazy girl, was training hard after making a deal with Tenraku, and she was vaguely catching up with some of the seniors who had joined Kendo club earlier. Sorry, Katace, I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Just when the training was about to end, a cry of pain suddenly sounded. Katace was holding her arm and her face turned pale, while Murayama was holding her with a guilty look on her face. It turns out that Murayama missed and injured Katace in the actual combat training just now. The girls all gathered around with concerned faces, ready to take Katace to the infirmary. It's normal to get hurt while practicing swordsmanship, so Katace didn't blame Murayama, and she even reassured her to not worry. Let me see, Tenraku said when he reached Katace. Although she didn't know what Tenraku wanted to do, Katace endured the pain and lifted her injured hand. Tenraku frowned slightly as he saw a bright red sword mark on the girl's arm. The injury was serious, and it would take half a month to recover by receiving normal treatment. In that case, the girl would not be able to practice swordsmanship for a while. After thinking about it, Tenraku put his palm on Katace's injured arm and put a trace of spirit chi into the girl's body. Then, under the unbelievable looks of the girls around her, the red mark on Katace's hand quickly dissipated, and it didn't take long for her to recover as before. It out. How does it feel? Looking at the young girl who was still a little dazed, Tenraku laughed. Spirit chi has the effect of strengthening and repairing the body. Although it can't keep up with the special healing magic in terms of treatment, it is still easy for it to repair some minor injuries. Okay, my hand feels better. After moving around and finding that her arm, which was in immense pain just now, was now free of any abnormalities, Katace opened her mouth and looked at Tenraku with an unbelievable expression on her face. So powerful? Club President Sama, is this magic? Coming back from the shock, the entire Kendo club's young girls were excited. Even though it was just an ordinary use of spirit chi, it was an incredible miracle to them. Seeing the excited and curious gazes of the girls, Tenraku laughed lightly and picked up a wooden sword from the side. This is chi, a power hidden in each of our bodies, and as long as you follow what I have taught you and practice swordsmanship with the frequency of your breathing, you would be able to do the same. After covering the wooden sword with a trace of spirit chi, Tenraku slashed the air and a blade of chi shot out, flying far in the air before dissipating, causing the girls to exclaim. Chi is not very demanding for practitioners. As long as they are willing to work hard, everyone can learn it. For early practitioners, they would naturally be able to generate chi as long as they exercise their body with the frequency of breathing, although there are various kinds of way to enhance chi in later stages, but these are still too far away for the girls. Although the girls are still a little confused and puzzled, it does not prevent them from looking at Tenraku and admiring him more and more in their hearts. Handsome, powerful, gentle, and magical, this is their club president? After looking at the time, Tenraku was ready to let the girls finish their training and go home, but suddenly a sharp light flashed in his eyes and he looked outside dojo. Club President Sama, what's the matter? Murayama, who was standing next to Tenraku, asked curiously. It's nothing, just a few rats, Tenraku replied with a chuckle while squinting his eyes. At the same time, outside the kendo club. What a great place, female kendo club. Oh, I saw it, the delicious and tempting girl's body under the armor, I saw it. Damn it, Matsuda, Motohama, let me take a look too. The three of them, Hayudo Issei and his two best friends, the perverted trio that is famous even in the whole school, were huddled in front of a small hole peeking at the girls in the kendo club and occasionally making a few lewd noises. Hey, Motohama, why do I feel a little chill on my back? I feel it too, there's a murderous aura. Matsuda, Motohama, you guys look behind. Looking at the kendo club girls led by Murayama, Katace, and Kiryu Aika who had surrounded the three of them at some point, Hayudo Issei broke out in a cold sweat and pulled the clothes off the two. There was also a cold sweat on their back and the two turned their heads tremblingly when they saw the sullen and murderous expressions of the girls. Ah, we deserve to die, forgive us. It was Hayudo who instigated us, it has nothing to do with us. Matsuda and Motohama fell straight to the ground, looking at these two bastards who had no sense of decency and even threw dirt on him. Hayudo Issei had the urge to cut them to death. Matsuda, Motohama, I really misjudged you? Issei, it's better for one person to die than for everyone to die, so just admit it. Yes, Issei, you encouraged us all, you have to take the responsibility? Bastard, it was you two who dragged me along. You say one thing and I say another. Looking at these three perverts, the look on the faces of Murayama and the girls are more and more gloomy. Damn Lechair, none of you would escape. Ah. The angry shouts and screams merged into a tragic symphony. When the girls vented their anger and stopped their hands, the three perverts were already on the verge of dying. Everyone, today's training ends here. Go home first and leave the rest to me. Walking over with Rivalry, Tenraku clapped his hands and said, Yes, Club President Sama. The girls, who admired and worshipped Tenraku, naturally did not object to Tenraku's words, so they bowed to Tenraku, organized their things, and left the kendo club. In no time at all, the entire kendo club was left with Tenraku, Rivalry, and the perverted trio. Master, what should we do with these three guys? Rivalry asked while looking at Hayudo and the other two, who were still grunting on the ground. Tenraku glanced at Rivalry unexpectedly. If it had been in the past, she would definitely ask whether to kill them or not. It seems that after being taught by him, this woman has also made some progress? Rivalry, you should be able to use some curses, right? Tenraku asked while touching his chin. Vitra is known for being good at all kinds of curses, and Rivalry was given the sacred gear of Black Evil Dragon King, so she should have mastered some curse skills as well. What kind of curse does Master want me to put on them? Rivalry asked evilly as a different color flashed in her eyes. What kind of curse? Just curse them to never like girls again in the future, but only interested in boys. How about it, can it be done? The corners of his mouth floated up in a devil-like arc as Tenraku asked this question. Hayudo Issei and his two lost friends are perverts of the perverts, a perverted trio that was loathed by all the girls in the school, but in Tenraku's opinion, perverting was just in their nature as boys and they could not yet be called perverted. The so-called perverted trio is a bit of a misnomer, which is a shame, so he would just let them become real perverted people worthy of the name. Highs, my evil master. Rivalry really admires her evil master more and more. Speaking no nonsense, Rivalry pointed her finger, and immediately 3 gray auras shot into the bodies of Hayudo Issei and the other two. Unsurprisingly, they will all be cursed by Vritra's power and will never like girls again, only boys. They would become veritable perverts? Nodding his head, Tenraku looked forward to what the real perverted trio would look like when they appeared at school. Throwing them out of kendo club, although they don't need to worry about them coming to peep on them in the future, but without the perverted trio, maybe there will be other perverted quartets and quintuplets, so Tenraku simply let Rivalry erect a barrier and placed it around the kendo club. In the future, apart from him, only girls would be able to enter the kendo club to avoid future problems. Everything has been resolved and Tenraku took Rivalry to Yubellina's office. They will be going home after swollen and their club activities are over. Woo, it hurts. It took a good deal of time for Matsuda, Motohama, and Hayudo Issei to get up from the ground. Each of them bared their teeth and had palpitations. Those tigresses from Kendo Club are really cruel. Matsuda, what are you looking at me for? Seeing Matsuda looking at himself with a strange look, Motohama couldn't help but hug his chest with a fearful face. Perhaps even he himself did not realize that he was doing the action that only girls would normally do. Hey Motohama, I didn't realize it before but you're actually quite cute too. Matsuda has a rather embarrassed expression on his face and there are 2 small boy-like blushes on his face. Motohama was stunned when he heard the sound. Usually, he would have already kicked the disgusting guy Matsuda out, but Motohama was surprised to find that he had a feeling of joy and excitement. Matsuda, actually you are also quite handsome. Motohama, I want to see your oppai. Yes, but in exchange, I also want to see yours. Okay. With his mouth open, Hyuduise next to them looked at them with a ghostly expression on his face. Matsuda and Motohama, these two guys are tearing my clothes and your clothes to see each other's oppai right in front of him? Oh my god, is this world going crazy? What's more, what makes Hyuduise more alarmed is that the actions of these two not only did not make him feel nauseous and nauseated but it instead gave him an inexplicable excitement. At night, Kamiya family. AHH. At the top of the extreme pleasure, Rainaray's eyes rolled white, and surprisingly, she directly fainted. The three women, Tosca, Rainaray, and Yubellina, who were already underneath him, looked at Tenraku with an intoxicated expression on their faces. After taking a break and covering the quilt for the three girls, Tenraku walked into the bathroom to rinse, then put on his pajamas and sat down at the desk. After resting for a while and covering the three women, Tenraku went into the bathroom and rinsed off, then tied on his pajamas and sat down at the desk and looked at Gods and Demons scripture. Asia's appearance gives Tenraku the idea of completing the Gods and Demons scripture as soon as possible, and in the future to recruit believers to his cause. It is also indispensable when recruiting believers and forming their own forces in the future. Although the main outline of Gods and Demons scripture has already been written, Tenraku is a person who pursues perfection. Since he plans to do it, he will do his best. There are so many details he still wants to revise and refine. From time to time, he pondered a bit, and from time to time, he wrote with his pen, thinking over each sentence and each word, and the Gods and Demons scripture became more and more perfect under Tenraku's revision. Referring to the model of the Holy Bible, the Gods and Demons scripture contains stories about gods in addition to the holy words of the brainwashing doctrine. These stories come from Tenraku's own life and death experiences during his years of training outside the country, but of course, those written in the Gods and Demons scripture are naturally beautified and mythological versions. The story of God is not written for the believer to see it as a storybook, but to make them long for God, praise God, and thus believe God and let them regard God as the spiritual pillar and example for everything good in their life, so as to achieve the purpose of assisting brainwashing. Although this so-called God is himself, Tenraku does not feel the slightest embarrassment and modesty. He has made the extreme rhetoric of the Holy Scripture in the Tree of God made of radiance and greatness, the Demon Scripture on the other hand is made of darkness and evil. Thinking that maybe he could also create the image of the God so that the believer would have a more direct impression of the God they had belief in, and the pen in Tenraku's hand moved quickly again. God's red dragon emperor form? God's white dragon sovereign form? God's sword light in motion form? God's Susanna form? God's taking his own appearance as a sample, together with various sacred gear transformed forms, many exquisite and magical images were displayed. Even Tenraku couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. However, what Tenraku does not know at this time is that his move led to a situation that made him dumbfounded when recruiting believers in the future. He spent the next few days in peace, passing notes to the girls during class, guiding the Kendo Club girls in their swordsmanship after school, and perfecting his Gods and Demons scripture after enjoying Yubellina and the other two girls late at night. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Although Asia has not been in contact with him since their first meeting, Tenraku is not worried. If the protection he left on Asia's body is activated, he will immediately sense it, and there has been no response in these days, indicating that the girl is still safe for the time being. However, this day, Rias, what's the matter? Why did you suddenly called us over here? In the Occult Research Club, a magic swirl appeared, and then Tenraku, Rainaray, and Yubellina walked out of the magic circle. Having eaten dinner and rested for a while, they were getting ready to go to bed, when suddenly, he received news from Rias asking him to come over immediately. Seeing Tenraku's unhappy appearance, Rias felt uncomfortable, while Akeno smiled and went to make tea for several people. You haven't even signed a contract with humans since you came to human world? Rias calmed down and asked. I'm not interested in that kind of boring thing, and even if I do make contract transactions, they won't be able to give me the rewards I want. Tenraku shrugged and replied. It's not a matter of payment or not, it's an obligation. Rias had a sullen expression on her face as she began her explanation. The contract mentioned by Rias refers to the transaction between devil and humans. Devil fulfills humans' wishes, and humans pay the corresponding price as compensation. This is also the work that Rias and most of the devils in the human world usually do. With the background of the Gremory family, it is natural that there is no need for Rias to come out and work to trade with humans and then exchange them for the insignificant rewards they pay. However, as Rias said, this is not so much a transaction as it is a kind of obligation. Since the ancient war, both devils and angels have suffered heavy losses to the point where they have to rely on humans to continue their race. It's a good thing for the angels as humans admire them, and being able to become an angel will be regarded as the supreme glory, but the side of devils is not that lucky. Since ancient times, the image of devils left to humans is that of darkness and evil. Who would be willing to regenerate as a devil when they can reincarnate as an angel? In order to cope with this situation, the devils of Underworld have to change their strategy. The specific implementation of this strategy is the so-called contract transaction. The change is achieved by allowing humans to pay a price they can bear to achieve their wishes for them. The main purpose of this is to increase the impression of devils in the human mind. As far as the result is concerned, the effect is not bad. After years of persistence, humans nowadays are not as resistant to devil as they were before, as can be seen from Rias and the others freely handing out flyers of devil transactions on the street. Recently, we have been too busy with too many commissions here. You and your peerage should come to help. Rias spoke with an aspiring voice while putting a thick stack of papers on the table. Seeing the expression on Gremory Princess' face that is saying that you are not allowed to refuse, Tenraku can only helplessly raise his hands in surrender and say, Hi, I know, we will help master, this is the first client. Under the night sky, Tenraku and Rias landed in front of a house, then Rias said. Yubellina took the other orders home and distributed them to Swollen and the other girls to complete. Tenraku and Rias also chose a few at will. Although they didn't care about the so-called transaction rewards and they decided to treat them as a little entertainment after dinner. Knock on the door, let's finish this early and go home to sleep, Tenraku said while yawning. Rias stepped forward and rang the doorbell, but no one responded for a long time. Rias was not a patient person and she kicked the door open with one kick. Tenraku was too lazy to preach about the violence with Rias, so they walked in, but as soon as they stepped into the house, a sharp light flashed in front of their eyes. There is the smell of blood. They looked at each other, the two of them did not say anything more and went straight inside. It did not take them long to arrive at the living room and they saw a middle-aged man lying in a pool of blood. It is obvious that this person has lost his life and from his appearance, he seems to be the owner of this house and also Tenraku's client. In addition to the dead client, there is also a white-haired man sitting on the sofa with his back facing the two of them. Unsurprisingly, he should be a murderer. Bad people should be punished, this is a famous saying of a certain saint. Turning his head, the white-haired man had an evil smile on his face, and then stood up. Oh, isn't this Rias and the famous plunderer? Nice to meet you, I'm Fried Selzen, I belong to the Devil Purge faction. Well, although it is stray he bowed like a gentleman and then introduced himself. Tenraku couldn't help but feel happy when he saw the other party, he didn't expect it to be this guy. Hey, so it is Fried. Irinia spoke with an evil smile on her face, she was obviously familiar with Fried. You killed him? Tenraku asked after looking at the client who had fallen in a pool of his own blood. Yes, to rely on devils to fulfill his wishes, such a guy can no longer be considered a human being, so I removed him from this world. My job is to eliminate devils and the scum who is fascinated by devils, but I will do the same with a stray angel who defected. Fried had a bloodthirsty smile on his face as he took out his blade and an exorcist gun. The expression on Tenraku's face remained as usual, and he felt that this man really was a perverted clergy like the original. Rias still had that evil smile on her face, but there was also a cold chill in her eyes. Go to hell. Fried, who was still smiling, suddenly let out a sharp cry and pointed his exorcist gun at Tenraku and Rias and shot several light bullets. With a cold snort, Irinia flashed in front of Tenraku, and a spear of light condensed in her hand, and she quickly swirled it in front of her to block all the light bullets. Their eyes were like lightning and killing intent filled in the air, and just when both sides are ready to fight a battle. A young girl's cry of alarm rang out. This golden-haired girl in a long dress of a nun is exactly Asia. Seeing the bloody scene in the room, the girl covered her lips with a panic expression on her face. Yo, Asia. Tenraku-san. Tenraku greeted the girl with a smile on his face, and Asia couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Tenraku. I was so shocked just now, but it turned out to be the assistant Asia-chan. Asia-chan, did you place the barriers? Stopped the fight. Fried on one side gave a frightened look and patted his chest. Clergy Fried, this is Asia asked while looking at the homeowner who was lying in the pool of his own blood. Forget about it, Asia-chan is still a newcomer. This is our job, to get rid of the useless people who make deals with devil. Asia-chan, come here, those two are the evil devil and fallen angel, come here and let me protect you. Fried spoke in a casual tone, but his words fell into Asia's ears like a shocking explosion. How could this unbelievably? Asia never thought that her job was to eliminate humans. This is absolutely unacceptable to Asia, who is pure and kind. Asia, you are too kind, not everyone who is exiled can maintain their belief as pious as you, Tenraku said while walking towards Asia. Tenraku-san, Rias-san, are you really devil and fallen angel? Asia asked as she looked at them. Yes, I am a devil, Rias is a fallen angel, I'm sorry I didn't tell you our identity last time, but a devil is not necessarily a bad person, and humans are not necessarily a good person, and I am still Asia's friend, Tenraku replied without denying it. Dumbfounded, Asia found herself calming down as she looked at Tenraku's sincere eyes, despite some initial apprehension and fear, because Tenraku said that they are still friends. Oh, am I seeing things? Asia-chan, you seem to be familiar with that master plunderer of devil. Tenraku-san is my friend? Fried's voice sounded off to the side, while Asia, who had returned to her senses, said back. So this is there is no way out, I did not expect that even Asia-chan has fallen, then I will have to remove you together with them? Fried spoke with another bloodthirsty smile on his face. Why clergy Fried, have you forgotten what God Sama had taught us? Asia spoke without fearing Fried. Lord God had taught them to be tolerant and loving, even the evil fallen angels and devils should be saved if they can. However, Asia's words were as if Fried had heard a big joke. I am going to die, this is the best joke I have heard. Asia-chan, do you mean the teachings of God Sama? God's teaching? Oh, no, whoever will save me, I can't, someone help me, I'm really dying of laughter? Not knowing why, Fried laughed hilariously. Asia was at a loss, not knowing what was funny in what she had said just now. Tenraku could not help but frown, wondering what the hell is wrong with this perverted clergy. Tears came out with his laughter, and it wasn't until a long time that Fried gradually calmed down. Asia-chan, let me share with you a secret that only I know, the god of your belief. He is already dead. The words were astonishing, Rivalry was shocked, Tenraku's eyes flashed with a different color, and Asia was extremely agitated. You are lying? Her cheeks were flushed, and even the gentle Asia showed an extremely angry look. For any believer, what Fried said just now is tantamount to treason. However, Fried did not stop and continued with a distorted expression on his face. This is true. Our god died in the ancient war, but that news was blocked by the angels. Even the elders in the church might not know this. Asia-chan, don't look at me like this. Actually, I used to be a very pious believer, but one day I accidentally learned a piece of top secret information among top secrets, so my belief fell apart. This is so ridiculous. Those guys who still pray to God every day don't even know that their God is already dead. Fried's perverted and distorted laugh echoed throughout the room, and Tenraku's slightly narrowed eyes became sharp. The fact that God is dead is actually known to many people, but all along both angel, fallen angel, and devil's top brass have blocked the news. Angels blocked the news because they were worried about triggering unrest among their believers. If they let them know that God is dead, then they will lose the belief of many people. And devils and fallen angel also have some concerns. Any group of believers who have lost their source of belief can do anything in their craziness, and it can even trigger another war. Regardless of whether it is angel, fallen angel, or devil, they can no longer withstand such a war. Tenraku knew from the beginning that God is dead, so naturally, there was no great surprise. Rivalry, although wearing the name of an angel, has already fallen from heaven. God's death is none of her business, she just needs to stand on the side to watch the good show. In the whole room, the person who was shocked to their core was none other than Asia. Although she did not want to admit the fact that the Lord is dead, her instinct told her that Fried was not lying. The god she believes in may really be dead. Tenraku-san, is this all true? Dumbfounded, Asia asked as she looked to Tenraku next to her. The girl wasn't really asking Tenraku, but she wanted to hear different answers subconsciously. At this time, a friend would say some comforting words. They would say the answer that the girl wanted to hear, and comfort her first, but God being dead is an indisputable fact, and letting Asia know this fact is also crucial for Tenraku's next plan. So, Tenraku told the cruel truth. Yes, the god is indeed dead. He already dies in the previous war. A few angels led by Michael kept hiding this fact in order to prevent the belief of the believer from collapsing. Staring blankly at Tenraku, Asia covered her lips tightly, then her body went limp as she fainted. Putting the girl into his arms, Tenraku said sorry to her in his mind. In the original book, Asia was also deeply shocked when she knew the fact that God was dead, but it was far from as strong as she felt now. After all, she had left church and reincarnated as devil at that time. Although she still believed in God, she subconsciously knew that she was no longer a true believer. But the current situation is different. Asia was exiled to this strange town by the church because she helped a devil by healing him. She is a person who was helpless and was filled with many confusions in her life. At this time, the only thing that supported her was her belief in her Lord. She believed that all the sufferings she is suffering now are trials given to her by her Lord, so she can persevere no matter how painful or tired she was. It can be said that the current time is the most determined time of Asia's belief in God. However, at this most important moment, she heard that God is dead, which is tantamount to a bolt falling from the sky and hitting her, and all her belief and persistence collapsed in an instant. Collapsed, Asia-chan collapsed too. Fried on one side saw Asia crumble and faint, and his whole face became more and more perverted and distorted as he continues to laugh. He was just like Asia-chan. He also collapsed into madness after knowing that their lord was dead, and he then gave up on himself and fell into darkness. He was really looking forward to seeing if Asia-chan will also become like him in the future. Tenraku's gaze coldly swept towards Fried, and Fried also felt the chills all over his body, and the perverted distorted laughter also stopped. Kill him. Seeing that Fried had stopped laughing, Tenraku picked up Asia and walked outside the house while giving his orders. Yes, my master. Rivalry smiled happily and walked towards Fried step by step. With his hands on his chest, Fried had a fearful expression on his face. Hey, Rivalry, what do you want to do? Don't come HNG. There was a loud noise and the fire blazed into the sky. Tenraku was walking on the deserted street holding Asia, and Rivalry's figure appeared from behind him in a flash. You missed? Tenraku frowned. That guy pretended to beg for mercy, and then ran away when I got careless, Rivalry replied with a depressed expression on her face. Don't let it happen again. Yes. Although her master did not blame her, Rivalry was still super upset, and the cold light in her eyes flashed as the thought in her heart became even more vicious. Damn Fried, I will definitely kill you next time. The next day. Woo, where am I? Slowly opening her eyes, Asia found herself lying in a strange room. Are you awake, Miss Asia? A voice came from the side, and Asia couldn't help but look at the side, only to see two beautiful older sisters wearing maid outfits looking at her. You are? I'm Malayo. I am Birant. We are the maids and peerage of Lord Tenraku. We are here to take care of Miss Asia on the order of Lord Tenraku. The two women, Malaya and Birant, introduced themselves, and Asia did not expect that these two beautiful maids were ordered by Tenraku-san to take care of her. She pushed the questions she had at the back of her mind and said, "Where did Tenraku-san go?" "Master Tenraku and other peerage members have gone to school, and will come back after school. This is the porridge that Master Tenraku personally cooked for Miss Asia, and he told us to let Miss Asia eat it." While answering Asia's questions, Malaya and Birant poured out a bowl of hot rice porridge and handed it to Asia. Feeling really hungry, Asia thanked them and took the bowl of porridge. Although it was a little embarrassing for Asia to eat while the two elder sisters looked at her, but she still sipped it. The porridge was warm. Although it's just a simple rice porridge, she can clearly feel the care that was put into it. For the simple and kind-hearted Asia, this simple gesture is enough to make her feel touched for a long time. "Miss Asia, do you still need more?" Seeing the young girl drinking the whole bowl of porridge, Malaya and Birant smiled as they asked. "No, no more," Asia replied with a reddened face. She has a small appetite, and this bowl of porridge has made her very satisfied. That Asia wanted to ask something, but it was interrupted by two women, Malaya and Birant. "Although I know that you still have many questions, but please wait for the Lord Tenraku to come back and then you can ask anything you want from Lord Tenrak. Miss Asia has suffered a heavy trauma to her spirit and her body is a bit weak, so please rest well in the room until Lord Tenraku returns. We will be guarding the outside of the room, you can call us in if you need anything. This is something that Tenraku-sama asked us to give to you, saying that you can read it if you feel bored. Then, we will go out, and please have a good rest." Malaya and Birant bowed and exited the room after passing a thick book to Asia. Although the loss of her lord had devastated the girl, Asia was still touched by what Tenraku had done for her, and after calming down a bit, Asia looked at the tome that the two maids had given her. Holy scripture? Muttering under her breath and with a hint of curiosity, Asia opened the book. "Welcome back, Tenraku-sama. How is Asia?" "Everything is fine with Miss Asia, she is currently resting in her room." After returning from school, Tenraku went directly to Asia's resting room and asked Malaya before walking in, just in time to see the girl sitting on the bed reading the gods and demons scripture, and it was the holy scripture of that tome. There was a flash of strange color in his eyes, but Tenraku quickly returned to his normal self. "Asia, are you feeling better?" Walking to the bedside, Tenraku asked with a concerned look on his face. "Tenraku-san, aye. Asia, who was looking at the gods and demon scripture with a fascinated expression on her face, heard the voice and came back to her senses and replied with some panic and confusion on her face. "Don't worry, and don't be confused, even if the church abandoned you and even if God left you, but you still have me, I will always be your friend," Tenraku said softly while stroking the girl's forehead. Although it is a bit despicable to say these things to a helpless and confused girl at this time, those who are not despicable at this time would really be stupid. Tenraku-san. Endlessly moved, tears have already appeared in Asia's eyes. In fact, whether it was the fact that she was exiled by the church or the death of her lord, both of these events have hit the girl very hard. She was feeling helpless, perplexed, and perturbed, just like a small stray fish in the sea, unable to find her own direction in life. Although she can barely maintain her sanity for now, she doesn't know when she will crumble and become crazy. At this time, the only person who gave Asia warmth and support was Tenraku, her first friend who recognized her and didn't abandon her. This kindness and care are enough to be remembered by the simple and kind girl throughout her life. He gently hugged the girl into his arms and continued to comfort her, and Asia seemed to have found a catharsis gap, and buried her head tightly in Tenraku's arms, and kept crying until she felt comfortable and calmed down. "Asia, what are you going to do from now on?" Tenraku asked while stroking the girl's hair. "I don't know." With a bewildered look on her face, Asia shook her head. She had thought that the church was her home, but the church itself abandoned her. Now she has nowhere to go and is homeless. "Then come with me, let me take care of you and protect you." "No rejection is allowed, we are friends, aren't we?" Tenraku's words moved Asia's heart, but she still showed some hesitation, but Tenraku simply did not give the young girl the opportunity to refuse, and he touched the girl's forehead domineering and spoke authentically. Looking at Tenraku blankly, tears appeared in the girl's eyes again, and she was feeling even more touched in her heart. Unable to refuse, and she didn't want to refuse, Asia finally nodded and accepted Tenraku's proposal. "Tenraku-san, do you want to become a god?" As if thinking of something, Asia raised her head and spoke with a serious expression on her face. With a flash of strange color in his eyes, Tenraku also did not deny and nodded his head. I want to become a god that Asia believes in. People in this world have always lived in a false peace. Angels, fallen angels, devils, vampires, this world has been filled with war and death. Blood, pain, hatred, this world has lost its god and it is moving towards darkness and depravity step by step, and it will return to primal chaos sooner or later if this continues. Maybe I'm feeling a little overwhelmed, maybe I'm getting a bit rebellious, but I decided. Since God is dead, then I will take his place, no matter what the cost, no matter how great the sacrifice will be, I will become that supreme God. I will exorcise the darkness and evil from this world, and I will make this world filled with radiance and love. Impassioned, Tenraku's voice seems to constantly reverberate in the room, and Asia has long became stunned as she watched Tenraku and heard his words. If at first, it was a little hard for her to accept Tenraku's delusion of wanting to become a god, then now, Asia's heart is left with that deep shock. In order to save the world that is without a master, in order to bring love and radiance to the world, Tenraku-san had such a lofty ideal in mind. The corners of his mouth raised slightly as Tenraku took in the young girl's reaction, although he said it a little exaggeratedly, but not all of it is false. He wants to become a god and he would be happy to fill the world with radiance and love. But the premise of everything is that the world would surrender to him. Of course, Tenraku would not tell this most important point to the girl in front of him, at least not yet. Asia, do you believe me? Believe me, help me, support me, let us bring radiance and love to this world together. Striking while the iron is hot, Tenraku caressed the young girl's face and said, causing Asia to believe himself, this is Tenraku's real purpose? Looking at Tenraku with a blank expression on her face, the girl regained consciousness and a trace of firmness flashed in her eyes as if she had decided something, and then she nodded vigorously. If it's Tenraku-san then I am willing. Having just learned the fact that the god she prayed to every day had died, Asia's belief had collapsed and it is indeed the best time to find spiritual sustenance. Asia was grateful for Tenraku's help when she was feeling helpless. After reading the holy scripture written by Tenraku, Asia also believed in Tenraku's desire to build a world of radiance and love. In the eyes of pure Asia, Tenraku is the heir of the Lord, and since the Lord is dead, she had no problem shifting her belief to Tenraku who inherited the will of the Lord. No, maybe that's what a devout believer should do. So, she made her choice. She would believe Tenraku and regard Tenraku as her new god. All the confusion and anxiety in Asia's heart disappeared without a trace and the girl who had regained her belief became radiant. It looked like she had been transformed and reborn. Although he had anticipated such an ending a long time ago, even if he had failed this time, there would have been countless alternatives. But when he really saw Asia's pious and worshipful look, Tenraku couldn't help but laugh in his heart. What a simple girl. She is his first devotee? Asia. Tenraku-san. Tenraku looked at Asia affectionately, and Asia looked at Tenraku devoutly. Unable to help himself, Tenraku lowered his head and kissed the young girl. Feeling shy, Asia just closed her eyes unresistingly. If it's Tenraku-san, if it's her lord, then, she has no problem with this? It took a long time for Tenraku to let go of Asia, and Asia, who was feeling really shy, buried her face tightly in Tenraku's arms and dared not look at his face. Asia, in order to realize our ideals, I need your power. Can you give me your sacred gear? Tenraku whispered softly while leaning to the girl's ear. Well, everything I have belongs to Tenraku-san. Blushingly, Asia raised her hands, and 2 rings appeared on the middle finger of the girl. It was the sacred gear owned by Asia. Smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing? With a flash of sharpness in his eyes, Tenraku couldn't help but get a little excited. He couldn't awaken the immortal bloodline of Phenex, and naturally, he didn't have the ability to be immortal, but if he had the Twilight Healing then he would be able to heal himself quickly even if he was hurt in battle. After activating the power of Sacred Gear Plunder, Tenraku slowly removed the ring from Asia's finger, and the moment she lost the ring, Asia couldn't help but turn white, feeling that he had completely lost contact with Sacred Gear. The Sacred Gear was quickly fused, and Tenraku put the ring back into Asia's hand through his Sacred Gear share ability. With her face regaining its blood color and also feeling her connection to sacred gears again, Asia couldn't help but look at Tenraku in confusion. Tenraku-san, what is this? This is the ability that I possess. Tenraku smiled as he told Asia about the sacred gear he owns. After listening to Tenraku's words, Asia's eyes were bright and her belief in Tenraku became more firm in her heart. The Lord has given such a powerful sacred gear. Is not this the best proof that Tenraku-sama is the Lord's favored and successor? Tenraku is not aware of the thoughts of the girl's heart at this time, but looking at the girl's smitten look, he could not help but feel slightly hot and he lowered his head and kissed the girl again. Her name is Asia, and she will be our family from now on, so you guys need to get along with her. Asia, come and say hello to everyone. In the middle of the hall, Tenraku introduced Asia to the women and then he smiled at Asia again. I'm Asia Argento, everyone can just call me Asia, please take care of me. Asia was feeling a little nervous and shy, but under Tenraku's encouraging gaze, Asia still stood up and politely greeted Yubellina and the other girls. Is elder sister Asia the saintess? That's amazing. Asia, let's get along well in the future. Burent, let's go big too and make a hearty meal to welcome Asia. Oh, big meal, Ni, and Li too. Isle and Nell asked many questions around Asia, while the gentle Mai held Asia's hand to ease her nervousness. Malayo and Burent head to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal for everyone, and the gluttonous Ni and Li join in the fun. Asia is a person valued by Tenraku, so Yubellina and others would also value her. They were very enthusiastic in their welcome towards Asia. Everyone, too. Asia was too excited to speak as she looked at everyone. She was chosen as saintess because of her sacred gear's power and her belief when she was in church before, but everyone only worshipped her and admired her, and she did not have a real family or friend there. But at this moment, looking at the encouraging look of Tenraku and the friendly and enthusiastic girls, Asia feels at home for the first time. Very, very touching and very, very warm. For dinner, Malaya and Burent cooked a great meal and everyone welcomed Asia with a big welcome. Although Asia is not a lively and active type, her holy mother-like gentleness and kindness is loved by everyone and makes people want to care for her and protect her. Even Isle and Nell's sisters, who are usually very naughty, raised their little fists and said that if anyone dares to bully their elder sister Asia in the future, then they will cut them into 8 pieces. But as Asia was still not clear about the nature of these 2 chainsaws little lolies, she was frightened and repeatedly waved her hands and said that she didn't want them to hurt anyone, which caused the girls to laugh. Feeling shy and touched, Asia didn't realize it herself, but in this short period of time, she has quickly integrated into this place. Tenraku, who had seen everything, also had a smile on his face, as this was exactly what he had hoped for. After dinner, everyone enjoyed some desserts. Seeing all the girls are here, Tenraku is ready to announce an important thing to them. Yubellina. Yes, Master Tenraku. Tenraku called out to Yubellina on one side, and Yubellina, who knew it, stood up and distributed a copy of the gods and demons scripture that Tenraku had already prepared to all the women. Holy scripture? Tenraku-sama, what is this meow? What is this meow? Turning their heads to look at what elder sister Yubellina had given them, Enai and Lee asked curiously. These 2 simple Nikomata girls can only see holy scripture, and Tenraku is not surprised by that, even though these 2 are reincarnated devils. He gestured towards them and stood up with a serious expression on his face. Now, I have an important announcement to make to you. Under the puzzled look of the girls, Tenraku told them all about God's death and his plan to establish the belief with him as the new god, and except for Yubellina and Asia, who were already in the know, all the girls who heard it were stunned without exception. What did Master Tenraku say to them? God is dead, and their Tenraku-sama wants to become the new god? This information is too shocking for the girls, and they were shocked to the point where they are almost unable to think. This is a path destined to be full of hardships and dangers, and I who have involved everyone in this may be a bit selfish, perhaps a bit insolent, but I am not willing to be ordinary. I want to go to the top of the world to see what it looks like. Carlamine, Ceres, Isabella, Swollen, Tosca, Mai, Malayo, Burant, Shuria, Eni, Lay, Isle, Nell, Myra, will you go with me? Believe me, help me, support me. Looking at his peerage girls, Tenraku finally spoke out his long-cherished ambition. As he himself said, this is a road destined to be full of difficulties and obstacles, so he would not blame even if any of the girls cowered in fear and retreated. But, Master Tenraku, we are willing. All the girls replied the same while landing on one knee. Amazing splendor erupted in each of them. From the moment the contract was made, they were already linked to Tenraku's destiny. Tenraku's wish was their wish, Tenraku's ambition was their ambition. Since their master wants to stand at the apex of the world and want to be the supreme ruler and god, they will give him everything they have to help him realize this ambition. If they fail, they will fall into hell, but if they succeed. Looking at the girls who did not hesitate to make a choice, and seeing that no one backed down, Tenraku also cannot help but feel relieved and touched. These are his peerage. Even if his ambition is arrogant and ridiculous, even if he may be the enemy of the whole world, but they still follow him without any hesitation. What about the 3 of you? Turning his eyes to the 3 fallen angels girls on one side, Tenraku asked again. Who does that still need to be said? My master, I am your tool, please use me as much as you want. Rivalry had an evil and excited smile on her face as she landed on one knee and also made her own choice. Her domineering, wicked, and ambitious master is. She was going crazy in love with him? Middled, Kala Warner, what is your choice? Looking at the 2 fallen angel girls, whose mouths were still open in shock and astonishment, Tenraku asked again. When Middled and Kala Warner saw that Rivalry and Swollen were staring at them with cold eyes, the 2 of them could not help but sweat coldly, and they felt as if they have fallen into an ice prison. They heard something that should never be heard. If they don't make the right choice at this time, then they will be torn into pieces by these women in the next moment. We are also willing to serve Master Tenraku. Also kneeling down, the 2 women hurriedly said. Crazy, crazy, these guys are all crazy. Despite the constant complaints, Middled and Kala Warner had to make a choice. There is still a glimmer of hope for them to remain alive if they follow this group of lunatics, but if they refuse, they will go to hell now. Naturally, knowing that Middled and Kala Warner were not as loyal as the Swollen and the other girls, nor as twisted as Rivalry, they were forced to choose as they had no choice, but Tenraku did not take it to heart. They are just his 2 tools and pieces, even if they think all this is crazy, but they would not dare to betray and resist. They can only be used by Tenraku. And that is enough. Master Tenraku, shall we start recruiting believer next? Knowing that Tenraku was already planning to take action, Yubellina asked. We are not in any hurry. Before recruiting other believers, you need to have absolute belief in me. Holding Yubellina's chin, Tenraku smiled, and the faces of all the girls who heard the sound flushed. That, I also want to believe Tenraku-sama. Gasper's voice suddenly rang together, and a slit from the cardboard box looked at Tenraku pitifully. Everyone is going with Tenraku, so he shouldn't be left alone. Tenraku's mouth twitched, he almost forgot this kid. Tenraku revealed a gods and demons scripture and threw it at Gasper in the sea of spirit. Tenraku looked at the huge vertical shadow that covered the sky and covered the sun like a mountain. Gods and demons scripture main body? Gods and demons scripture is the first sacred gear created by Tenraku, but it was so low in rank as a sacred gears that one would have missed the fact that it was a sacred gear if they didn't sense it carefully. However, the gods and demons scripture at this time is somewhat different from before. There is no mistaking that Gods and Demons scripture is enhanced as a sacred gear's aura, although it is very faint. Moreover, there are more than a dozen golden thin lines on Gods and Demons scripture, which are distributed radially as if they extend into the infinite void. Although unable to see, Tenraku can clearly perceive that the other side of the line is connected to Asia, Rivalry, Yubellina, and the other girls. Tenraku had sensed it before after the women had said belief's oath to him, and sure enough, after having his first batch of devotee, the Gods and Demons scripture had finally shown its new ability as well. A strange energy passed from Asia's side to the Gods and Demons scripture through a thin line, although it was very weak, but it was incomparably pure. It is a new energy that Tenraku had never seen before. When these peculiar and pure energies were fed back from Gods and Demons scripture, Tenraku also has a trace of enlightenment in his heart. This is the power of belief. God would collect belief through the system he created to give protection and blessing to his believer. What Tenraku never expected is that the Gods and Demons scripture also has similar ability. After a brief moment of shock, endless ecstasy filled Tenraku's heart. Although now he only has a dozen believers such as Asia and the other girls, the belief power that can be collected from them is also very limited, but if he has millions of believers in the future, how terrifying it would be. And unlike the normal spirit power or magic power, belief's power has no attributes and it can also be transformed into any attributes at the same time. Tenraku can easily transform the belief powers into spirit power, magic power, monster power, or any kind of power with just a thought. It can be transformed into any kind of energy. Tenraku couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Even though he has not yet become the supreme god, he already has the qualification to become one. The sacred gear Plunder that ignores the rules, the Gods and Demons scripture that has unlimited potential, the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear that is overbearing and powerful. In this world, no one can stop him. Cough cough cough. Condensing his mood, Tenraku opened his eyes, and Yubellina's charming figure came into his view. Both Rivalry and Tosca are studying the Gods and Demons scripture given to them by Tenraku in their rooms, so this enchanting queen is the only one who will serve Tenraku tonight. Yubellina, you are doing better and better. Looking at Yubellina, who was lying on the bed and wiping the corners of her mouth, Tenraku caressed that beautiful face and said appreciatively. Yubellina could not help but feel shy as her cheeks flashed. I practice like this every day. I couldn't do bad even if I wanted to. Carry on. Tenraku's faint commanding voice sounded and Yubellina, who heard it, obediently lowered her head again. Early in the morning, the training ground. Boom, HNG. The air currents are bursting and there are loud noises. Tenraku, who is wearing the Red Dragon Emperor's armor, is fighting fiercely with the Swollen and Isabella. Although Tenraku had already reached the forbidden move level just after capturing Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, it was only the powerful talent brought by Sacred Gear Plunder and Tenraku's strong spirit power that is comparable to the Great Satan's. But, even Tenraku needs to train more in order to fully master the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. With a leaping body, Swollen and Isabella attacked Tenraku in unison. The two women who are Tenraku's rook have extremely high explosive power and defensive power. Even Tenraku dare not underestimate the two women. Tenraku's fists wrapped in red armor protruded forward and collide with the two women's fists. HNG. What? There was another loud sound, and Swollen and Isabella flew backwards with a painful cry. Although both women were very good, they were still far from being able to win over their king. Tenraku-sama? Carlamine and Ciri's voices appeared in Tenraku's ear at an extremely close range. They were standing 10 or so feet away from the battle a moment ago, but their knight's speed allowed the two women to flash in front of Tenraku in the blink of an eye. Without the slightest reservation, the two women waved the long sword in their hands and quickly slashed them at Tenraku, and Tenraku quickly fought with the two women. Ching 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 kang? The sound wave is ear-piercing and sparks flew in all directions as Tenraku alone fought against the two women, but he did not fall behind at all. The dense sword shadows is dazzling just watching. Without getting entangled with the two women, Tenraku seized an opportunity to dissipate the demonic sword, and then slammed his palms to the left and right. Although it didn't hit Carlamine and Ciri's, the strong energy still engulfed the two women and shot them backwards, hitting the magic shield on the edge of the training field before stopping. But just as the attack ended, a new one followed. Fine iron rod, stretch. Myra swung a 10-meter-long iron rod and hit Tenraku's shoulder so hard that the ground beneath his feet cracked, and Tenraku also felt his shoulder and arm tingling even with the protection of the Red Dragon Emperor's armor. Nice attack. Tenraku-sama, die. Seizing the opportunity, Isle and Nell also ran towards him while laughing wildly. The two sisters waved the magic saws in their hands and slashed them towards Tenraku. The corners of his eyes flicked as Tenraku allowed the two sisters to do their mischief on him. It took a long time until the two little loli were tired of chopping before holding on to their waist to stop, but only a few shallow traces remained on the Red Dragon Emperor's armor. Tenraku-sama, we surrender. Seeing that Tenraku was looking at them expressionlessly, two sisters' chainsaws fell to the ground and they raised their hands with an expression saying, "We surrender and we know our mistake. I refuse your surrender." Tenraku's deep voice sounded from under the armor, and then under the panic-filled expression of the two sisters, Tenraku snapped a finger to the two little lolis' foreheads. Well, although it was just a snap, the two sisters rolled their heads on the ground for a long time before they stopped. Fine iron rod. Myra saw that Island Nell's actions have failed and she waved the iron rod and was ready to attack again, but Tenraku did not give her another chance, and appeared in front of the girl in a flash and then hit Myra's abdomen with a punch. Woo! Turning pale, Myra also lay on the ground and couldn't fight anymore. Tenraku was still preparing to say something to Myra, but in the next moment, Tenraku's expression changed again, and his alarm sounded out in his heart. With his body flashing, Tenraku kept avoiding the light energy and various magic attacks that rained down on him. Shuria, Middled, Kala Warner, you guys also try my attack. With a display of dragon wings, Tenraku also flew into the air and raised his hand to aim at the three women on the opposite side with a cold smile on his face. Boost, boost, boosty. Drake's voice rang out from the treasured jade on the armor, and immediately 3 strengthened and multiplied energy bombs shot towards the 3 women. Shuria, Middled, and Kala Warner flapped their wings and tried to escape, but no matter how they evaded and dodged, the 3 energy bombs kept chasing after them, and finally, under the desperate and horrified look of the 3 women, there were several explosions, and the 3 women fell from the air with a cry. Rivalry, you are the only one left. Looking at Rivalry, who had somehow connected a dark energy line to his body, Tenraku laughed teasingly. I am enough. With a cold and evil smile on her face, Rivalry did not hesitate to activate the Black Evil Dragon King ability, and suddenly Tenraku's power was continuously absorbed by Rivalry through the line. HHH, you really do deserve to be my master, what a vast power. More, I want more. Having mastered many abilities of Black Evil Dragon King, and feeling the mighty and vast power she had absorbed from Tenraku, Rivalry looked up to the sky with a distorted smile on her face. Seeing this mad woman crumbled by darkness, Tenraku helplessly shook his head. Since she wanted to suck more and more power, then he is going to let her do it. HAAA! With a loud shout, a stronger aura erupted from Tenraku's body, and because of the power of the Red Dragon Emperor, this aura continued to increase exponentially. Absorbing Tenraku's power, Rivalry was still drunk and enjoyed it at first, but her expression soon became painful and hideous. Break, break, break. Ah! With a loud cry, Rivalry's hair flew in every direction and the SM outfit on her body was blown to pieces. Had it not been for Tenraku to collect his power at the last moment, this greedy madwoman would have blown up. Rivalry, you are still far away. Falling to the ground and dissipating the armor, Tenraku looked down at Rivalry, who was sprawled out on the ground without any pieces of cloths on her body. One day, I will absolutely suck you dry, my master. Facing Tenraku, Rivalry curled her lips as she spoke, her eyes filled with endless passion and desire. Tenraku chuckled and didn't care to give a reply. The only thing that Rivalry wants to do is to suck him dry, whether in bed or out of bed, but she is not strong enough. With a wave of his hand, a ball of bright light flew out from Tenraku's hands. The bright light fell on the girl's body in the field, and the damage they had suffered during the battle with Tenraku quickly recovered. Although this sacred gear has no fighting power, there is no doubt that Twilight Healing is extremely valuable to Tenraku and his followers. Tenraku-san, everyone. The damaged training ground was quickly restored under the restoration magic. Yubellina and Asia walked out of the house while carrying food boxes. Oh, Tenraku-sama's smell. Ni and Lee threw their things away and entangled Tenraku, squinting their eyes with a look of drunken attachment. The 2 Nikomata girls like to attach themselves to Tenraku's body at every turn. They are quite clingy, but it was Tenraku who accepted them in his peerage, so he can only let them do what they want. Tenraku-san, you've been training hard. Asia also ran over and took out her hand towel to wipe Tenraku's sweat. Asia, we're going to school later, why don't you come with us too? Calmly accepting the girl's tenderness and consideration, Tenraku stroked Asia's forehead and asked, School? Ah, there'll be a few other friends to introduce to Asia then, and they'll definitely like you too. Okay. Asia, who already considered Tenraku as her spiritual pillar and belief, naturally wouldn't have any objection to Tenraku's arrangement. There was also the fact that she is going to be introduced to other friends and she couldn't help but look forward to it. After breakfast and a short break, Tenraku and the girls got ready to go to school after a bit of tidying up. In addition to Asia, Gasper, the family squatter, was also brought along by Tenraku. Although Gasper still cried and refused to go out at first, he became quite eager after being beaten by Tenraku. Although it was a little scary to get along with strangers, it really was Tenraku's fist that made him more scared. Yo, Issei-san. When he walked out of the house, Tenraku happened to meet Hayudu Issei, who was also about to go to school, and he raised his hand as usual. Ah, it's Tenraku. With 2 black eye frames, Hayudu Issei glanced lightly at Tenraku and the girls with those fishy eyes, then dropped his shoulders weakly and walked away. Obviously, he has only longed for oppai and beautiful women, but when he realized that he was really interested in men, Hayudu Issei became really exhausted in the past 2 days. Motohama and Matsuda have indulged themselves on a path of no return, and Hayudu Issei, who saw them quietly walking into a nearby hotel after school yesterday. Although he felt extreme panic and chills, he didn't know how long he could hold on. On one side is oppai, on the other side is a man, on the other side is oppai, on the other side is a man. The struggle between nature and wish, the duel between angel and devil, Hayudu Issei feel like he is going crazy. The back is so vicissitudes and despondent, his road, where in the end. Tenraku-san, is that our neighbor? Asia asked while looking at Hayudu Issei's fading back. Ah, he's Issei-kun from the Hayudu family next door. He's the second year in the high school, and he's also studying at our school. Tenraku replied as the corners of his mouth raised slightly. In the original book, Asia and Issei would have established a deep bond and friendship between them, and in the future, Asia will become Hayadu Issei's wife and have the crystallization of their love. But now, Asia has become Tenraku's devotee, and she has become a thing in Tenraku's palm. Hayadu Issei, whose sacred gear has been taken away and turned into a passerby character, has no chance to get Asia again, and he has no qualifications to approach her. Asia, that Hayadu is pervert among perverts, you should never get close to him. Yeah, elder sister Asia, that pervert Issei is the most disgusting person. Elder sisters in the school also don't like him either. Malaya and Isle are right. Asia, you must pay attention to that Hayadu Issei in the future. Call us immediately if he dares to approach you. The girls hate Hayadu Issei as he is disgusting and a weak pervert. The girls also told Asia not to approach him in the future. Originally, as a neighbor, she had planned to get along well with that Hayadu-san, but she didn't expect that the other party was such a perverted character, and Asia couldn't help but fear him for a while. Asia also made up her mind and nodded. In the future, she will definitely stay away from him. Well, I know, everyone. Kuaha Academy, occult research club. She is the girl you rescued from that stray clergy? Looking at Asia, who was a little nervous, Rias' gem-like eyes couldn't help but flash a few hints of color. Whether it's the aura, spirit power, or the primal chaos-free eyes, the young girl in front of her exudes an aura of holiness and purity, and even Rias can't help but sigh in awe of the fact that she is worthy of being Chichi's saintess. She is also the girl who was banished here by those stupid guys. Asia, they are Rias, Akeno, and Konako-chan. Say hello to them. Tenraku said while throwing an encouraging look at the girl. Hello everyone, I'm Asia Argento, just call me Asia, please take care of me. Era, what a good girl, Asia, let's get along well in the future. Asia introduced herself, and Rias and Tujao Konako also responded. Akeno directly hugged Asia, and rubbed the girl's white jade-like face. Although she was shy, but everyone here was very friendly as Tenraku-san said, and Asia gradually let go of her anxiety. Are you planning to transfer them to school? Looking at Asia who was shy and Gasper who was nervous and frightened, Rias almost guessed Tenraku's plan. Yes, Asia needs to be enrolled in the school and Gasper stays at home all day long, and he will become useless if this continues. Tenraku replied with a smile on his face, but after thinking of something, Tenraku said again. By the way, Rias, are you interested in letting Asia and Gasper be in your peerage? Tenraku's words made the room quiet, and everyone looked at Tenraku. You have already seen Gasper's ability. Although he is a foolish boy, he has the forbidden Baylor view. As long as he activates it, he can remove all the time in his sight. Asia also has the sacred gear Twilight Healing, which can heal all injuries, and her ability to use that sacred gear is far beyond the other owners of Twilight Healing. Although these two are not good at fighting, they are very suitable for Bishop. How about it, Rias, are you interested? Akeno grinned while Konako looked at Gasper and Asia from time to time, and Rias looked at Tenraku with a complicated expression on her face. Why are you helping me? Tenraku is right. Although Gasper and Asia don't have much fighting ability, their abilities are very suitable as Bishop. No, it should be said to be super rare. Even Rias, who has always had a very high vision, couldn't help but be moved. It is not necessary to say, we are the betrothed. Help my betrothed is the right thing to do, isn't it? Tenraku shrugged and replied. But I want to defeat you, and then dissolve our engagement. Rias spoke with a blushed face. But I don't think you can defeat me. You would definitely become my wife in the future. Tenraku gave a playful smile as he looked at Rias. You? The corners of her eyes throbbed and her jade-like fists clenched. Rias felt that the momentary emotion she felt just now was really not necessary. The corners of Tenraku's mouth raised slightly as he admired the puffy and cute look of Gremory's princess. Tenraku was happy, but he knew that it was enough, and said, well, don't get angry, I am just kidding, I have never underestimated Rias. On the contrary, you are one of the only people I recognize. As for why I want Gasper and Asia to be in your peerage, there is also a reason for that. After all, I have gathered my peerage and can no longer conclude a contract with them, and it would be a pity to waste their power like this. If they can become the members of your peerage, then they will be able to participate in the rating game and they will also have more opportunities for growth and train. Of course, this is only my personal proposal. If Gasper and Asia are not willing, then I will not force them. They are my most important family and friends. They are all free to do what they want. If you want them to become the members of your peerage, then you would have to depend on your own ability, Rias. Tenraku said his true thoughts with a serious expression on his face. The eyes of Akeno and others were all shining, and Gasper was even more touched. It turned out that Lord Tenraku did everything for his good. Just now he thought that Lord Tenraku was going to abandon him again. There was also an unspeakable emotion in Rias' heart. She breathed out a little and took a deep look at Tenraku. I know. I will make Asia and Gasper both recognize me. I will let them make me their king and master, and then I will borrow their power to defeat you. In fact, Rias doesn't hate Tenraku. On the contrary, just as Tenraku recognized her, she also recognizes Tenraku, who was once weak and persistent but has now risen like a miracle with his own efforts. Although she would occasionally have the thought that it would be nice to let this guy become her husband, but sure enough, Gremory's glory and arrogance did not allow her to give in so easily. She just didn't want to lose to him by throwing away the marriage contract. Then I will look forward to it. Rias, don't let me down. In response to Rias' determined gaze, Tenraku also replied with a smile on his face. Sure enough, this kind of girl with self-belief and a noble soul is most fascinating. Gasper, Asia, let me take you through the admissions process. The decision was made and Rias offered to take the two to the student council room to help them with the admissions process. The smart girl naturally wouldn't foolishly ask the two of them if they would join her peerage. She would get to know them and get acquainted with them first and let them put aside their defenses and bring them closer to her and then reveal her purpose. Gasper and Asia couldn't help but look at Tenraku, who naturally nodded. Well, please take care of us, elder sister Rias. Me too. After getting permission, Rias called Konako and took Gasper and Asia to the student council room to handle their admission process. Akeno stayed and sat in Tenraku's arms. Era, it's obvious that you want to help Rias but you're still giving her reasons that she can't refuse. You are really cunning. Akeno said with a wicked smile on her face while hugging Tenraku's neck. In any case, she is also my betrothed. Tenraku replied while touching his nose. And what about me? Rias is Tenraku betrothed, then what am I to you? Akeno stared at Tenraku with a bright smile on her face. It looked like she would be jealous if Tenraku answered is unsatisfactory. Thinking back to the helpless and lonely girl, and looking at the increasingly seductive girl in front of him, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and then leaned to Akeno's ear. Akeno is going to be my wife, isn't it already agreed upon? Tenraku. Akeno looked at Tenraku with fascination. Both of them stared at each other and then their lips gradually came close together. Rias quickly handled the enrollment process for Gasper and Asia. Gasper was assigned to the first year, in the same class as Konako, Myra, and Middlet. Asia was originally assigned to the second grade by Sana, but neither Tenraku nor Rias were comfortable with her being alone there, so Asia was eventually reassigned to the third grade, in a class with Tenraku and Rias. Asia's gentle and tolerant personality means that she won't say anything even if she's being bullied, so they would be at ease if she is by their side. When standing on the podium to introduce herself, the girl was very nervous and shy, but when she saw the encouraging eyes of Tenraku and Rias, the girl seemed to be filled with endless courage. She may not be the saintess she once was, but here she has her friends, her family, and most importantly, Tenraku-san. For the first time, the girl was full of expectations for her life. At night, Kamiya family. While Rivalry sat on him and twisted frantically, Tenraku was immersed in the sea of spirits watching the changes in gods and demons scripture. He can feel it. Tenraku can clearly feel that the girls who have gone through holy scripture and demon scripture baptism are becoming more and more intense with their belief in him. The power of belief has been continuously transmitting from the girls. Although it is still a trickle, with the enhancement of belief, the power of belief transmitted is also increasing. One day, it will become a huge sea. There is no doubt that Asia is the purest and strongest among the women who believe in him. Tenraku can even perceive Asia in the next room doing prayers before going to bed following the direction of the gold thread. He can see her pious look and hear her pure heart. High above everything, this is the feeling of being a god. What surprised Tenraku a little bit was that Rivalry's belief was second only to Asia. Perhaps it was because she is a crazy woman who surrendered herself to the darkness, as Tenraku could feel a twisted will from her belief. Because of the hatred she had against Azazel, this woman completely embarked on a path that is filled with darkness. If Asia is a symbol of radiance and holiness, then Rivalry is the demoness of darkness and evil. Whether it is saintess or demoness, for Tenraku, as long as they can be used by him, then they would be his believer. The holy people worship him, and the evil people are going crazy for him. When these two diametrically opposed beliefs will sweep the world, it will become very interesting. Rivalry, as I said, you are far from enough. Tenraku opened his eyes and looked at Rivalry, who was already lying weakly on his body with her tongue out, and he said in a condescending manner. He added an evil-looking smile on his face, and Rivalry's eyes burned with a few frenzies again, and she stood up and climbed upon Tenraku's body again. Come on, Rias Oni-san, Akeno Oni-san, Sana-sama, Sabeki Haim-sama, you're the best. The duel between Rias-sama and Sana-sama. In the tennis court, 4 women in shorts, Rias, Akeno, Sana, and Shinrit Sabeki, are in a doubles duel. The whole outside of the tennis court was crowded with those excited teenage girls, each looking at the beautiful figures of the 4 girls in the court with endless admiration and excitement. Rias, look at this move, my bouncing serve. Too naive. Sana, let me show you my Gremory flow back. Give up, Himajima Akeno. Era, victory belongs to us. Rias and Sana were fighting with high motivation, while Akeno and Shinrit Sabeki were not giving up when faced with each other. Although they could not use magic power in public, the duel between the 4 women was still very intense. In the end, there was no winner, and the duel had to be ended only when the rackets were destroyed by the 4 female demons. The relationship between you two is pretty good. Tenraku teased them when he saw Rias and Sana walking out of the court while wiping away their sweat. In school, Rias and Sana would have a duel of one kind or another from time to time, without any hostility, and anyone who was not blind could see that they were very close. That is natural. The Gremory family and the House of Phenex have been close allies since ancient times. Sana and I have been good playmates and rivals since we were young. Sana pushed her glasses up, and Rias had a frank smile on her face. They would compete against each other from time to time. This is their tacit understanding and indispensable fun time from childhood. Rias Oni-san, Akeno Oni-san, you have worked hard. Dressed in her Kyoha Academy uniform, Asia poured the long-prepared cool drinks for Rias and Akeno, while Peerage on Sana's side prepared a post-exercise drink for their host and queen. What a thoughtful and nice girl, Asia. Thank you. No, I just did a little bit of that too. Rias stroked Asia's forehead lovingly, while Asia waved her hand rather blushingly, but with a clearly happy look on her face. After a few days together, Rias was naturally very satisfied with Asia, a gentle and pure girl that Rias could not help but want to love like elder sister. Asia did not resist Rias at all. She was obviously a noble underworld princess, but Rias was very close to her and made her feel the warmth of family and friends, so Asia also accepted Rias from the bottom of her heart. By the way, I plan to take Asia and Gasper to the Forest of Familiars at night to help them contract a familiar, and I have also commissioned that familiar master. It seems that there are still people in your peerage who don't have their own familiar. Do you want to go with us? Rias said to Tenraku after thinking of something. Familiar Isle, Nell, Myra, and Tosca do not have their own familiar yet, so let's go together. After thinking about it, Tenraku also nodded. Tenraku, you don't have a familiar of your own yet either, right? Let's contract one together then. Akeno suggested while holding Tenraku's arm. I don't need a familiar, but it would depend on the situation. Most of the so-called familiars accomplish simple things for their masters, just like Rias' familiar who usually distributes flyers for her to collect information and so on. You can also keep them as pets. Tenraku, who has a group of excellent peerages, is naturally not interested in familiar, but if there is a special and suitable one then he would not mind contracting one underworld, Forest of Familiars. A brilliant light flashed as Tenraku, Gasper, Rias, and the other girls walked out of the transmission magic formation. This is the Forest of Familiars. I found Konoko's familiars here, Rias said as she looked around quite familiarly. The ancient trees are towering in the sky, and the jungle where the sun can't even reach looks a little gloomy, with strange coming from it. Asia and Gasper are nervously hiding behind Tenraku. Tenraku didn't bother to pay attention to Gasper as he was just a silly boy, and he calmed Asia and told her to be not afraid. Nell and Isle on the side were clamoring excitedly to find their familiar. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Forest of Familiars. I am the familiar master Zatoji. A voice suddenly rang out, causing the woman to jump up. They saw a middle-aged uncle with a big bag on his back standing on a big tree in front of them and was looking at the Tenraku and others from a high position. Good day, Your Excellency Zatoji. I apologize for troubling you again this time. Stepping forward, Rias exchanged pleasantries with the middle-aged uncle who called himself Zatoji. I cannot refuse any request from the princess of the Gremory family. Don't worry, tonight is a beautiful full moon night. It is a good time to get a familiar. Say, what kind of familiar do you want? No matter what kind of familiar is there, I can easily find it for you. Waving his arm, Zatoji had a confident look on his face. In terms of knowledge of familiar, there are few people in the whole underworld who can compare with him. For familiar, it's better to find something that is useful. Touching his chin, Tenraku took the lead to express his opinion. Boy, you don't understand anything? The so-called familiar is to find something that is powerful and useful, and the familiar is different according to each person's own attributes. Come on, boy, let me introduce you to some awesome familiars. Seemingly appreciating Tenraku's appearance, Zatoji took out a thick book from his big bag, and then said, the first choice of familiar I recommend to you is the legendary Dragon King Chaos Karma Dragon Tiamat. She is the only female in the Dragon King line. No devil has caught her yet. If you let her become your familiar, you will make a fortune. This guy is also very powerful. It is the legendary Hydra. It is extremely poisonous. No matter what or who, no one can withstand its poison. It is immortal. This one, right? And there is. Zatoji laughed and continued to introduce many powerful monsters one by one, but the expression on Tenraku and the girls' faces almost turned black. Whether it is Chaos Karma Dragon or Hydra, they are all capable of rivaling Demon King and the top powers of this world. Is it even possible for them to be caught as familiar? Not to mention other people, even Tenraku, who also possesses the strength of a great Satan, would not be stupid enough to go and ask them to be his familiar. That's not looking for familiar, but finding death? Your Excellency Zatoji, you might as well introduce us to something reliable. Interrupting Zatoji, who wanted to continue his talk, Tenraku spoke in an angry manner. Hi was so excited. I'm sorry. Let me ask, what kind of familiar do you want? Speed type, power type, magic type? No matter what kind of familiar you want, I can find them for you. Patting his head, Zatoji also regained his proper manner. I want something cute. We want to be able to chop people. We want to be able to chop people. If I want to be stronger, it would be better if I find someone who can practice stick skills with me. I want. All the women spoke about the kinds of familiar they want, and the requirements are in line with their personality. Even Gasper said weakly that he wanted to find a stronger familiar, which can protect him. Leave it to me. Let's go and find the best familiar for you guys. Zatoji laughed, and under his leadership, everyone also embarked on a journey of finding their familiar. Although he talked a lot, he deserves to be devil who has the most knowledge about familiars. Zatoji is very knowledgeable about the Forest of Familiars, and he is also familiar with various familiars and their frequent places. Although the group encountered a variety of familiars along the way, most of them were common types without much potential, and the really powerful and special familiars required patience and opportunity to find them. Your luck is not bad, look. Suddenly spotting something, Zaytoji, who was walking ahead, suddenly shouted in surprise. Everyone looked in the direction Zaytoji was pointing at and they saw a small pink young dragon standing on a branch not far away, blinking his two big eyes and looking at the people below. So cute. In an instant, every single girl was fascinated by the cute little pink young dragon. Even as a pure saintess, Asia was not an exception to it. That is a spirit dragon, a young dragon that can breathe powerful flames. Its level seems to be quite high and it's the first time I have seen it. If you want her to be your familiar, then you best make a contract with it now. It won't be possible for you guys to get it as a familiar after she grows up. Zaytoji introduced the characteristics of the little pink dragon, and Rias and the other girls couldn't help showing a surprised expression on their faces. Asia, do you want that pink dragon to be your familiar? Tenraku asked after looking at Asia, who was looking longingly at the pink dragon. Yes, the girl nodded vigorously. Okay then. Without saying much, Tenraku instantly activated his Sacred Gears ability. Hermes boots. 2 pairs of golden's wings spread out from under his feet, and Tenraku's figure flashed as he flew towards the young dragon on the branch. Although only recently born, the dragon race's innate alertness instantly made the young dragon sense the danger and it began to flap its wings, trying to fly away. However, Tenraku's speed augmented by the blessing of Hermes boots is so amazing that he will naturally not let such a young dragon escape, so he grabbed the little pink dragon in his hand. Stupid, brat, it's dangerous, let go of it. Unexpectedly, Zaytoji was startled as he didn't expect Tenraku to be so direct in his approach, and shouted angrily and annoyed as he stood there. Tenraku raised his brows as he didn't know what this old man was angry about, but Tenraku would know in the next moment. Woo! The little pink dragon caught by Tenraku kept struggling and screaming, and then propped up his belly to face Tenraku and burst out a ball of flames. The fiery and powerful flames instantly flooded Tenraku. Master Tenraku? Tenraku-san? The flames that spirit dragon spewed out were no ordinary flames, and the extreme heat could be felt even from a distance, and watching Tenraku being engulfed in flames scared Asia and the other women. However, in the next moment, hula like a whirlwind, a burst of powerful spirit chi spread out and the flame dissipated, and Tenraku's undamaged figure appeared again. Woo-woo. Feeling the terrifying and powerful aura on Tenraku's body, the spirit dragon who was caught by Tenraku shivered, and he no longer dared to spit out any flame. Asia, here you go. Leaping from the tree and falling back to the ground, Tenraku handed the spirit dragon to Asia. The spirit dragon has been shocked by Tenraku's aura, so as long as she is not crazy, she will never dare to attack Asia. Tenraku-san. After exhaling a long sigh of relief, she looked at Tenraku, who had captured a familiar in spite of the danger, and Asia was very moved, and there were tears in her eyes again. Boy, I didn't expect you to be quite powerful. The flames of the spirit dragon will even injure high-class devil. After coming back to his senses, Zaytoji also looked at the unscathed Tenraku with immense shock. I am not that bad, Tenraku casually replied while touching his nose. If Zaytoji knows that Tenraku's real strength is far more than the level of the high-class devil and at the great Satan level, then he would probably lose the ability to speak in his shock. Tisk tisk, the little girl is also very good. This spirit dragon seems to like you very much. This is not something ordinary people can do. Hurry up and conclude a contract with her. His gaze fell on the spirit dragon in Asia's hands, and Zaytoji couldn't help but tisk in praise. Obviously, the dragon was still trembling when he was in Tenraku's hands, but as soon as it got in Asia's hand, the spirit dragon calmed down and rubbed against Asia's body very affectionately, seeming to like her very much. Others wouldn't know, but Tenraku knows that Asia is born with a physique that attracts dragon race. Coupled with her gentle personality and pure soul, even the irritable race like dragon race would approach Asia and they will involuntarily want to get close to her. In the later period of the original book, Asia has conquered many of the dragon races and is known for being good at controlling dragons. Among them, there are even Dragon King class existences. In the name of Asia Argento, I make you my familiar and conclude a contract. With everyone's encouragement, a magic array was imprinted into the body of the spirit dragon. Asia and the spirit dragon signed a contract. From now on, this spirit dragon is Asia's exclusive familiar. The omen was good and Isle and Nell couldn't help but look forward to it, urging Zaytoji to help them find the amazing familiar, so a group of people embarked on the journey again. HHH, hack you to death, hack you to death. In a stone forest, Isle and Nell and the 2 giant scythe beasts frantically hacked at each other. The corners of Tenraku's mouth twitched while Rias and the other women stroked their foreheads speechlessly, and Zaytoji swallowed his saliva with a frightened expression on his face. These 2 little lowly are so cruel. The giant scythe beast is a kind of demonic beast known for its fierceness. The giant scythe is, even more, bigger than its entire body, and it is extremely sharp and can cut a huge rock in half with a single stroke. The 2 sisters and the giant scythe beast slashed at each other without stopping, and no one was losing any ground. Although the giant scythe beasts are very fierce, it is still a bit worse than Isle and Nell. They gradually lost the battle, and was finally chopped down by the 2 sisters and was unable to fight anymore, and could only conclude a contract to become the 2 sisters' familiars. They will help them in killing people together in the future. Ching 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 kang? On top of the mountain, Myra and a silver monkey holding a black rod were fighting like fire and water. HHH little girl, this kung fu monkey is very rare, and it just happened to meet your requirements. Zaytoji laughed and shouted while standing on a rock. Kung fu monkey is also a kind of demonic beast. It is well known for being good at all kinds of kung fu. Kung fu monkey, who is fighting against Myra, has a good rod technique. The black rod danced around Myra and it was on par with Myra. Fine iron rod, elongation? Myra jumped up, and the fine iron rod in her hand grew and stretched continuously, and the kung fu monkey was smashed down by Myra. With the sound of HNGLNG, the whole mountain shook for a while, and the kung fu monkey fell to the ground and was defeated. It turned into a palm-sized silver monkey when it fell to the ground, and then concluded a contract with Myra and became the girl's familiar. In a sea of flowers, Tosca spread out her arms to deploy her Sacred Gear's ability, and a spherical barrier firmly protected the girl in the middle. A dark cloud rolled across the sky, but if you look closely you will see that it was not a cloud, but a dense swarm of black hell butterflies. Fluttering, these black hell butterflies keep shooting out a tiny ray of light to attack Tosca's barrier. Although those rays look small, they can easily penetrate the steel. Even Tosca's barrier keeps shaking. Zaytoji originally wanted to persuade the girl to change to a different familiar. The hell butterfly is a dangerous demonic beast that is difficult to control, but Tosca insists on doing this. She must choose the hell butterfly as her familiar. She needs to take revenge, but her Sacred Gear has no fighting ability, so the power of hell butterfly is a must for Tosca. Tenraku-sama, help me. In the jungle, Gasper was getting chased by some demonic beasts. As a scared vampire, Gasper wanted to find a powerful familiar to protect him in the future, but the powerful monsters don't want to be his familiar, they just want to eat him and treat him as food. Tenraku-sama, I also have my own familiar. Looking poor and embarrassed, when Gasper returned with a bat in his hand, he has moved to tears himself. Sure enough, a bat is vampire's destined partner. So far, everyone has almost found their own familiar: Asia's spirit dragon, Isle, and Nell's giant scythes, Mira's kung fu monkey, Tosca's hell butterfly, and Gasper's bat. Since you guys have found your familiar, let's go home, Tenraku said while yawning. They have been looking for familiars in the forest almost all night and even Tenraku was a little sleepy. There is still some time before the end of the full moon. Kid, you do not have a familiar, let me find one for you. Zaytoji spoke enthusiastically while patting Tenraku's shoulder. You don't want to introduce Chaos Karma Dragon and Hydra to me again, do you? Tenraku gave Zaytoji a skeptical look. Although he is not afraid of Chaos Karma Dragon and Hydra with his current strength, at least, Tenraku is not so arrogant to think that he could subdue them to become his familiar. No. Boy, what I am going to introduce you this time may not be as good as the Chaos Karma Dragon and Hydra, but you will definitely be interested. Knowing that ordinary familiar won't enter Tenraku's eyes, Zaytoji spoke with a mysterious smile on his face. Somewhere in the forest, the clear and transparent spring water appeared in front of everyone. The surface of the water sparkled and glistened with light, making people feel scared just by looking at it. Young man, look forward to it. The familiar I am going to introduce to you is the elf who lives in this lake Undine. Gathering his breath and hiding in the shadows next to the spring, Zaytoji whispered excitedly. Oh, it appeared. The spring had started to glow, so the Undine was about to appear. The crowd couldn't help but look over only to see that the water really began to emit a dazzling glow, and then a figure slowly rose up from beneath the surface of the water. They saw a figure with long golden hair and a tall back figure, but there was a bad feeling in their heart as the water elf suddenly turned around to show its body and almost blinded everyone. Not bad, this is a very rare and strong Undine, kid, you are quite lucky. Zaytoji was excited, but the others were speechless for a while. Although this Undine is emitting a powerful aura, but this image is too mighty, right? And, isn't the legendary water elf Undine possess a clear mind and has a beautiful appearance, just like a girl? This one looks a bit different in every way. Tenraku, why don't we change it to another one? Even Akeno could not bear to look at it and suggested. However, Tenraku shook his head. No need, my familiar would be Undine. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Tenraku stepped out of the shadows and then walked towards Undine in the lake. Dumbfounded, Akeno and the girls couldn't help but look stunned. Is Tenraku really interested in this type of mighty female man? Zaytoji laughed and agreed very much. Boy, you really have an eye for it, so grab that Undine and make a contract with it. No, I just said that my familiar would be an Undine, but this one is not good enough. Hearing the confusing words from Tenraku's mouth, everyone saw Tenraku raising a hand, and saw a grey whirlpool appear at Tenraku's fingertips, and with a hiss, a demonic sword flew out from the whirlpool, carrying a fierce force that hit Undine in the lake. Looking at the hole on his chest, Undine had a blank expression on his face, and then it turned into a water ball and splashed into the lake with a crash. Everyone was shocked by Tenraku's sudden action, but before they could say anything, the entire lake boiled, and then many Undine rose from under the water, all glaring at Tenraku with hostility. Ah hey, you idiot, stupid boy, what did you do? You angered all the Undine, we are in trouble now. Although Undines usually have gentler nature, if they get angry, they are far more terrifying than ordinary monsters. Zaytoji almost fainted when he saw Tenraku's action and he yelled and prepared to escape. Rias, Akeno, and Tosca all rushed towards Tenraku's side, and each of them stood guard against the angry Undines. Although they didn't know why Tenraku did what he did just now, they knew he must have his reasons. Don't worry, opponents at this level are not too much trouble for me. Tenraku didn't pay any attention to the undines in front of him and replied with a chuckle. He snapped his fingers and a grey vortex appeared in the air and a demonic sword slowly stretched out from the vortex and then locked on all the undine in the lake under Tenraku's mind. The eyes of the two sides met, the lightning burst, and a big battle was about to start. But at this moment, stop it, everyone. A soft voice like a spring breeze sounded, and then another undine rose up from the water. Unlike the other undines, this undine has a slim figure, a beautiful face, and a long watercolored veil with watercolored soft hair. Streams of ribbons floated in the air, making her figure look holy and noble like a goddess in the water. After this undine appeared, the other undines all landed on one knee and saluted her. I am the water elf king here, devil, please don't hurt my people. Nodding to the other undines, her eyes fell on the Tenraku, and the undines queen spoke. Don't worry, we just came to look for familiar, and we don't want to start a random fight. Looking at the beautiful and noble queen of water, Tenraku also dissipated the grey vortex in the sky. From the beginning, he only did it to draw out the most powerful existence in the lake, and since his goal was achieved, Tenraku would naturally not attack at will. Young devil, even I feel fear in my heart after feeling your aura. To be able to become a familiar of a strong person like you is an honor for me and other undine. I will let the strongest warriors of my clan follow you. After taking a deep look at Tenraku, the undine's queen said. However, Tenraku shook his head. Other undines are not qualified to be my familiar. Undine's queen, I am after you, so only you can be my familiar? Tenraku's overbearing words made the surroundings quiet, and the atmosphere that had just eased became tense again. All the undines stared at Tenraku with incomparable anger. Rias and Akeno waited to watch a good show, while Isle and Nell cheered for their master Tenraku. Only Zetoji stood on the side with an opened mouth and wondered if he had heard it wrong. What did this kid say just now? He wants the undine's queen to be his familiar. Hey, although the undine queen can't compare to the legendary existence such as Chaos Karma Dragon and Hydra, she is not someone to be provoked. Once she is angered, then even a high-class devil won't be able to withstand her power. They will die, they will really die here. However, the undine queen was very calm after hearing Tenraku's domineering declaration. The pair of spring-like eyes did not stir up any waves in them as she said, Young devil, I and other undine will only follow one imperial lord in my life. If you want me to become your familiar, then you must get my approval. It was a bit unexpected to see the undine queen not being angry, and Tenraku's face also showed a hint of playfulness upon it. Then how can I get your approval? The rules are simple, we would just follow the old contract and you would have to defeat me. The undine queen spoke with a serious look on her face. Oh, then let's do that? A different color flashed in his eyes, but Tenraku had a confident smile on his face. It wouldn't have mattered if he hasn't encountered it, but since Tenraku had, then he unceremoniously accepted his familiar being the Water Queen elf. Everyone, there will be danger here soon, please get out of here. The undine queen's gentle voice constantly echoed in the forest around the lake, and it didn't take long for the entire nearby forest to get agitated. The birds hummed, and the demonic beasts climbed out of their nests, rushing to the distance one by one. Rias and the other women have spread their devil's wings to fly into the air, Gasper also lying in Tosca's boundary, not floating beside everyone. At this point, except for Tenraku and the undine queen, no other demonic beast or creature could be seen on the ground. Princess Rias, would that kid be okay? Zetoji couldn't help but ask as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. That kid was too greedy. It would have been enough to catch a stronger undine, but this guy dared to set his eyes upon the undine's queen. If he died, I wouldn't be responsible. Don't worry, Lord Zetoji, if it's him. Rias stroked her hair with her hand and did not look very worried. Although the undine's queen emits a very powerful aura and even she may not have much chance of winning against her, but if it is Tenraku, then it should be possible. Akeno looked at Rias' expression and squinted her eyes before a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Maybe even Rias hadn't noticed it herself. Before she knew it, she had already begun to treat Tenraku as, young devil, are you ready? Clear eyes looked at Tenraku on the opposite side as undine's queen spoke. I am ready anytime. A demonic sword coalesced in his hand as Tenraku replied with a smile on his face. Then let's start now. We will follow the ancient contract and I will not be holding back. Please be careful. Giving out a reminder, the undine queen's temperament suddenly went through a major change as the gentle expression disappeared from her face and a cold look took its place. Saying no more words, the queen's jade-like finger lightly tapped against the air, and many water balls flew towards Tenraku. Ching 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 kang? HNG boom boom? In the forest, countless water masses flew toward Tenraku. Tenraku dodged and avoided the water balls as his figure danced around the forest, leaving many afterimages, and Tenraku kept blocking and resisting. As the saying goes, gentle as water, water is indeed gentle, but when they become violent, you will finally understand their horror. The endless attacks made Tenraku's arms go numb, and his brow furrowed as he thought, this can't go on. Hermes boots? With 2 pairs of golden wings spread under his feet, Tenraku rose up into the sky and escaped from the water. Young devil, it's useless to escape into the air. The water-like eyes of the undine queen remained unruffled as she looked calmly at Tenraku, who flew into the air. With a wave of her hand, a stream of water rose from the surface of the lake and chased after Tenraku again. Lili. At first, only a single stream of water rose into the air and was chasing after Tenraku, but many more streams began to fly up, and not long after Tenraku was surrounded by countless water masses again. HNG boom. Under the Queen's control, countless water masses pounced towards Tenraku. With a huge explosion, the entire air was filled with a thick layer of mist. What is going on? Rias used her magic to create a strong wind to disperse the mist, and Tenraku's figure appeared in the air again. However, the Tenraku at this time is no longer what he was before. His entire body was covered with gorgeous scarlet's armor and mighty dragon wings appeared behind his back. It is the figure of the Red Dragon Emperor? Boost, boost, boost. Drake's voice sounded out from the treasured jade as Tenraku raised a single palm in the direction of Undine Queen below, and an energy bomb condensed out of his palm and continued to grow in size, and then blasted down with a hiss. Boom! The light of the explosion was blinding as the airwave rushes to the sky while the Undine Queen's figure was instantly submerged in the violent energy. Did he do it? Master Tenraku, come on. Master Tenraku, beat her? Ah, Red Dragon Emperor, is that Red Dragon Emperor? Rias and the several women focused on the battle while Isla Nell cheered for their Tenraku-sama, while Zatoji on the side was open-mouthed with his eyes wide open. Red Dragon Emperor, the kid who ran around with him all night to catch familiars turned out to be the Red Dragon Emperor. Naturally, Tenraku didn't know the shock of a certain familiar master as he was looking at the forest below, frowning deeply. With the blow just now, a huge hole had appeared in the forest below, and the small lake where the Undines lived had disappeared. Although he didn't see the Queen's figure, Tenraku felt she hadn't been defeated. Sure enough, in the next moment, another water ball flew into the air, it continuously condensed, and then turned into the Undine Queen's figure. So it is the contemporary Red Dragon Emperor, please forgive me for being rude. Looking at Tenraku on the opposite side, the Undine Queen held her long skirt and bowed her body with an elegant pose. This is a tribute that needs to be paid to the strong? Undine Queen, since you know that I am the Red Dragon Emperor, you should also know that you can't win against me, so how about ending the battle here and now and being my familiar? Under the armor, Tenraku couldn't help but laugh jokingly. Although it is a great honor for us Undine to be the familiar of Lord Red Dragon Emperor, but this cannot be done as we must follow the ancient contract. If Lord Red Dragon Emperor wants me to be your familiar, then please defeat me first. The Undine Queen replied sternly while shaking her head. Hi, you look so gentle and beautiful. I didn't expect you to be a stubborn queen. Since you have already said that, then I will defeat you. Tenraku's figure flashed in front of Undine Queen almost instantly, and his armor-wrapped fist directly hit the slender and beautiful body. Unsurprisingly, the queen's body was blown with a punch, and her figure turned into a flood of water with a single sound. What a troublesome ability. Where are you hiding now? Tenraku carefully sensed the aura of Undine Queen, but he heard Gasper's voice in the distance. God, Tenraku-sama, back, look quickly. Gasper's voice seemed very frightened. Tenraku looked back, and then he couldn't help but look surprised. Giant dragon of water. A giant dragon of water appeared in the sky without Tenraku knowing about it. Huyu. The water dragon roared, and its roar was like a real dragon roar which made people's eardrums soar. Then, under everyone's horrified look, the giant dragon of water opened its huge mouth, and a water bomb was compressed and condensed in the mouth, and then it shot down at Tenraku. HNG. There was no way to hide. Tenraku was directly hit by the huge water bomb, and he was smashed into the forest below. Hoo. The earth trembled as the entire forest was filled by the flood, and Tenraku under his armor was swept around by the violent water. HHH partner, you seem to be in trouble. Drake, if you are so free to talk so leisurely, then you might as well think about how to help me? As expected to be the Water Queen, ordinary attacks are completely useless against her. It seems that only my scorching flames would be useful against her, but that power is still sealed, and it can't be used even with you being my partner. It was similar to not saying anything, and Tenraku became speechless. Drake is sometimes quite unreliable. Although he cannot defeat the queen in this situation, she also can't defeat him either. There is no way. It seems that only those sacred gears would be useful. Tenraku has made a decision. Master Tenraku? Looking at Tenraku, who was hit by a water bomb and swallowed by a huge flood without knowing where he was, Zatoji opened his mouth wide with a finished look. Isle, Nell, Myra, and several women were shouting Tenraku's name. Even Rias and Akeno on one side could not help but have an anxious look on their faces. The Undine Queen's figure also again condensed into the air again, the water entwined with her long fluttering hair. She looked noble and beautiful like a peerless goddess as she quietly looked at the flood-ravaged forest below until the discovery of something caused ripples to appear in those spring water-like eyes. After a few waves, HNG. A giant, a samurai warrior-like giant stood up from the flood under the unbelievable expression of everyone. Purple energy enshrouded the giant figure, and it has already overshadowed the crowd floating in the air just by standing on the ground. The giant figure was dressed in samurai armor, with a purple sword slung around his waist, and a huge magic mirror floating behind him, and Tenraku was standing in front of a crystal on giant's forehead with his arms folded. Tall, mysterious, shocking, the appearance of the giant figure was just like that of an ancient god of the heavens appearing in the world. That is. Zatoji was already speechless, and Rias and Akeno were shocked. Isle, Nell, and Myra looked at the godlike giant figure in the distance, and only the endless worship and enthusiasm remained in their eyes. Yada no Kagamae ta mirror, aim no Murakumo no Tsurugai heavenly sword of gathering clouds, and Yasakani no Magatama Shako curved jewel, those are 3 of the many sacred gear owned by Lord Tenraku. The corners of her mouth hooked up into a curve as Tosca spoke with a proud expression on her face. Even Gasper, who was lying in the barrier, nodded vigorously with a look of excitement and admiration on his face. So they are the 3 sacred gears in the legend? Rias and Akeno looked at each other and both could see the shock in each other's eyes. Tenraku possesses the aim no Murakumo no Tsurugai heavenly sword of gathering clouds. The 2 women knew that the forbidden move that Tenraku finally used in the duel against Riser was the ability of the aim no Murakumo no Tsurugai, but the 2 women did not expect the Yata no Kagamae ta mirror and Yasakani no Magatama Shako curved jewel to be also in Tenraku's hands. Looking at the tall giant figure in the distance, the 2 goddesses couldn't help but feel infinitely complicated. What has Tenraku experienced over the years, and how many secrets they don't know about him? At the same time, among the crystal on the samurai giant's forehead, 6 blood-red megatamas slowly turned in Tenraku's eyes, making Tenraku look eviler. If there was someone from Ninja World here at this time, then they would have definitely exclaimed out loud, Uchiha, Sharinon? However, Tenraku is not an Uchiha, nor does he have a Sharinon. The 6 blood-red megatama is developed after the activation of Yasakani no Magatama Shako curved jewel. This sacred gear allows the host to summon the legendary body of God Susanoo. Of course, it's not the main body, just the projection of Susanoo, but it's still very powerful. In order to get Yata no Kagamae ta mirror, aim no Murakumo no Tsurugai heavenly sword of gathering clouds and Yasakani no Magatama Shako curved jewel, these 3 pieces of sacred gear, Tenraku had to work against the church. Tenraku had to fight with Chichi's guys and a group of shadowy masters for 3 days and nights before he finally managed to get his hands on them. Although the use of these 3 sacred gear at the same time consumes a lot of energy, but it is not a problem for Tenraku, who had strong spirit power comparable to great Satans. As for their power, Tenraku controlled the Susanoo to step forward, and at the same time, he slowly drew out the aim no Murakumo sword from his waist. He then raised it high in the air and slashed it at the giant dragon of water in the distance. Hiss. HNG. The huge purple sword energy cut through the air, and then under the shocked look of the crowd, the water giant dragon was burst into a huge rain. At the moment when the giant dragon of water was busted apart, the expression on Undine Queen's face turned white, and it was obvious that she was also seriously injured. However, the light in her eyes flashed, and she soon burned with endless fighting spirit again. Fighting with the strong, this is the long-cherished wish of every strong person. With a wave of the jade-like hand, a huge column of water immediately rose up to the sky and ruthlessly crashed into Susanoo's body. HNG. The Susanoo only took few steps back, but the torrential flood that was enough to break through the mountains did not cause any damage to Susanoo's body. The Undine Queen was not discouraged. Her jade-like hand moved again, and a giant beast broke through the water and slammed into Susanoo's shoulder with a roar. The second one, the third one, and the fourth one constantly. There are giant beasts made out of water breaking free from the flood. Under the shocking looks of Zatoji, Gasper, Rias, and the other girls, Susanoo and various giant beasts continue to battle against each other. Boom! HNG. Hoo. The water waves turned over, bursting and roaring. One head of water beast was cut down by Susanoo's sword. The Undine Queen's face in the air turned white, and the torrent that flooded the forest below had already become muddy. HNG. Tenraku controlled the Susanoo to slash the last giant beast. Looking at the giant beast in the water that wanted to break free but was constantly breaking down, Tenraku thought that the fight was almost over in his heart. Yata no Kagamae ta mirror, Tenraku shouted, and the Yata no Kagamae ta mirror behind Susanoo suddenly glowed brightly, and the whole mirror seemed to turn into a vortex, clattering and swallowing the ground and air currents. The water surface receded, and the earth appeared again, but the lush forest had long disappeared, and the whole earth was left with nothing but waste. The giant sword in Susanoo's hand was raised high, then swung down with a string of strong wind, pointing to the air in front of Undine Queen. Undine, am I qualified to be your master now? Tenraku's voice sounded, continuously echoing in the air. Looking at the god's-like figure in a daze, the Undine Queen felt that she was too small. Under everyone's gaze, the queen lowered her beautiful head, bent down with 1 knee and a half, and said, Undine has met her master. Following the ancient contract, the one who defeats her is her master. The moment she was defeated by the giant, the queen's heart already had this realization. With a flash of light, the warrior giant disappeared, and Tenraku, with golden wings on his feet, flashed in front of Undine Queen and pointed his fingers at her forehead. Now, conclude the contract. Tenraku spoke as he looked at the beautiful queen from above. Tenraku doesn't know how to contract with familiar using magic, but it doesn't matter as long as the other party can do it. There was a blush on her beautiful face, and the Undine Queen did not resist. The magic power surged and a magic array flashed, spinning around Tenraku's 2 fingers quickly and then printed on her forehead and disappeared without a trace. A different color flashed in his eyes, and he immediately sensed the connection between himself and the other party. What surprised Tenraku was that Undine Queen did not make a normal contract with him. She made a contract in which she wouldn't be able to betray him in all her life. What's your name? We Undine by virtue of energy can distinguish between each other of the same race, and we only use language to communicate with other races. Master can just call me Undine. Tenraku asked the Undine Queen's name, and the other party replied. Nodding, Tenraku didn't care about anything and looked at the earth below, and added, "Go and settle your people, you will then leave with me. From now on, you will be my familiar and you don't need to stay in this place anymore." "Yes, Master, goodbye, old man, thank you for your help. Lovely little girls, come here often in the future." The night of the full moon was over, and Tenraku and his group waved goodbye to Zaytoji. This familiar trip is also a complete success. Except for Gasper's bat, everyone has contracted to a good familiar, especially Asia and Tenraku familiar, which are even more enviable. Asia's spirit dragon has huge potential. As long as she is careful trained in the future, it won't be a problem for the spirit dragon to reach the ranks of high-class devil and even reach top-class devil, even if she won't be able to reach the Dragon King level. One shouldn't underestimate this point. A high-class devil is already the mainstay of Underworld, and high-class devil has enough power and influence to serve as the Duke. As for Tenraku's familiar, it is needless to say anything about her, let alone being the queen of the Undines, who is good at various water system magic. She currently has the strength comparable to top-class devils. It was already dawn when the group returned to the human world. Although they had to go to school, everyone was a little sleepy after staying at Forest of Familiars all night. The school would be fine without them for one day. Let's take a day off. Kua Academy, Kendo Club. Da-da, da-da-da. With the clash of the wooden swords, two pretty figures were fiercely fighting against each other. It was Murayama and Kiryu Aika. Murayama is an old member of Kendo Club and even one of the strongest main players. Her swordsmanship is very good for an ordinary high school student. She has specially made rapid progress in these days under Tenraku's guidance. However, Kiryu Aika, who was fighting against her, was on par with her and was not even close to losing. They fought for dozens of rounds, and despite the fact that they were both exhausted and panting, the battle was getting stronger and stronger, causing the other girls to exclaim from time to time. The competition between them has been in a stalemate, and it seems that no one can do anything about the other, but in the end, Kiryu Aika, who lacked experience, took the lead in revealing the flaw. Murayama's eyes lit up, and she naturally refused to let this opportunity pass. "It's over?" With a shout, Murayama swung her sword, and Kiryu Aika's wooden sword flew out of her hand with a cry of surprise. At the end of the competition, Murayama won, and the whole Kendo Club erupted with warm applause from the girls. "Senior Murayama is amazing. She deserves to be our main force." Kiryu is also very good. The girls handed sweat towels to the two girls and gave them their sincere admiration. The girls were practicing on their own because their club president Sama had taken the day off, and they benefited from Murayama and Kiryu's competition, and each of them was a little eager to try. I lost. Sitting down on the floor, Kiryu had a discouraged and hurt look on her face. "Kiryu, your progress has been very fast. If this continues, then it won't be long before I'm no longer your opponent." Throwing the towel to Kiryu, Murayama said in a good-natured manner. Kiryu had only been practicing kendo for a short time, but in a short time, she had already grown enough to compete with her, which made the girl feel pressure and a little jealousy. This unscrupulous arrow-mouth girl's talent is also too good. Hehe. Kiryu Aika smiled and said, "Who do you think I am? I'm the most talented sword beauty girl in the universe." She is extremely confident and she knows that she would be able to defeat Murayama as long as she practiced for a while, and then overturned Katace and several other Kendo Club's members one by one. Then she would be the strongest main force of Kendo Club. TSH, I'm really looking forward to it. What kind of request should she make to the club president by then? Kiryu Aika couldn't help but add a smile to her thin lips. After yawning, Tenraku woke up at night time. Feeling a strange current hitting his mind, Tenraku opened his eyes and saw a certain angel who was lying on his body sucking and biting something. "Master, how do you feel? Do you want to continue?" Raising her head, Rebirth spoke evilly. With a twitch of his mouth, Tenraku cursed in his heart, "This damn demon?" Without saying anything, Tenraku pressed Rebirth's head down again, since she had bitten it. "Let's go all the way then." After a long time, Tenraku didn't get dressed until Rebirth had sucked and fed, and the two walked out of the bedroom together. "Master Tenraku, there is a communication request from Lord Lucifer." Tenraku had just sat down in the hall as Yubellina walked over with a serious look on her face. With a slight frown, he wondered why that great Satan had suddenly contacted him, but Tenraku still spoke. "Connect it." "Yes." Yubellina magic staff clicked, and at once a magic square unfolded, and then Surtsk's and his Queen Graphia's projection appeared in front of Tenraku. "Tenraku-kun, how have you been? Did Rias give you any trouble over there?" "Thank you, Surtsk-sama, but I have caused a lot of trouble for Rias. You are marriage partners, so you should help each other. We have heard about Tenraku-kun becoming the Red Dragon Emperor, and as expected of the son of Miracle of the Phenex family, Tenraku-kun really surprises people again and again. I just got along news, I'm not even close to Surtsk-sama. Tenraku-kun, excessive humility is just showing pride." Tenraku and Surtsk chatted for a while, and then the two began to enter the main topic of discussion. "Lord Surtsk, is there anything you need?" "There are indeed some things. They are still about your marriage contract with Rias." "My engagement with Rias?" Although both parties have agreed before, but Rias is the princess of our Gremory family, and you are also the heir of the Phenex family. It's not decent to make your marriage contract so simple, so I discussed it with the Duke Phenex and we have prepared a formal engagement ceremony for you guys. Unexpectedly, Sertx has contacted Tenraku because of his marriage contract with Rias. He had planned to hold an engagement ceremony for the two. Although Tenraku felt that it was not necessary, but he still nodded in agreement. This is not a matter of pride or not, as the status and position of the two families are on the line here. If they do not do this, then they will be shamed by the other nobles of the underworld. Of course there is no problem with me, but Rias? There is no need to worry about that, Tenraku-kun. I have already told Rias and she has agreed to it. This time, we plan to arrange your engagement ceremony at Gremory's house. It just so happens that Tenraku can come and get acquainted with many people here. In the next few days, we will send invitations to some of Underworld's noble and famous families to attend your ceremony, and when everything is ready, Grafia will travel to Human World to get you guys. In that case, then I'll be grateful to Sertx-sama. Don't worry about that. That's all for today, Tenraku-kun. I'll be waiting for you at Underworld. After the communication was over, the projections of Sertx and Grafia also disappeared. The smile on his face gradually dissipated, but Tenraku frowned. Tenraku-sama? Seeing that Tenraku's expression was a bit wrong, Yubellina on the side called out to him. Shaking his head, Tenraku didn't explain anything. Sertx is a benevolent great Satan who attaches great importance to his younger sister Rias. Of course, everything is fine, maybe it's just his illusion. The sound of rushing water and the thick vapor covered the bodies of the beautiful girls. In the luxurious and spacious bathroom, Rias and Sana were lying side by side on the massage bed enjoying their respective queen's massage, both with a pleasant look on their faces. Rias belongs to the plump type. She is curvy and has a graceful posture. Just a glance of her is enough to trigger the most primitive impulse of any man. Sana's body is relatively slender. Although completely different from Rias, it is also full of slim beauty. Rias, I heard that you are going back to Underworld for an engagement ceremony with Kamiya Tenraku. Congratulations. Sana spoke with a hint of teasing in her tone. Even Sana knows about it. With a helpless sigh, Rias moved her waist. House of Phenex has also received the invitation from Lord Lucifer, and I will also participate in your ceremony as the representative of House of Phenex. Sana chuckled as she spoke. That older brother of mine, I already said that it wasn't necessary. Sana, just laugh if you want. She doesn't need to look to know that Sana must have a playful expression on her face at this time. Rias buried her face on the pillow towel, and her earlobes were already a little red. Signaling his queen to stop, Sana sat up, wiped her glasses, and then said, Rias, how do you feel about Kamiya Tenraku? How do I feel? Not knowing why Sana suddenly asked this, Rias also raised her head and looked at her. Do you like him or do you hate him? Sana inquired as she put on her glasses. That guy couldn't awaken the Phoenix bloodline. He was once called the Waste of Underworld. At first, he couldn't protect Akeno and he asked me to take care of her. However, he became stronger step by step with his own efforts and defeated Riser. He captured the sacred gear that sealed the Red Dragon Emperor, and accomplished everything that those self-proclaimed geniuses could never do. If I have to say how I feel about him, I have some admiration towards him. Recalling things about Tenraku in her mind, Rias replied while having a complicated look on her face. There is no doubt that Rias admires Tenraku. But Rias is extremely confused about whether to consider this admiration as liking. Seeing Rias' appearance, Sana smiled a little as she almost got the answer she wanted. Sana, you also seem to be interested in that guy. Remembering that this was not the first time that Sana had talked about Tenraku with her, Rias couldn't help but look at her with a suspicious expression on her face. Sana couldn't have any interest in that guy, right? I'm naturally interested in someone that interesting, but Rias, you can rest assured that even if I'm interested in him I won't interfere with your engagement. A strange color flashed in her eyes as Sana calmly replied. With a chuckle, Rias also feels that she is thinking too much. Sana's arrogance is clear to her than anyone else, as she said, even if she is interested in Tenraku, her interest will never reach that level. However, what Rias did not expect at the moment was that in the near future, Kamiya family, Yubellina, you will distribute gods and demons scripture from tomorrow to recruit believers for me. Tenraku spoke with a straight look on her face as he looked at Yubellina and the other girls in the room. All the preparations have been made, so it is time for his long-dormant ambition to take action. Recruiting believers, collecting the power of beliefs, growing his strength step by step, and eventually become God. Yes, Tenraku-sama. Yubellina and the other girls replied with an excited expression on their faces. They were extremely loyal to Tenraku and they have also experienced the constant baptism of gods and demons scripture. The girls have become Tenraku's fanatical believers, and they will not hesitate to sacrifice everything for Tenraku's ambition. Next, Tenraku gave the women a detailed description of the plan they need to put in action, and each of them were assigned some specific tasks. Although the current priority is to recruit as many believers as possible, to form their own church, but Tenraku is not getting overwhelmed by ambition. Currently, their foundation is still weak and their power is small. To blatantly recruit believers is tantamount to self-destruction. Whether it is church or other gods believer, they will be madly attacked and wiped out while they are still weak. Tenraku will naturally not let that happen. According to Tenraku's plan, the initial recruitment of believers must be done with secret methods, such as hiding the gods and demons scripture in the flyer of the devil transaction and distributing it. When someone wants to summon devil through the flyer, the gods and demons scripture would be summoned with it. Although this efficiency will be very low, it can avoid people's eyes. Moreover, Tenraku also asked Yubellina and the other girls to apply a special magic to the gods and demons scripture. Only the first person who touched it can read it. When other people touch it, it will be burned immediately. Although they will be discovered by church and other gods believers sooner or later, they can drag it by a long time. As long as they gather enough belief and strength, they would be able to completely ignore those guys. Our church will be called Saints and Demons Religion, which will include both light and darkness. One day, we will build a world where there is only one belief, and both light and darkness would be able to coexist. Tenraku said with a passionate voice while raising his hands. Yubellina and the girls below have already become obsessed, and they looked at Tenraku with more and more fervor. For the sake of their master's ambition, for the sake of their belief in him, they will not hesitate even if they make the whole world their enemies. Tenraku-san, what is my task? What is my task? Seeing that everyone was assigned a task by Tenraku but she did not, Asia was a little eager and authentic. She is Tenraku's first devotee, and she also hopes to dedicate her strength to Tenraku. Holding the girl's chin, Tenraku showed a smile on his face and said, Asia has a special mission, that is, have more belief in me, and then as the first saintess of our saints and demons religion, guide our confused believers, and give them love and gifts. Underworld, Astaroth main residence. In a dark room, several young girls dressed in nuns' costumes were hung in chains on the wall, while Diodora laughed maniacally in a shrill and twisted manner while whipping the long whip in his hands on the young girls' bodies. Pleasure, pleasure, the screams of pain and fear of these former saintesses really made him mad with pleasure. Diodora-sama. The door was opened, and a beautiful silver-haired girl walked in. What are you doing in here? With a sardonic look on her face, Diodora stared coldly at the young girl. Seemingly long accustomed to the soul-twisting devil in front of her, the maiden looked as normal, took out an invitation, and said, This is an invitation from the great Satan Lucifer, inviting the Astaroth family to attend the engagement ceremony of the Gremory family's princess and the Phenex family's fourth son. Taking the invitation card from the girl's hand, Diodora's eyes turned red and his face twisted when he saw the line Kamiya Tenraku, the fourth son of the Phenex family on it. That bastard, it was really that bastard. That bastard who took away his very essence as a man, who took away the object he coveted for a long time. That bastard was engaged to that precious princess of the Gremory family? Unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivable. Kamiya Tenraku? Hissing and roaring, the invitation in his hand was directly blown to pieces by the raging magic power in his body. Seeing Diodora's crazily distorted look, the silver-haired girl's eyes flashed a deep sarcasm and pity, but she stood quietly on the side without any dissuasion and comfort. It wasn't until a long time passed that Diodora gradually calmed down, and a cold aura of resentment flashed in his eyes. Looking up to the sky and laughing, Diodora suddenly thought of an awesome idea. That guy took away so many things from himself, so he is going to take away the things that belong to him. Isn't he going to marry the Gremoris family's princess? Then in the middle of the room, a magic square expanded, emitting a gorgeous soft light. Big Miss, Your Highness Tenraku, the transmission formation is ready, please come with me to Underworld. The beautiful silver-haired maid Grafia, whose appearance and temperament was perfect, said with a flawless tone. A few days had passed since Surtsk's last communication, and it was said that Underworld was ready for Tenraku and Rias' engagement ceremony, and Grafia had been ordered by Surtsk to come to human world to get them. As Rias Peerage, Akeno, and Konako will naturally also go together with her. Tenraku also brought Asia, Gasper, Yubellina, and the other girls. Rainiray, Middled, and Kala Warner were left at home by Tenraku. Currently, devils and fallen angels are still in a hostile state. Bringing the three women to devil's territory will cause unnecessary trouble. In addition to the three, his and Yubellina's familiar also stayed. When Tenraku went to Underworld, the familiars would continue to secretly hand out the devil flyers with gods and demons scripture hidden to recruit believers for Tenraku. When you meet Otosama and Okasama later, don't talk nonsense. Seemingly worried that Tenraku would say something misleading, Rias blushed slightly and warned. Tenraku nodded while touching his nose and feeling funny. He would never get tired of seeing the shy and nervous look of Gremoris princess no matter how many times he sees it. Tenraku, don't worry, Lord Duke and Madam are very easygoing. Thinking that Tenraku was also a little nervous, Akeno said softly while holding Tenraku's hand. Isn't it just to meeting with his future in-laws? Tenraku is not nervous and signaled to Akeno that he is okay. Then Tenraku walked into the transmission formation together with the girls. Nodding slightly, Grafia also walked in, and then the magic circle flashed and everyone disappeared. Underworld, Gremory main residence. As one of the 72 pillars and the main family of the current great Satan Lucifer, the Gremory family has a high reputation and power in the underworld. They are rich and prosperous, with tall buildings and luxurious furnishings. Servants in uniforms come and go in the castle in an orderly manner, all showing the honor of the master here. A light flashed and Tenraku, Rias, and the others also came out of the transmission formation. Master, Madam, and Surtsk-sama are waiting in the living room. Please come with me. Pushing open the door of the castle, Graphia made a gesture of inviting them in. Welcome back, Miss Rias. With neat and loud voices, hundreds of waiters and maids stood side by side, saluting and welcoming the return of their noble princess. Rias nodded and led the crowd inside, then a figure appeared on the other side of the aisle and darted toward the crowd. Rias Onisama, welcome back? Him back, Milikas, it's been a while since I've seen you, you have grown up a lot. It was a red-haired boy who ran over and hugged Rias happily, and Rias rubbed the boy's forehead lovingly. Rias, who is this kid? Although he had already guessed the identity of this boy, Tenraku still asked. He's Surtsk's Onisama's child, Milikas. Milikas, say hello to everyone, too. Rias said while introducing the teenager to the crowd. I'm Milikas Gremory. Please take care of me. After saluting the crowd nicely and politely, Milikas then looked back to Tenraku. I have also heard about elder brother Tenraku of the Phenex family. I admire you very much. In the future, I will become a truly powerful devil like elder brother. His eyes were scorching, and that face that was still very immature was pure and firm, which made people love it. If it is you then it would be possible, Milikas. Stroking Milika's forehead, Tenraku replied with a smile on his face, but there was a slight difference in his eyes. After seeing Milika's, the gods and demons scripture in his body has been constantly trembling and buzzing. Although Tenraku is also a little unclear about that, there is no doubt that this son of Satan is a bit different. Everyone, please go inside. Graphia's voice came from the front and Tenraku and the girls no longer delayed and walked into the large and gorgeous living room with Milika's. Tenraku-kun, Rias, you are finally here. Surtsk, who had already been waiting in the living room said. Surtsk-sama. Ani-sama? Tenraku, Yubellina, and the other girls called out respectively while Rias stared at her older brother angrily. For her marriage contract, this older brother of hers is really doing his best? While laughing awkwardly, Surtsk pretended not to see Rias' angry look, and there were two other figures standing beside Surtsk. They were a red-haired middle-aged man, a noble and beautiful mature woman. Tenraku didn't need to ask anyone to know the identity of the two. They are Rias' parents. Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Kamiya Tenraku, the fourth son of the Phenex family. He also politely introduced himself to Rias' parents. Looking at Tenraku, who is neither humble nor overbearing, the Gremory couple nodded secretly. You don't need to be so polite, you are the child of Sir Phenex and that human woman. I didn't expect you to grow so big in the blink of an eye. I have heard about you, you are very good. Despite being the duke and the head of the family, Rias' father was not as dignified as Tenraku had imagined, and he seemed to admire Tenraku and spoke with a gentle smile on his face. Hello everyone, I'm Rias' mother, Valerie Gremory. Rias' mother walked out while introducing herself. With carefully combed short flax hair, Rias' mother and Rias have almost the same faces. Standing together, the two will only make people think that they are sisters and it would be hard to find anyone who would classify them as a mother and her daughter. However, unlike Rias' bold personality, Valerie is noble with a touch of sternness, and her mature femininity cannot be matched by Rias for now. You are the Phenex family's little Tenraku, right? Madame Phenex has often told me about you, saying how excellent her little Tenraku is. Well, you really didn't disappoint me. You are very good, and you also match well with my Rias. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, Valerie looked back and forth at Tenraku, then nodded with a satisfied look on her face. Tenraku still hadn't understood why these mother-level characters like to call him Little Tenraku, and his mother still praised him to high heavens in front of his mother-in-law, which makes Tenraku feel embarrassed and a little moved. Ahem, and is too good. Mother? After a dry cough, Tenraku humbly replied, while Rias shouted and stared at her mother with a blushing face. Tenraku-san and peerage, welcome and please treat this as your own home. The huge dining table was set with luxurious dishes, and Duke Gremory smiled gently in the main seat. Yubellina and the other girls were enjoying the food gracefully and quietly. Although Asia was a little nervous, as Saintess who was admired by countless people, she is still able to deal with such a scene. However, Gasper, who was sitting next to Tenraku, looked like a deer caught in headlight. Woo Tenraku-sama, I'm so nervous. Not to mention the large and luxurious dining table and room and the dinner, but there are hundreds of waiters and maids headed by Graphia on both sides. Gasper is not in the mood to eat, he just wants to get under the table now. Tenraku could only helplessly say, if you're nervous, sit down and don't eat, just hold on a little longer and it will be over soon. Oh. Gasper put down the tableware and sat down honestly, but he still couldn't help but feel many stares at him. It was as if he was afraid that someone next to him would suddenly jump out and grab him. By the way, Tenraku-kun, how are your father and your mother doing these days? Duke Gremory asked after taking a sip of the red wine. Thanks to Uncle's blessing, everything is fine with my father and mother. Tenraku-kun, you will soon be formally engaged to Rias, so from now on, call me father like Rias. Cough cough cough. It was just a casual greeting, but Duke Gremory's sudden words made Tenraku and Rias cough together. You are too impatient, everything has a sequence. Valerie reminded, and Rias, who had finally recovered, also stood up. Father, mother, really? With an embarrassed look on her face, Rias directly walked off the table and Tenraku could not help but wipe the speechlessness on his forehead. This Gremory family lord was really casual enough. Rias, this child is really spoiled by us. Don't mind her, little Tenraku. No, I really like Rias' straightforward character. HHH, as long as you like it, just like it, you are the one who is marrying her. Surtsks. The whole atmosphere at the table is very good as they talked with each other. The Duke of Gremory, Madame Venelana, and Surtsks are all knowledgeable and talented. Although Tenraku rarely stays at Phenex House to receive education and training from those nobles, he has traveled the world over the years and is well informed, and he can deal with any topic freely without losing any courtesy. Nodding secretly, both the Gremory couple and Surtsks became more satisfied with Tenraku in their hearts. After the dinner, Surtsks, who had a lot of work to do, left first and he asked Tenraku to stay at Gremory's house with peace of mind for a few days and promised to come back on the day of the engagement ceremony between Tenraku and Rias. Maybe it's because he loved his baby younger sister too much, but the enthusiasm of this great Satan is a bit beyond Tenraku's imagination. In the huge luxurious bath, Tenraku stretched his arms with a comfortable look on his face as he soaked in the warm water, and the fatigue of the whole day seemed to have disappeared from his body. But, Gasper, what are you still doing there? Tenraku asked as he looked at Gasper, who was wrapped in a bath towel but stood at the edge of the pool. So shy, Tenraku-sama, no one is peeking at us, right? Holding his flat chest, Gasper kept glancing around and looked blushing and apprehensive. With a twitch of his mouth, Tenraku asked in his mind, do you think the Gremory family are perverted just like you? He has given up on saving this kid who has gone further and further on the road of being a pseudo-girl, so he would allow Gasper to do whatever he likes. After hesitating for a long time, Gasper seemed to feel relieved after confirming that no one was peeking at him, and walked down into the bath. Tenraku-sama, this bath is so big, it's bigger than the one at our home. Tenraku-sama, after you marry Rias-sama, will we live at home or here? Although this place is spacious, I still prefer to live at home. Tenraku-sama. Gasper was introverted and timid in front of strangers, but in front of familiar people, this guy seemed to have a tape recorder in his mouth. Tenraku-sama, Tenraku-sama, then Raku didn't even hear him stop. Fortunately, Tenraku has become accustomed to it for so many years and he only spoke a few words to keep the conversation going while enjoying the warm pool water. That's great, Tenraku-sama is about to sign a marriage contract with Miss Rias. Yubellina Onisama is also very kind, Isle and Nell are also very cute, Malayu Onisama and Burant Onisama make delicious food for everyone every day, and Swollen Onisama, Isabella Onisama. Obviously, he feels that everyone is very, very good. Obviously, Tenraku-sama is about to enter into a marriage with Miss Rias and he also feels very happy, but he doesn't know why. But the more he talked, the more Gasper's voice became smaller and smaller, and his face also got a sad and lost look. When Tenraku opened his eyes, he couldn't help but shake his head, knowing that this kid was thinking of Valerie again. Although so many years have passed, Gasper has never forgotten what happened to Valerie. It was Valerie who gave up her freedom and let Tenraku-sama rescue him from the cage-like vampire castle. Now, he is living very happily and is happy every day, but when he thinks that Valerie is still alone in the castle and suffering, Gasper couldn't help feeling endless guilt and self-blame. Coming over, Tenraku patted the tearful Gasper on the head. What's the point of crying and sobbing? We will save Valerie in a while. Really, Tenraku-sama. Sharply raising his head, Gasper looked surprised and excited. Yes, just wait patiently for a while longer, this time she won't be left alone there. Tenraku replied while nodding his head. That's great, Tenraku-sama, really great. Gasper became so excited that he even burst into tears. Whenever he thinks of Valerie, he feels guilty. Gasper has been waiting for this day for too long. Ignoring Gasper and letting him vent the backlog of his emotions, Tenraku continued to lie to the side soaking in the comfortable water. After crying for a long time, Gasper gradually calmed down, wiped his tears, and then tiptoed to Tenraku's side. What now? Opening his eyes, Tenraku said in an angry manner. Then, Tenraku-sama, let me wash your back. Wash my back? Tenraku couldn't help but frown suspiciously when he heard Gasper's words. Rainare-san said that as long as I wipe Tenraku-sama's back with Oppai, Tenraku-sama will be very happy, so I. Looking ashamed, Gasper was about to untie his bath towel, while Tenraku's entire face was darkened, and he kicked Gasper out. Get lost? Your Highness Tenraku, this is the room where you will rest tonight, you can order us if you need anything. A beautiful maid girl brought Tenraku to the room where he would be sleeping for the night and said with incomparable respect in her eyes. I see, thanks a lot. Tenraku thanked her with a gentle smile on his face. The maid's cheeks flushed and her heart trembled, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Only such a handsome, powerful, legendary, and heroic figure deserves their noble and beautiful Princess Rias. After bowing to Tenraku, the maid girl stepped back, and Tenraku walked into the room and closed the door. Tenraku was about to turn on the lights, but his expression condensed, and he quickly looked to one side. Who is there? Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps sounded out in the room, and then under Tenraku's gaze, a cold, beautiful and unexpected figure came out of darkness. It was Grafia. Miss Grafia, what can I do for you? Tenraku asked while preparing himself for anything unexpected. Grafia had obviously left with Surtsk, so Tenraku didn't expect her to be here in this room. Tenraku wouldn't have any fantasizes that the strongest queen of Underworld fell in love with him at first sight and wanted to have a peachy incident with him while everyone was not paying attention. Slightly moving away from the opponent without being too obvious, Tenraku stared at Grafia. Your ability, can you seize any sacred gear? Instead of answering Tenraku's question, Grafia asked a question of her own. A pair of cold silver pupils locked on Tenraku, making Tenraku feel like he was being stared at by some kind of ancient beast. Although the usual Grafia also gives people a high cold feeling, but there is still a dignified and polite smile on her face, but at this time, she is expressionless. Her expression and temperament exude a palpitating coldness all over her body. Yes, I can seize any sacred gear. What does Miss Grafia want to know? After taking a slight breath, Tenraku forcibly suppressed his beating heart and then replied. Just to confirm. Grafia walked towards Tenraku step by step while she replied in the same cold voice. There was no way for him to retreat, and Tenraku's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and Drake was secretly awakened. As long as the other party does anything, Tenraku would fight her to death. However, Tenraku was slightly relieved that Grafia did not do anything and stopped in front of him and looked at him coldly. Too weak, whether it's you or me, all too weak. No one knew what she was thinking of, but a look of excitement appeared on that beautiful and cold face. His head was already mudded by this person, but before Tenraku could ask anything, Grafia had already turned around. Live well, Kami ya Tenraku, and then desperately become stronger. Maybe it will be useful to you in the future. Leaving behind those inexplicable words, Grafia walked into the darkness, her body and breath disappearing as if she had never appeared from the beginning. Call. Finally feeling relieved, Tenraku realized that his back was soaked in a cold sweat. Although he didn't want to admit it, Tenraku has not been as nervous as he was just now, even after countless life and death battles over the years. Partner, that was a terrifying woman just now. Fortunately, she didn't do anything, otherwise, you wouldn't be her opponent now. The Red Dragon Emperor's hand armor appeared, and Drake's voice sounded out from the treasured jade, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Ah, I know. Without denying anything, Tenraku frankly admitted this situation. Tenraku already knew from the aura that made his heart palpitate just now that Grafia possessed Great Satan level strength, and she is an extremely powerful person. Even if he also possesses Great Satan level strength, he would not be her opponent, even with Drake's power. As the strongest queen of Underworld, who had competed with the female Great Satans of House of Phenex for the seat of the strongest female devil, Tenraku was not surprised that Grafia had such strength, but what Tenraku did not understand was, why did Grafia come to him? What is the real thing she wants to confirm? What is the real reason why Grafia is looking for him? And what did she mean when she said that he might be useful in the future? His father has once told him to be careful of Surtsks. What did he need to be careful about for Satan, who is known for his kindness? And, this is the first time he has seen Milikas. Why does the gods and demons scripture in his body react so abnormally around him? Tenraku doesn't understand. He doesn't understand anything, and he only feels pain in his head when he thinks about it. Obviously, he has the memory of another world and knows the story of this world, but Tenraku suddenly discovered that there are too many secrets in this world that he does not know, and these secrets are very likely to be fatal to him. For the first time in his life in this world, Tenraku felt dazed and perplexed and feared the unknown world that he had never known. Partner, don't think too much about it if you don't understand it. Just like that woman said, you just need to try your best to become stronger. As long as you have enough power, secrets would no longer remain secrets, conspiracies would be nothing more than jokes. As long as you stand at the top of the world will be subservient to you and everything would be at your feet. Drake's voice sounded again. As a sacred gear connected to Tenraku, he could clearly feel Tenraku's confusion and anxiety at this time. Although it was not clear what happened to his always determined partner, Drake reminded him. As long as I am strong enough, secrets would no longer remain secrets, conspiracies would be nothing more than jokes. HHHHHHHHHHH. Muttering under his breath, Tenraku's eyes erupted with a surprisingly strange color, and then he burst into laughter, and his voice grew louder and louder. Oi, partner, are you okay? Tenraku's reaction shocked Drake. This partner of his didn't just go mad, right? It was so hard to find such a hardworking and powerful partner, and he was now thinking of defeating Albion this time, so he doesn't want anything to happen to Tenraku. No, this is just so funny. Drake, let me laugh a little longer. HHHHH. Laughing so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes, it wasn't until a long time had passed that Tenraku held his stomach and gradually calmed down. He was at a loss, he was nervous, he was afraid. How long has it been since he had experienced these feelings? Knowing the story of this world, Tenraku has always been accustomed to the feeling that everything is under his control. Suddenly, an unknown state of affairs popped up and he was at a loss, thinking that he had lost control of everything. This is so interesting, it's so interesting. Tenraku has never felt as happy as he was at this moment. Life is interesting because it is full of unknowns and surprises. Although Tenraku was happy when he took Hyuduise's sacred gear, although Tenraku was happy when he enjoyed Yubellina and Rainari's bodies, but these were the results of his knowledge of the direction of this story, and then through careful planning, everything was taken for granted. Even if he was happy, he was not surprised. But now it's different. Tenraku finally discovered that there are still secrets that he doesn't know, and existences that he doesn't know. He really wants to know the secret hidden in darkness. He really wants to see the scenery at the highest point. HHHHH. When he thought of the excitement, Tenraku could not help but laugh again. For the first time, he was filled with a lot of expectations for this world. Tenraku was happy and excited, but Dragon's sacred gear was endlessly worried. This is crazy. His partner won't really break, right? Everyone, Thank you for coming to participate in the engagement ceremony of my younger sister Rias Gremory and Phenex family Kamiya Tenraku-kun. Please enjoy yourself. On a high platform, Serdzx delivered a greeting to welcome all the guests who came to the ceremony. Both the Gremory family and the Phenex family are among the highest nobles in the underworld. Almost all of the nobles of the entire underworld have sent representatives to participate in the engagement ceremony between Tenraku and Rias. Tenraku in his dress and Rias in her costume were the brightest jewels of the day, standing in the middle of the venue and receiving praise and blessings from everyone. Ani-chan, a young girl ran over and hugged Tenraku. This young girl is Rival Phenex, who is wearing a beautiful princess skirt. Rival, Okasama, you are here too. Affectionately stroking Rival's forehead, Tenraku smiled as he looked at the Madame Phenex, who was also coming along from behind. Well, Tenraku Ani-chan, sister-in-law Rias, congratulations. We can't miss Tenraku's engagement ceremony. You need to treat Rias well in the future. Rival nodded her head and congratulated the two of them, and Madame Phenex also looked back and forth at Tenraku and Rias with a smile on her face. I will. Thank you for your blessings, Miss Rival, Madame Phenex. Tenraku was a little embarrassed, and Rias was extremely shy, but the two still expressed their gratitude as to not show any rudeness. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Madame Phenex went to greet her friends who were also noble women, while Rival stayed behind to accompany Tenraku, the young girl that looked into Tenraku's eyes with waves of light and no one knew what she was thinking. Rias, Kamiya Tenraku, congratulations to both of you. I wish you a happy marriage and 100 years of good fortune. Sana also brought her peerage over here and then congratulated them unsmilingly. What, damn you Sana, even you? President Sana, did you just came here to make fun of us? Rias glared at Sana in anger while Tenraku also touched his nose with a helpless look on his face. Sana's peerages in the back let out a few silver bell-like laughs, and Sana pushed her glasses up with a narrow smile on her face. This kind of opportunity is rare, I can't help but want to try it. Rias, Kamiya Tenraku, regardless of your future choices, today is your engagement ceremony, so enjoy it. Sana chuckled as she knew the agreement between Tenraku and Rias. Tenraku and Rias couldn't help but look at each other, but the two immediately turned their heads back when their eyes met. With a panoramic view of the two people's actions, the smile on Sana's face also increased. At this moment, there was a sudden turmoil in the venue, and the crowd gave way to someone, and two young devils, a man and a woman, walked towards Tenraku and Rias. Rias, I heard that you are engaged to the son of Phenex family. Congratulations. A burst of hearty laughter came before the two people could arrive in front of Ryan and Tenraku. The young man has short black hair, and his uncharacteristically handsome cheeks reveal a kind of fortitude far beyond ordinary people. His eyes are clear and bright, as sharp as a lion. It is clear at a glance that this is the body of a true warrior who has experienced many battles. Sareorg, even you are here. Stroking her forehead, Rias was already unable to complain. The fact is that for the sake of her engagement ceremony, her elder brother really invited all the big and small famous noblemen of Underworld. Rias did not know whether she should be touched or depressed. Isn't this a matter of course, whether it's being your cousin or being the next head of House of Baal, I must attend your engagement ceremony. So, are you Kamiya Tenraku, Rias' fiancé? Sareorg smiled and asked as his gaze fell on Tenraku. Yes, I am Kamiya Tenraku, and you are the Sareorg? Yeah, I'm Sareorg. Tenraku and Sareorg both stared at each other with a shining light in their eyes, and then both of them simultaneously attacked each other with a punch under the stunned looks of the Rias and the other women at the side. HNG. Although the two did not even use a fraction of their true power, but the loud blasting sound still startled the surrounding guests, and the eyes of the entire venue also coincidentally looked this way. I've heard about you, the former waste of the underworld, Kamiya Tenraku? Sareorg laughed playfully as he stared at Tenraku. Likewise, Sareorg. Tenraku replied unceremoniously while squinting his eyes. The atmosphere was tense, and just when the others thought the two were about to fight over something at the drop of a hat. Tenraku and Sareorg retracted their fists and laughed at the same time. As expected of the guy who is as famous as me, Kamiya Tenraku, you are so funny. You are not so bad yourself, Sareorg. Let's have a man-to-man match if you have the chance, and see which one of the underworld wastes is better. Ah, there will be a chance. It was clear that the arrows were still raging a moment before, and in the end, there was another expression of sympathy. Rias and the other women on the side let out a long sigh of relief and then stared at the two of them with an ill-tempered expression on their faces. I am Sikvera of the House of Agars. This is the first time we are meeting, Kamiya Tenraku. On behalf of the House of Agars, I congratulate you on your marriage with Rias. The girl who came with Sareorg finally spoke while introduced herself, and extended a hand to congratulate Tenraku and Rias. The girl who claims to be Sikvera is tall, beautiful, and has long pale hair. She wears glasses like Sana, and she exudes a confident and noble air. I've heard a lot about you, Miss Sikvera, one of the 4 rookies of the underworld. Recalling the information about the girl in front of him in his mind, Tenraku also stretched out a hand and held the girl's hand in his. No, it is now one of the 5 rookies of the underworld. Sikvera replied with a smile on her face. 5 rookies of the underworld? Tenraku couldn't help but frown when he heard this. This guy, you haven't even heard of this yet, right? Kamiya Tenraku, the 5th rookie is you? Rias looked conflicted, while Sephiroth next to him laughed and spoke. For a moment, Tenraku couldn't help feeling amused. He didn't expect himself to become the 5th young king or rookie in the Underworld's new generation. Although it was a bit unexpected, Tenraku didn't take it very seriously. Tenraku and Sephiroth were in sympathy with each other, and Rias was talking with Sana and Vitra, and the 5 of them were standing together as one of the most beautiful scenes in the venue. Even Ravel next to them couldn't help but show her admiration. The 5 of them are the most dazzling pride of Underworld's new generation. While talking speculatively with Sephiroth, Tenraku suddenly felt some ill intent directed at him and he couldn't help but look over, only to see a familiar figure standing in the crowd. For a moment, Tenraku couldn't help but feel happy. Looking at Tenraku, Diodora's eyes were filled with that endless resentment and hatred but followed by a grim smile. He also walked towards Tenraku and Rias. Sephiroth, Rias, Sana, and Vitra naturally noticed Diodora, and they frowned slightly when they saw Diodora walking over towards them. Despite being the genius and next head of the Astaroth family, Diodora's reputation in Underworld is not very good, especially in recent years. This guy has kidnapped many famous saintess and nuns through some despicable means, intensifying the struggle between the devils and church, and he had often used many perverted means to kill the enemy and even his servants at home. Although there is no contradiction between everyone, neither Sephiroth nor Rias like Diodora. Not to mention other things, he just looks girly. Kami ya Tenraku, we meet again. Gritting his teeth, Diodora stared at Tenraku and his shrill and feminine voice sounded weird. Rias and the other women took 2 steps away from Diodora with a trace of coldness on their faces. Ah, hello again, Diodora, are you here to congratulate me and Rias? Tenraku replied with a smile as he looked at Diodora. In fact, the image of Diodora has been very different from the original. His skin is as white as a woman, and there is a feminine atmosphere all over his body, but Tenraku did not feel the slightest surprise when he saw him in this state. After all, this guy's manhood was cut off by him? Congratulate you? Diodora angrily turned back and said in his heart, I just want to tear you up. If not for the occasion, Diodora would have unleashed a frenzy of attacks to get revenge on Tenraku, wanting to cut him into pieces. But it doesn't matter, because he is here to retaliate against Tenraku today, and he has already thought out a comprehensive plan. This damned bastard took something important from him, so hell let him have a taste of what it's like to have something important taken from him. Looking at Rias next to him, the resentment and hatred in Diodora's eyes disappeared, replaced by an expression of endless tenderness and love. Princess Rias, you are so noble and beautiful, even the dazzling angels and the goddess can't compare to you. I have always admired you and I am infatuated with you. Please, can I get your favor and love? Landing on one knee, Diodora spoke with endless affection and his actions calmed the whole venue. The next head of the Astaroth family actually confessed to the Gremory princess. And that is to at the engagement ceremony of Rias and Tenraku? After a few seconds of silence, the entire venue was in an uproar. Ravel was angry and felt like burning this bastard to the ground. Sephiroth frowned. Sana and Vitra pushed their glasses up, and their eyes flashed with irrepressible disgust as they looked at Diodora. Diodora, you. After finally coming back to herself, Rias turned pale with anger. If Diodora said these things to herself at some other times then it would have been fine, but he spoke them at her engagement ceremony to Tenraku. This is not a show of love, but an insult? Princess Rias, can I get your love? With a grim curve floating at the corner of her mouth, Diodora forced the question. She was very angry, but the women in Gremory's family are not easily bullied. Since the other party didn't plan to give her any respect then she doesn't need to be polite with him. Rias directly waved her hand and said, I refuse, I already have someone I like, and he is my betrothed Kami ya Tenraku. Rejecting Diodora coldly, Rias took Tenraku's arm and made her attitude clear. Princess Rias, is there anything I can do that is not as good as that guy? He is just a trash that couldn't even awaken his family's bloodline, but I am the genius and next head of the Astaroth family. Whether it is life experience, status, or bloodline, is there anything I can't compare to him? Diodora's face turned gloomy as he stood up and stepped forward to ask Rias. Although he did not expect Rias to agree to his love, even though he had expected such a result early, Rias refused him without hesitation, which still caused him to feel resentful and angry. Diodora, what are you trying to do to my fiancé? Tenraku's figure stepped in front of Rias as he spoke. Although Rias is not afraid of Diodora, looking at Tenraku's solid back, she can't help but feel a strange feeling in her heart. Their eyes met and the atmosphere was tense. Diodora stared at Tenraku bitterly, and Tenraku stared at him sarcastically. In Tenraku's impression, Diodora should not be so stupid, so why did he do such a stupid thing? After thinking about it, Tenraku understood something. This is probably because this guy's hatred for him had twisted his soul and mind. Diodora, you've gone a little too far. The crowd gave way, and then Surtsks and Grafia walked over. Lucifer-sama, I was just expressing my love to your sister, even you have no right to interfere in this kind of thing, right? Looking back, Diodora sneered. Surtsks is one of the 4 Satan who is known for his kindness, which makes many people love him and pursue him, but it also makes many people look down on him, and Diodora is the latter. Even so, Diodora did not dare to offend a Satan easily, but what gave Diodora the confidence is that not only the Gremory family has a Satan, but their Astaroth family also has one. Diodora, what are you trying to say? Frowning slightly, Surtsks said. Beelzebub is also from the Astaroth family and he is Surtsk's friend and a person he recognizes, but Diodora in front of him makes Surtsk very disappointed. Lucifer-sama, Kamiya Tenraku is the betrothed of Princess Rias, and I also love Princess Rias equally, so I would like to challenge Kamiya Tenraku to a rating game, and only the final victor will be able to get Princess Rias? How about it, Lucifer-sama? Even the Gremory family wouldn't want Princess Rias' betrothed to be an incompetent loser, right? A rating game with Tenraku, this is the real purpose of Diodora? Over the years, Diodora has never forgotten the pain and shame Tenraku brought him. He wants to defeat him in front of everyone, humiliate him, get revenge on him, and then steal his betrothed to make him taste the pain and humiliation too. After hearing Diodora's words, the whole venue was in an uproar again. It was just a normal engagement ceremony but they didn't expect to see an interesting rating game, so people were looking forward to it. Tenraku-kun, what is your decision? The situation has reached the point of no return. Although Surtsk Satan's identity can always end this drama but then it will certainly bring bad influence on Tenraku and even Rias, so Surtsk gave the right to choose to Tenraku. However, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Tenraku chuckled lightly, and then gave an answer that surprised everyone. I refuse. Look at him. Princess Rias, your betrothed is a coward who can't even accept my challenge? After a brief moment of astonishment, Diodora's shrill laughter rang out throughout the venue. Tenraku, this fool, he even dared to openly refuse his challenge. Doesn't he know that his actions will cause him to be laughed at by everyone? For a devil, no matter how powerful you are, no matter how noble your status is, but if you do not dare to accept a challenge, then you are a coward who would be rejected by others. You would be despised by the entire underworld. Sure enough, with Diodora laughing, all the guests looked at Tenraku differently, with a mix of sarcasm and disappointment on their faces. They had thought that the Phenex family really had produced a miracle son but he still turns out to be the waste he was. Waste will always remain a waste, hee. Ani-chan. Tenraku. In contrast to the guests' sarcastic disappointment, Ravel was so anxious that her eyes were about to burst into tears, and Sareorg, Rias, and the other women also looked at Tenraku in disbelief. They all know very well that Tenraku is definitely not the kind of coward who is afraid of any challenges, so why? After stroking Ravel's forehead to show her not to worry, Tenraku stepped forward and put away the smile on his face, and his gaze became stern. Diodora, I think you have misunderstood something. I rejected your challenge not because I am afraid of you, but because I couldn't accept the terms you have offered. Rias belongs to herself, her happiness is up to her, she is not someone that you use as a bet. Do you want to challenge me? Then go ahead. But the stakes are not Rias' happiness, but mine, my Kamiya Tenraku's everything, and if you can beat me, whether you want to humiliate me or kill me, it would be up to you. Tenraku's voice made the whole meeting place in an uproar again. He refused Diodora's challenge just because of this reason. Was the happiness of the Gremory princess more important in his eyes than his own dignity and life? Silly? Ridiculous? Incomprehensible? Tenraku's face was calm as he proudly and fearlessly accepted the scrutinizing and suspicious eyes. He did not consider which was more important, Rias' happiness or his own dignity or life. He simply did not want to involve Rias in this. If his happiness requires a woman's happiness to pay for him, then he would be a real coward, and when that happens, Tenraku will despise and look down upon himself. Since Diodora wants to fight, then let's fight, but he will be betting on his dignity, on his life. If he loses then he deserves it. Kamiya Tenraku, you really are an interesting guy. Sareorg laughed in high spirits. Although he wanted to fight Tenraku very much, he would let Diodora be the villain today. Ravel burst into tears and looked at Tenraku very excitedly. She knew that her Tenraku Unii-chan was definitely not a coward. Sikvera, Sana, Shinrit Tsubaki, and the other women are also constantly looking at Tenraku. Their eyes are shining with different kinds of colors. Unlike anyone else, this man is really very special. As for Rias, she was frozen in her tracks. She is not a tool for marriage, nor an item for gambling. She is Rias Gremory, and everything about her happiness belongs to her, and she is in charge of herself. Tenraku's voice seemed to reverberate constantly in her mind, causing a great resonance in the young girl's entire soul. If the previous act of Tenraku standing in front of her had only stirred up some waves in her heart, at this moment, his words had raised a huge wave in her heart. Kamiya Tenraku, you said it yourself? Diodora spoke with a sardonic laugh. He did not expect Tenraku to be so foolish as to gamble with his own dignity and life. Diodora has long lost interest in women after his little man was cut off. Even though the nuns and saintess he collected, apart from torturing them every day and night and enjoying their screams, Diodora has not touched their bodies even once, because it would make him feel very uncomfortable and nauseous. As for Rias, he didn't care about her at all. Originally, he just wanted to use her to provoke Tenraku to agree to a match with him, but he didn't expect to end up with such a result. Diodora is already laughing crazily in his heart at Tenraku's foolishness. According to the bet that Tenraku had made, after he defeats him, he can humiliate him, torture him, and finally kill him, and Lucifer or the Phenex family would not be able to say anything? Ah, that's what I said. But Diodora, where is your wager? I bet everything I have too. Hatred for Tenraku had long made Diodora twisted and crazy, and he had nearly lost his mind to his madness, and Diodora didn't hesitate to put up a reciprocal bet. But Tenraku shook his head. I am not at all interested in any of your things, whether your dignity or your life. If you lose, then there is only one thing you need to do. Apologize to my fiancé Rias Gremory? After hearing Tenraku's words, Diodora was briefly stunned, and then his entire face became savage. Kami ya Tenraku? Tenraku's request seemed to give him a huge advantage, but it was an absolute insult. Not bothering to pay any more attention to Diodora, who was like a mad dog, Tenraku instead looked to Surtsks, who was off to the side. Surtsk-sama, although a little willful, please allow me to compete with Diodora this time. If I lose, no matter if he humiliates me or kills me, I won't have the slightest complaint. Tenraku's stern face also made Surtsks understand his decision. Lucifer-sama, I also asked for permission. Please allow me to play a rating game with Kami ya Tenraku? Not to be left behind, Diodora also spoke after Tenraku. Staring at the two, Surtsk sighed helplessly. If he still can't see that Tenraku and Diodora have a grudge, then he would really be a fool. If this incident is not handled properly, then it will not only adversely affect Tenraku and Diodora, but also Rias and the entire Gremory family, which Surtsks would never want to see. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as Surtsks also made his own decision. Although you are not yet eligible to participate in the official rating game, but since you all have agreed, then I will grant special permission this time. Kami ya Tenraku, Diodora Astaroth, in the name of Great Satan Lucifer, I grant you a rating game? Surtsk's voice made a huge wave throughout the venue, and Tenraku and Diodora also looked at each other, and they could see the bloodthirsty and coldness in each other's eyes. Vengeance or others, let's decide the best in their first rating game. Tenraku-san and the others have been gone for a long time. Are Tenraku-sama and the others okay? I'm so worried. Damn Diodora, Anii-chan will definitely defeat him. At the VIP table, Asia, Gasper, and Ravel were sitting next to each other. More than an hour has passed since Lord Satan announced the approval of a rating game. Both Tenraku and Diodora gathered their peerages to prepare for the competition in a special place, while a group of waiters and maids led by Grafia were eagerly opening up one. The different space would serve as a stage for the two sides to fight. Although they were all very confident in Tenraku, the three of them became a little anxious during this long wait. Asia, Gasper, Ravel. Rias' voice called out to them, and the three stood up and saw Akeno and Tujao Konako on her side and said, Elder Sister Rias. Sister-in-law Sama? Ravel's sister-in-law Sama made Rias blush again, but there was no resistance in her heart. Instead, there was a little joy. Don't worry, your older brother is very strong and he won't lose to anyone, Rias said while stroking Ravel's forehead. Yet, Anii-chan will definitely win. Nodding vigorously, Ravel was also convinced, although she was still a little worried. After comforting Asia and Gasper with a few more words, Rias, Akeno, and Konako also sat down beside the three, waiting for the start of the competition. All the guests were already seated, and it didn't take long for Grafia's voice to be heard throughout the venue, which was already filled with anticipation. Everyone, I am the referee of the rating game between Kami ya Tenraku of the Phenex family and Diodora of the Astaroth family. I am Great Satan Lucifer's maid Grafia. This rating game will be played in a town in a different space. His Highness Kami ya Tenraku and his 15 peerage members will fight against His Highness Diodora and his peerage of 15 members. The use of Phenex tears is prohibited during the competition. After the competition begins, it will go on until one party concedes defeat or the king cannot fight. With Grafia's voice, a huge magic projection appeared in the air, and the crowd only saw a town with tall buildings appearing in the projection, and Tenraku and Diodora with their respective peerage appeared on top of a tall building on each side of the town. The entire assembly cheered, and Grafia once again spoke up and said, So, now I declare that the competition begins? Above the tall building, Diodora stared at Tenraku steadfastly. Although the two sides were thousands of meters apart, he could still see clearly the face that had appeared in his nightmares countless times and made him resentful and hateful. His twisted soul trembled, but not from fear and terror, but from joy and excitement. He had waited too long for this day to take revenge on the unforgivable Kami ya Tenraku, who deserved to die 1,000 times. Leave Kami ya Tenraku to me, and I will be leaving his peerage to you. You know the consequences if you lose. Turning back, Diodora looked coldly at the 15 maidens behind him. These girls were once famous nuns or saintess, although they were now his nominal peerage, but in fact, they were all just slaves that he had captured. Yes, Diodora-sama. Facing Diodora's cold gaze, the girls' bodies visibly trembled and they replied in fear, and then jumped down the tall buildings together with the silver-haired girl in the front, and dived into the town. Meanwhile, on top of the tall building on the other side, Yubellina, Tosca, Mai, Carlamine, Ceres, Swollen, Isabella, Malaya, Burant, Shuria, Eni, Lee, Isle, Nell, Myra. Looking at peerage in front of him, Tenraku called out the girls' names one by one. Hi. With one knee on the ground, the maidens bent down and saluted. You are the best peerage for me. This is also our first rating game. Show yourself well, and then bring the victory back to me, Tenraku ordered with a straight look on his face. Yes. With a chant, the girls flashed their bodies and also flew down from the high building. Turning back around, Tenraku also looked at Diodora, who was thousands of meters away, and their gazes clashed in the air with hints of lightning between them. The two of them are not in a hurry, they will let their respective peerages perform first. On the quiet street, Yubellina and the other girls were quickly moving forward. This town was temporarily built in a different space. Although the space was not too big, it was neither too small. The whole town is densely lined with tall buildings, which is very suitable for sneak attacks and hiding. Stop! Yubellina at the front gave a soft order, and all of them stopped. They had reached the center of the town, but they had not seen a single enemy peerage figure. They were constantly surveying the surroundings and the girl's beautiful eyes shone with vigilance. Mai. Yes. Yubellina shouted to Mai, and the girl nodded. Clasping her hands together and closing her eyes, Maya's body emitted a soft layer of spiritual light, as if she was sensing something. Not long after that, the girl opened her eyes, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. 9 o'clock direction, 3 pawn. Elder sister, we are on. Fight, fight, let's cut them, leave it to us. Isla Nell laughed while Myra also swept the iron rod in her hand and jumped up, and the three of them quickly rushed towards the 3 enemy pawns. 6 o'clock, 5 pawn. Burant, Shuria, get to work. Elder sister, let's go. Gearing up, the maid girls Malayo and Burant, the dancer girl Shuria, and the Nikomata girl Ni Enli, the 5 girls also chose their opponents. 3 o'clock direction, 2 night. Ceres. Understood. Carlamine and Ceres looked at each other and then their knight's speed exploded out as the 2 women disappeared without leaving any trace in a flash. 8 o'clock direction, 2 rooks. It's time for us, Isabella. For the victory of Tenraku-sama. Swollen smashed his fists, and Isabella responded. Stepping on the ground cracked, and the figures of the 2 girls immediately skyrocketed. 12 o'clock direction, bishop, queen. When it came to the end, Maya's voice stopped suddenly, because the last 3 peerages of the other party had already appeared in front of them. Good day, opposite queen and bishop. I am Queen Semiria of Lord Diodora. With long silver hair and a delicate face, the young girl who called herself Semiria held her long skirt and introduced herself to Yubellina and the other 2 girls. We really are getting underestimated. How dare to appear directly in front of us? A cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes as Yubellina clenched his magic staff and secretly mobilized the magic power in her body. You are the peerage of Tenraku-sama. We dare not look down upon you. Because I arrived a few moments earlier than a few of you, so I slightly did a little bit of work around. Semiria had a flawless smile on her face, and Yubellina suddenly felt an alarm goes off in her heart, but she didn't wait for her to do anything. At the same time, the magic array suddenly appeared at Yubellina and the other 2 girls' feet. A brilliant flashed followed by the sound of explosion boom. HNG. The peerage's battle had already begun, and from time to time, several explosions of engagement rang out throughout the towns in the other dimension. I will cut you into pieces. Dies, all of you die. Isla Nell had already engaged the 2 enemy pawns, with a pair of chainsaws in their hands. The 2 girls who were incredibly excited once they fought were bloodthirsty and crazy and they just wanted to hack their enemies into pieces. Myra sighed helplessly. She didn't care what the consequences would be, and then looked at her opponent with a stern gaze. The 2 sides acted at the same time and then collided hard in the air. Wrestling. HNG. On the other side of the town, Malayo and the other girls were fighting fiercely with the 5 battle nuns from the enemy camp. With fire raging in the sky, thunder and lightning overflowed at one time, and dazzling and gorgeous magic constantly being cast out from the hands of the girls as they fiercely attacked each other. HNG. With a loud bang, Malayo literally blocked an attack for everyone. Although she had launched a defensive magic, she still couldn't help but go pale on her face. Leaping and dodging the opponent's attack, Malayo shouted to the side towards Ni and Li. We know, meow. The enemy has entered their trap, and Ni and Li, who are hiding in the dark, also acted. The 2 sisters of the Nikomata clan had excellent mobility and dodged the opponent's attacks with unparalleled agility, leaping behind the 2 combat nuns in almost the blink of an eye. This is your end, meow. Under the horrified expressions of the 2 nuns, the 2 sisters clasped their hands on the 2 nuns' feet, and then swiftly spun and slammed them into the ground. What? Boom! 2 pawns of His Highness Diodora, retire. Graphia's voice sounded in the different dimension, announcing the first victory for Tenraku. The corners of Tenraku's mouth on top of the tall building raised slightly, while Diodora on the other side cursed with a gloomy expression on his face. Those useless bitches? Our sisters had already defeated the enemy? It seems we have to work hard too, Carlamine. Yes, I swear upon my honor of knight, I will dedicate the victory to the master I waited for. On top of a wide square, Ceres and Carlamine stood against the wind. Their swords were already unsheathed, and both women were looking ahead with a stern expression on their faces. Not far away from Ceres and Carlamine, 2 young girls with beautiful faces and slender figures also stood facing them. Each of them had a gorgeous rapier hanging from their waists. They were also 2 enemy knights. A breeze came and as if the horn of war sounded, the knight girls' eyes flashed with sword light, and then they all shot towards each other in unison. Boom! HNG. On the deserted street, there were several figures fighting fiercely at this time. It was Swollen, Isabella, and the 2 enemy rook girls. This was a collision of fists, the duel of power, as the rooks have extremely powerful attack and defense power. The ground is getting cracked and the building bursts into pieces. They fought against each other in a very exaggerated and violent fashion, and it would be impossible to decide the winner between them in a short time. At the center of the town. HNG. Magic is intertwined with loud noises, and the surrounding areas that were originally surrounded by tall buildings have long become ruins. Yubellina, Tosca, and Mai are also fighting fiercely with the rival queen and 2 bishops. Holy light arrow? Semiria and the 2 bishop girls leaped into the air and a holy and dazzling light burst out of their bodies, and then hundreds of densely packed light arrows shot towards Yubellina and the other 2 girls below. As the once famous nun and saintess, even after being reincarnated as devils, Semiria and the 2 bishop girls can still use some of their sacred abilities, and these purified light arrows are venomous to any devil. The expression on Maya's face faded and Yubellina also had an ugly expression on her face, and Tosca on one side quickly stepped in front of the 2 women and activated her sacred gear inherent barrier ability. Ding 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 ding. Just like the sound of rain hitting the glass, hundreds of light arrows shot densely on the 3 spherical barriers. The brilliance flickered and faltered as the spherical barriers seemed to collapse at any time, but in the end, they still persisted. The attack ended and Tosca sat down on the ground with a pale face. If it wasn't for the powerful magic power attribute of Bishop, she wouldn't have been able to hold on just now. Casting a trusting and admiring look at the girl, Yubellina would naturally not let go of the opportunity to counterattack. With the magic staff in her hand, various magic formations immediately spread out, trapping Semiria and the other 2 girls in the air. Mai on one side also displayed her abilities and enhanced the magic formations, and the magic square in the sky exuded a dazzling brilliance, and its power instantly increased by more than several times. HNG boom boom, what? Under the horrified look of Semiria and the other 2 girls, all the magic squares exploded in unison. Screaming and falling to the ground, the 3 girls were all in an embarrassing state, especially Semiria, who had taken the main burn of the attack, was seriously injured. The 2 bishop girls desperately urged their magic power to treat her. You really do deserves to be the legendary bomb queen, and you also deserve to be the peerage of Tenraku-sama. Semiria gasped as she tried to stand up. Although her whole body was covered with wounds caused by the explosion, she quickly recovered under the treatment of the 2 bishops. It's really unfortunate, Saintess, but to make enemies of our master is your biggest mistake. A cold smile appeared on her charming face as Yubellina held her magic staff in her hand, and suddenly another huge magic circle unfolded under the feet of Semiria and the other 2 girls. When? HNG? There was no time to react before the magic circle exploded open, and the figures of Semiria and the other 2 girls were once again submerged in that violent energy flow. At the same time, outside the different dimension. So powerful. Everyone is so powerful. Era, as expected of Tenraku's peerage, all of them are very good. That's natural. Yubellina and the others are carefully cultivated by our Phenex family, so they won't lose to anyone. Seeing everyone's performance in the projection, Asia and Gasper were happy and excited. Akeno also stroked her cheeks with a look of admiration on her face. Ravel hugged her body with her hands with a look of pride on her face. Even Konako's eyes flashed with a strange light. The atmosphere in the entire venue was soaring. Although the duel between the 2 kings had not yet begun, the peerage's battles were already very exciting, especially those excellent and beautiful peerage members that would be considered as rare treasures even in the entire underworld. The numerous male devils in the venue are burning with jealousy. Even Rias is a little envious of Tenraku. Not everyone has such luck to gather such excellent peerages. She herself still only has a queen, Akeno, and Konako, who is rogue. They are her 2 peerage members. She still has a long way to go. Looking at Asia and Gasper, who were cheering for everyone who was fighting, Rias made a decision in her heart. Boom. HNG. The peerage's battle continued, and the town, which was originally full of tall buildings, was on fire, and there were traces of destruction everywhere from the peerage's battle. Iron rod, stretch. Lunging forward, Myra gave a soft cry, and the really fine iron rod in her hand quickly stretched out, and then fiercely stabbed his opponent's abdomen. With a miserable scream, the pawn girl who was fighting with Myra spit out blood and hit a wall, and the entire wall was cracked like a spider web, and then the girl fell back to the ground with a bang. The iron rod in her hand was swept back to its original state, and Myra was also panting a little, but her delicate and lovely face was filled with joy and excitement. Great, Tenraku-sama, Myra finally won this fight for you? Looking at Isle and Nell not far away, Myra was going to support them, but the battle over there is coming to an end, and her support is no longer needed. 2 beautiful elder sisters, now we are going to disintegrate you? Disintegration? Looking condescendingly at the 2 opponents who were lying on the ground, the 2 chainsaws lowly had cold and evil smiles on their faces, and then under the horrified look of the enemy pawn girls, they waved the chainsaw and slashed at them. There was no imagined bloody picture. The chainsaw stopped an inch in front of the 2 pawn girls' foreheads, but the 2 girls' eyes rolled over and they were so scared that they fainted. His Royal Highness Diodora's 3 pawn, retire. Yay? Graphia's voice sounded in the different dimension space again, and Isle and Nell also grinned and made a victory gesture towards Myra, who was on the side. Malayu, Burant, Shuria, are you all right? On a dilapidated building, Ni and Lee looked at the 3 sisters who were sitting on the ground with a concerned expression on their faces. We are fine. After some rest, the 3 girls also stood up. Although they were in a bad condition because of all the injuries, but the girls' faces still showed uncontrollable joy when they looked at the several nuns lying on one side in a pool of blood. They won? His Royal Highness Diodora's 3-pawn, retire. The fighting nuns in the pool of blood dissipated as light and dust, and the voice of Grafia rang in the air again. Rustling. Ching ching, ching ching. The entire ground of the huge square was covered with a staggered and crisscrossing sword mark, while 4 figures were intertwining and colliding against each other in the air at great speed. Hiss. At a certain moment, this long-lasting sword showdown finally ended, and 4 girls appeared in the square with their backs facing each other. Let's go. Gasping for breath, blood-red sword marks filled their bodies, but Ceres and Carlamine didn't care. They put their swords back in their sheath, and the 2 women walked in the direction of their companions until the 2 women disappeared. The enemy's 2 knight girls burst out with countless blood marks and then collapsed to the ground. What? HNG? After being hit in the abdomen by the enemy rook girl, Isabella let out a cry, and her body even crashed a building into smithereens like a meteor. Getting up from the ruins with difficulty, the pain was so intense that Isabella's face turned pale, but her face, which was half covered by a mask, was still filled with determination. She is Tenraku-sama's rook and she could never fall down in such a place? Die? The enemy rook girl did not mean to let Isabella go. She smiled coldly and stepped on her foot while swinging her fist and then shot at Isabella again. Isabella is very clear of her situation in her heart. She knew that if she gets hit again then she wouldn't be able to hold on. However, there was no fear in her eyes. What? Just as her opponent was about to hit her, Isabella let out a loud cry and exploded her remaining magic power with a single breath, then landed a fierce elbow strike. Hi. Boom. With blood spitting out, the enemy rook girl directly smashed into the ground and created a huge pit tens of meters in size, and instantly lost consciousness. Collapsing on the ground, Isabella gasped, but there was a big smile on her face. Tenraku-sama, Isabella has won for you too? With a HNG sound, Swollen flew down from the air and threw another rook from the enemy camp, who was also unconscious, to the ground. Isabella, are you okay? Helping Isabella up, Swollen asked with a concerned expression on her face. I can still hold on. At the same time, the center of the town. Gasping for breath, Yubellina, Tosca, and Mai turned pale, and suffered various injuries on their bodies, looking quite embarrassed. However, their opponents are in an even more miserable state. Collapsing to the ground, Semiria and the 2 bishop girls were covered in blood, they could no longer fight. His Royal Highness Diodora's 2 knight, 2 rook, retire. Listening to Grafia's announcement, Semiria who fell to the ground couldn't help showing a miserable smile on her face. I really completely lost. Even Semiria could not help but feel deep frustration and shame that her sisters had been wiped out while the opponent's peerage was unharmed, but it was only natural that this should be the result. They were used to be famous nuns or saintesses. They would never lose to any peerage member in terms of their aptitude and talent, but after being captured by Diodora, they were tortured by him every day, using their painful screams to satisfy his perverted and twisted mind, and they had little time and energy to practice. And more importantly, the peerage of the other party has a strong bond. They are loyal to their master, love their master, and are willing to do everything for their master's victory. But what about my sister? They had nothing but utter hatred for that devil. With the loss of all the troops, that twisted devil will surely torment her and her sisters even more afterward, but it is slightly gratifying to make him lose face in front of the whole underworld. I really envy you, to be able to follow such a master and to be able to become that lord's peerage. Give us the final blow, and then present the glory of victory to your master. Giving up the resistance, Semiria smiled relievedly. It was our greatest honor to be Tenraku-sama's peerage. Farewell, unfortunate saintesses, I hope we won't be enemies again in the future. As she approached, Yubellina looked at Semiria and the 2 bishop girls on the ground with pity and raised the magic staff in her hand to launch a final blow to them. However, at this moment, useless trash, all of you die. No one when but something flashed over the heads of the girls, and then Diodora's hideous roar sounded in the whole different dimension space. A huge magic formation unfolded, and then thousands of magic power light arrows swooped down on them under the horrified look of the women. There was no way to hide, absolutely no way to hide, no matter if it was Yubellina or the other defeated girls, all of them looked pale. Teleport? At the critical moment, Mai clasped her hands together and desperately urged the magic power in her body. She then pushed her palms away and aimed in the direction of Yubellina and Tosca. The magic power was transferred and transmitted, and the figures of the 2 women disappeared in a flash. Seeing the magic power light arrow shooting down densely, Mai showed a relieved smile on her face. As long as her sisters are safe. What? HNG boom boom? In the next moment, Mai, Semiria, and 2 bishop girls were all submerged in the torrent of magic-powered light arrows. Outside the other dimension, looking at Diodora's hideous laughing appearance in the projection, the whole venue was in an agitated uproar. How this? Even their own peerage. Womahe-san. Diodora that bastard? Gasper had an unbelievable look on his face while Asia covered her lips with her hand and there were tears in her eyes, and Rias on one side stood up with fury in her beautiful eyes. The other girls also had ugly looks on their faces. As the king, Diodora launched a sneak attack on the enemy peerage, but he even included his own peerage in that attack and he didn't even care about them. Although Diodora's actions did not violate any rules, they were quite despicable. Seek Vera, Sana, and Shinrit Subaki, who were watching the match, were all looking at the screen with a disgusted expression on their faces, and even Sareorg, who was next to them, clenched his fists, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. It is so sad that such a guy can become the next head of the Astaroth family, and become a noble that is admired and worshipped by the people of Underworld. Although he had the urge to teach Diodora a lesson, the corner of Sareorg's mouth raised slightly, and he felt that he shouldn't need to do that, for someone would be doing just that in a short time. In the different dimension space, as the dust and smoke dissipated, the picture became clear again. Semiria and the two bishop girls have disappeared. They should have been teleported out after being hit hard, and another figure appeared in the place where Mai was originally located. It is Tenraku. Tenraku gently stroked the girl's hair, while Mai was lying bloodied in Tenraku's arms. Tenraku-sama, too. With a look of shame, Mai wanted to say something, but it was Tenraku who blocked her lips with his finger. You have done well, Mai. Go out and get some rest, it'll make him pay you back 100 times over. Tenraku leaned in the girl's ear and whispered a few words, and a smile of relief appeared on Maya's face, then her figure turned into light dust as she was teleported out. Lili, Carlamine and Swollen also appeared one after another, and Yubellina and Tosca, who had been teleported by Mai in an emergency, also rushed back, and the women gathered behind Tenraku, all looking at Diodora in the air with immense anger in their heart. Yubellina, you guys can go out too, just leave it to me. Slowly standing up, Tenraku calmly said. They have followed Tenraku for a long time, and all the girls know that Tenraku is angry. Although Tenraku did not show anything on his face at this time, the invisible aura made the girls shiver involuntarily. Hi, Tenraku-sama. Absolutely obeying Tenraku's orders, Yubellina's magic staff started the teleporting magic, and all the girls disappeared without a trace in a flash. Although it is a pity that they could not retaliate against Diodora, their master will take their share together from him. The breeze blew up the dust. Tenraku also raised his head to look at Diodora in the air, and his dark eyes flashed with light-like sharpness. Kami ya Tenraku? Filled with bitterness and hatred, Diodora's eyes flashed with anger. Whether it was the matter of the bet or the matter of him letting his peerage leave, Tenraku's actions were a deep insult to him. It was as if Tenraku did not put him in his eyes at all. Although this is indeed the case. You know, Diodora, you are guilty. This time, I won't let you off easily. Looking at Diodora, Tenraku said calmly. Won't let me off easily? Hhhhhhhhhhh. As if he had heard a big joke, Diodora laughed upward, then looked at Tenraku with endless hideousness in his eyes. Kami ya Tenraku, I have cursed you and hated you every single day, and I have waited for this day for too long. It's not that you won't let me go today, it's that I won't let you go. Thinking of the shame that the other party had brought to him, thinking of the thing that the other party took away from him, Diodora's hatred is rising every moment. He just wants to do one thing to Tenraku, get revenge. Revenge? Revenge? A mere defeated general dares to speak out. With a sneer, Tenraku's eyes flashed with a light of Evil Eye, and the Sacred Gear's power was instantly activated. Evil Eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view? However, the next moment. Hhhhhh. Diodora laughed sarcastically and maniacally in the air, while Tenraku frowned. Evil Eye's ability activated normally, and Diodora's time was frozen to a halt, but to Tenraku's surprise, his own time had just been frozen to a halt as well. Kami ya Tenraku, did you really think that the same move would still work on me? Obviously, you are still that same trash that couldn't even awaken his bloodline, but you have that powerful sacred gear. You hid so deeply, how unfair destiny is. I know every single sacred gear you've taken over the years, and I know every ability you have. In order to deal with you, I have prepared countless ways to restrain your sacred gear's abilities. The person who knows you best is often your enemy. Since being defeated by Tenraku, Diodora has frantically collected all kinds of information about Tenraku. He is the first to discover the secret of Tenraku's sacred gear, and he is also the one who knows how many sacred gear abilities Tenraku has. As he spoke, a distorted screen appeared in front of Diodora, but it disappeared quickly after a flash. Tenraku also understood. Diodora just used a kind of mirroring magic. Although it is not very useful in normal times, it just restrains the ability of Evil Eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view. At the moment Diodora was captured by Evil Eye, time was frozen for him, but the mirror magic reflected the power of Evil Eye, and Tenraku's own time was also frozen. The principle is simple and the effect is quite good. The ability of Evil Eye has become useless in front of Diodora. Tenraku couldn't help but sigh. Diodora really took great pains to get his revenge. I'm afraid he had also prepared various ways to deal with the other Sacred Gear's abilities. But, in the face of absolute power, all the preparations and means are just jokes. Diodora, you don't really think that you can beat me this way, right? Tenraku sneered. Of course I won't be stupid enough to think that I would defeat you so easily, Kami ya Tenraku. But I have you to thank for that because I have been practicing every day for all these years with my hatred for you in mind. I used to be very weak, so I was defeated by you, but do you know how strong I am now? My power, my magic power, is 100 times more than what it was? Hhhhhh. Laughing crazily, and then under the horrified eyes of countless people, a vast and powerful aura erupted from Diodora's body. How could it? The battle in another dimension space will not affect the real world, but some energy fluctuations during the battle will still be emitted. Feeling Diodora's powerful aura that has surged wildly close to a high-class devil, the whole venue is a shock. Even Rias, Sana, Sikvera, and Sarayorg revealed a look of disbelief for the first time. Even they who are hailed as the young kings, rookies, of the new generation would be able to reach this state after they broke out with all their strength. Although Diodora is a genius of the Astaroth family, he is still far behind them in terms of the strength shown in the past. That guy has been hiding his strength. At the same time, in the town in a different space. How is it? Kami ya Tenraku, in front of my godlike power, your soul is already shaking, right? Diodora had been waiting for this day for too long. How he was looking forward to seeing Tenraku's shocked and desperate expression. Even Diodora himself couldn't believe that he could reach this level, but because of his hatred towards the person in front of him, he did it. However, instead of the shock and despair he was expecting to see on Tenraku's face, there was instead that sarcastic smile. Diodora, you have definitely become stronger, but I'm not the same person I was back then either. Boosted gear scale * male. Scarlet's beam of light soared into the sky, and an endless violent aura bursts out from Tenraku. Scarlet's cage hand appeared on his left hand, and then quickly extended to cover Tenraku's body. It was a long enough forbidden move. Armor of the Red Dragon Emperor? Feeling the terrifying aura coming from Tenraku's body that was not inferior to him, Diodora could not help but go pale in shock, but his expression instantly turned into endless ferociousness. Die you scum! The huge magic formation was unfolded, and tens of thousands of light arrows were shot at Tenraku at once. HNG boom boom, loud noises rushed into the sky and the ground wailed. Such a fierce attack could not be easily resisted even by a high-class devil. But, with a wave of air, all the dust and smoke disappeared without a trace, and the gorgeous and undamaged scarlet figure of Tenraku appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Impossible? Diodora screamed like a woman while his eyes were almost coming out of their sockets. Nothing is impossible. Do you think you're the only one who's trying desperately? I've been through 100 times more trials and tribulations than you have. Now, Diodora, now you too meet my wrath? Scarlet dragon wings spread out from his back as Tenraku rushed towards Diodora in the air. You monster! With a loud cry, Diodora urged the magic power in his body and immediately deployed thousands of defense magic in front of him. However, they were of no use. HNG. With a loud noise, all the magic fell apart, and Tenraku punched Diodora in the abdomen. Ugh! Blood wildly spurted out as Diodora screamed and flew away. If it was before, Tenraku wouldn't mind playing with Diodora for a while, but now he's not in the mood for that anymore. All he wants to do now is to crush him, and so, a scene that scared countless people appeared in front of them. HNG boom boom, In the middle of the venue, looking at the battle projection within the other dimension, the guests were all shocked and numb, gulping down the saliva in their mouths from time to time. Crushing, domineering, absolute beating is taking place here. Diodora, who has the power of a being infinitely close to high-class devil, had no power to fight back in front of Tenraku. He was like a ball flying around in the air and constantly being crushed by Tenraku. His sad screams were heard in the entire different space. HNG. After finally hitting the ground, Diodora got up with a bloody body, shaking as if he would fall down at any time, and the whole person looked extremely miserable. Impossible. He cannot accept the current situation. Diodora absolutely cannot accept the current situation. He has endured so much pain and worked so hard, but he is still getting crushed by Kami ya Tenraku? Diodora, don't you understand? This is the difference between you and me. This is the reality. Tenraku flashed in front of Diodora like a ghost and his fist swept across Diodora's abdomen. With another mournful scream, Diodora flew directly from this side of the town to the other side of the town, smashing dozens of high-rise buildings along the way. If someone was looking at this town from above, then he would have found that the flying dust seemed to divide the whole town was cut into two pieces. Lifting a piece of rubble, Tenraku twisted Diodora's figure out of the rubble, and Diodora, who was already dying, opened his eyes filled with a madness of resentment and hatred and said, "Die you piece of crap." Raising both hands, Diodora recklessly unleashed his magic attack on Tenraku. HNG. The fire flashes and the turbulent air flowed out. The fierce attack continued for a long time before stopping. Diodora, who had exhausted the magic power in his body, had a pale face and was panting, but what made him horrified and desperate was that Tenraku was still standing in front of him. Some dark marks have appeared on the scarlet armor, but it quickly returned to its original shape under the operation of Tenraku's spirit power. Tenraku quietly twisted Diodora, his eyes full of pity. What a sad and pathetic existence. Without feeling too much, Tenraku threw Diodora directly into the sky. Fighting against such a weak opponent is really boring. It's better to end it now. As a reward for your efforts to appear in front of my eyes again, let me show you a little something, Diodora, the power I now possess. Millions Red Dragon Fist? Soaring into the sky, Diodora's body was suddenly hit by a dense cluster of Scarlet's shadows. This is for my peerage? This is for my anger? This is for your ugliness? This is for... There was dead silence in the venue outside the different space. Everyone looked at the projection of Tenraku that delivered punch after punch on Diodora's body. They listened to Diodora's scream that sounded like the howls of a severe ghost, and they felt chills ruse in their hearts. That's the miracle son of the Phenex family. He is terrifying. Surtsk's on the main seat narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes gleaming with inexplicable light. The corner of Graphia's mouth raised slightly, but she soon returned to her original expressionless face. The battle has reached the final moment. Over the town in the different space, Tenraku raised his palms towards the sky and an energy ball keeps rising in the air in his hands. Boost, boost, boost. Lastly, this is for your attempt to get your hands on my betrothed Rias. Without hesitation, Tenraku threw the huge energy ball towards Diodora. Ah! Boom! The light of the explosion was blinding, and Tenraku's final declaration kept echoing in her mind. Rias was shaken to her core, only to feel that Scarlet's figure shot towards her, instantly shattering all the barriers in her heart. She may be in love. I will now announce the final winner of this rating game, Kami ya Tenraku? Graphia's voice rang out, and at once the entire venue was filled with applause and cheers. The winner gets everything, and the loser is forgotten. This has been the eternal rule of the universe. Teleporting out of the other dimension, Tenraku disarmed the armor and threw the already unconscious Diodora to the ground. Whether it's the peerage matchup or the king-to-king matchup, Diodora has been defeated in both. Under the absolute beating given out by Tenraku, Diodora hardly resembles a human form at this time. The bones in his whole body are broken and the internal organs in his body are twisted. Although he still has one breath left due to the strong vitality of a devil, it is only one single breath. Ani-ai-chan, Tenraku-sama? Ravel jumped directly into Tenraku's arms, and Asia, Gasper, Yubellina, and the other girls also rushed over, each looking at Tenraku with great excitement that all of his peerage's members are here except for Mai, who is undergoing treatment. Tenraku also nodded to the girls and said, "You performed very well this time, and you should also work harder and harder in the future to dedicate your strength to me." "Yes, Tenraku-sama." Landing on one knee, the women replied proudly and respectfully. "Yubellina, heal him." Throwing a bottle of Phenex tears to Yubellina, Tenraku looked at Diodora who was about to die and sneered. Although he didn't care about Diodora's life or death at all, at least it was not the time to let him die. And as a loser, he has to pay a bet. An ironic smile appeared on her charming face as Yubellina dropped Phenex tears on Diodora's body. While Diodora was recovering, Tenraku patted Ravel in his arms and signaled her to wait a while, and he reached in front of Rias. Looking at Tenraku who was coming towards her, Rias' face clearly showed a trace of panic, but she quickly calmed herself down. "Rias, are you willing to be my betrothed and become my wife? To be with me in the same boat, to grow old and to be together for a lifetime?" Tenraku solemnly said while holding up a jade hand of the girl. Her heart trembled as Rias only felt an unprecedented shyness she has never felt before. What is this guy was saying so suddenly, making it sound like a confession? However, looking at Tenraku's solemn and sincere eyes, Rias knew that Tenraku was not joking. "Are you serious?" Taking a deep breath, Rias tried to calm herself down and then looked at Tenraku with a serious expression on her face. "Yes, I mean it. Not because of family relations, nor for any other reasons, I mean it just because of you, Rias Gremory." "Rias, I'll ask again, are you willing to be my betrothed and become my wife?" Tenraku replied while staring at the girl without backing down. The two stared at each other quietly while Akeno and the other girls beside them couldn't help but worry about them. Until after a long time, Rias finally lost her temper and took the lead in a defeating battle. "Do I still have the right to refuse?" Feeling shy, Rias looked at someone mournfully. "Ah, you don't have." A smile appeared on his face as Tenraku stepped forward and then directly kissed the girl. Rias didn't refuse and she let Tenraku do such shameful things to herself in front of everyone. Rias knew that Tenraku had made a place for him in her heart and she would never be able to tolerate anyone else in her life. If this is the case, she would approve of him. After kissing for a long time, the two people finally separated under the teasing of Akeno and the other girls. Tenraku licked his lips for the aftertaste, while Rias gave Tenraku a bad look. "Rias, congratulations on finally finding your destined person." Sana came to the scene with her peerages, not joking as before but sincerely wishing Rias. "Thank you, Sana, you will find the one too. She dares to love, she dared to hate, and she has a bold personality." Now that Rias had accepted Tenraku, she will not regret it anymore, and she will reply generously for their relationship. Looking at each other with a smile, the two people who are both rivals and friends understand each other very well and do not need to say anything more. Cough cough cough. Diodora's voice sounded, and under the treatment of Phenex tears, he had recovered from his injuries and became sober. "Go ahead, Rias, someone owes you an apology." Feeling the irony in the situation, Tenraku, Rias, and everyone else all walked towards Diodora. Although he had recovered from his injuries, the magic power in his body had been exhausted and he was still extremely weak. After seeing Tenraku, Rias, and the other girls coming towards him, Diodora instantly regained his hatred and said, "Kami ya Tenraku?" After losing before, he unexpectedly lost again. Diodora's heart was full of unwillingness and hatred. But no matter how unwilling he is feeling at this moment, he is nothing more a completely defeated dog. "Diodora, as agreed before, please apologize to my fiancé Rias now." Putting his arms around Rias' waist, Tenraku smiled, and the Akeno and Sana next to him also looked on for a good show that was about to happen. It was terrible humiliation and Diodora stared bitterly at Tenraku but he couldn't say a word. Looking at Diodora, who didn't seem to plan to fulfill the bet he had made, Tenraku and the other people became gloomy. But at this moment, "Diodora, I have already told Ajuka and Duke Astaroth about today's affairs. You have already lost the rating game. Don't do anything else that would further shame the name of Astaroth. Now, please apologize to my younger sister Rias Gremory as requested. Surtsk's voice came as he walked towards this location with Grafia. He still wanted to say something to refute, but when he met Surtsk's gaze, Diodora only felt his heart falling into an ice cellar, and a feeling of endless terror came to his heart. Too strong, this person is too strong? Diodora has no doubt that as long as Surtsk is willing, a finger of his can easily crush him to death. Right, sorry. His lips trembled, and he spoke almost instinctively. When he came back to his senses, Diodora's face was filled with shame. He only felt that his last trace of dignity had been ruthlessly taken away by these people. Lowering his head, Diodora's eyes flashed with endless resentment and coldness. Surtsk, Kamiya Tenraku, you all wait for me. Today's humiliation will be repaid 1,000 times over in the future? No need. After taking a light look at Diodora, Rias didn't feel the slightest sense of his insincere apology. Tenraku also shrugged and turned away with Rias and Surtsk. The engagement ceremony is not over yet, and such a guy is not worthy of waiting for others to waste their precious time on him. Like an abandoned wild dog, Diodora stared at the back of a group of people bitterly, but he spit out a mouthful of blood and his eyes rolled to the back of his head as he fainted again. Although there were a few surprises, the engagement ceremony between Tenraku and Rias was ultimately a success. The guests and the hosts were happy, and the representatives of each family left one after another as the ceremony ended. Kamiya Tenraku, I look forward to the day when I will compete with you. Ah, me too. HHHHH. With a high fighting spirit, Tenraku and Sareorg laughed at the same time. You are indeed the miracle of the Phenex family. Kamiya Tenraku, the House of Agars welcomes you at any time. If you have time, come and enjoy yourself in our territory. Ah, definitely. After shaking his hand, Sikvera did not hide her admiration for Tenraku. It was getting late and Sareorg and Sikvera said goodbyes, and then walked into the teleporting formation with their respective peerages. President Sana, we don't need to say anything more, right? See you at school. Looking at Sana and her peerages at the end, Tenraku smiled towards them as he spoke. With a smile on her lips, Sana gave Tenraku and Rias, who were holding hands, an ambiguous glance and left the Gremory house with her peerage without saying anything. When all the guests were finally sent away, Tenraku and Rias looked at each other and both let out a long breath with a feeling of exhaustion. Entertaining guests is simply more tiring than a real battle. Rias, from now on you will be my true betrothed and wife. Tenraku smiled as he spoke to Rias while holding her cheek. Rias' cheek turned slightly red when she heard Tenraku's words, but there was also a hint of sweetness in her heart. Life is really fickle and full of accidents. Obviously, the two of them had agreed upon that before, but there would be a rating game between them. But now, they agreed to be married without any conditions. However, this seems to be also good. Mai, how are you feeling? Tenraku asked as he walked into the room and looked at Mai, who was being taken care of by the Yubellina and the other girls. I'm okay, so don't worry, Tenraku-sama. With her face still a little pale, the young girl hurriedly stood up and bowed to Tenraku. Although she has recovered from her physical injuries, the magic power in her body has been exhausted and she is still feeling a little weak, and Tenraku takes the girl into his arms when he saw her figure faltering. Ah, you made me worry. You put yourself in danger without my permission. You are not qualified to be my peerage. Tenraku-sama, Mai. Tenraku spoke with a serious expression on his face, and Yubellina and Tosca, who heard his words, anxiously wanted to intercede for Mai, but they were stopped by Tenraku's cold eye. Tenraku-sama, too. Biting her lips, Mai fell into Tenraku's arms with a look of shame. The atmosphere was tense, and just when Yubellina and the other girls thought that Mai would be punished, Tenraku suddenly smiled at her. However, you saved Yubellina and Tosca and you did a good job. Tenraku gently stroked the girl's hair and he was affectionate in his actions. Mai could have teleported herself when they were attacked by Diodora, but she chose to save her sisters. Although Tenraku was a little upset that Mai put herself in danger, but if he really blamed this girl who ignored her own safety for the sake of her sisters, then it would be a problem with him as a king. Tenraku-sama. The sudden change in Tenraku's expression made the girl stunned, but after feeling the gentle emotions in his eyes, Mai couldn't help but burst into tears. Yubellina, Tosca, and the other girls on one side also breathed out a long sigh of relief, but they were confused. They had thought that Tenraku-sama was really angry, and now they can't help but laugh at themselves. Mai, what reward do you want? He has never been stingy with his peerage, and Mai did a very good job this time. So, Tenraku decided to reward her, but the girl shook her head and said that she didn't need any reward. That's not good. Since you don't say anything, I will decide for you. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised and behaving in an extremely domineering manner, Tenraku lowered his head and kissed the girl's pink lips. With her beautiful eyes getting wide and a red face, Mai thought that Tenraku-sama's reward was too shameful, but there was a touch of sweetness in her heart, and she responded instinctively. Yubellina and the other girls smiled at each other and quietly exited the room, leaving space for them. Mai, when we return to human world, you will come to bed with Yubellina and others. Tenraku let go of the girl after a long time, and then leaned over to the girl's ear and whispered. Mai looked at her domineering master obsessively with a drunken expression on her face. Yes, Tenraku-sama. How about it, Venelana? Our little Tenraku is not bad, right? Elegantly sipping black tea, the Phenex madam said with a chuckle, and she couldn't help but show a trace of pride on her beautiful face when Tenraku was mentioned. He is indeed a nice little guy, he is barely worthy of our Rias. Her beautiful eyes flashed as the Gremory madam nodded and turned back. I can't behave that I didn't hear what you said just now. Is our excellent little Tenraku just barely worthy of the Gremory princess? That's natural, our Rias is the best. Oh, but I think our little Tenraku is the one who is best. Rias is. Little Tenraku is. Rias is. Little Tenraku is. The two noble duke madams are bickering against each other like little childrens. They don't even care if they are heard by anyone. Although they are smiling at each other, they are all powerful. The maids standing on both sides are cold and sweaty and nervous. They are scared of what would happen if these two noble madams fight. The two women looked at each other with fierce expressions on their faces. The whole room was terribly quiet, until after a long time, the two madams lost their momentum and they laughed at the same time. Hee. As expected of the former madam of extinction, Yubellina, you are still so strong. You are not the same. Tenraku is obviously not your own child, but you still protect him like this. Tamako entrusted little Tenraku to me. He is just like my own child. Tamako, I miss you a little bit. But having said that, your little princess and little Tenraku seem to have an agreement, right? They are all rebellious little guys, but they have captured each other's hearts before the agreement is completed. Afterward, I could see an interesting expression on Rias' face. Era, even your own daughter is playing tricks on you. Yubellina, you are getting worse and worse. Occasionally letting my daughter make fun of her mother, isn't this also my duty as a mother? Oh, after you said that, I want to try it a little bit. Tenraku and Rias thought that they were perfectly hiding their conversations. In fact, their little secrets have long been known, and the two boring mothers are still discussing with great interest how to open the Underworld, Astaroth house, main residence. Painful and numb, the screams of the girls sounded in the darkness of the room from time to time, and Diodora kept beating the girls with a whip with a distorted expression on his face. He lost again. He had obviously endured so much pain, and he obviously put in so much effort, but in his battle of revenge, he lost to the same person again? The Gremory family's affairs made Kamiya Tenraku famous, but he became the laughingstock of the whole underworld. As for his father, who was the family lord, he scolded him severely. The great Satan Ajuka also asked him a question, and he asked the same question to the elders of the clan. He is questioning Diodora's ability as the next head. Feeling so much anger and humiliation, the last bit of sanity in Diodora's dark soul was completely destroyed. Whether it's his father or great Satan Ajuka, damn it all, they are not reliable. They could do nothing to help him. They are useless to him. Diodora-sama, forgive us. Semiria begged with a bloodied and pale face. However, the girl's pleading fell on deaf ears and she did not receive any mercy. Diodora whipped her even harder with a distorted smile on his face. With a scream, Semiria also fainted like the other girls as she finally couldn't hold on. No matter how much he beats the girls, there is no reaction from their unconscious form and Diodora looks like a ghost, roaring up to the sky. Kamiya Tenraku? It's all because of that guy? Unforgivable, he is the only one Diodora cannot forgive. You lost to a trash who couldn't even awaken his bloodline. If this continues, then you would just scream and go crazy in this darkness. You really are quite ugly, Diodora Astaroth. A tall woman walked out of darkness and spoke in a mocking tone. What are you doing here? Stopping his rant, Diodora stared at the women with a cold expression on his face. Does that still need to be said? I am naturally here to invite you. How about it, Diodora? As long as you join us, you can get the power of the snake. At that time, neither Surtsks nor Kamiya Tenraku would be worth mentioning in front of you. Their lives and deaths would be in your hand and you can do whatever you want with them at that time. Her jade-like hand opened, and a black little snake condensed on it as the woman spoke to Diodora with a playful expression on her face. Diodora didn't answer right away and he looked at her with a cloudy expression in his eyes. This is not the first time this woman has come to him. Although the conditions she put forward are very attractive, if he really joins them then he will become an enemy of the whole underworld. Even Diodora has to think about it as this involved his future. However, when thinking of Surtsk's lofty posture, and thinking of the pain and shame that Kamiya Tenraku brought to him, the last trace of reason in Diodora's mind also disappeared. As long as he can get his revenge then he wouldn't care even if he became an enemy of the entire underworld. Give it to me, Diodora said lowly with a savage expression on his face. Hee. It seemed like the woman has expected such an ending as she smiled and waved her hand, and suddenly the black snake shot out and rushed into Diodora's body. Diodora bent down and screamed loudly as the expression on his face became painful and distorted. Pain, all Diodora is feeling right now is piercing pain all over his body. However, in that pain, he felt a power, an extremely powerful force. I gave you a little more than necessary, thank me, Diodora, haha. Power, I want more power. Surtsks, Kamiya Tenraku, just wait for me, I will ground your head under my feet. The ridiculous laughter and painful screams converge into a twisted symphony in this dark room. Human world, nighttime, Kuok town. Haha. Panting like a cow, a middle-aged man in a trench coat ran desperately on an empty street. He was angry and frightened, and it was as if he was avoiding something terrible. Shua, what? There was a sound of an object breaking through the air, and then 2 lights flew from the darkness and penetrated the man's legs, and the man also screamed and fell to the ground. You have nowhere to escape now, my dear clergy-san. With a sneer, the 3 women, Rivalry, Middled, and Kala Warner landed from the sky with black wings behind their back. Looking at the 3 beautiful but evil fallen angels in front of him, the man couldn't help but look desperate. Hey, clergy-san, what are you doing? Wouldn't it be okay to join us obediently? Rivalry leaned over and spoke with a wicked expression on her face, and her finger poked the man's forehead. Damn heretics, damn you, fallen angel, I will never join you belief. Gritting his teeth, the man replied bitterly. Although he is very scared, he will never bow to evil when he is being watched by the Lord. Squinting her eyes and nodding, Rivalry also straightened up. In this case, you can die. The evil smile on her face disappeared, replaced by the endless indifference as Rivalry condensed a spear of light and penetrated the man's heart. Since they would not become her master's believers, then they could go and die. No one in this world can stop her master's ambition and stand in his way. You. Staring fiercely at Rivalry, the man raised a hand to grasp something, but he lost his breath soon after and the color in his eyes was lost. With a disdainful snort, Rivalry kicked the man's body away. You didn't have to kill him. Flashes of light flashed as several streams of water gathered to form the figure of the Undine Queen. The Undine is a kind and pure being who can't see Rivalry's cruel methods. Who told him to remain that so stubborn? If he can't be used for our master, then it is better for him to die so we can save ourselves from any future trouble. If he is of no use to our master, then it is better to kill him to save ourselves any trouble in the future. This is how we do things. If you have any complaints, then talk to master. Lazily stretching her waist, Rivalry looked disdainful at the corpse on the ground, and then she ordered Middled and Kala Warner on the side. Go get demon scripture back. Yes, Rivalry sama. Fearing this woman who had collapsed in darkness but had become more and more powerful, Middled and Kala Warner replied respectfully, and they quickly found a copy of God's and Demon's scripture from the man's body and handed it to Rivalry. Rivalry nodded her head in satisfaction and snapped her fingers, and a light swirl appeared behind her. She took Middled and Kala Warner and walked into the light swirl, not caring about what the Undine Queen was doing. Frowning lightly, the Undine Queen didn't say much in the end and waved a stream of water to melt away the man's body and all the traces, and his body disappeared without a trace. The breeze slowly blew and the street was quiet again. It was as if nothing had happened. Underworld, the Gremory family main residence. Unai-chan, my training will soon be over, and I'll be coming to Unai-chan's when it's time. Holding Tenraku's arm, Ravel has a reluctant expression on her face. Work hard, Ravel, we will be waiting for you in human world. Stroking the girl's forehead, Tenraku also smiled lovingly. Thinking of something, Tenraku looked at the Madame Phoenix on one side again and said, Okasama, thank you for coming to my engagement ceremony with Rias, and please give my regards to Oyasama when you return. The Madame Phoenix nodded with a smile before saying a few words to Tenraku. She then walked into the teleportation formation with a reluctant Ravel and the maids. Uncle, Auntie, Surtsk-sama, my apologies for the troubles I may have caused you this time. Rias and I are also going back to the human world. The ceremony is over, and others have stayed in Underworld for a long time, and Tenraku also said goodbye. From now on, you will be our family, so you don't need to be so polite. Well, after you get married, you would be calling us father and mother like Rias, so might as well start now. Era, my dear is really getting impatient. Otasama, Okasama, what are you saying? Hee. Rias stared at her parents angrily, and Tenraku smiled awkwardly. He doesn't hate the casual yet warm atmosphere of Gremory's family. Tenraku-kun, you've really impressed me time and time again with your growth. Your sacred gear has infinitely great potential, use it well, and do whatever you want. Surtsk said as he patted Tenraku on the shoulder. The beautiful eyes of Grafia standing next to him flashed, and Tenraku couldn't help but have an odd look on his face. Surtsk-sama, didn't you warn me before to not take sacred gear easily again? Before was before, now is now. As Rias' betrothed and future husband, you have to take care of her and guard her. You can't do it without enough power. Work hard to become stronger, Tenraku-kun, whether it's fallen angel or church, as long as it's not too out of line, I'll block anyone for you. Surtsk replied with a serious expression on his face. The corners of his eyes fluttered, and Tenraku wondered if he had heard it wrong. Surtsk was letting himself go to plunder sacred gear. As long as it is not too outrageous, he will block his enemies for him. That is what he said, right? Is this the so-called brother-in-law privilege? Tenraku looked at Surtsk weirdly. It was as if he was meeting this great Satan Lucifer for the first time again. I understand, Surtsk-sama, I will try to become stronger, and will definitely guard Rias. Taking a deep breath, Tenraku nodded and replied solemnly. Although Tenraku didn't have the care of Surtsk, he still wanted to take the sacred gears from anyone. But since the great Satan was so kind and insisted on borrowing his name and strength, he didn't mind using it. Satisfied with Tenraku's answer, Surtsk also smiled and nodded, and seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Rias on the side. Rias, since you have officially entered into a marriage contract with Tenraku-kun, then you and your peerages will also live with Tenraku-kun in the future. Well, according to human world's talk, this is called cohabitation, right? Surtsk's words made all the women present stunned, and Tenraku almost laughed out loud when he saw their expressions. This guy is really something else? Ani-sama? After recovering, Rias was almost feeling embarrassed by her older brother and shouted at him. First, he was busy arranging the marriage contract for her and Tenraku, and now he's letting them live together. Her older brother is too generous? This is Satan's order. Surtsk had an unquestionable expression on his face as he spoke. She was really angry, but a Satan's dignity couldn't be challenged. Rias moved her lips and finally obeyed her older brother's orders. I know. Although she was a little embarrassed, she didn't really mind living with Tenraku. The two of them had recognized each other and entered into a marriage contract. Them living together should be a matter of course, right? Not to mention her, Akeno must be happy to live with Tenraku in the future. Rias looked next to her and as expected, Akeno was already excited. There was no more business, and after talking to the Gremory couple and Surtsks, Tenraku said goodbye to them again, and then he walked into the teleportation formation with Gasper and the girls and left the Underworld. Human World, Kua Academy, Occult Research Club. Rias, don't forget Surtsk's orders. Walking out of the teleportation formation together, Tenraku smiled at Rias standing next to him and spoke. We will move in after we finish dealing with things here. Rias gave Tenraku a blank look and said back in an unpleasant manner. Then we will go back today, but before that. In a happy mood, Tenraku stretched his back and looked at the young girl with an expectant look on his face. Knowing what someone was waiting for, Rias hesitated a bit, but she still came forward and stood on tiptoe to give Tenraku a kiss on the lips. Satisfied now? Ah, very satisfied. Tenraku and Rias are really in love. Akeno's sour voice was heard by Tenraku and Rias, and they looked at her and saw a jealous expression on her face. With a chuckle, Tenraku didn't explain anything and he pulled Akeno into his arms and kissed the girl's lips. After a long time, Tenraku let go of Akeno, and the girl's face had a smitten expression on it which replaced the slightest look of jealousy. Konako-chan, do you want to try it too? Tenraku smiled and asked as he looked at Tujao Konako. Two lovely red clouds appeared on her delicate face, and Konako silently twisted her little head aside. No need. HHH. Tenraku laughed and he did not tease the girl anymore. He waved his hand towards Rias and the other two girls and stepped into the teleportation formation again and disappeared. Let's go home. After returning home, Isle and Nell cheered for a while, and Yubellina looked happy. Although it was nice to be over at Underworld, it was really more free to be at home. They have only stayed there for a few days, but it made them feel like a long time has passed, and a lot of things have happened. Seemingly hearing the sound of everyone coming back, the fallen angel girls also walked out of their room, and Rivalry directly pounced on Tenraku and then frantically plundered Tenraku's lips. Rivalry, are you going mad? Tenraku finally pushed the mad woman away from her and said in an angry manner. If the master hadn't come back then I really would have gone crazy? With sweet smiles and endless seductiveness, Rivalry couldn't help but cover Tenraku's lips with hers again. Secretly cursing the enchantress, Tenraku motioned to the girls to do their own thing while he walked into the room holding Rivalry. He will talk about other things later as he first needs to satisfy this thirsty woman.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.